The novel narrates the story of Cheng Yan, a modern mechanical engineer who, after succumbing to exhaustion, finds himself transported to an alternate world where he inhabits the body of Roland Wimbledon, the fourth prince of the kingdom of Greyfort. In this new realm, he discovers the existence of witches endowed with extraordinary magical powers, yet these witches are mercilessly persecuted by the church, which deems them heretics. Determined to utilize his scientific knowledge alongside the witches' magical abilities, Roland resolves to create a nation free from prejudice against them. Commencing his journey from a remote and impoverished border town, Roland gradually expands his influence through industrial development and the establishment of a witches' alliance that he faces challenges not only from rival factions within the kingdom, but also threats from external forces, including the church and enigmatic demons. Through persistent struggle and advancement, he merges magic with technology, propelling societal progress, ultimately unifying the kingdom of Greyfort and leading humanity to victory in the war against demons, thereby altering the very fabric of the world. Chapter 1. Becoming a prince from today. Cheng Yan felt someone calling him. "Your Highness, wake up." He turned his head away, yet the voice persisted, growing louder. He sensed a hand reaching out, gently tugging at his sleeve. "Your Highness, Prince." Startled, Cheng Yan opened his eyes to find the familiar screens, his desk, and the wall covered in sticky notes all vanished, replaced by a bizarre landscape of low stone houses. A bustling circular square and a gallows erected in the center. Instead of a soft swivel chair, he found himself seated on a cold, hard iron bench, with a circle of people around him, all staring intently. Among them, a few women dressed like medieval noblewomen were stifling giggles behind their hands. What sort of place is this? Shouldn't I be busy with my blueprints? Cheng Yan's mind was in a fog. 3 days of overtime had stretched his mental and physical limits. He only remembered collapsing at his desk after his heartbeat turned erratic, longing for a brief respite. "Your Highness, please announce the verdict." The speaker was the elderly man who had tugged at his sleeve, dressed in a white robe, reminiscent of Gandalf from the Lord of the Rings. Am I dreaming? Cheng Yan licked his dry lips. Verdict? What verdict? But he soon realized the crowd was fixated on the gallows, raising their fists and shouting, occasionally hurling stones in its direction. Cheng Yan had only seen such archaic instruments of punishment in films. The gallows stood about 4 meters tall, with a wooden beam atop the 2 supporting pillars, rusted iron rings embedded in it, and a coarse hemp rope threaded through one end. Secured below while the other looped around the neck of the condemned, the prisoner, wearing a hood, had her hands bound behind her back, clad in a filthy gray garment that looked like a rag. Her frail frame suggested her ankles could be easily snapped. Her chest slightly heaved evidently. She was a woman. She trembled in the wind, yet stood with determined posture. What crime could this individual have committed to elicit such outrage, with so many awaiting her execution? As this thought crossed his mind, memories surged back into Cheng Yan's consciousness, revealing the answer almost instantaneously. She was a witch, tempted by demons and fallen, a representation of impurity. "Your Highness?" The man urged cautiously, resembling Gandalf. Cheng Yan glanced at him. His name was not Gandalf, but Barov, the assistant to the finance minister, tasked with managing state affairs for him. And he was Roland, the 4th prince of the kingdom of Greyfort, sent here to govern a territory. The residents of this border town had apprehended a witch and promptly delivered her to the trial court. The order for the witch's execution typically required the signature of a local lord or bishop, and as the ruling prince, it was his duty to issue such a decree. Despite this kingdom appearing so desolate and backward, he had never encountered the name Greyfort in any history book. What should I do next? The unfathomable mechanics of this unscientific transference could be pondered later, but this farce had to be halted. Blaming misfortune on some unfortunate soul was a hallmark of uncivilized societies, yet to execute someone to satiate the dark desires of the onlookers was an act of folly Cheng Yan could not accept. He seized the order from Barov's hands and tossed it to the ground, stretching lazily. "I'm tired. Let's postpone the verdict. Everyone can disperse for today." The nobles seated with him displayed expressions of indifference, but a tall man clad in armor stepped forward. "Your Highness, this is no jest. Once a witch's identity is confirmed, she must be executed immediately. Otherwise, what if other witches attempt to rescue her? The church will not remain idle." Carter Lannis, this ostensibly upright man, was his chief knight. Cheng Yan frowned. "What? Are you afraid?" His words dripped with blatant mockery, questioning how a man as robust as a boulder could fear a witch, treating her as if she were a representative of demons. Wouldn't it be better to capture more of them at once? Seeing that he had fallen silent, Cheng Yan waved his hand, signaling the guards to escort him away. Carter hesitated, but eventually fell in line beside the fourth prince. The other nobles rose and bowed, yet Cheng Yan caught a glimpse of their undisguised disdain. Upon returning to the palace, situated to the south of the border town, he ordered the guards to prevent the anxious assistant minister from entering the hall, allowing him a moment of respite. For someone who spent 90% of his time interfacing with computers, to perform before an audience so adeptly was already an impressive feat. Cheng Yan located his bedroom according to his memories, resting on the bed for a while until his racing heart calmed. The most pressing concern was to comprehend his predicament as a prince. What was he doing in this desolate land instead of residing in the royal castle? As he pondered, the answer struck him with startling clarity. Roland Wimbledon had come to vie for the throne. The origin of it all lay in the peculiar decree of King Wimbledon III of Greyfort. The right to inherit the kingdom did not belong to the eldest prince, but rather to the most capable ruler. He dispatched his 5 adult children to various territories, intending to determine the heir based on their governance after 5 years. To each their merit, and with gender equality, it sounded like a remarkably progressive idea. However, the reality of its execution was entirely different. Who could guarantee that the 5 would start from equal conditions? This was not a real-time strategy game. As far as he knew, the second prince had received a far superior territory compared to the border town. Indeed, it seemed that among the 5, there was no location worse than this border town, starting off with a significant disadvantage. Cheng Yan sighed. It was clear this was a barbaric and dark feudal era. The indiscriminate hunting of witches was a prime indicator. Being a prince was already a considerable advantage. Moreover, even if he did not ascend to the throne, he remained a blood relative of the king of Greyfort. As long as he survived, being granted a title and land could still make him a lord. But what would becoming king entail? Without the internet or the comforts of modern civilization, would he not end up like the indigenous people, burning witches for amusement and living in a city where filth was carelessly discarded, ultimately succumbing to the ravages of the Black Death? As for the reason behind his transference, Cheng Yan surmised it was likely due to the inhumane pressure from his employer, leading to a fatal incident during an overnight work session. Such tragedies often involve programmers, mechanical engineers, or those in the field of engineering. Nonetheless, no matter how one contemplates, this is at least akin to a second chance at life. One should not indulge in excessive lamentation. In the days to come, he may gradually transform this existence. Yet the immediate priority lies in embodying the role of the fourth prince, ensuring that no one perceives any discrepancies, lest he be unceremoniously bound to the stake as if possessed by a devil. Given this, I must strive to live well. He inhaled deeply and whispered to his reflection, from this moment forth, I shall be Roland. Chapter 2. Witch Anna, Part 1. Driven by an intense desire to survive, Roland forcibly suppressed his fear and discomfort in this unfamiliar environment. He understood all too well that acquiring more information promptly would mitigate his exposure to danger. It appeared that this individual was utterly devoid of prospects for the throne. Perhaps the king of Greycastle was aware of this and had cast him into such a wretched place, believing that even if he indulged in reckless behavior, it would not result in significant damage. His elder brother was formidable in combat, his second brother was cunning, his third sister was deadly, and his fifth sister was exceedingly clever. These were the impressions left by the fourth prince. What could he possibly say? After years of companionship, his final impressions were succinctly encapsulated in a mere handful of words. He remained ignorant of the factions they had cultivated, their capable subordinates, or their respective talents. Having been in the border town for merely 3 months, the local nobility no longer concealed their disdain, revealing that the fourth prince was indeed unfit for leadership. Fortunately, upon departing from the royal city, Wimbledon's third had provided him with both a warrior and a scholar to assist him. Otherwise, his situation would have been dire. The following morning, the maid-teal repeatedly reminded Roland that the minister's assistant wished to see him. It seemed he could no longer delay, recalling the customary practice. He playfully patted the maid's backside and instructed her to inform Barov to await him in the reception room. As he saw Teal exit with a crimson face, he suddenly wondered if farming might come with some sort of system. He yawned and silently chanted the word system several times in his mind, but nothing transpired. Indeed, novels were deceptive. Barov, who had been anxiously awaiting in the reception room, rushed forward upon seeing Roland. Your Highness, why did you not issue the execution order yesterday? He implored. What difference does it make whether it was today or tomorrow? Roland replied, clapping his hands and signaling for breakfast to be served. He settled down to discuss matters leisurely. It appeared his recollections were accurate. The chief knight preferred to confront issues head-on, while the minister's assistant would privately explain matters to him. Nevertheless, he found their loyalty to be reliable, likely due to their allegiance to the king. A delay could attract other witches, Your Highness. Barav exclaimed. This is not trivial. We cannot afford to be reckless. Why are you echoing this sentiment? Roland frowned and inquired. I believed you could distinguish between rumor and fact. Barav looked bewildered. What rumors? The wicked witches, the emissaries of the devil, Roland dismissed casually. Isn't that merely the church's propaganda? If we desire their non-interference, I believe the opposite approach would be more effective. They claim witches are evil. Thus, we shall not hunt them down, but rather proclaim to the populace that these are nothing but the church's vile slanders. Barav was momentarily taken aback. But the witches of Coco are indeed malevolent? Indeed. How so? Roland countered. The minister's assistant fell silent for a moment, seemingly pondering whether the prince was jesting. Your Highness, such matters can be discussed later. I understand your disdain for the church, but this confrontational approach will only backfire. It appeared that altering entrenched beliefs was not an overnight endeavor. Roland smirked but chose not to dwell on the point further. At that moment, breakfast was laid out, a plate of fried bread, a dish of scrambled eggs, and a canister of milk. He filled a cup for the minister's assistant and pushed it toward him. Have you yet dined? Let us speak while we eat. According to the maid, Barav had arrived at the palace at dawn seeking an audience, so he had likely not eaten, although Roland had resolved to initially emulate the fourth prince's methods. He recognized that change must be gradual. The minister's assistant was a suitable target. He thought that if subordinates felt valued, they would be more motivated to serve him. Subjective initiative has always proven to be the most efficient, has it not? Barav accepted the cup, but did not drink. Your Highness, we are in trouble, he said anxiously. 3 days ago, a soldier reported that a suspected witch encampment was discovered in the western forest. They left in haste, leaving no traces behind. The soldiers found this. He produced a coin from his pocket and placed it before Roland. It was not a common currency, at least in Roland's memory, he had never seen such a coin, which did not even resemble a metallic object. As he held it, he was astonished to discover that it was warm to the touch, not merely the residual warmth from Barav's hand, but radiating heat, at least 40 degrees Celsius. Reminiscent of a heat pack. What is this? I initially thought it was merely some wicked artifact crafted by a witch. But the situation is far more serious than I anticipated. Barav wiped his brow. The design depicts the holy mountain and the eye of the devil, the emblem of the witches' alliance. Roland traced his fingers over the coin's uneven surface, speculating that it was likely crafted from ceramic. The center indeed bore a mountain symbol flanked by 3 triangles, with an eye at the triangle center. The outline was exceedingly rough, suggesting it had been hand-carved. Barav did not expect Roland to comprehend its significance, and he continued, Your Highness, you have not encountered a true witch, which is why you regard them with such indifference. Indeed, they can be injured and bleed, and are no more difficult to kill than ordinary people, but that pertains to those who do not resist. Witches summoned by the devil lead exceedingly brief lives, yet they gain terrifying power, making them nearly insurmountable for ordinary folk. Once a witch reaches maturity, even an army will suffer devastating losses. Their desires are almost uncontrollable, ultimately leading them to become the devil's minions. The church has thus formed the Judgment Army, which apprehends and executes any women suspected of becoming witches. The king concurs with this initiative. In fact, these measures have proven effective, and incidents of witchcraft have significantly declined compared to a century ago. The tales of the Holy Mountain, or the gates of hell, originate from ancient texts of that era. As Roland chewed on his bread, he could not suppress a derisive laugh. Although the backdrop of this world diverged greatly from what he knew, the trajectory of historical development was astonishingly similar. The church, once again, was implicated. He had long suspected religion to be the devil's instrument, the true source of malevolence. To execute upon mere suspicion, in the name of God, they amalgamated legislation, capture, judgment, and execution into one, a manifestation of depravity. The prince's memories of the church's abuse of power corroborated his beliefs. Ancient texts recorded that witches could only attain true peace by journeying to the Holy Mountain. There, they would not suffer the backlash of magical forces nor be ensnared by insatiable desires. Undoubtedly, the so-called Holy Mountain was the very source of malevolence, the portal to hell on earth. He mused that only hell would refrain from punishing these fallen beings. And what of the witches' alliance? How does it relate to the Holy Mountain? Barav grimaced. Previously, witches acted independently, whether fleeing or hiding. However, The recent emergence of the alliance is different. It seeks to gather all witches together to collectively search for the Holy Mountain. For this purpose, members of the alliance may even entice others to become witches. Wasn't there a collective disappearance of infant girls in Water's Edge last year? Rumors suggest they were involved. Chapter 3, The Witch Anna, Part 2. Roland swallowed the last piece of fried egg, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and inquired, "So all this time, you were concerned that the Witches' Assistance Society would hear news of her survival and come to rescue her?" "Indeed, Your Highness," Barav replied, his foot tapping anxiously. "They are acting in haste, likely on the move. If that witch were dead, it would be one matter, but she is still alive. Those lunatics would not hesitate to save a fallen comrade, even if it means stealing infants." Roland felt a twinge of confusion. Something seemed amiss. Why did both the assistant minister and the chief knight regard the witch as such a formidable threat? Was the woman slated for execution truly the witch? She appeared so frail that she seemed as if she would collapse at the slightest breeze. If she possessed such dreadful power, why did she simply stand there, awaiting her fate? No, she could not have been apprehended so easily. According to the church, she was the embodiment of the devil. And unless faced with the forces of the Inquisition, a mortal army would pay dearly against a witch. Yet, here was this so-called devil, captured by the townsfolk and tormented before being brought to the gallows, with no trace of her alleged terrifying power in sight. How had she been captured? It was said that during a landslide in the northern mine, she exposed her identity in a bid to escape, only to be seized by enraged villagers. Roland recalled this incident. It had occurred the very day before he crossed over. How did she expose herself? "I'm not entirely sure," the assistant minister shook his head. The situation was chaotic, and someone likely witnessed her using witchcraft. Roland frowned. "Is it not your duty to investigate such matters thoroughly?" "Your Highness, restoring production at the mines is our priority," the assistant minister protested. "Half of the town's revenue relies on iron ore. And the prosecutor has confirmed that someone died at the site due to witchcraft." "What manner of witchcraft?" Roland's interest piqued. It appeared as if they had melted away. Their head and most of their body sprawled on the ground, reminiscent of extinguished black candles, he replied, his face contorted in disgust. "You would not wish to behold such a scene, Your Highness." Roland toyed with the silver fork in his hand, lost in thought. Historically, the majority of victims of witch hunts were innocent, scapegoated by the church and the ignorant populace, while a small fraction brought upon their own demise. These individuals adorned themselves in eccentric attire, tossing an array of peculiar substances into cauldrons, claiming they could predict the future and determine life and death. Some had indeed discerned certain truths, such as utilizing flame-color reactions to assert they had gained divine power. To the modern observer, these were mere chemical tricks. But in that era, they could easily be misconstrued as miraculous phenomena. As for the notion of melting a person, Roland's mind immediately drifted to chromic acid, a laborious concoction that required complete immersion of the body, yielding a decomposition effect far from that of a candle. Other strong acids would prove even less effective. How had this witch accomplished such a feat? If she relied on alchemy, she would be a rare chemist within the territory. If not, Roland resolved firmly. "Take me to see her." "Wait, Your Highness, you intend to visit a witch?" Barav exclaimed, rising abruptly and knocking over a glass of untouched milk. As he reached the door, he hesitated, suddenly remembering, "I've been meaning to ask, why the gallows?" "What do you mean? Why the gallows? Shouldn't witches be bound to a stake and burned?" Barav queried, utterly perplexed. "But she shows no fear of flames. The border town possessed but a single dungeon. The meager land could not sustain many prisoners. Most offenders faced judgment or release within days, or execution. Accompanying the prince to the dungeon were Barav, the chief knight, the jailer, and 2 guards. Such a crude construction naturally lacked proper drainage, the ground soaked in filthy, murky water seeping down the stairs. The witch was confined in the lowest level of the dungeon, where with each descent, the stench in the air grew more pungent. "Your Highness, this is exceedingly dangerous. Even if she is bound by the chains of divine retribution, safety cannot be guaranteed," cautioned Carter Lannis, the chief knight, who had rushed to dissuade the prince upon learning of his intent. And yet, royal orders held no sway over him. He refused to accept any command that disregarded the prince's safety, unwilling to leave his side. Why, with such a strikingly handsome face, did he insist on prattling? Roland longed to silence him. To confront evil directly is to possess the courage to overcome it. I had thought you understood this. To combat malevolence must be tempered with prudence. Recklessness does not equate to bravery. Are you suggesting that one should only seek justice against weaker foes while turning a blind eye to the stronger? No, Your Highness. What I mean is, first afraid of a witch's jailbreak, now fearful of meeting a mere girl. Truly, my chief knight is one of a kind. Though the knight was verbose, he was not adept at argumentation. Faced with Roland's verbal prowess, he found himself at a loss. In the meantime, they had arrived at the dungeon's bottom. This chamber was far smaller than the upper levels, containing only 2 cells. The jailer lit a torch on the wall, dispelling the darkness, allowing Roland to see the witch curled in the corner. It was late autumn, and the dungeon's chill was so severe that one could see their breath. Roland was clad in a woolen coat lined with silk, feeling no discomfort. The witch, however, wore only a single garment, insufficient to cover her entirely. And her exposed arms and feet were frozen, devoid of color. The sudden illumination made her turn her head, her eyes fluttering shut momentarily. But soon, she opened them again to gaze directly at him. Her eyes were a pale blue, tranquil as a lake before a storm. There was no trace of fear on her face, nor anger or hatred. Roland felt an odd illusion, as though he were not gazing upon a fragile girl, but rather an entity consuming flames. For a fleeting moment, he sensed the light of the torches dimming slightly. She struggled to lean against the wall, her movements slow as if she might fall at any moment. Yet, she managed to stand upright and stagger toward the area illuminated by light. Such a simple action caused the onlookers to collectively gasp and step back, except for the knight, who stepped forward to shield Roland. "What is your name?" Roland asked, patting the knight's shoulder, signaling him to ease his tension. Chapter 4. Flame. What truly transpired during the cave-in at the mine? Anna nodded and began her account. Roland felt a twinge of surprise. He had anticipated silence, complaints, or curses from her, yet she merely responded to his inquiries with straightforwardness. The tale was not overly complicated. Anna's father, a miner, was working inside the tunnel when the collapse occurred. Upon receiving the news, Anna immediately joined other miners' families to venture into the mine for rescue. The North Slope mine was rumored to be a nest for subterranean creatures, with its myriad of paths leading in all directions. Lacking unified leadership, the rescuers scattered upon entry, each searching independently. When Anna finally located her father, only their neighbor, Aunt Susan, and Uncle Hank were present. She discovered her father trapped beneath a cart laden with ore, his leg crushed and immobile, while a miner was looting his pockets. When the miner realized he had been caught, he brandished a pickaxe and knocked Uncle Hank to the ground. Just as he was about to strike a fatal blow, Anna preemptively killed him. The couple from next door vowed to keep her secret, and together they rescued Anna's father. However, before dawn the following day, her father, leaning on a crutch, reported to the patrolling guards that his daughter was a witch. Why? Roland could not help but turn to ask at this point. Berev sighed. Perhaps it was for the bounty. Reporting a witch yields a reward of 25 gold dragons. For a man with a broken leg, that amount guarantees him security for the rest of his life. Roland paused, reflecting on the fact that the assailant was a robust adult male. How did you manage to kill him? At that moment, Anna smiled, as if ripples disturbed the surface of a lake, causing the flames of the torch to flicker. It is the devil's power you speak of. Silence, witch. The warden bellowed, yet anyone could discern the tremor in his voice. Is that so? I wish to see it. The fourth prince remained unperturbed. My prince, this is no jest. The chief knight turned, frowning. Stepping out from behind the knight, Roland advanced toward the cage. Those who are afraid may leave. I have not requested your presence here. Do not be alarmed. She is still bound by the divine punishment collar. Berev raised his voice to reassure everyone, as if also comforting himself, asserting that no devil could possibly break the protection of the divine. Standing before the prison bars, Roland and Anna were merely an arm's length apart. He could clearly see her dust-covered, scarred face. Her youthful features indicated she was still a minor. Yet there was not a trace of childishness in her expression. Moreover, even her anger lacked that dissonant quality Roland had only seen on television, an expression of homeless orphans who had endured the ravages of poverty, hunger, and cold during interviews. However, Anna was different. She stood tall, her gaze slightly lifted, meeting the prince's eyes with composure. She was unafraid of death, Roland realized. She awaited it. Is this your first encounter with a witch, my lord? Your curiosity may prove fatal. The light from the cage suddenly dimmed, not an illusion, but as if the flames were being suppressed, dwindling to a mere flicker. He heard hurried breaths and murmurs of prayer behind him, along with the thud of someone stumbling in panic. Roland's heart raced. He sensed himself standing at a peculiar juncture, straddling the line between the world of common knowledge, adhering strictly to its established constants and laws, and an extraordinary realm brimming with mystery and the unknown. He now stood at the threshold of this new world. Was that the divine punishment collar around her neck? Such a rudimentary chain and iron link painted red, suspending a glistening pendant. If not for the fact that the witch's hands were secured tightly behind her back, it seemed one could easily pull it apart. "Come forth," he whispered. "Are you a fraud, an alchemist, or a true witch? If you produce vials and flasks now to concoct caustic acid, I shall be disappointed," he mused. Then Roland heard a crackling sound, the noise of steam expanding as mist rose from the ground, the temperature around them soaring. He watched as flames erupted from beneath her feet, gently caressing the bare skin of her calves, and soon the very ground she stood upon ignited. The torches behind her flared, as if fueled by pure oxygen, bursting forth with blinding brilliance. The entire cell was momentarily illuminated as if it were daylight, accompanied by the panicked screams of onlookers. The witch stepped forward, the flames dancing in rhythm with her movements. As she approached the prison bars, dozens of iron rods transformed into pillars of fire. She was unafraid of the flames. Roland recalled the assistant minister's words. At that moment, he grasped the profound meaning behind them. She was fire itself. How could she possibly fear her own essence? Before long, the iron bars shifted from deep red to bright yellow, beginning to melt and warp. This indicated they had been heated beyond 1500 degrees, a feat accomplished without any insulating measures, far surpassing Roland's expectations. Like the others, he had retreated from the cell, pressing himself against the farthest stone wall. Failure to do so would expose them to the intense heat of molten iron, which could ignite their clothing. Just like Anna, whose prison garb had already disintegrated into ash, her body engulfed by the roaring flames. Time lost meaning as the flames finally receded. Apart from Roland and the knight, all others lay prostrate on the ground, the warden having soiled himself in terror. Naked and unchained, Anna stood outside the cell. The shackles that had confined her arms vanished. She made no effort to conceal her body, her hands naturally resting at her sides, her azure eyes regaining their previous tranquility. "I have satisfied your curiosity, my lord," she said. "May I now meet my demise?" "No." Roland stepped forward, draping his coat around her shoulders, speaking in the gentlest tone he could muster. "Miss Anna, I wish to employ you." Chapter 5. Reasons. The second law of thermodynamics states that it is impossible to transfer heat from a colder body to a hotter body without producing other effects, or to extract heat from a single heat source and convert it entirely into useful work without generating other effects. Additionally, the incremental change in entropy during irreversible thermodynamic processes is always greater than zero. Roland meticulously transcribed this law onto a piece of paper using the local script. At first glance, it resembled a script of squiggly worms, and he found it quite perplexing how the locals managed to learn such an intricate form of writing. If one were to inquire which of the numerous physical laws seemed the most mundane, Roland would undoubtedly choose the second law of thermodynamics. It conveys the notion that in this world, heat perpetually flows from high to low, disorder supplants order, and entropy is ever increasing. Ultimately, all will succumb to nothingness, and the universe shall descend into a profound silence. Yet this world has liberated itself from the burden of entropy. Magic can manifest from nothingness, a feat far more remarkable than the invention of a perpetual motion machine. The power of demons? Roland scoffed at such notions. They failed to grasp the essence of that power, which, on a grand scale, could even alter the cosmos. Of course, for now, he could begin by transforming the border town. Humming a little tune, Roland tore the paper from its place and cast it into the fireplace, watching it turn to ashes in the flames, relishing the sensation of obliterating the confines of his prison. The minister's assistant looked on in bewilderment at the fourth prince's inexplicable actions, but he was accustomed to such eccentricities. He could tell the prince was in good spirits. "It has been taken care of. The witch was hanged at noon," Berev reported. "Well, I trust no one noticed anything amiss?" Roland replied, tapping his pen lightly, knowing they were all masked, to prevent the church and the witch's coven from tracing the matter back to him. Roland instructed the warden to find a similarly built death row inmate to substitute for Anna, and aside from the chief knight and the minister's assistant, he generously rewarded everyone else with 20 golden dragons as hush money. This was a significant sum for them. Berev had suggested silencing the witnesses permanently, but Roland swiftly dismissed the idea. He understood these secrets would not remain hidden for long. However, he preferred to let the news spread eventually, just not at this moment. It was only a matter of time before he would confront the church, as no one could tolerate the fools squandering resources. What would the other witches think when they learned that a small town on the kingdom's border allowed them to live freely, even offering them generous treatment? Regardless of the era, talent is always paramount. "Very well," Roland commanded. "Next, I want a comprehensive summary of the annual trade, taxes, and necessary expenditures in the border town." as well as an inventory of the workshops in the city, ironworks, textiles, pottery, and the like. Compile their quantities and scales. Organizing these records would take 3 days. But Berov nodded and then appeared hesitant, as if he had more to say. Is there something else? Roland sensed the moment had come to test Berov's verbal acuity. He knew the assistant would have questions about the previous day's events. After all, despite his frivolity, he was not devoid of intellect. Concealing a witch was, in the minister's assistant's eyes, tantamount to waging war against the world. Your Highness, I do not understand. Berov carefully chose his words. In the past, you have acted recklessly. But those were harmless antics. Why risk so much to save a witch? While hunting them down is a decree of the church, your father, His Majesty, King Wimbledon, also supports this. Roland pondered for a moment before retorting, do you consider the border town a desirable place? It is quite dreadful. Compared to Goldspike City and Waterside Port. What chance do I have against my siblings? Almost none. Thus, I must adopt a different approach, Roland replied, maintaining a stoic expression as he watched Berov gradually ensnare himself in the trap he had laid, a method that would leave a lasting impression on his father. He chose to frame the eternal conflict between secular royal authority and ecclesiastical power as his entry point. The church's growing influence was already a thorn in King Wimbledon's side. The church proclaimed that the world operated according to divine will, with the Pope as God's representative. Should the people discover that his proclamations were not the absolute truth, the church's dominion would be significantly undermined. To assert, witches are not evil, and I wish to save them, would hardly convince Berov, but to state, witches are not evil, I can use this to challenge the church, would effortlessly guide him to the conclusion Roland had anticipated. No matter how prosperously my siblings govern their territories, they merely serve as the church's pawns. They have been vigorously promoting the divine right of kings, if only those crowned by the Pope can be deemed legitimate monarchs. Are we truly the rulers of this land? Roland paused, allowing his words to resonate. And my father can see in me the hope for a kingdom unshackled by the church, where the royal family retains all power. His choice became clear. Replacing enemies of the world with enemies of the church made the notion far more palatable, especially since Berov himself stood on the side of royalty. Furthermore, should he realize that these individuals with extraordinary abilities could be the key to undermining the church, the decree for their extermination would be nothing more than a farce. On one side lay impossibility, and on the other, a glimmer of possibility. Do you believe I am unworthy of taking this risk? Roland fixed his gaze upon the minister's assistant, enunciating each word with precision. Do not doubt my decision, Berov. You have served as an assistant minister for 20 years, correct? If I become Wimbledon IV, that title of assistant may very well be stripped from you. Or perhaps you could aspire to a higher position, such as the king's hand? Watching Berov depart, Roland exhaled softly, sensing relief wash over him. It was evident that Berov did not place much stock in his promise, which was entirely reasonable. Even Roland himself had never believed that this recently concocted audacious plan could come to fruition. Yet, that mattered little. The key was to make Berov believe he was genuinely a reckless noble, with a simplistic scheme that not only aligned with the fourth prince's disdain for the church, but also paved the way for future recruitment of more witches. As for his true intentions, even if they were to discover them, they would be incapable of comprehending their depth. Call in the maid. I wish to speak with Miss Anna, he said, invigorated by the prospect of addressing pressing matters. Chapter 6, Training, Part 1, in the castle's garden. An additional shed had been erected, surrounded by wooden boards, leaving only 2 holes for windows. At the center of the shed was a square pool built from blue bricks, measuring approximately 3 meters in length and width, filled with yellow earth. When mixed with an appropriate amount of water, it became not only difficult to ignite but also possessed a certain malleability, allowing one to carve out ideal shapes with a small shovel. On top of the yellow earth lay several iron ingots, which Carter Lannis had dragged from the blacksmith shop. Next to the pool was a well, which Roland had deemed an advantageous feature for the placement of the shed. However, as a laboratory, it still felt rather rudimentary. He shook his head. Something hastily assembled in a single night could hardly be considered ideal. The formal workshop would only be established after Berov had gathered the necessary materials and chosen a suitable location. How did you sleep last night? He turned to Anna, who appeared somewhat bewildered, and asked with a smile. The witch now bore little resemblance to her former self in the dungeon. After a thorough cleansing, her flaxen hair cascaded elegantly, gleaming with luster. Though her skin lacked any pampering, her youthfulness shone through, and the faint freckles on her nose added a touch of vitality. Her figure remained slender, delicate enough to seem as if a mere push could topple her, yet her cheeks had taken on a rosy hue, and the bruises and marks on her neck had faded significantly since the previous day. Roland suspected that the magical force, in addition to granting the witch extraordinary powers, had also enhanced her physical condition. At least in terms of recuperation, Anna was far swifter than an ordinary person. After everything you've endured, you should have had more time to rest, but time is of the essence. I can only make it up to you later, Roland said, circling around the girl. Does this outfit still fit you? The attire Anna wore was meticulously selected from various options to satisfy his peculiar tastes. The ironworker's heavy protective gear was ill-suited for her, while the mage robes from the game, despite their grandeur, severely limited movement. The fully enveloping hymns easily caught sparks and could be reduced to ashes. As for the maid's outfit, was there anything more fitting? Even if true maid uniforms had yet to emerge in this world, it was not a significant issue. The attire of a handmaiden already bore the nascent form of modern maid outfits. Consequently, Roland instructed Teal to tailor a set of his clothing to Anna's measurements, shortening the hem, converting long sleeves to short, altering the round collar to a folded one, and finishing it off with a bow. Thus, the new witch uniform was born, paired with a custom-made pointed witch hat, ready-made black knee-high boots, and a bespoke short cloak. A character previously seen only in films now stood vivaciously before Roland. Your Highness, what do you require of me? Anna found herself struggling to comprehend the intentions of this prominent figure, feeling as though she were losing her capacity for thought. When she had been dragged away in a bag from the dungeon, she had assumed her cursed life was nearing its end. Yet, upon removing the hood, she discovered not a gallows or a guillotine, but a lavish grand room. Soon after, a multitude of people flooded in, assisting her with undressing and bathing. From her armpits to her toes, not a spot was left untouched. Then came the dressing, and she was taken aback to find that someone would attend to her in such a manner. She had not anticipated that clothing could be so comfortable, soft against her skin, leaving no sensation of friction. Finally, an elderly man with graying whiskers entered, commanding everyone to withdraw before placing a contract before her. In that moment, she realized that it was indeed the fourth prince of the kingdom who had spoken of employing her while she was in the dungeon, and the offer was no jest. The contract clearly stated that should she serve the prince, she would receive a monthly salary of 1 gold dragon. Anna understood the significance of a gold dragon. Her father worked tirelessly in the mines, with wages determined by the volume of ore extracted. During the best of seasons, he earned no more than a silver wolf. 100 silver wolves could be exchanged for a single gold dragon, and that was contingent upon the silver wolves being of sufficient quality. What, then, would her duties entail? Would she merely be required to share the prince's bed? During her bath, she had indeed overheard the maids whispering about such matters, but she did not believe herself worthy of such a price. Corrupted by demonic blood, a fallen one, anyone who learned of her true identity would undoubtedly shun her. Even if the prince were endowed with insatiable curiosity and fearless of demons, he need not compensate her in any manner. That night, no one came to seek her out, and she fell asleep in what was the softest bed she had ever experienced, sinking into slumber the moment she lay down. When she awoke the next day, it was already noon, and a meal had been delivered to her room: bread, cheese, and a steak. She had resolved to end her life, to abandon all hope. What reminiscence could she possibly hold for this world? Yet, as she savored the steak, tears involuntarily streamed down her cheeks. The juices and pepper melted in her mouth, a rich and fragrant assault on her palate, lingering even after she swallowed. Suddenly, she felt that there remained a glimmer of beauty in this world. If she could indulge in such cuisine daily, perhaps even while corrupted by evil, she would possess greater courage to resist. Standing in this wooden shed, which bore no resemblance to either a chamber or a prison, she quietly resolved to embrace the situation. Since the prince required her assistance, she was willing to don such peculiar attire and summon that incredible power. Thus, she repeated her inquiry, this time without hesitation. Your Highness, what do you need from me? For now, you must learn to control your power, practicing it repeatedly until you can wield it with ease. You mean the power of demons? No, Miss Anna. Roland interrupted. It is your power. The witch blinked her beautiful blue eyes. Most people harbor prejudices against you, believing that a witch's power stems from demons and is inherently malevolent. They are mistaken, Roland said, crouching to meet her gaze. You do not believe that either, do you? He recalled Anna's soft laughter in the dungeon. How could one who perceived themselves as evil produce such a sarcastic sound? I have never used it to harm anyone, she murmured, except for that brigand. Resisting harm is not a fault. You acted rightly. People fear you because they do not understand you. They know that rigorous training can forge a strong warrior, yet they do not know how to become a witch. The unknown power always incites fear. You are not afraid at all, Anna remarked. Because I know it belongs to you, Roland chuckled. If that brigand possessed such remarkable power, I would not dare stand before him. Very well, let us begin, he said. Chapter 7. Training Part 2. Flames flickered beneath her feet, only to quickly dissipate. This was the 23rd attempt, and once again, she had failed. Beads of sweat formed on Anna's forehead, and she wiped them away with the back of her hand, causing a rush of heat to rise and sizzle around her. Without a moment's pause, she commenced her next practice. The witch's attire lay neatly folded to the side. Had she not insisted on this from the very beginning, it would have long been reduced to ashes in the flames. Fortunately, Roland, as the fourth prince, could easily procure several spare outfits. He had Teal deliver an entire barrel of robes, hastily gathered from the handmaidens. At last, the 24th attempt bore fruit. The flames no longer erupted from her feet but materialized in the palm of her hand. She cautiously raised her arm, attempting to transfer it to her fingertips. But the flicker wavered and suddenly shot up her arm, igniting her sleeve and consuming the robe in its fiery embrace. Anna extinguished the flames, her expression impassive as she tore away the charred fabric and turned to rummage for a new one. During these moments, Roland would avert his gaze, choosing to focus on anything else, though he knew she hardly cared. In truth, had he not strongly insisted, she might have practiced in the nude. However, that would have rendered it impossible for him to watch calmly, as the sight of a young girl, especially one transformed into flames, held a peculiar allure. After her 30th failure, Roland called a halt to her efforts. Let us take a break. Anna stared at him blankly, unresponsive. Roland approached, took her hand, and guided her to a chair, compelling her to sit. You are fatigued. When tired, one must rest. There is no need to overexert yourself. Our time is ample. He gently wiped the sweat from her brow. Let us enjoy some afternoon tea. Roland was aware that the nobility of Greycastle had no custom of afternoon tea. The productivity of this world was so meager that people rarely had leisure to savor exquisite meals. 3 meals a day were not even commonplace, let alone 4. As for the idle scions, they typically congregated in taverns or gambling dens at this hour. Lacking this custom, he decided to create one. The pastries were readily available, and though there was no tea, ale could serve as a substitute. Knowing they were headed to a remote border town, the fourth prince had brought along his handmaidens, servants, and chefs. Thus, in a makeshift wooden pavilion in the castle's rear garden, the inaugural afternoon tea was convened. Anna gazed at the exquisite array of pastries, scarcely believing her eyes. How could edible delights be crafted with such beauty? Though she could not name the specific confections. The pure white exteriors paired with vibrant red fruits stimulated her appetite, especially as delicate patterns adorned the pastry surfaces, leaving a profound impression on her worldview. Roland watched with amusement as Anna's bewilderment unfolded before him. It's merely strawberry cream cake, he mused, bemused by her astonishment. And the strawberries are candied, no longer fresh. More entertaining than indulging in food was the spectacle of the witch's expressions. Roland observed as she gingerly placed a piece of cake into her mouth, her blue eyes nearly sparkling, her hair swaying. A sudden illusion washed over him, reminiscent of watching a culinary animation. Dishes that do not shine are not worthy, he thought, finding a certain delight in this role-playing aspect of their relationship. Thus, watching Anna practice and sharing afternoon tea became a daily routine for Roland, while he entrusted the management of state affairs to Barov, who would keep everything in order. 3 days later, Barov presented the organized reports on the border town to Roland's office. This was an event previously deemed inconceivable. The fourth prince, displaying such patience for a mountain of tedious documents, was remarkable. In truth, he still lacked the patience. After reading only 2 lines, he felt dizzy and told Barov, "Please read it to me." After an hour of listening to the aide's report, he detected something amiss. Why did the border town's tax revenue and trade yield 0 every winter? While lower temperatures and reduced harvests in winter were understandable, a complete nullification raised questions. Did the local populace hibernate? Barov cleared his throat. Your Highness, have you forgotten? Winter is the month of evil. The border town has no defensive capability, and all residents must migrate to Longsong Fortress. But rest assured, your safety is our utmost priority. During his studies at court, the history tutor had elaborated on the month of evil. After the first snowfall of winter each year, the sun would dim, and the gates of hell in the Dragon Ridge Mountains would swing open. Have you seen them? The gates of hell? Roland inquired. Your Highness, how could an ordinary person possibly witness such a thing? Barov shook his head vigorously, not to mention the impossibility of crossing the Dragon Ridge. Even approaching the mountains would subject one to malevolent influences, resulting in severe headaches or, worse, madness. Unless what? Unless that individual is a witch. Only witches can perceive the gates of hell. as they have already succumbed to the clutches of demons and are thus unaffected by the dark energies. At this, Bear glanced towards the rear garden. And the vile beasts? Surely you have encountered them? Roland rapped the table, displeased. I have not. Like your highness. It is my first time in the borderlands. In the heart of the kingdom, in Greycastle, few ever encounter true evil. How can a place develop if it migrates once a year? He had initially believed the border town merely lacked fertile land. But now it seemed to be a gaping pit. Longsong Fortress could withstand the vile beasts, indicating they were not invincible. Then why can we not vanquish them in the border town? Longsong Fortress boasts formidable walls and is garrisoned by the elite forces of Duke Ryan. It is not comparable to a small place like the border town, Bear explained. From the outset, the purpose of establishing the border town was to provide early warning for the fortress, situated between North Slope Ridge and the Red River. It serves as a buffer. Much like cannon fodder, placed in the enemy's path, Roland scoffed. Chapter 8. The Cursed Moon, Part 1. To truly thrive, one must establish roots in this land. If the soil is poor, it can be cultivated. If the territory is too small, it can be expanded. However, if the people leave, all efforts become mere empty talk. If a territory is at risk of abandonment at any moment, who would be willing to invest in it? Who would feel secure enough to produce? After the assistant to the minister took his leave, Roland summoned Carter Lannis, his chief knight. Take your men and seek out some local guards, hunters, or farmers who have resided here for over 5 years and have experienced the cursed moon. It would be ideal if any have fought against the fiends. The knight bowed and departed. Roland rubbed his forehead, continuing to peruse the compiled materials. The primary outputs of the border town were minerals and animal pelts. While the major import was food, all transported via the Redwater River directly to Longsong Fortress or Willowleaf Town. The minerals included a variety of ores: iron, copper, sulfur, crystal, rubies, and sapphires, far exceeding the concept of mere byproducts. He recalled Anna mentioning that the North Slope mining area was rumored to have once been the lair of unknown subterranean beasts, and the depths of the mines remained largely uncharted. Turning to the section on food supplies, Roland frowned. Most of the ores were sold to Longsong Fortress, but they were not paid for with the kingdom's gold dragons. Instead, food was used as barter. Logically, gemstones should be considered luxury items, yet after several years of trade, the border town had neither saved much surplus grain nor enjoyed prosperous fiscal returns. In other words, the annual output from the mines provided barely enough sustenance for the 2,000 residents. Considering that the lord of this land was originally from the Duke of Longsong's lineage before the prince's arrival, the self-sufficiency was somewhat understandable. After all, in their view, any surplus grain would merely benefit the fiends. The fur trade, however, was a source of income for the locals themselves. They ventured west into the mysterious forest, hunting various birds and beasts, selling them either to the purchasers at Longsong Fortress or to the residents of Willowleaf Town. The border town imposed no taxes on this trade, as it was beyond regulation. Roland contemplated that, since he was now in charge, the mineral outputs could no longer be exchanged for food. The branches of the Redwater River nearly traversed the entire kingdom, making transportation relatively accessible. With this transportation artery, even if Longsong Fortress ceased its food supplies, he could procure it from elsewhere. The crucial factor was his ability to fend off those damned creatures here in the border town. Carter acted swiftly, returning the next day with 2 guards and a local hunter. These 2 were the patrol leaders of the border town, responsible for lighting the signal fires each year. The hunter claimed to have engaged with the fiends and had personally severed the head of one. The 3 men bowed in unison. Roland nodded and instructed them to step aside, allowing each to come forward in turn. While the other guard appeared nervous, he managed to speak without stuttering. Your Highness, it should be manageable. They were once merely ordinary animals of the forest, albeit now corrupted and turned feral by the essence of hell, yet they can still be slain. After each cursed moon, Longsong Fortress dispatched cavalry to clear the remnants of the fiends along the road to the border town. How long does the cursed moon last? Roland inquired. Typically, it lasts between 2 to 3 months, depending on the sun, Brian responded. Depends on the sun? Roland asked, puzzled. Yes, the guard explained. Your Highness, you are new to this land, so you may not know. Once it snows in the border town, it will not cease until the sun regains its brilliance, at which point the snow will melt. The longest cursed moon I experienced was 2 years ago, lasting nearly 4 months, during which many did not survive. Why does Longsong Fortress not have at least a month's worth of food reserves? Roland questioned. Brian's complexion paled slightly. They do have some. However, the municipal officer in charge of supplies, Farino, stated that our autumn mineral yield was only sufficient to purchase 3 months' worth of food. We would have to wait for the new batch of minerals before the 4th month's provisions could be distributed. But with the cursed moon still ongoing, we cannot leave the fortress. Now I see, Roland mused. They are foolishly severing their ties with the people. If Longsong Fortress treated these border inhabitants with warmth, it would be difficult to keep them. Yet it seems those who cower behind the walls are not worthy of admiration either. With a stoic expression, he beckoned the last individual forward to speak, mentally noting the name. The third individual was robust and nearly 6 feet tall when standing straight, imposing an undeniable pressure on Roland. Fortunately, upon stepping forward, he knelt on one knee. You claim to have slain fiends? Roland queried. Yes, Your Highness, he replied in a deep, raspy voice. One was a wild boar type, and the other a wolf type. Type? Roland echoed, intrigued. What do you mean? This is the term we use for the fiends, Your Highness. The fiercer the animal before mutation, the more formidable it becomes afterward. They amplify their inherent advantages. For instance, the wild boar type has an exceptionally tough hide, making it nearly impossible to penetrate even from 50 meters away with a crossbow. The wolf type is more cunning. Possessing astonishing speed, one must set traps in advance to kill it. The strong grow stronger, and the swift grow swifter, Roland acknowledged. Yet they remain animals. Indeed, they are not the most fearsome enemies, the hunter continued, swallowing hard. The most terrifying are the hybrids. They are the very embodiment of demons, creatures only hell could spawn. I once encountered a hybrid. Not only did it possess the powerful physique of a beast, but it also had enormous wings that allowed for short flights. It seemed to know my whereabouts, relentlessly chasing me no matter how I concealed myself. It was not hunting me, Your Highness, it was merely toying with its prey. The hunter lifted his garment to reveal a massive scar stretching from his abdomen to his chest. I jumped into the Redwater River before losing consciousness. That is how I survived. Such monsters exist? Roland marveled at how fantastical this world had become. A sturdy wall could fend off all ordinary fiend types. But what are those that could fly? Surely hybrids must be rare? Chapter 9. The Evil Moon, Part 2. Not many, Your Highness. During the Evil Moon, only 2 or 3 such beasts appear. Otherwise, the Longsong Fortress would face grave troubles. Excellent observation. Roland commanded the hunter to rise. What is your name? You do not appear to be from Grey Fortress. I possess half Moggan blood. The townsfolk call me Iron Axe. However, that is not the crux of the matter. The border town does not concern itself with lineage. Roland clapped his hands. That will be all for today. Carter, reward them each with 10 silver wolves and escort them down. Thank you for your generosity, Your Highness, the 3 replied in unison. Roland remained noncommittal. What do you think? This is absolutely unfeasible, Your Highness, the knight exclaimed. According to the hunter, merely contending with the wild boar variety of evil beasts is quite daunting. The crossbow cannot penetrate from 50 paces. One must wait until 40 or 30 paces to shoot. Only the elite soldiers of the fortress can achieve that. Moreover, with their overwhelming numbers, without sturdy walls to rely upon, if we solely depend on local guards, we might suffer casualties exceeding 10%, leading to a rout. You said the same before meeting the witch. Must we not consider the brighter side of things? Roland sighed. Though this witch is malevolent, Miss Anna does not seem so. As your knight, I must adhere to the truth. Indeed, but what if I were to grant you a wall? What? Carter doubted his hearing for a moment. I shall provide you with a wall, situated between the base of the north slope and the Red River, Roland enunciated deliberately. Though not as grand as the walls of Grey Fortress, it should suffice to deter the otherworldly beasts. Your Highness, are you fully aware of what you are proposing? The knight laughed in disbelief, exasperation evident in his tone. There must be limits to such foolishness. If, in the end, you do not depart, I can only beg your forgiveness for my rudeness. There are still 3 months, are there not? I have reviewed past records. The first snowfall here typically arrives at the end of February. 3 years would not suffice. Constructing a wall requires a vast labor force. Starting from the foundation with mixed soil, each 1 to 2 feet must be compacted. Otherwise, it risks collapsing under its own weight. This is the simplest method of erecting an earthen wall. Carter shook his head vigorously. A stone wall would be even slower, necessitating hundreds of stonemasons to square the stones before stacking them one by one. Your Highness, every wall is built in this manner. There are no exceptions. To see a city rise overnight is a tale reserved for myths. Roland gestured for him to cease. I understand. There is no need to hasten to conclusions. If, when the time comes, there is no reliable wall, I shall retreat with you to Longsong Fortress. I have no intention of perishing in this forsaken place. The knight knelt on one knee. I shall vow to protect you with my life. In the castle garden, Roland took a sip of bitter ale, watching Anna, who was engrossed in devouring cream pastries, his spirits lifting considerably. He had resolved to halt the evil beasts at the border town. If even the stronghold could not be defended, what hope was there for cultivating the land? To erect a wall linking the North Slope and the Red River within 3 months, a pragmatic approach and groundbreaking technology were imperative. Roland was not merely indulging in whimsy. He had surveyed the vicinity of the border town, albeit not in person, and vivid images remained in his memory. The closest point between the North Slope and the Red River was merely 600 meters, an almost natural pass. The North Slope mine, due to years of excavation, was surrounded by heaps of rubble extracted from the tunnels. These fragments were grayish-white, rich in calcium carbonate, and when ground, could serve as limestone. And with limestone, one essentially had cement. Indeed, this hydraulic material, which revolutionized human construction, was abundantly sourced and easily prepared, one of the true tools for agricultural advancement. Roland calculated in his mind that producing concrete was out of the question. It was not a matter of technical capability, but rather the sheer quantity of cement required, which he could not guarantee to produce within 3 months. Furthermore, concrete, being brittle, required reinforcement with steel to attain its full potential. Thus, constructing a concrete wall was evidently unrealistic. The direction had been established, yet the execution would likely demand his personal involvement, Roland mused. Whether it was producing cement or erecting stone walls, these were entirely new concepts. No one but himself had witnessed or understood how to accomplish these tasks. The next 3 months promised to be exceptionally busy. Look, a clear voice chimed from behind. Roland turned to see a small flame flickering to life in Anna's palm. Despite the absence of wind, the flame danced as if acknowledging her presence. She wiggled her fingers, and the flame moved slowly towards her fingertip, ultimately settling atop her index finger, calming itself. You did it. An astonishing spectacle, Roland marveled inwardly. This was neither an illusion of magic nor a mere chemical trick. It was a genuine manifestation of supernatural power. Yet what captivated Roland even more than the flame was Anna's expression. She was fixated on her fingertip, her eyes like clear lakes reflecting the dancing flame, akin to a spirit ensconced within a sapphire. The torment of her imprisonment had faded, and though she still seldom smiled, her face no longer bore an expression of lifelessness. The delicate tip of her nose glistened with beads of sweat, and her complexion radiated vitality, evoking joy even in the onlooker's heart. What is it? Oh, nothing. Roland realized he had been staring too long and shifted his gaze, clearing his throat. Now, let us attempt to use it to melt iron blocks. Over the past few days, aside from eating and sleeping, she had diligently practiced in the shed. Her dedication rendering Roland somewhat ashamed. He had never exerted such effort even in the face of crucial examinations. It seemed that before long, she would master this power. Roland thought. This would, in turn, allow him to advance the new project he had long envisioned. Chapter 10. The Mason. The weather this week has been rather dismal, with a perpetual gray haze hanging overhead, mirroring the depths of despair in Karl Vambert's heart. As he strolled along the damp cobblestone streets, passers-by occasionally greeted him. In this small town, Karl managed an academy, distinct from the exclusive institutions frequented by the aristocratic youth of Greycastle. His teachings were accessible to the children of ordinary citizens. Consequently, he enjoyed considerable esteem in this border town. Good morning, Mr. Vambert. Sir, how has my son been faring? When you have the time, Karl, let us go fishing. Since witnessing Anna's execution, a fissure had formed in his perception of the world, or rather, it had existed since his departure from Greycastle, though he had stubbornly chosen to ignore it. He busied himself with work to numb his senses, and the innocent smiles of his students somewhat masked the growing chasm within him. It was only after Anna's death that he realized the world remained unchanged. That rift had not only persisted but had widened. Karl's memories of Anna were frozen in time from 6 months prior. Among the 30 children in his academy, she was unremarkable in appearance, quiet in demeanor, yet she possessed an unmistakable fervor for knowledge. No matter the subject, be it literature or history, she was always the first to grasp it. Even the dry and tedious history of religious evolution captivated her, as she could spend an entire day engrossed in a book. He had witnessed her gently tending to a neighbor's lamb under the sun, brushing its wool with the tenderness one might afford an infant. That image remained etched in his mind. Her sweet, joyful smile could never be associated with malevolence. Tragedy struck when a fire ravaged their neighborhood, claiming Anna's mother, after which Anna ceased attending the academy. It was only a week ago that she was branded a witch and hanged in the town square. Tempted by the devil? An impure soul? A wicked one? Such accusations were absurd. For the first time, doubt crept into Carl's heart regarding the church's teachings and the very knowledge he imparted. Whether Anna was indeed a witch, he could not ascertain, but the term evil was utterly unbefitting of her. If a young girl, innocent and filled with curiosity about the world, could be labeled as wicked, then surely the officials of Greycastle were demons from the depths of hell. For a handful of gold coins, they had deliberately substituted inferior stone, leading to the collapse of the new theater mid-construction, resulting in the deaths of over 30 members of the Masons' Guild. Yet, had any of them faced the gallows? Not a single one. The judge ultimately condemned the guild's leader for mismanagement, sentencing him to exile and dissolving the guild altogether. To evade the fallout, Carl, aware of the truth, fled Greycastle with his family, journeying westward until they reached this border town. Here, he established an academy, attracting numerous students and forging new friendships. But the crimes perpetrated in Greycastle remained indelibly imprinted in his mind. Now, he once again felt the world's mockery. What truly constituted evil? And could the gods above truly see clearly? The final straw for Carl was Nana Virginia. Her face was perpetually adorned with a smile, seemingly her natural state. The harsh realities of this tragic world appeared to elude her. At least within the confines of the academy, she could continue to radiate joy. Carl even found himself curious if she had ever cried since her birth. It was only 2 days ago that Nana Va approached him with a mournful expression, asking, "Teacher, will I be hanged like Anna?" It was then he learned that his student, Nana Va Payne, had also been accused of witchcraft. "Ah, is that not Mr. Vanbert? Come here and help us read this." Carl felt a tug at his sleeve. Looking up, he realized he had unwittingly wandered to the town square. A crowd had gathered around the bulletin board, clamoring about something, and upon hearing his name, they parted to allow him passage. "You've come at just the right time, sir. Please, lend us your insight." Under normal circumstances, he would have smiled and nodded, happily elucidating the contents of the bulletin to the eager crowd. Yet now, he found himself unable. Their smiles and enthusiasm, though genuine, felt more unbearable than a mask of false cheer. The announcement of Anna's execution was similarly posted there, and the townsfolk discussed it with alarming excitement. In a sense, they were all complicit in her death, he thought bitterly. Their ignorance and folly had contributed to her demise. Struggling to suppress his emotions, Carl inhaled deeply and approached the bulletin board. "The prince is calling for laborers to construct the border town. Various positions are available," he read aloud. Yet, how could he, one of the guilty, blame them? Was he not the very one who had taught them that witches were evil? A bitter taste filled his mouth as he reflected. "Look at the nonsense I've taught the children, reciting the church's doctrines as if they were gospel, believing I was doing well. Damn it. Stone workers needed. Males aged 20 to 40, strong and sturdy. Daily wage, 25 copper eagles. Bricklayers, all genders, 18 and above, with masonry experience. Daily wage, 45 copper eagles. Laborers, males, 18 and above. Daily wage, 12 copper eagles." But what could he do? Should he take Nana Va and flee the border town? He had his family to consider. They had endured so much in their journey from Greycastle, and just as life seemed to improve, they would be forced to leave again. Moreover, Nana Va hailed from a well-off family. Could she endure a life of instability? Stone masons, all genders, all ages, anyone involved in municipal construction, forts, or works may apply. The town hall is recruiting long-term, with a monthly salary of 1 gold dragon. Additional terms, experienced and outstanding candidates may be granted official positions. As he finished reading, the crowd had begun to chatter excitedly. A monthly salary of 1 gold dragon. That rivals the cavalry at Longsong Fortress. But can you even do it? You can't even build a latrine. Don't just focus on that. The earlier positions aren't bad either. If paid daily, it amounts to nearly the same as hunting. Indeed. Hunting carries its own risks. The hidden forest is no place for the unprepared. Does the prince not realize that the month of evil is fast approaching? Whatever he wishes to build, now is not the time to commence. It seemed that His Highness Wimbledon's understanding of construction was lacking. Suddenly, a thought struck Carl. Perhaps he could draw attention to himself through the Masons' Guild's name and meet the prince, the highest authority in the border town. This notion made Carl swallow hard. To convince the prince that witches were not evil? Rumor had it that the prince possessed unconventional ideas, was unlike others, and harbored a deep disdain for the church. Perhaps it could work, he mused, despite the fact that it was Prince Roland who had ultimately ordered Anna's execution. It was evident he did so unwillingly. The prince was but a little over 20. He might find it easier to comprehend how young girls, still in their formative years, could not suddenly transform into irredeemable villains. Of course, there was also the risk that he could be perceived as an accomplice to the witches, destined for the gallows himself. The church's laws were explicit. Anyone who sheltered a witch or pleaded for one would be deemed a wicked heretic. He could only hope that the prince, who loathed the church, would likewise dismiss its laws as mere scraps of paper. Karl prayed silently, though he knew not to which deity he should direct his supplications. He closed his eyes, seeking blessings for Anna, for Nana Va, and for the fissure within his heart not to widen further. He resolved to take this risk. Chapter 11. The third princess. The sea breeze had grown colder as Garcia Wimbledon gazed out at the seemingly endless ocean, her hair tousled by the wind. With a hint of regret, she remarked, 2 months and 4 days. The man beside her replied without hesitation that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, they would arrive at Crystal Harbor in 3 days. Garcia laughed heartily, hoping they would bring her ample surprises. Farron Coben observed the spirited woman before him, feeling a deep sense of admiration. Her long gray hair shimmered with silver under the autumn sun, and her light green eyes, elongated at the corners, exuded an indescribable intensity when fixed on someone. Having spent considerable time by the sea, her skin bore a slightly rough texture, lacking the porcelain smoothness of other noble women. Yet Farron found no fault in her appearance. In his eyes, Garcia possessed a charisma that rendered any conventional beauty pale in comparison. Unlike the foolish offspring of inbreeding in Greycastle, the third princess was a true genius. She embodied noble intelligence and pride, yet, unlike the aristocracy, she did not confine herself to tradition. In this respect, she resembled the common folk, brimming with a desire to break free from monotony, exhibiting a spirit of adventure. Of course, no commoner could possess her level of insight and vision. Even dukes and princes appeared short-sighted in her presence. To invest all of Crystal Harbor's trade revenues into building a fleet, leaving not a single coin in her treasury, was a feat beyond the grasp of those miserly guardians of wealth. In contrast to those royals who spent their days tallying their accumulating fortunes, Farron believed this was the true essence of leadership. Thus, he resolutely followed Garcia to Crystal Harbor. Upon arriving, Farron discovered that the third princess was engaged in far more than he had anticipated. She not only had a vision, but also took decisive action. Centered around this core idea, she devised the Black Sail Plan and proceeded to implement it systematically. 5 years prior, her influence had already infiltrated Crystal Harbor, preparing to establish the Black Sail Fleet, long before Wimbledon's third had ever hinted at a royal decree. In other words, she had been ahead of all the heirs. Now, after 5 years of diligent management, the trade at Crystal Harbor had reached a scale of significance, with a 3-masted ship launched from the shipyard every 6 months. And she had garnered initial trust from her counterparts. Seizing on the third princess's seemingly buoyant mood, Farron hesitantly posed his greatest question of the past few months. "Your Highness, I am somewhat perplexed," he said, shutting the door to block the howling wind. "You mentioned," she replied with a smile. "Why were you able to foresee all of this before the king issued the royal decree?" He had speculated whether Wimbledon's third had informed her in advance. Yet upon deeper reflection, he recognized that such a possibility was implausible. Everyone knew that the second prince was the king's favored heir, and the decree was meant to pave the way for him, as evidenced by his fief of Gold Spike City. To deduce all this independently and strategize 5 years ago? My heavens, she was only 18 then. "Foresee?" She chuckled. "Do you take me for a witch? I possess no such magical abilities." But Farron faltered. "I did not anticipate that my father would devise such a dreadful scheme to favor his cherished second son. In truth, what does the existence of the royal decree have to do with my actions?" "Have to do with?" Farron suddenly realized something, his mouth agape in astonishment. Seeing his incredulous expression, Garcia smiled. "Must I wait for my father to declare that I can contend for the throne to earn the right to do so? By the same token, does the one who governs the city best truly ascend the Greycastle throne? I thought you would understand this upon seeing the Black Sail Plan." "Indeed," Farron murmured, "her fleet is not merely established for financial gain. The fleet belonging to the third princess would, after fulfilling trade obligations, don black sails far from the harbor and raid merchant ships from other cities or nations. Similarly, the third princess encouraged her subjects to set sail and partake in the Black Sail Plan. She promised that any plundered wealth would belong to the ship's captain, with Crystal Harbor imposing no taxes on their profits. This initiative amassed her immense wealth, prompting her to command the Black Sail Fleet to head southward, to plunder any vessels passing through the endless cape and the southern sands. Yet these actions were not solely for monetary gain. Garcia did not use the plundered wealth to develop the city or expand land trade. Instead, she reinvested it into the shipyard, continuing to construct more grand vessels. Over the years, she acquired a myriad of experienced sailors, fierce warriors, and the unwavering support of her people. If she could not maintain her governance, all those who participated in the plunder would face execution. The one who governs the city best will sit upon the Greycastle throne? No. Farron now understood that the one destined for the throne would be Garcia Wimbledon, who commanded numerous ships and soldiers capable of navigating the Three Bay River, directly reaching Gold Spike City. Did you know you would be assigned to Crystal Harbor? That was unexpected, merely an ancillary part of a transaction. Garcia shrugged. I initially thought the church was trying to deceive me. Related to the church? Not daring to press further, Farron remained silent. Yet he understood that even if Garcia had not come to Crystal Harbor, this place would still adhere to her will and continue along the path she envisioned. Let us set that aside for now. She poured herself a cup of red tea. It appears my earlier ploy has failed. No news must mean my brothers have dealt with it, as expected. They were merely pawns in a game, inconsequential to the larger scheme. Intended merely to pass the time as I awaited developments. However, she shifted her tone. It is quite normal for other pawns to fail. I did not expect even the fourth brother to remain unscathed. To be honest, I'm a tad disappointed. The Kingfisher mentioned in the letter that the pill was indeed ingested, but failure is failure. I do not wish to hear excuses, Garcia interjected. Before long, it will be the month of evil, and our dear prince will seek refuge at Longsong Fortress, correct? When the malevolent beasts invade, there will surely be chaos at the fortress. Write to her and urge her to seize this opportunity. I wish to see if Lady Luck will still favor the fourth brother. Yes, Your Highness. Now, you may leave. Garcia waved her hand. Just as Farron was about to take his leave, the third princess called him back. By the way, I recall that pill was purchased from the alchemy master in Bice. Correct? Farron nodded. What did he say it was? Colorless, tasteless, dissolving like water, guaranteeing death with no remedy? Or was it his latest alchemical achievement? Garcia yawned. Let us string him up. Chapter 12. The firing Roland stood in the backyard of the firing chamber, awaiting the emergence of the first batch of cement. This brick structure, meticulously designed for cement production, measured approximately 15 meters in length and 4 meters in width. It featured doors at both the front and back. However, the front door was intentionally spacious to facilitate the transportation of materials, while the back door was merely wide enough for Anna to discreetly enter the firing chamber. To ensure privacy, Roland constructed a surrounding wall at the midpoint of the building, enclosing the rear section of the chamber. The entrances were guarded by knights, all loyal subordinates of Carter, whose fidelity was beyond question. The cement production process, though seemingly straightforward, involved grinding limestone into powder and mixing it with clay and iron powder, followed by firing the mixture using either dry or wet methods to produce clinker, which was then finely ground with gypsum for use. The raw materials were quite ordinary, with iron powder being difficult to procure in large quantities, making its inclusion optional. The critical factor lay in the firing temperature of the clinker. Roland could not recall the specific temperature required for cement production, and even if he did, he had no means to measure or control it. Devices such as infrared thermometers or thermocouples were far more complex than the cement itself. He merely knew that this temperature was nearly equivalent to the melting point of iron, and the firing process posed a significant challenge in cement production. In an era where smelting technology was underdeveloped, maintaining high furnace temperatures was a persistent problem for all. Ordinary open furnaces suffered considerable heat loss, making it arduous to sustain temperatures exceeding 1,200 degrees. Conversely, reflection furnaces required high-temperature resistant linings, and he could not conceive how to produce refractory bricks at that moment. Traditional blast furnaces were even less suitable, while they could reach the necessary temperatures. Relying solely on their elongated chambers to fire cement would likely yield insufficient quantities long after the moon of evil had passed. Consequently, Roland's firing chamber lacked any heating apparatus. He relied on Anna. The manually crushed limestone particles, mixed with clay and water to form a slurry, were evenly spread within the chamber. The knights then secured the main door and cleared out the laborers. Anna entered through the back door, allowing flames to roast the slurry on the ground until the iron rods placed inside melted. Roland felt a twinge of anxiety. This was his first step in fortifying the border town. If he could not produce cement, the ambitious plan to erect a city wall within 3 months would remain mere talk. Without a wall to deter foes, it was likely that no one would be willing to defend this desolate place. Whether in authentic history or fictional literature, a stable stronghold was indispensable for successful agriculture. Your Highness, Can this truly bind stones together? Carter Lannis, stationed beside the fourth prince, inquired. Although the prince informed him it was the latest research from the Greycastle alchemy workshop, he remained skeptical. After all, that group had never produced anything reliably alchemical. Who knows? That's what they claim, Roland replied with a shrug. In this world, alchemy, alongside astrology, was revered as a sage's craft and was quite popular among the continental nations. Royal families typically trained their own alchemists and astrologers for the preparation of elixirs and the prediction of fate. For the common folk, these studies seemed so elevated, fostering a blind faith in their efficacy. Taking this into account, Roland naturally attributed the source of the cement formula to the alchemy workshop. Whether the chief knight believed it was of little consequence, the flames emerging from the window gradually extinguished, indicating the firing was complete. Roland swiftly stood, ushering Carter out of the yard, and positioned himself at the back door of the brick building, awaiting Anna's return. The iron door creaked open, and Anna emerged, her body unclad. Roland quickly draped a robe over her and offered her a cup of water. How did it go? The witch's face was covered in dust. Despite the wet method producing minimal dust, the scorching air during firing still stirred up particulates. It was evident that her time spent inside was uncomfortable without a mask. She coughed twice and nodded. The slurry has turned to ash powder. Roland could not wait for the temperature of the firing chamber to lower sufficiently. He wrapped a damp towel around his head, seized a shovel, and ventured through the back door. The searing air enveloped him immediately, making breathing difficult, and his skin felt as though it were being scorched. Fortunately, shoveling ash did not take long, otherwise lingering in such an environment for even a few minutes would likely induce heat shock. Is this what you wanted? Anna inquired, having donned her witch's attire. Peering over at him. It appears similar. Roland spread the powder, using his fingers to gauge its residual warmth. Its viability remained to be tested. What is its purpose? To build houses, bridges, and roads. Its applications are numerous. If it proves successful, the dwellings of the people will no longer fear the ravages of wind, rain, and snow. He gently patted the young girl's head, adding, "It is thanks to you that this was created." Anna lowered her gaze. Roland sensed a quickening in her breath, though he could not discern if it was merely his imagination. The chief knight was entirely unperturbed by engaging in such labor. For him, this was far preferable to brawling on behalf of the prince or courting noble maidens during their time in Greycastle. As the mixture lacked iron powder, the resulting cement slurry appeared pale, exhibiting a grayish-white hue. Roland poured it all onto a stone slab, then placed another slab atop it. The cement required approximately 4 hours to solidify. Considering the instability of the experimental product, he decided to wait until the following day to assess the outcome. Early the next morning, Roland hurriedly led Carter and Anna back to the firing chamber's backyard. Upon opening the door, he observed that the cement's exterior had solidified, firmly bonding the two stone slabs together. The hardened surface appeared uneven, with some areas dusted with a white frost. Kneeling, Roland scraped away the frost produced by the alkalization reaction and pressed his finger against the hardened cement. The texture delighted him. The surface was solid and unyielding, starkly contrasting the feel of compacted earth. Even with considerable force, he could not leave a mark with his fingernail. After receiving a signal from the fourth prince, Carter initially attempted to lift the stone slabs but failed. He then kicked at the sides vigorously until the joint between the cement and the ground broke. Yet the two slabs remained steadfastly adhered. Finally, he struck them with the hilt of his sword, managing only to chip off a small fragment. Is this the effect of cement? Carter immediately grasped its significance, utterly astonished. What had flowed like molten wax just yesterday had solidified into something as hard as rock overnight. With such a material, constructing a wall could be accomplished at an accelerated pace. If we have enough stones, we could even erect a wall encircling the borders within 5 years. And what good will that do? Roland replied dismissively. No towering wall can deter enemies from within. I would rather transform the dilapidated wooden houses of the border town into sturdy cement dwellings, ensuring my subjects need not fear homelessness after a disaster. The chief knight was taken aback. He had not anticipated the fourth prince, a figure embodying the worst of noble vices, would utter such sentiments. You will see. Roland reaffirmed his chosen path. For many who traversed worlds, technology was the primary productive force. Here, however, the witch was the true source of productivity. Chapter 13. The city wall. The production of cement swiftly entered a regular rhythm. To ensure that Anna received adequate rest, the firing chamber would only commence operations every 2 to 3 days. During the periods of inactivity, efforts were made to prepare a greater quantity of raw materials. To this end, Roland issued another recruitment notice, doubling the number of stonemasons. However, he was acutely aware that he could not perpetually rely on Anna for these tasks. Prolonged exposure to a dusty environment could lead to silicosis, and with the impending expansion of production, one Anna would be far from sufficient. A witch should not be treated as a mere expendable resource, but rather as a catalyst for the advancement of civilization. Though Roland understood this concept all too well, he could only devote his entire energy to the construction of the city wall for the time being. Without the ability to fend off the malevolent beasts, nothing else could be contemplated. The foundation of the city wall, connecting the northern slope of the mountain to the Red River, had commenced excavation. Following the customary practice from before his journey across dimensions, he, as the project's chief overseer, personally wielded the spade to dig the first scoop of earth before a crowd of astonished onlookers. Although Roland was recognized as a mechanical draftsman, akin to the civil engineers next door, the disciplines they studied were worlds apart. Furthermore, the hired masons had never participated in large-scale projects, rendering them less competent than himself. Consequently, progress on the wall was agonizingly slow, with only half a shallow trench excavated in an entire week. Once the project lost control, it was uncertain what the final product would resemble. For instance, this hard-won shallow trench, rather than serving as a foundation for the city wall, could more aptly be described as a drainage ditch. Despite Roland having delineated a general width, the excavation gradually strayed from this specification, becoming increasingly narrow. Viewed from a distance, it resembled a serpentine creature winding along the ground. Despite this, Roland was unwilling to halt construction, adhering to the philosophy that every bit excavated was progress. He remained at the foot of the northern slope throughout the day, using the naked eye to adjust the trench's trajectory, slowly pushing forward as long as the firing chamber remained inactive. Simultaneously, he doubled the remuneration for the stonemasons listed in the recruitment notice. Fortunately, this awkward situation did not persist for long. While Roland was overseeing the preparations for the 6th batch of cement in the firing chamber, his assistant, Barov, reported that a stonemason had responded to the recruitment call. He claimed to have previously worked at the Grey Fortress Mason Guild and was now waiting to be introduced outside the courtyard. "Bring him in," Roland instructed, feigning an air of composure as he nodded. He initially considered asking Anna to step aside, but then thought better of it. With over 2,000 inhabitants in the border town, few had seen the true face of a witch. Moreover, Anna's current appearance was a stark contrast to her earlier state of despair and clad in her peculiar attire. It was likely that even those who had seen her before would not recognize her. As he bowed in greeting, Karl was momentarily taken aback by the girl standing beside the prince, whose visage was strikingly familiar, creating a disorienting illusion that he was dreaming. Rubbing his eyes, he looked again and could not help but exclaim, "Anna." Oh no, Roland thought, realizing the unfortunate coincidence. Randomly recruiting a mason had led to the witch's neighbor? It was apparent that the mason was sufficiently familiar with Anna, as he recognized her instantly upon their first encounter. He turned to Carter Lannis, the chief knight, who immediately understood and swiftly secured the door, blocking the only exit. "Teacher? It really is you, Anna," Carl exclaimed, feeling warmth welling in his eyes, followed by tears streaming down his face. He collapsed to the ground, repeatedly apologizing. I'm so sorry. It's wonderful, it's wonderful." After a significant period, Karl Vanbert managed to compose himself. He gradually rose, bowing once more to Roland, and apologized profusely. "Forgive me, Your Highness, I lost my composure." He recounted his journey from Grey Fortress to the border town, including his establishment of an academy and the discovery of his student, Nanawa Payne, who had also become a witch. In conclusion, he implored the prince to shelter Nanawa within the palace to protect her from potential persecution. Standing nearby, Anna's expression conveyed her desire to advocate for Nanawa, yet she remained silent throughout. Another new witch. This was indeed significant news, though the surname Payne seemed vaguely familiar. Roland discreetly summoned his assistant to inquire, only to learn that it belonged to a minor noble family in the border town. "You may bring her to meet me. If she is indeed a witch, I assure you she will come to no harm," Roland promised. "However, I cannot take her away from the Payne family, especially not until her family poses a tangible threat. Additionally, my rescue of Anna was not as you might imagine," he reflected, deciding it prudent to clarify. "I require her assistance, rather than the nonsensical notion of demonic corruption. I place my faith in the notion that a witch's power is not inherently tied to good or evil, it is controllable. Therefore, whether it be Anna or Nanawa, Any witch who has not committed unlawful acts shall not be deemed guilty in my eyes. Indeed, Carl nodded. Though the fourth prince's reluctance to accept Nanawa was not as he had hoped, his need for a witch's assistance left him perplexed. Nonetheless, he was reassured by the prince's commitment to ensure Nanawa's safety, which sufficed for him. Excellent. I intend to construct a wall at the foot of the northern slope and along the Red River to thwart the invasion of malevolent beasts. This project shall henceforth be under your stewardship. Chapter 14. Abilities, Your Highness. How tall and wide do you intend to build this city wall? At least 15 feet high and 6 feet wide, allowing 4 individuals to march side by side. Roland nodded silently. Appreciating the professionalism that first inquired about technical parameters before determining the construction plan. A mere trench will not deter the malevolent beasts. Roland remained noncommittal. Indeed. If the upper part of the wall is to be constructed from stone, it will require 3 years. However, if the sole purpose is to repel the evil creatures, the wall need not be so high. Approximately 12 feet would suffice, and the width could be reduced by a third, bringing the base down to 6 feet. Excavating the trench and building the wall simultaneously, with an increase of 200 workers, would enable completion before the arrival of the month of demons next year. If, as you propose, the wall is built 12 feet high and 4 feet wide, how long will it take to dig the trench? Then let us proceed with this plan. We shall excavate the trench and construct the wall concurrently, aiming to finish before the month of demons arrives. Roland waved a hand to interrupt Carl before he could speak. I know your concerns, but first, take a look at this, the latest creation from the alchemical workshop of Grey Fortress. He had no time to demonstrate the stone bricks to the stonemason again. Instead, he showcased the 2 previously bonded pieces. Fortunately, few dared to question the prince's words. When Carl heard of this alchemical adhesive known as cement, capable of transforming from liquid to solid within a day and night while exhibiting remarkable adhesive strength, an expression of incredulous astonishment spread across his face. Roland, satisfied with Carl's reaction, inquired again, "What do you think? Is 3 months sufficient?" Carl Vambert's voice trembled slightly. "If your words hold true, no. I mean, if the alchemical workshop's description is accurate, I am willing to give it a try." "Excellent. I shall have someone prepare a detailed guide on the use of cement for you. If you require anything else, please consult my ministerial assistant." Roland smiled. "Mr. Carl, you are now a member of the administrative hall." The following afternoon, Roland met Nana Va in person. The young girl gazed at Anna in bewilderment, clutching her clothes for a while before finally uttering, "Am I dead?" Upon first seeing her, Roland had to admit that the witch's powers not only endowed them with magical abilities but also transformed their appearance and demeanor in certain respects. She was entirely different from Anna, yet both possessed a unique charm. This sensation was unrelated to age or life circumstances, even as Anna awaited her demise in prison. She radiated an undiminished brilliance. Searching through his memories, he found no one, whether a street songbird of Grey Fortress or an exquisitely trained noblewoman, evoked such feelings. To describe it, placing them alongside witches was akin to introducing a splash of color into a black and white photograph. Carl Vambert, who had escorted her, wisely took his leave, leaving only Roland, Anna, and Nana Va in the palace garden. "You are not dead, and Anna is quite well." Roland suppressed a smile. "I am Prince Roland of Wimbledon." "And you are?" "I am Nana Va Pine." The young girl, upon hearing that she was alive, brightened up. She dashed over to Anna, chattering away, entirely oblivious to Roland's princely status. Roland, naturally, would not begrudge a girl of merely 14 or 15 years. He settled at the round table, pouring himself some ale, while admiring the 2 witches' daily life. As Nana Va's rapid speech gradually slowed, he cleared his throat and asked, "Miss Pine, I hear from your teacher that you have awakened as a witch." Rather than the term fallen, which most would use, Roland preferred awakened. He could not naively believe that all witches were pure and innocent. Those with malice would cause greater destruction once empowered. Much like weapons, they could incite violence or serve to resist it, depending on who wielded them. Perhaps the church's accounts of witch hunts held some truth, but it was unjust to use them as evidence against the entire witch community. Nana Va's expression stiffened slightly as she whispered, "Will you hang me?" "No, of course not. Only the most heinous criminals face the gallows. You are not one, and neither is Miss Anna, so there is no need for concern." She took a breath and nodded. "I am uncertain. My teacher said that witches gain their powers through temptation by demons, but I have never encountered a demon." "When did you first realize you were different?" "About a week ago," Nana Va muttered. "I saw a little bird with a broken leg and wanted to help it. Then I felt something escape from my hand." "Something escaped from your hand?" Roland probed further. "And then?" Could her powers be of a healing nature? Roland's heart raced. He understood precisely what such an ability could signify in an era devoid of antibiotics and modern medicine, where wounds and infections could lead to certain death. The capacity to heal swiftly would be tantamount to gaining an additional life. While this ability might not significantly advance civilization, it held immense significance for individual lives. He promptly moved to the door, instructing the knight stationed outside to fetch a live chicken. If she could prove her claims true, he might leverage this to alter the relentless persecution faced by witches in the border town. Chapter 15. Self-deception. The teacher once remarked that witches possess abilities beyond the reach of ordinary mortals, capabilities that may appear benign at times. Yet, such illusions are mere snares set by the devil to ensnare the unwary. The girl's voice dwindled as she confessed, "I swear, I have never encountered the devil." "Of course, you have not," Roland reassured her. "That is merely a fabrication of the church, and your teacher is among the deceived." "The church deceives?" Nana was taken aback. "Why?" Roland shook his head, offering no explanation. Even if he were to articulate the truth, they would remain incapable of comprehension. Such absurdities are bound to arise when civilization has yet to reach a certain threshold. People, without any ulterior motive, often attribute calamities, misfortunes, or incomprehensible phenomena to imagined conspirators. Historically, women have borne the brunt of such scapegoating. In this world, once witches acquire inexplicable yet tangible powers, they become prime targets for the church's persecution. One can easily surmise that the church would never allow such anomalies to persist unchecked. They would either canonize all witches as saints, declaring it a divine blessing, or they would hunt them down, branding them as agents of the devil. However, should they choose the former, the supremacy of monotheism would face a significant blow, for the emergence of witches has no ties to the church. If other faiths were to also declare witches as saints, each would claim to be the chosen ones. Who, then, is the sole true deity? The coexistence of polytheism rests upon the authentic existence of the gods, each capable of holding the others in check. In the absence of any divine beings, all such claims are mere fabrications, and there is no justification for sharing this world with others. Therefore, any monotheistic faith will assert that theirs is the true God, leaving only one path for the pagans: annihilation. Consequently, they are left with no choice but to relentlessly pursue and dismantle the witches. This is not a matter of preference, it is a pursuit of self-interest. In the castle kitchen, live chickens were prepared, and as the knight grasped one by its wings, it flapped and kicked in resistance. What followed left Nana in a state of shock as Roland produced a small silver knife from his waist. After instructing the knight to hold the chicken steady, he plunged the blade into its body. Once he was done, he urged Nana to heal it, and after restoring it, they would repeat the process. When the beleaguered chicken finally succumbed after an extended ordeal, Roland gained a clearer understanding of Nana's abilities. She could mend damaged areas, including lacerations, fractures, and bruises. However, if a part was completely severed, such as a chicken's foot, she could not regenerate a new one. Yet, if a severed limb was reattached before she employed her powers, she could restore it to its original state. Ultimately, she was incapable of reversing death. Once the chicken died, her healing would be rendered futile. Throughout the healing process, Roland did not observe the sticky water she had described. She merely placed her hand over the chicken's wound, and the injury visibly healed at an astonishing pace. After a series of trials, it became evident that Nana's physical exertion was minimal, certainly not akin to Anna's training, which often left her drenched in sweat. The only discontent came from Nana herself. She felt that the treatment of the chicken was excessively cruel, and she pouted at Roland throughout the experiments. After indulging in pastries, Roland ordered Nana to take her leave. Anna, perplexed, inquired, "Why did you not keep her here?" "She is a witch, just as I am. She has family. And as of now, they remain unaware of her abilities," Roland replied. Anna muttered softly, "It's only a matter of time." "Indeed, just a matter of time," Roland sighed. "Thus, if we can delay it a little longer, it is worth it. Do you miss your father?" She shook her head, her eyes as tranquil as a still lake, revealing no hint of turmoil. It appeared that her father's betrayal had left her utterly disillusioned. However, without family, she still had friends. "Nana will visit frequently. In fact, I intend for her to practice her abilities here every 2 days." Upon hearing this, Anna blinked and nodded vigorously. "This situation would not last long. As long as I am present, you will eventually be able to live as ordinary people do, free from the fear of being captured and sent to the gallows." "That day will come," Roland declared, each word imbued with conviction. Since Karl von Bert had taken over the project, Prince Roland found himself with newfound leisure. Each afternoon, he spent time in the castle gardens, accompanying Anna or Nana in their practice. Anna had progressed to the point where she no longer needed to prepare additional garments. Even with flames dancing upon her fingertips, she could wield them skillfully, avoiding the previous mishaps that had set her witch's hat ablaze. Nana, too, donned a matching witch's uniform. And though she practiced with reluctance, she dutifully complied, pouting only for the sake of afternoon tea. Observing the two witches meandering about the courtyard, Roland derived immense satisfaction from their antics. Occasionally, he would visit the base of the northern slope to inspect the progress of the construction. After more than 2 weeks of labor, the walls had risen to approximately 100 meters. In an area devoid of surveying instruments, Carl directed the craftsmen to use a wooden pole, measuring the shadows cast by the sun at the same hour each day to ascertain distance and alignment. Every 10 poles, a watchtower was erected to stabilize the wall. Such a large-scale mobilization of labor naturally captured the attention of the town's nobility. However, aside from inquiring with Berev about the situation, they remained inactive, as if this matter held no significance for them. Roland paid little heed to their indifference. Their fortunes lay within the Longsong fortress, and they would certainly not remain to guard the border town on his behalf. He could almost envision them gathered in private, mocking his audacity. Thus, amidst the whispers and speculation, Roland welcomed the first winter of his new life. Chapter 16. The road ahead. The fire in the fireplace blazed fervently, dispelling the chill that seeped through the gaps in the doors and windows. Atop the mantel hung the head of a stag, its massive antlers casting monstrous shadows upon the wall behind, resembling fearsome claws in the flickering light. Opposite this, a long wooden table of deep crimson was laden with scrolls of parchment and tomes, the majority awaiting the prince's signature on administrative orders. It was here that Roland conducted his affairs, having gradually grown fond of this transformed office since converting the 3rd floor of the castle. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows behind him, he gazed upon the town stretching into the distance, culminating in the unending expanse of mountains. This was the treacherous mountain range that nearly spanned the continent, segregating the kingdom of Grey Fortress from the wild lands to the east and west. The northern slope mountain was merely a branch of this formidable range. Below, a garden enclosed by wooden fencing came into view. The wooden shed used for training Anna had been dismantled, and the brick pool had been repurposed into a long table for the convenience of afternoon tea. On fine days, he would venture down to bask in the sun or recline on a custom-designed rocking chair for a brief nap. Though modest in size, the castle could be regarded as a medium villa with its own independent garden. In his previous life, the notion of owning a true stone castle was but a distant dream. Even visiting one required the purchase of a ticket. Yet now, he not only possessed this castle but also governed an entire town. Your Highness, the recent expenses for recruiting craftsmen and laborers have been substantial, all drawn from your own pocket. At this rate, we may not last until next spring, Berev reported, clutching a stack of parchment detailing the financial situation. The town's original revenues and expenditures were straightforward, primarily derived from the trade of ore and gems. This trade was monopolized by the Longsong fortress, which exchanged the output from the northern slope mines for wheat or bread, with no taxes involved, as representatives from the fortress oversaw the resource exchanges. In simpler terms, the northern slope mines were a joint venture of the nobility of Longsong fortress. The nobles stationed in the border town could be seen as shareholders sent to oversee operations, their fiefs largely situated east of the fortress, residing here temporarily with varying annual attendance. In fact, the history of the border town was less than 30 years, a mere infant compared to the nearly 200-year-old Longsong fortress. Originally, Duke Ryan intended to establish a forward base for early warnings against beast incursions. However, upon discovering rich mineral resources in the northern slope mountains, the pioneers established a town and aptly named it Border Town. In a sense, it was the mines of the northern slope that birthed the town. To prevent unauthorized mining and misreporting, the Duke eschewed the suggestion of allowing each noble to send their own workers for mining operations. Instead, he opted to uniformly hire local residents, nearby vagabonds, and even criminals as miners, distributing the mine or according to the proportion of resources contributed by each house. The fortress merely provided the miners with food for the year and a fixed commission, the compensation remaining constant regardless of the output from the mines. More than half of the town's population of over 2,000 were employed in service to the mines. Thus, if Roland wished to hire workers to repair the walls, he would have to draw from his own finances. Had it been the former 4th prince, he would have vehemently opposed such an idea. However, for Roland. As long as he could establish a foothold in border town, spending all his wealth would be worthwhile. After all, future or trade would no longer be settled in food but in currency, making this investment negligible. The sole concern was whether Longsong Fortress would relinquish its monopoly and engage in normal trade with border town, a matter akin to snatching food from a tiger's mouth. Yet, Barov's provided data indicated that, constrained by inefficient manpower and inconvenient transport, the annual value of or produced by the mines was merely a little over 1,000 gold dragons. A trivial sum in the fortress's overall revenue. The only parties likely to suffer losses were the noble investors. As Roland pondered over the list, Barov observed him intently. Over the past 3 months, particularly the recent month, the fourth prince had undergone inexplicable changes. While outsiders might remain oblivious, Barov, who had been closely following the prince, could not overlook this transformation. Back in Grey Fortress, he had heard of the fourth prince Roland Wimbledon's notorious reputation: headstrong, reckless, and lacking noble demeanor, often committing minor missteps while avoiding any major blunders, falling far short of his two brothers. When he was dispatched here by the sovereign, Barov was filled with disappointment. Had it not been for the king's promise to appoint him as the official minister of finance after the War of Succession, he might have resigned in despair. In the initial 2 months upon arriving in border town, the fourth prince continued to exhibit extreme immaturity, offending nearly every local noble. Fortunately, given the town's small scale, even if all administrative positions were vacated, he and the 10 or so clerks he had brought could fill the gaps. Yet, as time passed, things began to shift. When did this change begin? Barov mused. Perhaps it was when the prince rescued that witch. He had entertained suspicions of demonic possession or covert control by another hidden witch. But such possibilities seemed remote. If demons and witches wielded such power, why not target the king or the pope directly? Another point that dispelled his doubts was witnessing the prince grasp the chain of divine punishment. This artifact served as the church's ultimate weapon against witches. Any evil power would dissipate before it. Yet, Roland had held it directly. In other words, if he were not the fourth prince, but a demon king unafraid of divine might, would there be any need for exposure? Preserving his own life remained paramount. The prince's approach still bore the hallmarks of obstinacy and recklessness, yet the sensations they evoked in Barov were distinctly different. No, he reconsidered, they were entirely opposite. This was the most perplexing aspect. The throne could arise from any of the Roland siblings, yet it would never be the fourth prince himself. Surely he understood this. Discussing development in a small place like Border Town? Even the gods would find it a daunting task. What kind of audacious plan had Roland conceived? So audacious that it might enable a town established beyond the frontier to flourish even more than Gold-Wheeled City, and that he could wholeheartedly believe in its success. Barov had alchemists in his family, yet he had never heard of a workshop producing such an audacious concept. Building a wall based on something unseen, was it sheer confidence or mere folly? Extending this to the entirety of Roland's plans, how many secrets did the fourth prince still harbor? He found himself unwittingly intrigued by the future that lay ahead. Chapter 17. The Envoy, Part 1. The place remains as dilapidated as ever. As Ambassador Pello stepped out of the cabin, a pungent aroma of decaying would assail his senses. The surrounding air was damp and oppressive, evoking a sense of discomfort throughout his being. He inhaled deeply, lifting his gaze to the overcast sky, which seemed to be brewing a heavy downpour. "It has been a year since your last visit, hasn't it?" his assistant inquired, dutifully draping a woolen coat over the ambassador's shoulders. "There is nothing here but stones." "It was a year and a half ago," Pello corrected. "The Duke selects different individuals each season. The last time I visited this border town was during summer. And besides stones, there are various exquisite furs, and what else?" The assistant displayed a look of confusion. "The only drawback is the need for 3 to 5 years of management, along with substantial initial investment. Unfortunately, in terms of investment foresight, most nobles are outdone by a mediocre merchant. Why is the yard empty?" The assistant pointed to a distant vacant plot. "Shouldn't they have prepared the ore by now?" Pello sighed softly. "Let us proceed to the castle to meet His Highness." "Wait, Mr. Ambassador, won't you await their welcoming party?" He thought to himself that it was uncertain whether one would even arrive, yet he refrained from voicing this. "Let us go. The stables are just ahead." Now, the troubles of the divided territories were evidently upon them. The king's decree had cast the fourth prince into this desolate land. What would a normal noble or royal offspring do? Naturally, they would seize everything in this place for themselves. Exchange ore and jewels for food and bread? The prince likely saw only gold and dragons. Were he in the same position, he would certainly act likewise. Witnessing the output of his domain exchange for such meager returns would be unacceptable to anyone. Moreover, the prince need not even go to the fortress. His family had largely forgotten a crucial fact. The Redwater River does not traverse solely through Longsong Fortress. He could sell the ore at market prices to Willow Leaf Town, to Dragonfall Ridge, to Redwater City, and then lead his people to seek refuge in those places, which would merely involve a longer journey. What then could Longsong Fortress accomplish? Block the river and intercept the prince's entourage? That would be an open defiance of the Grey Fortress royal family. Everyone knew the fourth prince was not favored by the king. Yet he was undeniably of royal blood, a fact beyond dispute. The two rode slowly along the stone path beside the river on rented horses. The stables housed old steeds, their coats a patchwork of colors and their frames emaciated. Even at a slow pace, they trembled with every step. For these two wretched beasts, he had to pay a deposit of 2 golden dragons. "Look, sir, is that a ship from Willow Leaf Town?" Upon hearing his assistant's exclamation, he turned to follow the direction indicated. A single-masted sailing vessel adorned with a green leaf and crescent blade flag was gliding down the river, its hull riding high in the water, indicating it was laden with cargo. Pello nodded impassively, yet his heart sank. The other party was moving faster than anticipated. If the prince had already begun to connect with the towns downstream along the Redwater River, his leverage would diminish further. He had initially intended to persuade his father to agree to purchase the ore at a price 30% below the normal rate, which would still yield profit, not to mention the luxury of jewels that could appreciate several times after polishing. Alas, this monopolistic business was not solely at his discretion, nor was it dictated by the Jianinhua family. 6 noble families were involved in the border town's mining. Without a majority agreement, no resolution could be formed. If they were to negotiate based on the previous monopoly plan, it would be almost impossible. No, it was certainly unfeasible. Pello mused, observing the desolate dockyard, that the prince had no intention of allowing those stones to be exchanged for inferior wheat. He was already in contact with other buyers. To maintain control over this trade route, a 30% discount was his final bargaining chip. The distance between Willow Leaf Town and the border town would inflate transport costs. And Willow Leaf Town had more than one source for ore, meaning their offered prices could likely be half the market rate. As for Dragonfall Ridge and Redwater Fortress, they would likely offer even lower prices. Thus, the fourth prince might consent to having Longsong Fortress monopolize, especially in the gem trade. However, the question remained, if he were to take it upon himself to sign a contract, would his father approve? What of the other 5 families? Would they perceive his actions as a capitulation to the border town, surrendering their familial interests? After all, in their eyes, the border town remained merely a grazing ground, controlled by the fortress's own people, ripe for exploitation. The two gradually approached the castle located at the southeastern edge of the small town. This was not Pello's first visit. Yet this time, the place had a new master. Upon presenting his credentials, the guards promptly entered to inform the lord. The fourth prince, Roland Wimbledon, soon summoned Pello. As they were ushered into the reception hall, the prince awaited them at the head of the table. "Mr. Ambassador, please take a seat." Roland clapped his hands, summoning a maid to present a lavish feast: roasted whole chicken, mushroom-stewed wild boar leg, buttery bread, and a large bowl of vegetable soup. Clearly, even in this borderland, the personal indulgences of royal offspring had not diminished in the slightest. Pello, naturally, did not hold back. The journey from the fortress to the border town by water took at least 2 days. Even with favorable winds, a multi-mast cargo ship would take even longer, requiring 3 to 5 days. Ships lacked kitchens, and one typically consumed their own dried meat or wheat cakes. Seeing the steaming dishes, he felt his mouth watering. However, years of noble upbringing ensured he maintained impeccable dining etiquette, in stark contrast to the prince, whose manners were considerably lacking, particularly in the use of knife and fork. Pello noticed that aside from using a knife when cutting meat, the fourth prince performed all other actions with a pair of small wooden sticks. Remarkably, the wooden sticks appeared far more convenient than forks. "What do you think?" Roland suddenly inquired as the meal neared its conclusion. The ambassador was uncertain how to respond. He did not quite grasp the implications of disease enters through the mouth, but from the preceding sentence, he inferred it referred to the notion of dirt clinging to food leading to illness. Yet everyone had managed to survive thus far, and no one seemed to have succumbed to disease because of it. "A pair of oak sticks. There are plenty in the mysterious forest, both clean and easily obtainable. I plan to promote this in town." The prince sipped his wine. "Of course, my subjects hardly have any meat to eat at present. Perhaps it will improve gradually." Pello exhaled in relief. knowing how to respond to this. After routinely expressing his agreement and well wishes, he inwardly scoffed. To ensure all subjects had meat to eat? Such a notion was sheer fantasy. Even the Grey Fortress could not achieve that, let alone this remote border town. Chapter 18. The Messenger, Part 2. Despite the underlying discontent, the banquet continued with a relatively harmonious atmosphere. The fourth prince refrained from discussing the ore, and it was not appropriate for him to say much more. When the prince instructed the maid to bring out the dessert following the main course, Pero cautiously remarked, "Your Highness, according to past customs, today should be the day for the ore delivery. However, I have not seen any ore at the dock." Roland set down the small wooden stick in his hand and nodded. "Regrettably, there was a collapse at the North Slope mine recently. My workers have been striving to restore production for the past month. Unfortunately, the rubble from the collapse has yet to be cleared, and at this rate, operations in the mining area may be delayed until next year." A collapse? Pero paused for a moment, astonished by the coincidence. Yet, he quickly realized that the other party had no reason to deceive him. A visit to the North Slope would reveal the truth, and telling such an obvious lie would be tantamount to slapping oneself in the face. What about the previous 2 months? Not much. Roland emphasized the word custom. "Mr. Ambassador, you should recall the month of demons 2 years ago." Pero certainly remembered. The bitter cold that lasted 4 months led to the deaths of nearly 20% of the border town as populace, all due to the greed of the municipal officer, Freno. There were dissenting voices among the nobles, some even demanding punishment for Freno after the fact. Yet, ultimately, the incident faded away, primarily because he was the husband of the Duke's second daughter. Now, as the prince brought up this event, a sense of foreboding rose within Pero. This time is worse. Roland sighed. If we proceed with the previous delivery method, we may only manage to exchange for a 2-month supply of wheat. My people cannot survive the winter, sir. The past trade methods must be abolished. Pero opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. He was not a professional diplomat, and faced with such compelling reasoning, he could hardly raise an objection. He could only delay, saying, "Your Highness, I express my regret over this matter. This tragedy will never be repeated. I will arrange for the 6 houses to jointly lend a month's worth of grain, and your subjects can repay it gradually once production resumes next year. I do not require gradual repayment from Liyue Town." "However, there is no however," Roland interrupted. "They are willing to purchase the ore with golden dragons while selling wheat, cheese, bread, honey, anything that can be acquired with golden dragons at market prices. To put it another way, Mr. Ambassador, even if you are willing to lend a month's worth of grain, will the other 5 houses agree with your decision? As far as I know, Duke Ryan is not an easy person to reach an agreement with." Pero fell silent. The fourth prince was absolutely correct, not only the other 5 houses, but he did not even have confidence in persuading his own father. To maintain the monopoly, the trading scheme must be revised. Yet he lacked the authority to make a definitive decision. Although he was called an ambassador, he was essentially just a mouthpiece. Perhaps the Duke did not wish for anyone to privately reach any agreements with the border town, regardless of whether it was with the former lord or the fourth prince. Thus, he assigned different representatives each year and season, and these individuals were never the power holders within the family. Regardless of the outcome, he had to give it a try. With this thought in mind, Pero revealed his final card, 30%. He extended 3 fingers. "The fortress will purchase ore and gemstone raw materials at 30% below market price. I believe this price should be more competitive than what Liyue Town offers, Your Highness." Roland shrugged. "Indeed, it is higher, but the same old issue remains. Can your words become a unanimous decision among the 6 houses? But my people cannot wait that long. You should know that reaching a consensus among nobles typically takes considerable time. Your Highness, collaborating with the fortress would be a better choice for you and your subjects. Liyue Town is too far. Although it may be a refuge from the month of demons, the journey is fraught with danger. My goodness, what am I doing?" He thought as his heart raced. Am I threatening a prince? To his surprise, Roland did not explode in anger. Instead, he burst into laughter. "Mr. Ambassador, it seems you have misunderstood something. I have no intention of going to Liyue Town." "What do you mean?" "Of course, I do not plan to go to Chang'e Fortress either," Roland said, eyeing the ambassador with amusement. "I am not going anywhere." Pero briefly questioned whether he had misheard. Fortunately, the prince did not allow the strange silence to linger, continuing to explain, "This winter, I will remain in the border town, which will become the new frontier of the Grey Fortress Kingdom. Do not be so surprised, my friend. This is no nonsense. I can show you the newly constructed walls shortly, right at the foot of the North Slope." "Walls? Yes, a stone wall connecting the north slope and the Red River. 12 feet high and 4 feet wide. With this, we can defeat the monstrous beast in the border town. Wait, what did your highness just say? 12 feet high. 4 feet wide, and connecting the north slope and the Red River? Perrault calculated in his mind. A wall of such scale would be impossible to complete in just a few years. First, he simply did not have enough stonemasons to cut and shape the stones. The border town was not Grey Fortress. Most of the inhabitants were merely laborers. Before he could fully digest this information, Roland's next statement left him utterly astonished. As for the sale of ore, starting next year, I am willing to lower the price to 50%, sir, but not all will be sold to Chang'e Fortress. Because you may not need that much ore. I believe you would prefer some metal products over low-profit raw ore, such as shovels and spades. He paused for a moment, seemingly waiting for Perrault to grasp the implications of his words. As for gemstone raw materials, they will be auctioned off to the highest bidder. Although I would very much like to wait until the gemstones are cut to secure a better price, regrettably, the border town currently lacks the capacity for such. And you think you can build a wall in a few months? Perrault silently screamed, and what does it mean that you don't need so much ore? With an annual output of only 1,000 golden dragons, even if production increases, it can at most double. Can the fortress not consume 2,000 golden dragons? This is too arrogant. Of course, Roland chuckled, but there is no need to rush. It would be better to enjoy these delicacies from the royal capital before setting off. Right, Mr. Ambassador? Chapter 19. The lecture. The first rain after the onset of winter finally fell, and it poured for 2 consecutive days. Roland leaned against his desk, gazing out at the hazy town through the window. The rain was whipped up by the wind, crashing against the glass in successive waves, creating rippling patterns. Under the refraction of these ripples, the outlines of the town became distorted. The houses and streets twisted and warped, losing their former orderliness, due to inadequate drainage. Water pooled on the cobbled streets, resembling numerous shimmering brooks from a distance. The distant mountains and forests were shrouded in mist, appearing elusive and ethereal, as if in a dreamlike realm. In modern times, such scenery would undoubtedly be a tourist attraction. However, at this moment, Roland longed to see a bustling jungle of steel and concrete. The construction of the city walls had also come to a halt due to the rain, diminishing his earlier joy at successfully persuading the fortress envoy to withdraw. Did you just say that the air around us is composed of many different gases? Is that true? A clear voice interrupted Roland's thoughts. Anna blinked her beautiful blue eyes, inquiring. Ahem, Miss Anna, you should address His Highness with respect, reminded the chief knight, standing nearby. He had initially intended to call upon the minister's assistant, but the latter had recently declined due to pressing political matters. For reasons unknown, Roland felt that Barov had been particularly industrious since the onset of winter, almost single-handedly managing the daily affairs of the border town. Upon hearing that there was new knowledge to be acquired, Anna immediately brightened, her eyes seemingly sparkling with excitement. Naneva was also pleased that she was spared from treating various experimental animals, while Carter approached with a nonchalant demeanor, as if to say that since he had nothing better to do, he might as well join in the merriment. However, not long after the lecture began, the knight's gazes began to wander. Naneva appeared bewildered, staring blankly at the words nature and science. Although Anna seemed only partially comprehending, she still endeavored to memorize everything she heard. Roland had to pause, allowing the 3 of them a moment to digest the information. In response to Anna's question, he smiled and nodded. Indeed, despite their apparent similarity. Your Highness, I do not understand. If they all look the same, how can you tell that they are different gases? Carter expressed his skepticism. I can demonstrate it to you. Roland realized that merely speaking about the concepts would likely confuse most people with their seemingly esoteric theories. He decided to conduct a simple experiment to pique their interest. A candle, a glass cup, a wooden basin, and a bowl of clear lime water. These were items he had prepared in advance. Although the glass cup was a pale brown and far from the transparency of modern beakers, it would suffice for this straightforward experiment, as it did not require observing the process of change. Roland had previously conducted this experiment, which confirmed that although magic existed in this world, the laws of nature remained consistent with those on Earth. He instructed Anna to light the candle and place it in the wooden basin. Combustion requires the consumption of a specific gas, which is essential for all life. If we cease to breathe, we will perish like this candle. Watch closely. Roland inverted the glass cup over the candle. The flame flickered twice before extinguishing. It has consumed the air, Your Highness. This is hardly surprising, the chief knight remarked dismissively. Without air, we would certainly die, much like if we were submerged in water. Naneva nodded in agreement. Now, do you believe there is nothing left in the cup? Roland asked as he poured lime water into the basin, quickly submerging the cup's rim. Halting at half its height. This experiment was so classic that most elementary school teachers favored it as an introductory experiment in nature classes. Roland still vividly recalled the shock he felt during his teacher's demonstration at the podium, which set him on the irreversible path of science and engineering. He gently lifted the cup at an angle, and several bubbles instantly emerged from the cup's mouth, breaking the surface of the water. Subsequently, the clear lime water became slightly cloudy, with a few white particulates gradually dispersing from the cup's opening. If the cup contained nothing, we would not observe the bubbles or the changes in the water's surface. This indicates that the air contains at least two distinct gases. In fact, the candle only consumed a portion of the air, while the other part was non-combustible. Although it was colorless and odorless like the former, its properties were entirely opposite. If we could obtain the former gas, we could prolong the flame, and conversely, if we secured the latter gas, we could extinguish the flame rapidly. Anna suddenly interjected. Simply brilliant. Roland internally marveled, although there was a slight error in her reasoning. Her rapid connection between the differing properties of gases and the idea of separation for practical use was truly ingenious. It was remarkable given that she had not received any formal modern education. Her logical abilities far surpassed those of his chief knight. Indeed, since humanity learned to wield fire, it has set us apart from animals, with its origins rooted in mere chance. Perhaps lightning ignited a tree, or perhaps sparks from striking stones kindled the flames. Yet, if no one had noticed this and attempted to harness it, we would still be akin to beasts. He gently guided them. Conducting this experiment aims to convey that curiosity and contemplation are the driving forces behind human advancement. The natural world harbors many such latent powers, awaiting our discovery and utilization. After his discourse, Carter remained skeptical, while Naneva appeared to be the type who felt an inexplicable awe, staring blankly at Roland. Only Anna lowered her head, as if pondering something deeply. Very well, Roland sighed. Indeed, overly advanced concepts may not evoke astonishment, they merely leave one feeling bewildered. The elevation of thought determines their inability to comprehend the magnitude of such forces. Only when tangible evidence is presented before them will they realize the extraordinary wonders concealed within nature. At that moment, the kettle hanging over the fireplace began to clang, the sound emanating from steam striking the lid. Ah, the water has boiled. The knight moved forward to retrieve the kettle with a fork, and the clattering soon ceased. He wrapped a cloth around the handle and filled the cups of those present. For instance, this, Roland said, grasping the cup and feeling the warmth emanating from its walls. From the very first day fire was harnessed, its principles had matured. Boiling water, countless individuals had witnessed and practiced. Yet few considered that the gentle rising steam could harbor astonishing energy. This primal force, which humanity would not fully comprehend for centuries, had dramatically altered the course of human history in a remarkably brief period. Though the principle was simple, practical constraints meant it was not the preferred choice for most farmers. But he thought differently. This world still had witches. To wield magic for combat was a notion befitting savages. To utilize magic for creation and to replace certain key processes hindering civilization as progress was the rightful application of such power. In this era, nightlife was virtually non-existent. Without the prospect of procreation, everyone retired early. He had contemplated leveraging his princely privilege to summon a maid for exercise, but ultimately refrained due to his own shyness. Just as he ignited the candle in the room, he heard a few claps from behind, followed by someone speaking. What an extraordinary lecture. I never anticipated that His Highness, the fourth prince, was so erudite. Chapter 20. Nightingale, please, do not act rashly, Your Highness. I mean you no harm. I have come merely to speak with you. Good heavens, is there a way to conduct such a conversation? Roland swallowed hard, slowly turning around. Under the threat of the dagger, he had no choice but to acquiesce to her demands. In the dim candlelight, Roland observed her seated by his bedside, her form enveloped in a robe and her face obscured by a hood, rendering her features indistinct. The flickering flame cast her silhouette upon the wall, dominating a considerable portion of it. Who are you? I possess no name. My sisters refer to me as Nightingale. She rose, lifted the hem of her robe, and curtsied in a manner befitting nobility. First and foremost, I wish to express my gratitude to you, Roland, Duke of Wimbledon. Gratitude? Roland noted the intricate patterns on her robe glimmering in the firelight. Three aligned triangular shapes reminiscent of eyes struck a chord of familiarity within him. The emblem on the coin is the mark of the Holy Mountain and the Eye of Magic. It is the sigil of the Witches' Alliance. A sudden flash of Bear's words surged through his mind. You are a witch. Ha ha ha. She chuckled lightly. Indeed, your highness, your knowledge is profound. Hearing her acknowledge her identity, Roland felt a quiet relief. At least she was not one of the assassins dispatched by his siblings. You have come to this remote town for the Witch of the North Slope mines? Though I am unsure how you acquired this information, your arrival is rather belated. If I had truly intended to execute her, she would have perished long ago. A blatant threat. Yet, Roland found solace in the fact that she was alive and well. I am aware that, besides her, there is also a girl named Nanawa. She nodded. I arrived here a week ago. I simply have not yet met you. I have witnessed all that you have done, though I do not quite understand why you harbor no malice towards witches. Regardless, I wish to convey my gratitude on behalf of the Witches' Alliance. A week ago? You saw everything? Roland wiped his forehead, pondering the unsettling notion that she had been following him without his knowledge. Very well, you claim to wish to speak with me. Surely it cannot be merely to extend thanks? Is it not tiring to stand while conversing? She asked, removing her hood. Please, come closer. I am not as frightening as you may think. Far from being unattractive, she could be described as stunning. As the hood fell away, a cascade of golden curls tumbled down like a waterfall, the candlelight illuminating the golden glimmers that radiated from her hair. Her high nose and sparkling eyes conveyed a mature allure, distinct from the youthful features of Anna and Nanawa, though the dim light obscured her details. The play of shadows on her face was sufficient to attest to her beauty. Roland slowly approached and sat beside her on the bed. His attraction to her appearance did not cause him to disregard the potential danger. He simply sensed no ill intent from her. You may speak now. Indeed. You do not fear me. The woman's voice carried a hint of delight. You are unlike others I have encountered. They despise us out of fear. I can see the terror in their eyes, while in yours, I only find curiosity. She could not resist reaching out, gently brushing her fingers against Roland's cheek. Embarrassed, he cleared his throat and turned his head away. Let us not change the atmosphere so abruptly. We were just discussing assassination, and now it feels like a corporate takeover. Fortunately, she quickly reined in her emotions. I have come to inform you that I intend to take Anna and Nanawa with me. Absolutely not. Roland exclaimed, his heart racing. He feared that his blunt refusal would provoke her ire. So he added, they are quite content here. No one can harm them. Besides, where do you intend to take them? There is no place safer than here. To the Alliance, where they truly belong, Nightingale replied, her tone remaining calm despite his rejection. The members of the Alliance are their compatriots. There is no discrimination, no persecution, and they need not disguise themselves any longer. Where's the Alliance? You have no fixed place of residence, do you? A month ago, my guards discovered your camp in the Forest of Hiding. The footprints indicated you were heading north, where there is nothing but endless mountains. You are correct. The Alliance currently resides somewhere within the Abyssal Mountains, a place that is absolutely safe for witches. Living like savages in the mountains for the winter, how is that safe? Is there clean drinking water? Ample food? A warm shelter? And with the month of demons approaching, the entire Northwest will become a perilous land. What are you thinking? Roland suddenly halted, recalling Barev's words. Witches can only find true peace by journeying to the Holy Mountain. The purpose of the Alliance is to unite witches in search of the Holy Mountain. He was taken aback. Are you planning to search for the Holy Mountain in the Abyssal Mountains? Forgive me, I cannot disclose that, Nightingale replied with a wry smile. Yet her expression made it clear to Roland that he had indeed guessed correctly. In that case, I will never agree to it, Roland firmly stated. In 2 months, the entire realm will be overrun by demonic beasts. Even if you could evade humanity in the mountains, you cannot escape the beasts. Perhaps the Holy Mountain can be sought at any time. Why not all come to Border Town for the winter? It would not be too late to search after the winter is past, as long as they could safely endure the month of demons with the witch's assistance. His people might come to realize that they were not wicked beings. But before Roland could speak further, she interrupted him. Additionally, I wish to take them for another reason. Anna is nearing adulthood. Adulthood? Indeed, she explained calmly, sensing Roland's confusion. Adulthood is the first hurdle every witch must overcome. The earlier one becomes a witch, the more arduous this trial becomes. Your Highness, do you know why we are perceived as embodiments of evil? Chapter 21. Your desires. As the Nightingale concluded her tale, the room fell silent once more, save for the occasional crackle of the burning candles. Roland's expression was grave. He had finally garnered a general understanding of the witching community. The awakening of most witches occurred during the month of demons, a time said to coincide with the opening of the gates of hell. Generally, the threshold of adulthood marked a significant divide for witches. Women who had not awakened by the age of 18 were unlikely to ever do so. Conversely, those who awakened prior to this age endured the torment of demonic consumption each year on their awakening day. This agony was beyond the comprehension of ordinary mortals. The nightingale's voice quivered as she recounted this part, drawing from her harrowing experience, likening it to a force striving to burst forth from within, causing excruciating pain in every vein and tendon, until ultimately, blood seeped through the skin and eyes bulged from their sockets. If one managed to endure, a recovery period of 4 to 5 days would ensue, yet those who could not withstand the torment would perish in an unspeakably gruesome manner. The nightingale had witnessed the demise of several companions, their bodies collapsing into grotesque, swollen masses. Blood and viscera erupted from their orifices, transforming into billowing clouds of darkness upon contact with the air. When the last remnants were expelled, only a charred layer of skin remained on the ground. This was the evidence that witches were regarded as embodiments of malevolence. Ordinary people, upon witnessing such a scene, would be paralyzed with terror, hardly caring for the true cause of death. Coupled with the church's insidious propaganda, which proclaimed that those who consorted with demons met such fates, witches gradually became the personification of evil. Regardless of external perceptions, the suffering was all too real, contributing to the witches' generally short lifespans. As time progressed, the agony intensified, leading many to choose to end their own lives. The demonic consumption experienced upon reaching the age of 18 was perhaps the most harrowing trial. As the magical powers a witch possessed prior to adulthood were not fully realized, it was only after reaching maturity that such powers would solidify. Once stabilized, these powers would see a significant enhancement, potentially branching into new abilities. Alas, the process of stabilization was excruciating, with the intensity of the consumption exceeding what most could endure, leading many witches to perish on their coming of age. After a prolonged silence, Roland finally asked in a hushed tone, "The ancient texts state that witches can attain eternal peace upon the sacred mountain, free from the torment of demonic consumption. Is this true?" No one could say for certain, as the sacred mountain existed solely in legend. However, accompanying them to the Covenant's camp would likely increase their chances of survival. If witches did not have to conceal their identities and could live freely, the power of consumption would diminish considerably. Roland's thoughts became jumbled. His plans heavily relied on the assistance of Anna and Naneva, yet he felt a pang of guilt knowing the risks his plans would impose on them. Finally, he sighed. "Anna is downstairs. I will fetch her. If she consents, you may take her away. As for Naneva, I will not see her until tomorrow. Thank you for your understanding." "I knew I was right about you," the nightingale replied, rising to acknowledge him. At that moment, Anna was still awake, bent over a table transcribing something. Upon seeing Roland, she appeared somewhat surprised. When informed of the need to visit the prince's chamber, she asked no further questions and dutifully followed him upstairs. Upon entering the room and discovering another presence, the girl was genuinely startled. Roland took her hand and made a brief introduction, and the three gathered around a round table. The nightingale reiterated her previous statements. "In the camp, there are many like you. They are your companions. This is the situation, Miss Anna. Although I have entered into a contract with you, I must respect your wishes in matters of life and death. If you agree, I will not leave," Anna interjected swiftly, cutting Roland off. "I wish to stay here." "Anna, I am not deceiving you," the nightingale said, furrowing her brow. "I can sense the surging magic within you. It is nearing maturity. The month of demons in 2 months marks your coming of age. The earlier you reach the camp, the safer you will be." Ignoring her, Anna turned her gaze to Roland, who nodded in response. Roland had thought he understood Anna's mindset, yet now he realized he comprehended nothing at all. In her eyes, he discerned no emotion, neither reliance nor affection, only an unfathomable tranquility. He recalled their first meeting, her gaze equally composed. The difference now was that her face radiated vitality, akin to a bud on the verge of blooming. She remained unafraid of death, yet no longer yearned for it. "The consumption will not kill me," Anna declared, each word resolute. "I will conquer it." The nightingale closed her eyes, inhaling deeply. "Very well, I understand. So, will you depart alone?" Roland inquired. "No, I shall remain here as well," she replied, pulling up her hood and rising. "In any case, the camp will not relocate before the month of demons concludes." "Why?" Roland asked, astonished. Did she intend to monitor him throughout the winter? She approached the door, withdrew a dagger, and knelt before Roland once more. "Farewell." With that, her figure gradually dissolved into the darkness, vanishing like mist, leaving no trace behind. Is this the extent of the nightingale's power? Roland pondered, contemplating her silent stealth technique, truly the mark of a born assassin. Furthermore, judging by her skill with the dagger, she had undoubtedly undergone rigorous training. Was the coven not only harboring its kind but also cultivating its own strength? Or had she acquired such skills prior to her induction into the coven? Information regarding this organization was scant, and Roland could find little of use in his memory. Yet, he sensed that he would encounter this organization again, provided he persisted along the path of witchcraft. To his surprise, Anna brushed past him, exiting the room without uttering a word. As the door closed, the light was severed from behind, and shadows enveloped her. She leaned gently against the door, her previously tranquil eyes no longer reflecting calm. She lifted her head, shielding her face with her arm, before finally whispering in barely audible tones, "Fool." Chapter 22 Declaration. The day after the rain ceased, the border town buzzed with activity once more as villagers gathered in the square, chattering eagerly in anticipation of the fourth prince's speech. To encourage attendance, Roland had posted a notice the previous day, promising a serving of wheat porridge and half a loaf of bread to anyone who came to listen. For the townsfolk, this was akin to a complimentary lunch, resulting in a turnout far exceeding that of a public execution. As noon approached, Roland ascended the prepared platform. Facing the throng of darkened faces below, he would be lying to himself if he claimed not to feel nervous. Previously, his most frequent interactions had been with computer monitors, merely applauding from the sidelines during meetings. This was his first encounter with such a grand occasion that required his direct involvement. However, it was imperative that he address the crowd. To keep them in the border town, a rallying call was necessary. He waved his hand for silence. This moment had been rehearsed countless times in solitude, yet as he stood before the audience, his mouth felt parched. "My dear subjects, good afternoon. I am Roland Wimbledon, the fourth prince of Grey Fortress. I have gathered you here today to share an important announcement. 4 days ago, envoys from Longsong Fortress arrived with news concerning the delivery of ore. As you are all aware, a month ago, we suffered an unfortunate incident when the Northern Slope mine collapsed. To this day, production in the mining area has yet to fully resume. This calamity has resulted in only 2 months' worth of output for the last quarter. I explained our plight to the envoy, hoping he would allocate sufficient food supplies to the border town, with the understanding that the missing ore would be compensated for after winter. But he refused. There was no room for negotiation. He denied any additional food allocation, just as he did 2 years ago. A murmur of shock rippled through the crowd, clearly recalling the famine incident from 2 years prior. This situation seemed even graver. The astrologers of Grey Fortress foretold that this winter would be longer than usual, with the month of evil possibly extending beyond 4 months. This meant that everyone might face a 2-month food shortage. 2 years ago, you lost 20% of your companions. Some lost brothers, others lost children. How many more must you prepare to lose this time? No, Your Highness, save us, a voice cried out from the crowd, soon echoed by many others pleading, Your Highness, we beg of you, help us. It appeared that preparing several supporters beforehand had been a prudent choice. Roland raised his hand to quell the clamor. Of course, I shall not abandon my subjects, not a single one. You may not realize, but the wheat and bread transported yearly from the fortress do not equate to the ore they take away. According to market rates, just 2 months' worth of ore is sufficient to exchange for 6 months' worth of food. I have already sold the ore to merchants from Willowleaf Town, and their ships laden with provisions will soon arrive in the border town. In addition to bread, there will be cheese, mead, and jerky, enough to sustain everyone through the winter. A wave of cheers erupted from the square. However, this meant severing ties with Longsong Fortress. They would no longer shelter anyone. Thus we would endure this winter in the border town. Most had already observed that a sturdy wall was being constructed on the west side of the town. I understand that some are concerned whether we can withstand the assault of the vile beasts. Allow me to assure you, these creatures are not significantly more formidable than the beasts of the forest. Despite their tough skin and robust frames, they cannot scale the walls or bite through stone. No matter how thick their hide, they remain pitiful targets. Tell me, my subjects, would you rather cower in the fortress's confines, languishing in hunger, or under my leadership? Protect your loved ones and children, defending the border town until the very end? I pledge to you, if we hold steadfast until the end of the month of evil, every townsman who fights upon the walls shall receive 25 silver wolves as reward. Should any tragically fall, their families will be compensated with 5 golden dragons. To fight for Your Highness. Under the guidance of his supporters, the crowd raised their voices in fervent agreement. Noticing the heightened spirits, Roland promptly ordered the distribution of lunch. He did not expect everyone to remain in the border town, as long as half of them chose to stay. He was confident in their ability to repel the vile beast's advance. Do you think that naive prince intends to abandon us and go it alone? Does he dare to repair the wall before winter arrives? Should I commend his bravery or mock his foolishness? It is well known that the eldest prince is unmatched in courage. When did the fourth prince acquire such audacity? Ignorance, indeed. Indeed, he lacks even stonemasons. Merely piling unrefined stones, with mud in between, it is likely that his structure will collapse under its own weight. The duke, who had been deep in thought, suddenly spoke. Pello, what is your view? Pello paused for a moment, taken aback by the Duke of Longsong seeking his opinion. Well, I initially intended to maintain our monopoly. As long as we sold below market price by 30%, it would still be a worthwhile endeavor. However, he quickly organized his thoughts. Yet the prince does not seem inclined to allow the fortress to monopolize the ore. He is willing to sell it at a 50% reduction, indicating he has a plan to significantly increase next year's production. If production can double compared to the past, our profits could surpass previous years. He also intends to produce iron goods for sale. Iron is a coveted commodity everywhere and easily resold. But none of this is pivotal. Oh, what is pivotal? Indeed. The Duke chuckled, but these are merely the thoughts of a merchant, fixated solely on profit and loss. At this juncture, he straightened up, casting a slow glance over the other attendees, his tone growing grave. Yet, I did not ascend to my current position solely by measuring everything through the lens of profit. Why should I conduct business with someone beyond my control? Some rules must be upheld, and those who violate them must face consequences. Whether the border town flourishes or languishes is of little consequence. What matters is that it is my territory, and no one shall meddle, not even a prince. Chapter 23. The source of power come. Try to join these two iron plates together, Roland instructed. Anna extended her finger and pressed it against the seam of the plates. Flames erupted from her fingertips, melting the joint at a visible pace. Reduce the flame, and let us do it again from the back. She nodded and complied. The two iron plates were joined at a 90-degree angle, firmly welded together. Roland meticulously inspected the joint and discovered it to be a flawless seam, exactly as he had envisioned. With a bit of polishing to remove the fluid traces of molten iron, the plates were nearly indistinguishable from a single forged entity. Well done, Miss Anna. Simply splendid, Roland exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. Next, let us connect the other two plates. What is this? An iron bucket? Anna inquired. No. It is a cylinder, he corrected her. A cylinder? Anna echoed, perplexed. Yes, it can be used to fill air. Roland pointed to another square iron plate. Do you see the small hole on it? Air enters the cylinder through this hole, pushing the piston. The piston is a slightly smaller plate than the internal diameter of the cylinder, allowing it to move freely within. Even Anna was baffled by so many neologisms. What are these cylinders and pistons for? To create a machine that can move on its own. The steam engine, which brought forth the primary power necessary for humanity's first industrial revolution, liberating human and animal labor entirely. The schematic was familiar to every mechanical enthusiast. Simply put, it resembled a magnified kettle. Boiling steam is directed into the cylinder, pushing the piston and connecting rods, thereby converting thermal energy into mechanical energy. The principle is remarkably simple, yet it does not imply ease of manufacture. The challenge lies in the airtightness between the cylinder and piston, as well as the fabrication of the air pipe. It is nearly impossible to forge a qualified cylinder by hand without adequate metalworking skills. However, Anna's abilities perfectly compensated for the lack of craftsmanship. Roland only needed to design 4 plates of the same size, have them cast and polished by the blacksmith, and then use right-angle plates to secure the shape, with Anna performing the welding to create a highly rigid square cylinder. With the witch's assistance, he did not need to follow the traditional process of first creating a cannon boring machine and then fabricating a round cylinder. The same applied to other major components. They could be made into smaller pieces and then assembled. Thus, even a small workshop like a blacksmith's could collaboratively produce all the parts required for a steam engine. In fact, before the invention of welding, people could only connect small parts using bolts or rivets, while the interior of a cylinder must be smooth, something conventional connections clearly could not achieve. The only troublesome aspect was the air pipe. Its fabrication method was not particularly unique. One simply needed to heat a long iron plate until it glowed red, then place it into a groove-shaped mold and hammer it into shape, a method akin to making the barrel of a flintlock gun. The complication lay in the fact that Roland could not call the blacksmith to his backyard, the which could not be revealed yet, and blacksmithing was not his forte. Reluctantly, he had to enlist the chief knight to assist him while he directed from the side. After 3 days of toil, Roland finally assembled the first steam engine in his backyard. Is this your supposedly powerful contraption? Carter frowned as he examined the peculiar machine, first ensuring it had nothing to do with cult rituals. Each metal piece was installed by his own hands, resembling a sealed furnace. If a devil were attracted to it, it would defy all logic. But how could a heap of iron pieces move? It looked so clumsy, and without legs, could it possibly fly? Yet in Roland's eyes, this seemingly rudimentary machine radiated the beauty of industry, standing on the shoulders of giants. He did not follow the path of Newcomen's steam engine or Wood's improved steam engine. His first prototype was a high-pressure steam engine equipped with double connecting rods and sliding valves. Its construction was not significantly more challenging than the most primitive steam engines. The key lying in innovative ideas. You will see shortly, Roland stated as he poured a bucket of water into the steam chamber and instructed Anna to ignite the firewood. Minutes later, the water boiled, bubbling vigorously. Soon, sounds of cracking emanated from the cylinder, indicating the expansion of the heated body. The piston, being thinner, would expand more than the cylinder, ultimately pressing firmly against the cylinder wall. Isn't this just boiling water? I didn't expect it to be a furnace, Carter muttered. The machine emitted a deafening roar, and the exhaust pipe puffed out white steam with an unstoppable momentum. Is this the power you spoke of, hidden in nature? Anna asked, bewildered. The chief knight looked on incredulously. The large iron wheel had taken him considerable effort to install, yet it now spun with the speed of a feather, creating a gust that could be felt from where he stood. This could only indicate that the force of this iron contraption was astonishingly immense. A sense of unease began to rise within him. The prince claimed it could replace human and animal labor, if he was not deceiving himself. When it replaced horses pulling chariots, mere brute strength might render 10 knights powerless. Training a qualified knight takes 15 years. Yet crafting such an iron furnace requires only 3 days. Including the blacksmith's time to forge the parts, it amounts to no more than a week. It requires no feeding, fears neither cold nor hunger, and is unafraid of arrows or blades. Once equipped with a ram, it could charge recklessly across the battlefield. Would there still be a need for traditional knights? She sat at the table, smiling and fiddling with several sheets of parchment, without her hood this time. It seemed the rumors outside were indeed untrustworthy. They said the fourth prince was uneducated and ill-tempered. In reality, he was no less capable than the court's masters. Is this the design for that iron furnace? You call it a steam engine, correct? What can it do? Many things. Mining, drainage, metallurgy, forging, all tasks requiring significant effort can be accomplished by it. Well then, I shall accept it, Nightingale said, rolling up the parchment and tucking it into her robe. There are those in the guild who can manipulate flames. Wait, she waved her hand, halting Roland's protests. Of course, I'm not taking your gift for free. Look at this first. She placed a small white object on the table. Roland approached and pinched it with his fingers, discovering it to be a rolled note. He gently unfurled it and glanced at it. This is a secret letter for carrier pigeons, Nightingale teased. The recipient is your headmaid, Teal. TSK. It seems your harem is not so stable after all. I have not laid a finger on her, Roland frowned. Teal had been by his side for quite some time. Originally, the fourth prince had taken an interest in her, but his attempts at harassment had been fruitless. This time, she was promoted to head maid to serve him closely, with her room arranged next door. He had not anticipated that she was a spy arranged by his royal siblings, though the letter bore no signature. It was highly likely that it was penned by those very siblings, as the content suggested. The letter stated that the last failure had greatly displeased their master, and next time, they were to act during the chaos at Chang'e Fortress with no allowance for another failure. All right, in truth, you have already succeeded, he thought. Otherwise, I would not be Roland Wimbledon. This letter was unlikely to be forged by Nightingale, as only those involved in the conspiracy would be privy to the details of the previous assassination attempt. If Nightingale wanted to kill him, there would be no need for such elaborate schemes. Did you steal this from her? Your headmaid is not so foolish. She intended to burn it after reading. Unfortunately, at the moment she was observing, I happened to be right behind her. She made a gesture of substitution. So, what do you intend to do? Do you require my assistance in handling this matter? Roland naturally comprehended the implications behind her words. After a brief moment of hesitation, he ultimately nodded, expressing his gratitude. He truly lacked the confidence to address such a situation on his own. If possible, could you inquire for me about the identity of the person behind her? As you wish, Your Highness, the Nightingale replied with a smile and a graceful bow. Thus, this scroll of blueprints shall serve as your reward. Chapter 24. Development plans. When Roland awoke that morning, he was attended not by Teal, but by an elderly maid. A Upon exiting his chamber, he found the chief knight, Carter, waiting for him outside. "Your Highness, I must convey some unfortunate news," he stated solemnly. "Your maid has passed away last night." "What?" Roland's eyelids fluttered. Although he had anticipated this outcome, he nonetheless felt a pang of discomfort. After all, her demise was a consequence of his actions. She fell from the balcony of her room. There are no signs of struggle, and the guards did not witness any outsiders entering or leaving. It appears to have been an unfortunate accident. As the knight reported the findings, he cast a peculiar glance at Roland. Roland was well aware of his thoughts. It was common knowledge that the fourth prince had repeatedly sought to take advantage of Teal during their time in Greycastle. In this era, it was not uncommon for princes to engage in relations with their maids. With limited entertainment options and little nightlife, the urge to procreate naturally arose. Not only did they indulge in creating offspring themselves, but princes and noblemen often exchanged women and even hosted gatherings solely for the purpose of procreation. Thus, the notion of a debauched noble class was not merely a jest. The fourth prince had exhibited a degree of restraint in this regard. In contrast, Roland had not even touched a woman aside from Teal, as the other maids were rather lackluster in comparison. Furthermore, upon traversing into this world, he was immediately confronted with the ominous threat of the demon moon, his mind consumed with agricultural plans, leaving little room to relish the indulgences of noble life. "What a pity," Roland feigned a look of sorrow. "Let the elderly maid who attended me this morning handle Till's funeral arrangements. She shall assume the role of headmaid." Carter nodded and bowed before departing. Upon entering his office, Roland noticed the Nightingale seated at the mahogany desk. "Did you extract any information?" "None at all," she replied with a hint of frustration. "She took her own life the moment she saw me, without a trace of hesitation. I had restrained her, you know," the Nightingale said, leaning closer. "Who would have thought she had poison hidden in her teeth? I was left with no choice but to fabricate the tale of an accidental fall. I presumed you were seasoned in such matters. Is it appropriate to accept payment under these circumstances? Come now, do not be so harsh. Although I gleaned nothing from her, it does not mean I returned empty-handed." The Nightingale chuckled softly, placing a folded piece of paper before Roland. "This was found in her room." Roland sighed gently. Indeed, the struggle for the throne would not conclude so easily. Even if he refrained from contesting it, he could not remain unaffected. For the sake of the crown, his siblings showed no reservations, and such incidents were likely to recur in the future. "Ah, someone approaches. I must take my leave, Your Highness." The Nightingale playfully blew a kiss towards Roland before vanishing in an instant. Though it was not his first encounter with her, the suddenness of her disappearance in broad daylight startled Roland. He hesitated, then tentatively extended a finger towards the now vacant desk, only to be intercepted by a soft hand. "Your Highness, such actions may cause Anna distress." "Very well," Roland mused, realizing her ability was invisibility rather than disappearance. Otherwise, it would be quite terrifying. A knock sounded at the door. "Your Highness, it is Barov. Overall, the financial situation in Border Town has improved to some degree," he reported, his spirits lifted. "We garnered nearly 200 gold dragons from selling raw ores and gemstones to Willow Leaf Town. After purchasing food and distributing wages, we still have 90 remaining." Barov was in high spirits. With surplus funds, surviving the winter would not pose a significant challenge. However, Roland had no intention of allowing him to rest. "I need to select a group from the populace to combat the aberrant beasts. They must begin concentrated training immediately. The chief knight will serve as their instructor, and I will discuss the specifics with him. You are to draft a procurement plan. This group will require sturdy leather armor, a spear, and 2 sets of winter clothing. Your Highness, is this not akin to a hasty conscription of the populace for battle?" Barov questioned hesitantly. Untrained troops thrust into combat would merely be a disorganized rabble. "Do you truly believe sheer numbers can intimidate the aberrant beasts? If they break ranks, it could lead to greater chaos. Are you suggesting we simply hunker down in Border Town?" Barov inquired cautiously. "If it becomes untenable, of course, we shall retreat. However, I do not believe we cannot handle a few mutated beasts. Following your plan will incur additional expenses." Barov's demeanor, resembling that of a miser, amused Roland. "These are necessary expenditures. Proceed promptly." He himself possessed over 300 gold dragons in his treasury, primarily earmarked for the construction of the city walls. He was also personally financing the procurement of materials and components for the steam engine from the blacksmith, with the first unit costing nearly 20 gold dragons, and he required at least 3 more. While it was true that steam engines propelled the first industrial revolution, it did not imply that a steam engine equated to an industrial revolution. Historically, Britain had reached a point where a new power source was imperative to replace human and animal labor to meet production demands in the mining sector. After what improved the steam engine, he immediately received a deluge of orders, and this new power swiftly permeated various industries. At this juncture, Bordertown possessed no foundational elements of an industrial revolution. One could argue that industry was virtually non-existent. Therefore, Roland harbored no illusions of amassing his first fortune through the sale of steam engines. He merely sought to introduce this machinery into the North Mountain mining area for transporting and crushing stones. Once the mine's output increased, he would scale up the use of steam engines, essentially promoting industrial development from the top down. Chapter 25, The Militia. Is this the lot you have gathered? Roland gazed upon the ragged assembly of commoners before him, an impulse to turn and leave swelling within him. Your Highness, I meticulously selected them as per your request. Carter replied, counting on his fingers. Males, non-criminals, aged 18 to 40, physically unblemished. I have scrutinized every detail. Very well, he mused. He knew not to harbor excessive expectations. After all, in a world where productivity was so woefully low, simply obtaining enough food was a struggle, and it was only natural for their attire to reflect such hardship. His princely status had rendered him somewhat oblivious to this reality. Stepping outside the castle, one could easily witness the sight of tattered souls living by begging. In fact, even in the kingdom's capital, Grey Fortress, there existed those who made a living as corpse collectors, whose daily toil involved dragging away the deceased who succumbed to starvation in the streets for cremation. Roland had no illusions of relying on the nobility from the border town to assist him in battle. In truth, they were utterly disconnected from the town, most being barons bestowed by the Lord of Longsong Fortress, with their lands situated within the fortress's jurisdiction. A militia composed entirely of commoners was a notion rife with imagination in this era. They were ignorant and untrained, unable to comprehend documents or commands, and had never received any formal combat training. How could they possibly compare to knights who had wielded swords since the tender age of 10? Carter leaned closer to Roland, whispering, Your Highness, this endeavor is inherently impractical. Look at them. Who among them can wield a sword? When confronted with a beast, they will likely scatter, jeopardizing the stability of our defenses. I recommend hiring professional mercenaries from Willow Leaf Town or elsewhere to safeguard the walls, while these individuals can be assigned menial tasks. No, I shall use them, Roland firmly replied. He held no fondness for mercenaries who fought for coin. Moreover, his motive for assembling an army extended beyond merely combating the beasts. Throughout history, it had been repeatedly demonstrated that a powerful and vibrant force must be composed of the people, be it feudal armies, modern forces, or contemporary militaries. Very well. As you wish, the knight shrugged. Shall I begin training them in swordsmanship tomorrow? Though the utility may be limited. Training in swordsmanship? No. First have them line up and run. Roland suddenly recalled that even the chief knight might not have experienced such training himself and amended his instruction. Call upon that hunter we sought previously. You both can observe how I proceed. Vanna had encountered more incredibility today than he had in the entirety of the past 20 years. He had seen the fourth prince of the kingdom, Roland Wimbledon, up close. As he passed right before him, even smiling at him. Good heavens, was the prince intoxicated? 3 days prior, during a speech in the square, the fourth prince had proclaimed that this winter would be unlike any other. They would not journey to Longsong Fortress, but would endure the long winter here. Though he had scarcely grasped the prince's reasoning, he wholeheartedly agreed with this decision. Vanna's brother had perished in the slums of the fortress 2 years ago, having gone an entire month without sustenance. He had scraped together a few coppers from unloading cargo at the docks to buy some black bread to share with his brother. But that winter had been unbearably cold. The makeshift shelters in the slums were rife with drafts, and that meager food was insufficient to maintain body heat. When his brother fell ill and lapsed into unconsciousness, he never awoke again. In the border town, he at least had a modest earthen brick house, sheltered from the fear of days of relentless snowfall. He had also witnessed the docks piled high with wheat transported from elsewhere, gradually being moved into the castle. Thus, when Vanna heard of the fourth prince recruiting militia, he rushed over without hesitation. Of course, the tantalizing prospect of abandoning his work in the gravel pit and immediately joining the ranks was further sweetened by the promise of a monthly salary of 10 silver wolves, comparable to that of a skilled mason. He was no longer a child. By next spring, he intended to wed Cheryl, the tavern maid, and he needed to save as much as he could. As for the duties outlined in the notice, he paid little heed. Surely it would not involve hauling burdens for those noble lords or assisting the patrols in confronting the frenzied beasts atop the city walls. The selection process was quite stringent. The gleaming-eyed knight's scrutiny instilled a sense of trepidation in Vanna. Fortunately, his robust physique passed inspection, while many gaunt individuals were dismissed by the knight. In the end, only about 100 remained to answer the call. What Vanna never anticipated was that the one training them would be none other than His Highness himself. The selected individuals were led to a grassy expanse west of the border town. The under-construction city walls rising behind them and the endless expanse of the misty forest stretching before them. The prince commanded everyone to line up, then stepped aside to rest. Having rained just days prior, the ground remained damp and muddy, water seeping into his shoes, making him uncomfortable all over. Not to mention, the stance the prince demanded was no ordinary one. Their arms had to hang straight down by their sides, and their backs must be perfectly erect. Vanna had scarcely stood for a quarter of an hour before fatigue overwhelmed him. This was far more grueling than swinging a sledgehammer against stones. Yet he gritted his teeth, determined to endure. After all, the prince had proclaimed that any who moved would forfeit an egg from their lunch. Good heavens! It had been ages since he had tasted an egg. Clearly, those around him shared his sentiments, as most managed to hold their ground despite swaying unsteadily. Only when the prince announced a break did Vanna realize he had sweated profusely, and his standing time had been brief, no more than 15 minutes. Those who had faltered felt great regret, as if they could see the precious eggs rolling away from them. Yet Vanna was perplexed. What was the purpose of this exercise? Could merely standing enable them to carry more sacks of provisions? Were it not for the esteemed prince training them, he would have protested long ago. To his astonishment, after a brief respite, the prince issued an even more peculiar command. He instructed everyone to resume their formation, this time promising that if no one moved, each would receive an additional egg at lunch. However, should even one person falter, the opportunity would vanish for all. Vanna heard the collective sound of swallowed saliva. Goodness! Was this a trick of the noble class? Manipulating them with the promise of a carrot, as if they were foolish donkeys? But what if they could all succeed? Would that not mean 2 eggs at lunch? It was a devilish temptation. Vanna wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. For the sake of the eggs, he would strive with all his might. Chapter 26. Lessons from History. Your Highness, what are you doing? Previously, Carter thought the fourth prince was merely a bit headstrong. But now it had escalated into sheer folly. When it comes to training a warrior, the chief knight believed no one could rival his expertise. His family possessed a comprehensive training regimen, capable of molding a proficient fighter in various weapons within just 5 years, from the age of 10 to 15. With an additional 5 years, one could become a knight well-versed in high etiquette, provided the trainee was not of common birth. Looking at the foolish lot before him, all they seemed to care about was food. And eggs are quite expensive, mind you, in the era of cold weapons. To produce a batch of competent soldiers within 2 or 3 months was beyond Roland's imagination. He had no desire for Spartan warriors who could tear beasts apart in mere undergarments. The individual combat prowess of an army could be moderate, but it must maintain strict discipline and adherence to commands. The strength of a team often surpasses that of the individual, dictated by the social nature of humanity. To achieve this swiftly, adapting military training to the current environment seemed a prudent choice. From personal experience, he knew that in merely half a month, he could fuse students from across the nation into a cohesive unit. Regardless of the process, the results were evident. Only after these individuals comprehended the essence of discipline could Roland proceed with his next plan. Vanna ultimately did not get to savor a second egg. This time, the duration of standing exceeded twice that of the previous occasion, only concluding when someone's legs grew weak and they began to sway. At this moment, the fourth prince announced a break and instructed his attendants to distribute lunch. This action successfully redirected the crowd's anger towards those who had transgressed into a craving for food. Yet it also left Vanna suspecting that perhaps the prince had no intention of allowing them a second reward. Lunch was contained within 4 large earthenware jars, brought to the outskirts of the town by several carts. In addition to the food, the carts carried numerous wooden basins and spoons. As Vanna licked his lips, preparing to rush forward, the chief knight blocked everyone's path. The prince commanded all to form 4 straight lines, approaching one by one to receive their utensils. Anyone disrupting the order would be forced to be the last to receive food. The crowd jostled into 4 lines. He was fortunate to be at the front of the outermost line. Naturally, there were those who expressed strong discontent, and the sounds of scuffles emerged from the queue. Soon, knights and a few guards surged into the throng, expelling the troublemakers. Foolishness, Vanna thought, casting a glance at the ringleader, the town's most belligerent Mad Fist. Typically, he relied on brute strength to cause trouble, yet now he sat obediently with the sword held against him. What a pitiful sight. Vanna believed he had discerned the prince's preferences. Everything must be orderly and uniform. Lines must be straight, queues must be maintained for meals, and order must not be disrupted. He had heard from well-informed merchants in the great town that some nobles possessed a peculiar penchant for arranging everything meticulously. Any slight misalignment would compel them to reorganize. In Vanna's mind, such individuals were merely idle and bored, deliberately seeking trouble to amuse themselves. He had not anticipated that the prince was of the same ilk. As the lids of the jars were lifted, a rich aroma wafted forth. The tantalizing scent nearly intoxicated him, causing a stir within the crowd. Accompanied by the bellowing of the knights, he surmised they would have to queue again. Indeed, the fourth prince required everyone to line up for food in the same order as before when they took their basins and spoons, despite their stomachs growling and saliva pooling. The crowd behaved dutifully, lining up in a long queue, inspired by the example set by Mad Fist. The jars contained steaming bowls of wheat porridge. To Vanna's astonishment, he discovered the porridge even contained jerky. Although he only scooped a thin slice, it was still meat. After filling his basin, he was fortunate enough to receive an additional egg. Vanna devoured his lunch voraciously, licking the bottom of the basin. He did not even bother to bite into the egg, swallowing it whole. In his haste, he accidentally burned his tongue. Setting down the basin, Vanna patted his stomach and burped. It had been a long time since he had relished such delectable food. Even more astonishing was the sensation of satiety. The sweetness of the meat porridge was worlds apart from black bread, and he found himself pondering that if he could enjoy such meals daily, what would it matter to face the malevolent beasts at the front lines? Vanna knew that almost everyone on Old Street was familiar with Iron Axe. His remarkable archery skills left even the most seasoned hunters in town in awe. Wait a moment, Iron Axe is now serving the fourth prince? He seemed to have been by the knight's side for some time. Vanna frowned. What was the prince thinking? After all, he was a Sandman. Do you truly intend to appoint a Sandman as a captain? Carter harbored the same question. He belonged neither to Grey Fortress nor to the Kingdom of the Continent. The witch does not belong to Grey Fortress, Roland retorted, but they all belong to Border Town. Moreover, aren't you overseeing this? But, Your Highness, do not worry. Roland patted the knight's shoulder. Border Town does not concern itself with origins. As long as there is no violation of royal law, they remain my subjects. If you are truly uneasy, you may select 2 more capable individuals as captains. After all, this team will expand in number. And nurturing a few more with potential at this stage would be beneficial. By the way, I have already drafted the training regulations rather than fretting over the Sandman. I think you should focus on this. Carter accepted the parchment from Roland's hand and scanned it from top to bottom, instantly dumbfounded. The training content was utterly unprecedented. For instance, in the afternoon, everyone was to run laps around Border Town from 2 o'clock until sunset. The regulations emphasized that each person must complete this task, allowing mutual assistance along the way, and if no one gave up, dinner would include an extra egg. Another stipulation stated that as soon as the wolves howled at night, a gathering whistle would be sounded, requiring everyone to dress and assemble as quickly as possible. If this continued, the team would likely disband within a few days. If the previous rules were somewhat understandable, the last one left Carter utterly perplexed. After dinner each day, everyone is to attend Mr. Carl's Academy for Cultural Training. Your Highness, what do you mean by cultural training? Are you suggesting you will teach them to read and write? I wish it were so, but time is too short, at most. It would suffice to teach some basic words and numbers, enough to read and write commands. I will personally explain this part to Carl. You just need to take them there. But why would you do this? It bears no relevance to battling the malevolent beasts. Who said that? Roland yawned. A capable fighting force must also be a cultured one. This is a lesson gleaned from the annals of history. Chapter 27. The weather grew colder by the day, and Roland found himself rising later with each passing morning. As a member of the ruling class, he certainly had the privilege of sleeping in, especially with that grand bed, cushioned by 3 layers of velvet blankets, which enveloped him in a soft embrace, further encouraging his tendency to linger in slumber. When Roland finally emerged from his morning routine and entered his office, Nightingale had been waiting for him. Here is your breakfast, she remarked, gesturing to the plate of bread that was missing half its contents. I couldn't resist partaking while it was warm. Alas, it has grown cold. She bore an air of ownership, as if she were the master of the place. He sighed inwardly, realizing that she had become quite at ease in his presence, no longer merely accompanying Anna, but now meandering about his office. Previously, she would conceal herself, but now, in the absence of outsiders, she roamed freely, even without her hood. Is this how it is? She teased, hopping off the table and executing a flawless noble bow. You've been rising later and later, and since breakfast was just sitting there. I took the liberty of solving that for you. My prince, she leaned closer. You don't mind, do you? I can tell you dislike those cumbersome formalities. Do you possess some kind of mystical insight? Roland mused silently, incredulous that she could discern such things. He sighed again, conceding, very well, but in the future. If you eat breakfast, please finish it. If I wish for more, I shall simply order another portion. At your command, my prince, she replied with a gentle smile. Taking the plate and scampering away, Roland spread out a blank piece of parchment, preparing to complete the design he had begun the previous day. In order to defend the border town, the forthcoming battles of winter could not result in mere Pyrrhic victories. Although a bloodless army does not qualify as a competent force. He worried that if significant losses were to occur, these hastily trained individuals might lack the courage to stand upon the city walls. He needed revolutionary weaponry to gain absolute superiority over the vile beasts. Undoubtedly, that weapon was the firearm. This era was ripe with conditions conducive to the emergence of firearms. Alchemists commonly produced a substance known as snow powder, used for ceremonial displays at court. This concoction was essentially a misformulated gunpowder, burning at a slow rate. And when placed within a copper tube, it mostly served to produce sound. In approximately a century, the rudimentary flintlock would emerge. This firearm, due to its complicated operation, required two individuals to collaborate in order to load and fire it, and under normal circumstances, it could only be used as a single-shot weapon. Its rate of fire and power, however, paled in comparison to that of a well-trained archer. Roland had no desire to reenact history, akin to the steam engine. He could readily utilize the witch's abilities to create practical firearms of combat value. While you were away, I noticed the orders on the table, Nightingale casually inquired, swallowing the last morsel of her bread. What do you intend to do with all that ice mango? It is winter, and if you desire chilled ale, you could simply leave it outside overnight. For making chilled cheese, Roland replied, the current temperature is insufficient, it must freeze. Though the woman before him was not an enemy. She was not as familiar as Anna. Unlike the steam engine, firearms posed minimal technological barriers. Once knowledge spread, it would undoubtedly hinder his agricultural plans. Until he could ascertain her true nature, it was prudent to keep certain matters concealed. With this in mind, he tentatively asked, does the Witches' Assistance Guild, aside from seeking the Holy Mountain, also train assassins? No, she waved her hand dismissively. They are merely a group of unfortunate souls united by dreams. I have only been part of the guild for the past 2 years. So, you were serving someone else before? Roland mused, confident that her impressive throwing skills were the result of years of rigorous practice without guidance. Is there anyone besides me willing to take in a witch? Taken? Nightingale's expression turned peculiar. How could that be? Had he known I would become a witch, he would not have allowed me through his door. As for afterwards, had I not been of use to him, I would likely have been secretly executed long ago. Oh, would you care to elaborate? Nightingale shook her head with a smile. Though this time, there was an enigmatic undertone to her expression. My prince, when the time is right, I shall tell you. I understand your concerns, rest assured. I gained my freedom 5 years ago and no longer serve anyone. Roland refrained from pressing further and returned to his drawings. To his slight surprise, the usually inquisitive Nightingale had fallen silent, leaving only the crackling of the fire in the room. When he lifted his gaze to stretch his stiff neck, he found that she had vanished without a word. Not even a farewell? He muttered, folding the parchment and placing it into his pocket. After several busy days, along with this drawing, the design of the weapon, or rather its replication, was complete. He intended to produce the renowned flintlock. This weapon had withstood the test of time, with a manufacturing difficulty comparable to that of the matchlock. It utilized rear-loaded gunpowder and front-loaded lead balls, achieving a firing rate of nearly 3 shots per minute. More than sufficient for dealing with mindless mutated beasts. Most animals could not scale walls, rendering the effective shooting distance equivalent to the height from the top of the walls to the ground, approximately 12 feet. Within this range, even aiming with one's foot would not result in a miss, and the bullet's initial velocity would remain largely unchanged. As long as the monstrous beasts had not evolved skins harder than steel, a single shot would suffice to take them down. The primary drawback of the flintlock lay in its production time. Initially, like the matchlock, it was crafted by artisans hammering each component into shape, with the entire gun taking roughly 3 months to complete. The barrel was particularly labor-intensive, requiring the iron sheets to be shaped into a cylindrical form, with a mixture of iron powder to seal it, followed by drilling and rifling the bore. While precise instruments were not necessary, Skilled craftsmen were essential to produce a satisfactory barrel. This was precisely why Roland sought to construct a steam engine first. With a steam engine, he could directly drill the bore into solid iron rods, significantly enhancing the speed of production, eliminating the need for skilled artisans, and requiring only a workbench to secure the iron rods. Chapter 28. The Mark of Death. However, when Roland personally engaged in the task, he soon discovered that the reality was far more complex than he had anticipated. After toiling in the backyard for 4 to 5 days, he successfully crafted a high-hardness drill bit. Utilizing Anna's intense flames, he could easily achieve molten iron temperatures exceeding 1,500 degrees Celsius. Freed from the constraints of temperature, conventional steelmaking methods allowed him to efficiently produce small batches of steel by rapidly stirring the molten iron with iron rods. The excess carbon and other impurities within the cast iron could fully oxidize through contact with the air. After several cycles, the molten iron cooled, resulting in high-quality steel. The difficulties arose with the steam engine prototype. The noise and vibrations produced during its operation were astonishing, rendering the drill unable to maintain a stable course through the iron pipe. Such tremors were inconsequential when performing rough tasks, but were clearly untenable for precision work on gun barrels. To rectify this, he needed to first construct a centrifugal governor to control the steam engine's output power, then employ gear combinations to minimize vibrations and adjust the rotation speed of the drill bit. However, creating the necessary gears required a simple lathe and calculating the time frame. Roland realized that achieving this goal before the arrival of the demon month was impossible. Ultimately, he had no choice but to revert to the old method, relying on the blacksmith's hands to forge each piece with hammer strikes. The plan for mass-producing firearms had collapsed, given the number of blacksmiths in the border town. At most 3 to 4 gun barrels could be produced in a month, and that was under the condition of halting the construction of a second steam engine. The sole piece of good news was that there was no need to worry about the quality of the gun barrels. The blacksmiths would forge rough cylindrical shapes, which Anna would then seamlessly join, achieving results comparable to those of a honed seamless pipe, effectively eliminating the risk of bursting. In light of these setbacks, Roland reluctantly revised his earlier plans. He had originally intended to recruit hunters from the border town to form a musket squad, as they were mostly skilled archers, adept with both bows and crossbows. Additionally, the brief duration of firearms training would quickly equip them for combat. However, with a maximum of only 4 flintlock guns to be produced before the demon month, he could only select the most outstanding hunters to create an elite unit. He decided to entrust this task to Iron Axe, who had spent 15 years in the border town and was recognized as the finest hunter. Brian had not been enjoying himself over the past fortnight. Particularly when encountering the militia in the streets, his discontent would amplify, tinged with a sense of bitterness. He felt forgotten by His Highness the Prince. A month earlier, when summoned by the Chief Knight, he had been filled with excitement. The opportunity to interact closely with the 4th Prince and receive his direct inquiry was an honor of great magnitude. Growing up in the border town, he hailed from an ordinary hunting family, but had ascended to the position of patrol captain through his own abilities. He understood that he could not rely on his family to become a knight. He could only await the opportunity to achieve merit and receive the noble's title. The prince's inquiry had ignited a sense of hope within him, as it was evident that Roland was reluctant to abandon his territory. He was seeking methods to combat the demon beasts. The extensive construction of walls confirmed this notion, undoubtedly indicating that they would face the demon month in the border town this year. To resist the invasion of the demon beasts, a courageous team willing to confront them head-on was essential. Brian had initially believed himself the obvious choice, proficient in reconnaissance, swordsmanship, and horsemanship. He remained until the last moment each year to light the beacon, proving his lack of cowardice. Yet, he never anticipated that the prince intended to recruit an army of commoners to fight the demon beasts. Indeed, a purely civilian force. Not a single member of his patrol team passed the Chief Knight's scrutiny. This was utterly unfathomable. Did the prince truly believe that those who had never wielded a sword could outfight him? They would likely crumble at the sight of the demon beasts. Nevertheless, the prince appeared serious. He not only trained this motley crew, but also equipped them with standardized uniforms. Every afternoon, Brian observed this group, clad in mottled brown and gray leather armor, marching in 2 neat lines through the streets. Initially, the formation had been disorganized, but it had become increasingly orderly. Meanwhile, he continued to execute his monotonous duties with no hope of promotion in sight. One night, as he lay tossing and turning, unable to sleep, he heard a commotion from next door. The door creaked open, and someone stealthily entered. "Hey, everyone, wake up," a voice hissed. Brian recognized it as that of a patrol member known as Scar. 5 people were sleeping in his room, and apart from himself and Greyhound. The other 3 quickly sprang up, as if they had been prepared all along, not even having removed their outer garments. "Captain, get up quickly. I have something important to discuss with you." Scar, having a noble relative in Longsong Fortress, was regarded highly within the team. Brian could not ignore him and rose to ask, "What is it?" Greyhound, also roused, groaned, "What are you doing up at this hour? I have a lucrative job to introduce to you. Do you want to be knighted?" What? A knight?" Greyhound exclaimed in astonishment. Brian's heart skipped a beat as he hurriedly inquired, "What exactly is this job? You all know my uncle, Hiltai, right? He is a count bestowed by the Duke and a trusted confidant of the Lord. This news was relayed to me directly by him," Scar whispered. "The 4th prince intends to sever ties with Longsong Fortress, which has greatly displeased the Duke. He has decided to show the prince who truly rules the Western Territory. Are you planning to assassinate him?" Greyhound stammered nervously, struggling to articulate his thoughts. "Of course not," Scar scoffed. "No matter how things unfold, he is still a prince. If he were to die, not even the Duke could protect us. I told you, this is a lucrative job." Brian instinctively felt that this transaction was unlikely to be as simple as Scar claimed, yet the temptation of knighthood was too great to resist. He could not help but ask, "Tell me more. Are you out of your mind? Didn't the prince say that the demon month could last over 4 months this year? If you burn the food, what will everyone eat?" Greyhound shook his head repeatedly. "Has everyone forgotten what happened 2 years ago? What does that have to do with us?" Another scoffed. "I never planned to stay here anyway. Once we deal with Lord Ryan's affairs, we can enjoy a comfortable life in the fortress." "Exactly. Do you really want to spend your entire life eating this mine waste?" Others chimed in. Brian felt a chill in his heart upon realizing they had colluded beforehand. Apart from himself and Greyhound, who had grown up in the border town, the others hailed from various regions of the kingdom and harbored no attachment to the town. Seeing that he could not dissuade them, he shifted the topic, "But all that wheat has been moved to the prince's castle, and the entrance is guarded by his highness's royal knights. How could you possibly get in? That's why I need you." Scar replied triumphantly. "Having lived in this rundown place since childhood, no one knows the environment better than you. I remember you once mentioned an abandoned well in the back mountain that connects to the waterway beneath the castle. Through it, we could silently reach the castle garden. Didn't you crawl in there as a child? What do you think? Join me in this venture, and you could become a knight personally conferred by the Duke. A knight should bravely fight against injustice, unafraid of power, and protect the weak, to jeopardize the lives of the town's residents for the Duke's personal vendetta, plunging them into hunger and death. What honor is there in being such a knight, other than an empty shell?" As he was about to refuse, Greyhound interjected. "What do you say?" Scar leaned closer to Brian, who could even feel the foul breath escaping his mouth. "I think you should have made your decision, Captain." Chapter 29. Wrath. The Lord's castle in the border town was not originally situated where it stands today. Initially, when the stone wall foundations were being laid, they encountered subterranean caverns, leading to sudden ground collapses that necessitated a relocation. The water channels, mostly destroyed in the collapse, were rendered obsolete. Even those that remained intact were abandoned due to the rebuilding. In his youth, Brian often traversed these tunnels, and one day he fortuitously discovered a route that connected a dilapidated well to the castle garden's water source. Upon sharing this revelation with his father, he was met with severe punishment, as his father sternly warned him that trespassing in the Lord's castle was a capital offense, and if discovered, he would face the gallows. Terrified, Brian refrained from revisiting the waterway, yet during gatherings filled with revelry, he boasted on numerous occasions about his ability to reach the castle directly. Now, he was engulfed in regret. The abandoned well was situated at the site of the initial collapse, now a desolate wasteland. Brian found himself coerced by Scarface, sword against his back, descending into the well. The once spacious waterway of his childhood now felt exceedingly cramped. After years of neglect and redirected water flow, many sections of the tunnel were overgrown with vines. The man who had slain the Greyhound led the way with a torch, wielding a short-handled axe to clear obstacles. It was evident that in such an inconvenient situation, escape was not an option. Only upon reaching the castle could there be a glimmer of hope. What then? Shout for the prince's guards? No, such an act would only lead to his demise at Scarface's hands. He needed to create distance, otherwise his fate would mirror that of the Greyhound. The thought of the Greyhound cast a shadow over Brian's thoughts. Before the town was established, he and the Greyhound had lived here, growing up together, and it was Brian's idea that they both join the patrol. Surprisingly, they were both elected as patrol leaders. Yet, when the Greyhound fell, and Brian shouted at Scarface in fury, Scarface mockingly revealed the true reason behind their election as leaders. Fool. The patrol leader must remain vigilant during the month of the evil ones, igniting beacons to sound alarms. If not you, should I risk my life for this duty? These words pierced Brian's heart like a dagger. The supposed humility and congratulations were mere facades. Their true motivations were appallingly ugly. He masked his surging anger with a facade of shock and despair. This was utterly unforgivable. Brian clenched his teeth, determined that someone must pay dearly for this betrayal. After traversing the parched underground waterway for about half an hour, they finally heard the sound of flowing water, indicating they were close to their destination. Turning a corner, the path widened considerably, allowing two individuals to stand side by side. The man at the forefront announced that the way ahead was blocked by a vertical shaft. Brian instructed him to look up, stating solemnly that they had arrived. This abandoned waterway connected directly to the castle's backyard well, likely overlooked during renovations, leaving the junction unsealed. Scarface pressed against the well wall, peering down. 3 feet below was rushing water, while above, a small circle of night sky was visible. He instructed someone to keep an eye on Brian while he retrieved a bundle of rope from his backpack, securing a hook and tossing it upwards. With a resounding clang, the hook lashed firmly onto the edge of the well. Scarface carefully climbed up the rope. Soon, he tugged at the rope, signaling for the others to follow. After considerable effort, the group emerged from the well. The castle, once only a distant sight, now loomed before them. Scarface seized Brian, urging him to lead them to the storeroom. Though Brian had only been here once before, and his memory of the castle's layout was hazy, he stealthily unlocked the nearest wooden door to the well and slipped inside. At this hour, most inhabitants of the castle were asleep, and the oil lamps adorning the corridor walls were extinguished, leaving them enveloped in complete darkness. Within the shadows, a member of the group ignited a torch. The feeble glow illuminated only a few feet around them, and Brian sensed that his moment had come. As they approached a junction leading to the basement, he targeted the descending staircase and lunged forward. The man guarding Brian, despite being vigilant, was caught off guard by the suddenness of his leap, and with a muffled grunt, they tumbled down together. As they fell down the stairs, the two vanished from the flickering light, engulfed by darkness. Damn it! Scarface immediately drew his short sword and leapt after them. He had expected Brian to use the darkness for a game of hide-and-seek, but instead, Brian stood silently at the bottom of the stairs, as if waiting for him. Scarface noticed that the comrade who had fallen was now lying motionless on the ground, while Brian held the man's weapon. Fool, do you think you stand a chance? Scarface maintained a defensive stance, waiting until the others descended before he barked. We have 7 against you. Scarface let out a furious roar, stumbling backward, while another stepped forward to block Brian's pursuit. It was an ideal spot for a counterattack. The narrow corridor prevented the advantage of numbers from being effective. Standing in the middle of the passageway, he could confront his opponent directly, rendering them helpless, as there was no room for 2 individuals to wield their weapons simultaneously. In terms of swordsmanship, Brian was confident he could match any member of the patrol. While these scoundrels indulged in laziness, gambling, and revelry in taverns, he had been honing his combat skills, training relentlessly through rain, wind, and snow for years. This was also the reason he chose not to cry out for help immediately. He yearned to avenge the Greyhound himself. Chapter 30. From the mist, the replacements barely managed to intercept Brian's 2 strikes before his weapons were effortlessly knocked aside. Rather than being members of the patrol, they resembled a band of ruffians. Brian fumed. What had they accomplished beyond extortion and blackmail? He and the Greyhound had diligently executed their lord's orders, only to be branded as anomalies within their ranks. Unforgivable, he swung his sword towards the terrified opponent's neck. At that moment, a shadow lunged from behind, striking with such stealth that Brian had no time to defend. In a desperate bid, he propelled himself backward, feeling a sharp pain in his chest. After rolling twice, he regained his footing and quickly assumed a defensive stance. The earlier strike had merely grazed his coat and skin, fortunately causing no significant harm. The real concern was the assailant. Brian had no recollection of anyone in the patrol possessing such skill. You managed to evade my strike, the assailant remarked, pushing aside his disarmed comrade and advancing slowly. In the flickering firelight, Brian realized he did not recognize this individual. He was of short stature, yet his arms were unnaturally long, nearly reaching his knees when relaxed. The face was unfamiliar, and Brian swore he had never seen such a visage before. You are not one of the patrol. Who are you? Despite having little interaction with the 5 next to him, one would typically recognize faces. This man had evidently supplanted one of them to infiltrate the castle. It was unsurprising that he had gone unnoticed during their midnight trek. But the scarred one and his compatriots should have detected him, since they seemed unfazed by his presence. There was only one conclusion. This man had been deliberately placed here by the scarred one. You've already deduced the answer. Why bother asking? He replied nonchalantly. Regardless, you shall soon meet your demise. Damn it, he wounded me. The scarred one spat. Viper, sever his limbs. I want to savor his blood slowly. Regrettably, Mr. Hills, I must prioritize the task entrusted to me by the Count. Before he could finish, the individual known as Viper lunged forward, his attack angles peculiar and cunning, amplified by his long reach. Brian found himself embroiled in a fierce struggle, forced to retreat without a moment's respite to counterattack. How careless, Brian thought, anxiety creeping in. After such a prolonged skirmish in the underground passage, surely those above had taken notice. He had initially intended to avenge the Greyhound himself. But now he merely hoped to endure a little longer, waiting for the prince's knights to arrive and dispatch these ruffians. You seem to be anticipating something. Viper paused his assault. I presume you're waiting for the prince's men to rescue you? Unfortunately, this stone castle differs from the taverns and inns you're accustomed to. In those wooden structures, the floorboards creak under the weight of merriment. Here, once the doors are shut, even if you scream until your throat is raw, no one will hear you. Struck by the truth of Viper's words, Brian faltered, and Viper seized the opportunity. Maintaining a downward sword position to feign indifference, he subtly raised his other hand, triggering the hidden crossbow nestled within his sleeve. A bolt, barely the length of his index finger, shot forth, and Brian heard a faint twang as it pierced his lung. An unbearable agony erupted in his chest. Brian hurled his sword at the advancing Viper and turned to flee. However, blood seeped from his lung into his trachea, making it difficult to breathe. He barely managed to stumble a few paces before tripping over the threshold and crashing heavily to the ground. Viper swiftly closed the gap, intent on finishing him off. But the scarred one intervened. Let me handle this, he hissed. I will ensure he knows the price of wounding me. Viper's face darkened, but he ultimately stepped aside. Be swift about it, and do not forget our primary objective. The scarred one seized Brian by the hair and growled. Trust me, you will die a most painful death. Brian longed to spit blood in the man's face, but his strength was draining like water through his fingers. He knew his time was short. Waves of regret washed over him, of a wife he had yet to meet, of nightly dreams unfulfilled. But the greatest regret lay in his inability to avenge the Greyhound. Wait. What is that? He blinked and saw a woman seated upon a crate ahead. Although obscured by the dim light, her curvaceous figure unmistakably marked her as a woman. Goodness, is this a hallucination? He wondered. When he had stumbled into this room, there had been no one present. Had the heavens heard his lament and conjured this vision to console him? Hey, you lot are making quite the ruckus on someone else's turf. And you intend to kill right before my eyes? That seems rather inappropriate, she remarked. Brian felt the scarred one's grip falter as weapons were drawn around them. A chorus of shouts erupted. Who are you? Their response was alarmingly delayed, Brian thought, his consciousness fading. Could it be that he was not witnessing a mere illusion? I am, of course, one of your kind, the woman replied, leaping down from the crate and brushing dust from her robes. In the dim firelight, Brian discerned intricate patterns embroidered on her attire, 3 parallel triangles with a large eye set in the center, its outline glimmering with golden light. And what of you? Are you rats scurrying in from the gutter? Her voice was melodious yet devoid of emotion. It was illogical. Anyone witnessing a scene of carnage should not remain so composed. Viper recognized the anomaly and, with a grave expression, circled to her side before suddenly thrusting his sword. The woman did not even turn her head. With a casual flick of her wrist, she dismissed him. Viper never even registered her weapon, only felt a chilling breeze sweep past him. His arm, along with the sword, fell to the ground. Fear gripped the scarred one's throat. Others may have been ignorant, but he understood Viper's reputation, ruthless, cunning, and dangerous. This was the Count's assessment of the man. Those deemed worthy of the Count's attention were not to be underestimated. Even Brian had struggled to withstand Viper's onslaught for more than a quarter of an hour. Yet now he lay disarmed, his arm severed by a woman's nonchalant strike. What are you waiting for? Kill her, Viper shouted, clutching his wound. Brian, losing blood rapidly, perceived his surroundings blurring. He heard the chaotic sounds of footsteps, clashing weapons, and bodies hitting the ground. What was transpiring? He strained to focus his gaze ahead. Then the patrol captain beheld a scene beyond comprehension. The woman moved like a specter, gliding through the throng, appearing and disappearing. Each strike she delivered pierced vital points with precision. It was less a battle than a dance. He had never witnessed anyone wielding lethal weapons with such lyrical grace, the sword weaving intricate arcs through the air. The surrounding men were mere clumsy jesters in comparison. They flailed in vain, only to fall, until at last, she stood alone, triumphantly unyielding. That was the final vision that filled Brian's consciousness before darkness consumed him. Chapter 31. Friends of us. Roland sat at his desk, lost in thought. He never anticipated that someone would dare to invade the castle. If it weren't for Nightingale's timely discovery, he would have likely fallen victim to a sinister fate. Who could it be this time? The third princess, or perhaps another sibling? Was there any need for such haste? The royal decree had only been in effect for a few months, and Roland, vexed, slammed his hand on the table. Was there no chance for him to enjoy a peaceful winter? Footsteps echoed outside, and Chief Knight Carter Landis entered. Your Highness, we have identified the deceased. Among the 8 bodies, 7 were members of the original patrol team, while 1 remains unidentified. Of the 2 survivors, 1 is still unconscious after being treated by Miss Pine, and the other is imprisoned in the dungeon under tight guard. Patrol team? Roland seethed internally, knowing this group, raised by the former lord, was unreliable. 8 out of 10 had betrayed him. It was indeed the right choice to exclude them from the militia. As for the 1 imprisoned, remind your subordinates to keep a close watch. We cannot allow a repeat of last time when someone committed suicide by poison. Last time? Carter hesitated. May I inquire who thwarted the assassination? I observed that the knights seemed to have been dispatched by a single individual, and they were utterly defenseless. You noticed that? Roland inquired, intrigued. If the odds were even, the scene would not have been so pristine, nor would the wounds have been so uniform, Carter replied in a low voice. All the victims fell in a small warehouse, and aside from the blood and bodies, there was minimal disruption to the items within. The large boxes used for curing meat bore no marks of a sword. This indicates that the assailant moved freely across a small open space without any cover. Forgive my candor, Your Highness, but this is simply unfathomable. Indeed, Roland nodded, grasping Carter's implication. In theory, even the mightiest warrior would find themselves at a disadvantage when surrounded. Actual combat does not resemble the cinematic portrayals where individuals attack one after another. Attacks from blind spots can be particularly lethal. Thus, in a scenario where one faces many, the correct strategy is to utilize the terrain and environment to confront the enemy head-on. However, Nightingale was no ordinary person. Regardless, you ought to proceed with your duties. Roland urged. This individual cannot reveal themselves yet, but I will inform you when the time is ripe. Although the chief knight was loyal and trustworthy, and aware that Anna and Nanawa were witches, Roland chose to keep Nightingale's existence a secret. Unlike the other 2 witches, she did not align with his interests. Her presence in the town was solely for Anna. Behind her stood the witches' consortium, and it was only a matter of time before she departed. Carter left, visibly dejected. Roland understood his sentiments. As a swordsman, one dedicates themselves to the mastery of techniques honed over centuries, treating them as gospel. Yet, when faced with the inexplicable, one cannot help but question their own abilities. If swordsmanship could reach such heights, what then was the value of his own skills? I thought you would summon me. Nightingale materialized, perched at the corner of the desk, her leg crossed casually. I had that in mind too. Why not settle here permanently as my shadow guard? I'll offer you a salary of 2 gold dragons per month, double what Anna receives. Would you consider it? Roland began to advocate for the idea. The house includes a garden, 2 days off each week, and paid leave every year, essentially resting while still earning. To his surprise, she did not outright reject the proposition but smiled faintly, saying, I cannot simply abandon my companions. Then let them all come here. Once winter passes, the frontier town will undergo significant development, accommodating many. Moreover, witches will no longer be discriminated against in the streets. No one will regard you as malevolent. Let us see if you can achieve that first. Nightingale shrugged. Indeed, she seemed quite frightened. Roland sighed when Nightingale awakened him at midnight. He was nearly ill upon seeing the scene. She briefly recounted the events, and Roland instructed her to discreetly bring Nanawa out. The girl, who had only ever treated chickens, fainted upon encountering a bloodied survivor. After a chaotic flurry, she eventually managed to heal the patrol captain, tears streaming down her face. By the time everything was settled, dawn was approaching. What is your perspective on this matter? Can you deduce which of my esteemed siblings might be involved? Nightingale shook her head. They are all members of the patrol team, and the one exception bore no identification. If this was a case of bribery, anyone could have orchestrated it. However, I suspect this may not involve your siblings. Why is that? Because it lacks rigor. In a multi-person operation, infighting erupted within the group. After the failure, they did not immediately take their own lives, leaving at least 2 survivors. Their conduct was unprofessional, akin to street thugs. which is not characteristic of your siblings but rather suggests the planning of outsiders. I believe that even without my presence, this assassination would have had little chance of success. Do not forget that Anna sleeps just below you. Nightingale lifted Roland's cup, sipping water nonchalantly before continuing. Regardless, your knights have already gone to the dungeon to gather testimonies. I wager they will uncover the truth swiftly. Compared to your sister's pawns, that fellow is vastly inferior. He was even begging me not to kill him earlier. I seem to recall summoning the gravely injured patrol captain. Is that so? Nightingale tilted her head. I believe you ought to express gratitude to him. Had he not occupied the others, I would not have discovered the intruder in the basement so promptly. Although I am unsure of his motives, the enemy of my enemy is indeed my friend, is it not? Indeed, Roland contemplated. Yet the focus lies not on whether he is a friend or foe, but on Nightingale's phrase, friends of us. Chapter 32, The Night When Brian Awoke. The first thing that met his gaze was the pale gray ceiling above. The sunlight streaming through the window was somewhat blinding. He squinted slightly, then opened his eyes again. Yet the scene before him remained unchanged. This was not a dream, he thought. Am I still alive? He attempted to move his body, but found he could only wiggle his fingers, as if all strength had been drained from him. Soon, he heard someone exclaiming, "He is awake. Quickly, inform His Highness." His Highness? Brian felt as though his mind was muddled, his thoughts sluggish compared to usual. How did I lose consciousness? It seemed he had been pierced by a venomous snake, on the brink of death, when a ghostly woman appeared, vanquishing all foes in an incredible manner. Shortly thereafter, a maid extended a hand to help him sit up against the headboard. Another brought a basin of water to cleanse his face. Clearly, Brian was unaccustomed to such attentive care, especially surrounded by young maidens, which left him feeling somewhat flustered. Fortunately, this awkwardness did not linger long. When the fourth prince entered the room, everyone bowed low. Brian felt a surge of warmth within him, for he had countless questions. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. Roland nodded and said, "I am aware of your deeds, Brian. You are a hero without question." Upon hearing the term hero, Brian felt a sting in his eyes, his voice choking. "No, Your Highness, my friend is the true hero." Roland patted his shoulder in a gesture of comfort. As the Nightingale had foretold, Scarface was dragged to the torture chamber, and before the warden had even begun, he spilled all he knew like a bamboo tube pouring out beans. Once Brian had regained his composure, Roland continued, "Your friend, Greyhound, will receive a funeral befitting his status. His family will be well taken care of, and will no longer have to worry about food." "Thank you, Your Highness." Brian inhaled deeply. "May I ask, is Scarface dead?" "He is still alive." The patrol captain shut his eyes in agony, wishing he had perished instead of the other. Yet such hope was now fleeting. Undoubtedly, Scarface was guilty, but the sins of nobility could often be absolved with wealth. As long as his uncle was willing to protect him, there was a substantial chance he would escape death. Indeed, he might not even enter prison. Roland could easily surmise his thoughts. Hills Med, the Scarface you speak of, is a member of the Elk family of Longsong Fortress. The head of the family is Rock Jean Med, an earl granted lands by Duke Ryan, and also his distant uncle. He paused briefly, however. None of this will affect the final judgment. Scarface has been sentenced to hanging, to be executed in 3 days. If your health allows, you may wish to witness it. Brian's eyes widened in shock. "But Your Highness, nobles can atone for their sins with gold dragons. Your actions will not provoke." Roland raised a hand to calm him. "Nobles? Perhaps to you he hails from an esteemed family, his status vastly different from yours. Yet in truth, he holds neither title nor lands, and cannot be considered a noble. Furthermore, even if he were, invading the prince's palace, attempting to burn supplies and disregarding the lives of over 2,000 in the border town, these 3 heinous acts collectively render him utterly irredeemable." If there remained any hesitation in Roland's heart regarding Tyre's death, Scarface was of an entirely unforgivable nature. Should he succeed, Brian's foundations in the border town would be obliterated, leaving him without a chance for redemption, far more despicable than a direct assassination. As for whether this reaction might incite the ire of Longsong Fortress, who cared? Since they chose to conduct business in such a treacherous manner against the border town, he would not yield. This incident served as a stark warning to Roland. The political struggles of this world were not confined to subtle maneuvering beneath the table, but rather inclined towards overt and bloody confrontations. "Rest well. You have lost too much blood and should not leave the castle. I have assigned others to handle the patrol duties. Once the month of evil is over, I shall hold a ceremony of your ennoblement, Your Highness." Upon hearing the latter statement, Brian gazed at the prince in disbelief. "Do you mean, prepare for the knighthood?" At that moment, he unleashed his 100th thrust. A sensation of numbness coursed through his arm. Vanna felt he could not endure any longer, though he had thought the same at the 50th thrust. A week of training had instilled a reflexive obedience to command. To be honest, reaching this point surprised even him. "All rest." Iron Axe shouted the command, and a collective sigh of relief echoed around. Vanna too released a breath, lowering his weapon and plopping down onto the ground. The logistics team would never engage in such exercises, which meant they would face the dark beasts head-on atop the city walls. Merely contemplating such a scenario was terrifying. Vanna had initially intended to sneak away, but for reasons unknown, upon seeing his fellow trainees and recalling the daily hearty meals and substantial rewards, he found himself unable to finalize that decision. Chapter 33. Gunpowder everyone. Rise. His Highness the Fourth Prince has arrived, Iron Axe proclaimed, clapping his hands. The prince and his entourage ascended the city wall, passing through the ranks. Vanna noticed that His Highness slowed his pace as he approached his position. What should one say during a review? Roland pondered. Hello, comrades, your efforts are appreciated. If no one responded to the latter half, it would be rather awkward. Perhaps engaging someone in casual conversation would demonstrate his humility and enhance his reputation. With this in mind, he patted a sturdy-looking young man. The training has been arduous, hasn't he? Are your meals satisfactory? When His Highness inquired if there were any suggestions or opinions regarding the training, Vanna suddenly felt a surge of clarity. This was a splendid opportunity. If he could convince the prince that the militia alone could not bear the burden of guarding the walls, perhaps he would no longer have to fret over whether to flee or remain. He carefully formulated his words in his mind. Your Excellency, the current number of militia members is simply too few. Given our current training formations, when the vile beasts attack, we can defend less than a third of the wall at best. Even if you recruit additional forces, the training time may not suffice. Moreover, the cost of their weapons posed another significant challenge. It would be exceedingly difficult for Border Town to assemble 300 long spears in 2 months, and even acquiring 100 would be quite taxing. Thus, they were still training with wooden poles. If the prince could grasp this reality, he might recruit mercenaries from other towns to serve as the primary defense. At least they would be battle-ready without the need for training and would come equipped with arms and armor, albeit at a higher price. Roland contemplated for a moment and nodded. You speak wisely. Relying solely on a militia to guard the entire wall is indeed impractical. Vanna's heart leapt with joy. Did this imply that His Highness agreed with his assessment? Yet, the fourth prince did not utter the words he longed to hear. Instead, he summoned Iron Axe. In a sense, the vile beasts are merely mutated animals. They lack the capacity for thought, do they not? Indeed, Your Highness. Ordinary vile beasts are no different from ordinary beasts, sharing similar instincts. However, I have encountered few hybrids and cannot assert their nature with certainty. Very well. Although the distance from the Redwater River to the base of North Slope Mountain spans nearly 1,800 feet, we can lure them to attack specific areas. Are you suggesting we set a trap? Iron Axe inquired. Yes, a trap, though not of the conventional hunter's variety. Ordinary traps conceal themselves to ensnare prey. But I intend to do the opposite. Establish pocket-like barriers distanced from the walls, such as fences, earth mounds, and ditches, compelling these mindless vile beasts to deter. Continuous obstacles will guide the prey toward designated locations, ultimately concentrating them in our prepared defensive areas. Roland turned to Iron Axe. As for how to lure these creatures, I believe no one is more adept than you. Iron Axe pondered. Guiding them should not pose a problem. Wolf types shy away from water, while wild boar types are averse to light, and other vile beasts each have their peculiar habits. However, Your Highness, would this not dangerously concentrate all the vile beasts within the 600-foot radius? Indeed, if we rely solely on long spears and bows, that would be the case. Roland confidently declared. However, we now possess a new weapon. As they prepared to depart, the prince approached Vanna again, placing a hand on his shoulder. You have keen observation skills. What is your name? Vanna, Your Highness. I shall propose to my chief knight that you serve as the deputy of the spear squad, Mr. Vanna. Do well. This room, approximately 300 square meters, had but a single entrance and enforced the strictest security measures. 2 knights stood guard at the entrance. Any entrants were required to register and be searched to prevent the introduction of incendiary materials. Indoors, all sources of fire were prohibited, thus work commenced only during daylight. To thwart the potential infiltration of nightingales, a gauzy curtain was hung at the doorway. Is this what you refer to as the new weapon? Carter, who had been summoned, pinched a bit of black powder and sniffed it. Isn't this snow powder? Iron Axe might not be aware, But Carter, having frequently attended royal ceremonies, certainly recognized that the ceremonial bucket contained this substance. An esteemed creation of the alchemical workshop, the formula remained a secret to outsiders. But the prince could undoubtedly procure it if he desired. It is snow powder, though not entirely, Roland clarified. It is the latest modified product from the alchemical workshop, which I have named gunpowder. Gunpowder could be deemed an essential tool for any traveler seeking to cultivate the land. The materials are widely available. And as long as one knows the optimal ratio of sulfur, charcoal, and saltpeter, 1:1:5:7:5, it can be produced with no technical barriers whatsoever. In this era, snow powder consists of 60% charcoal, 20% sulfur, and 20% saltpeter, along with various peculiar materials, such as mercury, butter, honey, etc., resulting in a substandard product that burns slowly and emits minimal gas, failing to realize the full potential of true gunpowder. However, Roland was aware that alchemists were continuously experimenting with other ratios, and within 30 years, a variant of snow powder closer to the standard black powder formula would likely emerge. Yet, many overlook the fact that even without relying on firearms, gunpowder itself is an exceedingly formidable weapon. Chapter 34. Test explosion. The substantial quantities of niter procured from Lioye town had all been transported to a nearby warehouse for storage. When required, the laborers would grind and weigh it, dispatching it in batches to the bungalow. The same meticulous process applied to charcoal and sulfur, with the transportation and mixing of the three raw materials managed by different groups to minimize the risk of leaks. Roland measured out 20 pounds of the prepared black powder and gently poured it onto a piece of cut sheepskin. This gunpowder had undergone soaking, compaction, drying, hammering, and sieving, resulting in uniformly sized granules with excellent combustion properties. To prevent accidental ignition from sparks, no metal utensils were used throughout the production process. Most were crafted from ceramic or raw timber. After pouring out the gunpowder, Roland carefully layered the sheepskin, wrapping it 3 times before securing it with rope. "Is this sufficient?" Carter inquired, eyeing the object before him. "Can this truly be considered a weapon? Although it is an improved version of snow powder, what impact can mere sound have? It may intimidate untrained farmers, but any seasoned warrior or mercenary would dismiss it." However, the chief knight pondered the recent actions of His Highness, which, while seemingly nonsensical, often yielded astonishing results. If the intelligence of the sinister beasts were akin to that of wild animals, perhaps this contraption could prove unexpectedly effective. For instance, a sudden deafening roar might frighten them into fleeing, thereby alleviating pressure on the defending forces. Roland thrust the wrapped gunpowder into Carter's arms and grabbed a pouch of finely ground powder for ignition. "That should suffice. Let us proceed to the city walls." Iron Axe should be ready by now. Approximately 2 miles west of the walls, nestled between the mysterious forest and the desolate mountains, lay the designated test explosion area. Iron Axe and several other hunters had been waiting there for some time. Apart from Iron Axe himself, the others were locals, renowned for their archery skills. Upon hearing that the prince had a task for them, they eagerly followed Iron Axe. Now, everyone was aware that the new lord of the border town was not stingy with his remuneration for hired help. Following Roland's instructions, they erected tall wooden poles around the perimeter, tying ropes to create a nearly half-mile warning circle. Knights were stationed nearer to the city walls to prevent any accidental approach. Roland circled the perimeter, inspecting it thoroughly, and nodded. "Have the prey been brought?" "Your Highness, they are all here," Iron Axe replied, dragging a cage forward. Carter noticed it contained several wild chickens and rabbits. "Excellent. Place them at distances of 5, 10, 15, and 30 steps from the center, with each stake tied to one." Carter shook his head internally and stepped forward to suggest, "Your Highness, the animals you have chosen may not yield effective results. They are inherently timid and will scatter at the slightest sound. Even if they are startled, it does not guarantee the same for the sinister beasts." "Scare away the sinister beasts?" Roland paused momentarily, then realized, "I do not intend to frighten them, although the explosion will indeed be formidable." He led the chief knight to the center of the circle, placing the gunpowder bag down and using a dagger to create a small opening, allowing some powder to spill out. He then retrieved a pouch filled with powder and scattered it from the breach while retreating. The windless day was perfect for such a primitive ignition method. After retreating nearly 100 meters, Roland stowed the pouch. "All right, let us ignite it here." He meticulously estimated the distance once more, ensuring its accuracy before instructing Carter, "Go summon the hunters." At this moment, Roland felt a surge of excitement. He had previously conducted small-scale flash tests and was unconcerned about the results. What mattered most to him was that this would mark a significant moment, as today. Firearms would officially take center stage, with him as the architect etched into the annals of history. Once everyone had gathered, Roland ignited the powder. Carter lay on the ground, watching the rapidly retreating sparks, feeling somewhat skeptical. At such a distance, and without being contained in a bronze barrel, whether the sound of the explosion would reach them remained uncertain. Yet, since the fourth prince had taken the lead, he refrained from voicing further objections. The winter ground was biting cold, and even through chainmail, he could feel the chill creeping up. As Carter shifted his position to turn his chest, a thunderous explosion suddenly erupted. Due to their proximity, the sound and shockwave arrived almost simultaneously, causing his ears to buzz, and the world fell silent in an instant. The tremors of the earth were fleeting. He lifted his head to see a dark cloud billowing upward, followed by a rain of stones and mud cascading down. The shock Roland experienced was significantly less than that of the chief knight. Having prepared for the explosion, he was less affected than Carter, who would typically find even firecrackers deafening. The detonation did not resemble the cinematic portrayal of a massive fireball. Instead, the flash of light was brief, and a considerable amount of debris was propelled skyward by the shockwave, reaching about 10 meters high. As the dust settled, Roland's sole impression was that the sound far surpassed that of firecrackers. As for Iron Axe and the other hunters, they stood stupefied, their expressions frozen in shock. Only Iron Axe understood that this endeavor was to test a new weapon, yet he had not anticipated its astounding power. Surely, only the wrath of the heavens could compare to such a sound. He inspected the other animals, discovering that the wild chickens placed at 10 and 15 steps lay motionless on the ground, clearly deceased, though there were no visible injuries. Roland surmised they had succumbed to the shockwave of the explosion. The sole survivor was a gray rabbit located 30 steps away, its delicate ears stained with blood. It made no attempt to flee as someone approached, as though the recent thunderous roar had robbed it of its will to struggle. Carter swallowed hard, the buzzing in his ears gradually subsiding. Only then did he grasp the true meaning behind the prince's words of not intending to scare them away. Could this truly be an improvement of snow powder? By this feat alone, the alchemist might surpass the astrologers by leaps and bounds. Iron Axe's gaze towards Roland had transformed entirely. Your Highness, if the militia could wield such a weapon, the border town would no longer fear the threat of sinister beasts. I wonder if it can be produced in large quantities? As a trump card, this weapon must be utilized in conjunction with firearms and crossbows. Chapter 35. Homecoming. The Nightingale wanders through the mist. From this vantage point, the world is reduced to shades of black and white. The once distinct lines that define objects have become ambiguous, blurring the boundaries between straight, zigzag, and curved lines, resembling the erratic scribbles of a child. This evokes an indescribable sensation, and it took the Nightingale a considerable amount of time to learn how to discern these boundaries. With proper application, she can navigate freely through the mist, unbound by the mundane. The seemingly contiguous walls, with a mere shift in perspective, reveal entrances that are inconceivable in the tangible world. In the fog, concepts of up and down, forward and backward are no longer fixed. They transform and even overlap. For instance, at this moment, she steps into the castle right under the watchful eyes of the guards, ascending through the ever-changing lines, passing through the ceiling, and arriving at Anna's chamber. To her, this is a realm of complete freedom. Only within the mist does the Nightingale truly relax. Despite its silence and solitude, she relishes the absence of threat. Most of the time, this place is monochromatic, yet she occasionally perceives other colors. For example, there is Anna before her. Unlike ordinary individuals, witches are embodiments of magical energy. The Nightingale can observe the ebb and flow of this power, the soul hue within the mist. She has never encountered a color as vibrant and intense as the emerald green radiating from Anna, pulsating with a brightness that approaches incandescent, nearly blinding. This perplexes the Nightingale. Typically, the color of magical power correlates closely with its manifestation. During her time at the Coven, she had seen many witches wielding the power of fire, most exhibiting shades of orange or deep red, akin to a flickering fireball, none of which could compare to Anna's brilliance. If this were merely baffling, the next realization was utterly astonishing. With such an immense reservoir of magic within her, how is she still alive? Throughout the Coven, the Nightingale could not find anyone with such formidable power. Even the adult witches appeared feeble in comparison. If Anna were to reach adulthood, no, she would not have that opportunity. The Nightingale sighed. The stronger the magic, the greater the backlash. She could hardly fathom the torment Anna would endure when the malevolent forces descended upon her. The agony of being torn apart from within would not lead to unconsciousness. Rather, one must endure relentless suffering until surrendering to death. She stepped out of the mist, momentarily tucking away her somber thoughts, and brightened her demeanor. "Good morning, Anna." The nightingale touched her nose and sat beside the girl's bed. She had witnessed this practice many times. Initially, Anna would accidentally ignite her own clothes, preparing a full barrel of replacements in the garden shed. Eventually, she had mastered the art of controlling flames at her fingertips, to the point where Roland no longer urged her to practice. The shed was transformed into a delightful space for afternoon tea and sunbathing. Nevertheless, Anna still adhered to the prince's previous instructions, practicing for 1 to 2 hours each day within her room. "I brought fish cakes. Would you like some?" The nightingale pulled out a cloth bag from her pocket and opened it before Anna. The girl sniffed and nodded. "Go wash your hands," the nightingale suggested with a smile. Thankfully, Anna did not seem to harbor any disdain for her. She simply struggled with communication. It was evident that she cared deeply for Nana, yet spoke little. In contrast, Roland was quite loquacious. He had endless rules to share, even regarding mealtime etiquette, washing hands before eating, not rushing while consuming food, refraining from picking up fallen morsels, and so on, each accompanied by elaborate explanations. Initially, the nightingale found this exasperating, but considering he was the master of this domain, the fourth prince of Greycastle, she begrudgingly listened. Over time, she gradually adapted to these customs. Strangely, when vying for the order to wash hands alongside Anna, Nana, Roland, and Carter, she inexplicably found a hint of amusement. Isn't it stifling to remain confined within the castle grounds? The abyssal mountains may be resource poor, but we are united as family, gathered for a common purpose. With your formidable strength, they would welcome you. This winter, I fear you may struggle to endure. Before joining the coven, where did you reside? The nightingale paused, rarely questioning herself. I lived in a large city to the east, not far from the royal capital. Were you happy there? I used to live in the old district, Anna recounted simply. My father sold me to the church for 25 gold dragons. It was His Highness who freed me from my cage. Here, I have found happiness. Yet you cannot leave this castle, except for Roland and Wimbledon. Others still harbor hatred for witches. I do not mind, and besides, he said he would change all of that, wouldn't he? That is a daunting task. As long as the church stands, witches will forever be deemed malevolent. Anna did not counter this, and the silence stretched on, long enough that the nightingale thought she might never speak again. Suddenly, she asked, "Do you find joy in the coven, or here?" "What are you asking?" The nightingale was caught off guard. Of course, it's the coven. To be honest, she was not particularly interested in seeking the sacred mountain. But it was home to friends she could not forsake. Is it the border town? Had it not been for hearing of witches in peril, I would not have come here at all. The answer should have been evident, yet why could she not articulate it promptly? At that moment, Anna smiled. A rare sight for the nightingale. Her eyes reflected the tranquility of a lake at dawn, instilling an inexplicable sense of comfort, even outside the mist. I heard Roland say you were searching for the sacred mountain among the northern mountains. If the sacred mountain signifies stability and belonging, I believe I have already found it. Here, she realized, was her sacred mountain. Despite her life dwindling, her soul would reach the other side sooner than most witches. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door. The nightingale listened closely and recognized them as Nana's. The door swung open, and indeed, it was Nana rushing in. Her face streaked with tears as she flung herself into Anna's embrace. What should I do? Sister Anna, my father has discovered that I am a witch. Chapter 36. Negotiation. Roland was roused from his slumber by the nightingale's insistence. Upon learning that Tigupane, the father of Nanawa, had arrived, he was initially taken aback, but soon realized this presented a rare opportunity. If he wished to persuade the young girl to assist in combating the malevolence of the moon, he would need to find a compelling reason for the Payne family to remain in the border town through the winter. This was no small feat. The reputation of the fourth prince had plummeted among the nobility, and given the strained relations with the fortress, it was improbable that those with estates in the eastern district of the fortress would choose to stay in the small town. From the outset, Roland had never considered collaboration with the nobles. While they may excel in the arts of power and intrigue, they were ill-suited for camaraderie in battle. He hastily donned his attire, performed a quick grooming, and made his way to the reception hall. Tigupane, who had been kept waiting for quite some time by the royal guards, was visibly agitated. Upon seeing the prince, he immediately rose and demanded, "Your Highness, where's my daughter?" This marked Roland's first encounter with Nanawa's father. Tigu was a stout man of modest height, his rugged visage framed by a thick beard. His attire, consisting of a fitted cotton coat and snug leather trousers with ample pockets, resembled that of a hunter rather than a nobleman. She is well, Mr. Payne. But why did your guards permit her entry while barring me from the door? Tiggu interrupted, his voice booming with authority. I require an explanation, Your Highness. Please bring my daughter to me. As for why the guards had allowed Nanawa in, it was entirely due to her frequent visits to play with Anna. The guards were well acquainted with her. After a moment of contemplation, Roland summoned a maid to fetch Nanawa. Regardless of Tiggu's rudeness, he remained her father, and it was prudent for the two to meet before further discussions. Should Tiggu exhibit even a hint of intending to consign his daughter to the church or abandon her, Roland could take measures subsequently. Nanawa emerged alongside Anna. Upon seeing her daughter, Tiggu's impatience evaporated, and he extended his arms, calling out, "Come to your father." However, the young girl merely peeked out from behind Anna, her voice trembling. "Will you sell me to the church?" This reaction left Roland perplexed. According to the Nightingale, it was Tiggu who had witnessed Nanawa wielding her powers, prompting her to flee in fright to the castle. Yet, in this moment, Tiggu's gaze was filled with concern and affection, utterly devoid of the disdain one might expect from a typical parent towards a witch. Had he misjudged the situation? After a moment's hesitation, Roland resolved to be forthright. "Mr. Payne, your daughter is a witch. I trust you are aware of this." "What did you say, Your Highness?" "I do not comprehend," Tiggu exclaimed, stopping his foot as he stepped forward to grasp Nanawa's hand, only to be thwarted by Anna's protective stance. "Father, I have become a witch." "I am sorry," Nanawa whispered. Tiggu's countenance shifted to one of alarm. "Nonsense! A witch? This must be the nonsense taught by that Carl fellow. Had I known, I would never have allowed you to attend the academy. The church's rhetoric is nothing but drivel." At this revelation, Roland suddenly grasped the underlying tension. Tiggu's frantic efforts to shield Nanawa stemmed from a misunderstanding of Roland's intentions. His agitation prior to seeing his daughter was now clearer. "Anna," he winked at the witch, who nodded in response. As Tiggu attempted to bypass Anna to reach Nanawa, she extended her right hand. Flames erupted from her palm, soaring just above Tiggu's head. Tiggu's eyes widened in shock, and he stumbled back a few steps. Nanawa clutched Anna's arm in panic, exclaiming, "Sister Anna, don't." "Your Highness, what is this?" Tiggu gasped. "As you can see, she is also a witch, just like your daughter," Roland stated, extending his hands in a gesture of openness. "The reason Nanawa can freely enter the castle is not as you might think. Now, may we have a proper discussion?" At this moment, Tiggu seemed to awaken from his stupor, stammering, Your Highness, I please have a seat." Roland gestured towards a nearby table. "Let us enjoy some tea first." "Indeed." He sighed internally, reflecting on how tarnished his reputation had become, so much so that even children were not spared from scrutiny. He now understood Tiggu's earlier rudeness. A concerned father witnessing his daughter enter the Lord's castle, with the guards appearing unfazed, what might such a scenario imply? Were he in Tiggu's position, he might well contemplate storming the castle. Tiggu's continued denial of his daughter's witch status was equally transparent. He feared that the prince might leverage the claim of Nanawa has fallen and must be purified against him, while his own feelings regarding his daughter's nature were of little consequence. After a prolonged moment of indecision, Tiggu finally sank into a chair, lifting the teacup and downing its contents in one go. He wiped his mouth, a hint of embarrassment in his demeanor. "I apologize for my earlier rudeness. When did you become aware of my daughter's, witchcraft?" "Before winter. The first to discover her awakening was not I, but her teacher, Carl Vambert. As he is friends with Anna, he entrusted Nanawa to my care, hoping I could offer her protection," Roland explained in detail. "For the past month and a half, she has been visiting the castle to hone her abilities. By the way, your daughter possesses healing powers. Is that so?" Tiggu scratched his head. "I was curious why that cat suddenly became so spry." "Cat?" Before Anna could respond, Nanawa nodded vigorously. Tiggu's expression softened. Observing this, Roland inquired, "You do not seem to believe witches are inherently malevolent beings led astray by demons." "My daughter is certainly no malevolent entity," he asserted firmly. "Regardless of what she has become, that is beyond question." Tiggu's resolute stance was a stark contrast to Anna's father, prompting Roland to reflect on why Nanawa appeared so carefree and frequently bore a smile. Such a nurturing environment was akin to a warm cradle for a child. "I share your sentiments, Mr. Payne," Roland stated candidly. "Your daughter's abilities hold significant value for the injured. I hope she can remain in the border town to assist me in combating the malevolence of the moon." Tiggu hesitated. "Your Highness, I must respectfully decline. When the malevolence descends, this place will become exceedingly perilous." I cannot leave her in the town. Tigu Payne's fiefdom did not fall under the jurisdiction of the border town. Thus, even as a prince, Roland could not compel him. However, he remained optimistic that a conversation would sway Tigu's decision. Chapter 37. Family history. Danger is relative, Mr. Pine, and it also signifies opportunity. The fourth prince perused the relevant information gathered by the assistant ministers in his mind. I have heard that your title was inherited from your father. He was once a knight, later awarded the title of baron and lands for his meritorious service in battle. Indeed, Tiga nodded in affirmation. That battle was an honorable stand for the innocents, occurring in the month of the malevolent spirits. A small faction of vile beasts unexpectedly traversed the fortress's defenses via the Redwater River, penetrating deep into the Western Territories. At that time, your father was patrolling the area, and when he encountered the remnants of the vile beasts, he chose not to retreat, as most would, opting instead to notify reinforcements before launching a counterattack. This was because behind him lay an unprotected town, despite the fact that it bore no relation to him. Roland recounted, observing the expression of his counterpart. You should be more aware of what transpired afterward than I am. Your father rallied the town's militia, leading his retainers into direct combat with the vile beasts and achieving victory. Yet he managed to do so. My father stood near a shallow ditch, luring the enraged giant beast toward him. At the moment it charged, he lay down in the ditch, propping his broad-bladed sword against a stone at the bottom. The seemingly invincible brute collided directly with the sword's tip, its belly ripped open, spilling its entrails and dark blood, nearly overwhelming my father. To this day, a massive horn from that battle hangs above our hearth. Roland took a sip of tea, speaking leisurely, a commendable battle. He adhered to the knightly virtues of compassion and valor. The title and lands granted to him were bestowed by Lord Joy Cole, then a Count of Longsong Fortress, who was elevated to Duke by my father, Wimbledon III, 25 years ago, serving as the protector of the Southern Territories, which spanned the entire southern region. Regrettably, after the mountain stronghold became independent, Old Payne, remaining east of the fortress, became a thorn in the side of the Duke of the Fortress. Your Highness, you are quite well informed. Tiga sighed. The Duke of the Fortress and Lord Joy have always been at odds. Joy Cole is not a count bestowed by the Duke of the Fortress. His lineage traces back to a royal branch, and both his family and bloodline are no less noble than that of Lord Ryan. This is the nature of politics, Roland mused, a balancing act orchestrated by Wimbledon III. The feudal system among nobility is exceedingly convoluted. Theoretically, a higher-ranking noble has the authority to issue commands to lower-ranking nobles within their territory, yet in practice, it is much more complex, as exemplified by Joy Cole and Duke Ryan. As a count directly bestowed by the king, his territory, although situated in the western region, commands prestige and influence rivaling that of Duke Ryan. Thus, when you inherited this land, trade and agriculture have gradually withered, and your family estate has declined day by day. Roland spoke slowly. Now, a new opportunity lies before you. A new opportunity? You must have heard of the famine 2 years ago, when the fortress withheld the next month's food supplies under the pretext of inadequate mineral trade. This year, we face the same predicament. The unexpected collapse of the Northern Slope mine has left the people of the border town with no retreat. We must defend against the vile beasts behind the newly constructed walls. This battle may not proceed smoothly, yet as I mentioned before, danger also signifies opportunity. You do not resemble a typical noble, Roland chuckled. No one dresses in such a manner for an outing, and your hands are calloused. Mr. Pine, you have not forsaken your father's legacy, have you? The combat skills befitting a knight. Should you choose to remain in the border town, I can offer you a chance to reclaim your father's glory, to earn honor through sword and valor, just as he did. If your achievements are remarkable, I shall designate a parcel of land east of the border town as a reward for you, a tract suitable for a viscount. Such circumstances are rare, yet the promise holds validity. As a prince of age, I am legally entitled to confer titles of viscount, baron, and knight, though it is uncommon to bestow rewards upon the retainers of others. Firstly, it would be unbecoming to undermine another's standing, and secondly, it would be awkward should they refuse. However, Roland cared not for decorum. He merely desired the mobile healing station, Naneva, and was not particularly concerned about rejection. For Joy's ascension as the protector of the southern region had indicated that the latter had abandoned the Pine family. I have told you from the outset, Mr. Pine, that danger is relative. Have you considered what might transpire if Naneva is discovered to be a witch at Longsong Fortress? That place is unlike the border town. The church has long established its roots there, with adherents and spies scattered throughout. Once exposed, even I would be unable to save her. Roland paused for a moment, adding, "The border town will not fall. When the month of the malevolent spirits arrives, I will stand shoulder to shoulder with the townsfolk upon the walls. Our adversaries are merely a horde of mutated beasts, not invulnerable demons. Your father once vanquished them in an open field, and we have the formidable walls to protect us. If an unforeseen event occurs, I will ensure that Naneva departs first." He hesitated, "and Anna. I shall leave a small boat at the dock. I promise they will remain safe. In that case, I trust you, Your Highness." Tigu Payne rose, kneeling on one knee, chest out and abdomen in, offering the prince the standard knightly salute. "I am willing to fight for you." After Tigu and Naneva departed, Anna shot Roland a disapproving glance. "Are you dreaming?" she said. "I am going nowhere." Chapter 38. The Era of Firearms. The Iron Axe was acutely aware of his confinement. On that day, the hunters involved in the explosive trials were herded into a two-story building near the castle. Gazing out the window, he beheld a stone wall encircling the premises, with guards stationed at the entrances. He was unfazed by this, even deeming it quite imprudent for the prince to assign merely 2 personal guards for oversight. The thunderous booms from the test explosions still echoed in his mind, a sensation unlike any weapon he had ever encountered. In the far south, he had witnessed fiery eruptions from the earth that could blaze for decades. He had also experienced the relentless storms and towering waves at the edge of the endless sea. Yet, the wrath of the heavens was unpredictable, a manifestation of the Earth Mother or the Sea God's will, a divine punishment wielded like an iron whip against all living beings. However, the prince had, through sheer personal power, usurped the authority of the 3 gods, acquiring a strength akin to celestial retribution. Although it still paled in comparison to the true might of thunder from the heavens, it was far beyond the reach of mere mortals. In Iron Sand City, participants who still had utility would typically find their tongues severed. Of course, this was not the most foolproof method. Only the dead could keep secrets forever. As for outsiders, a mere glance was deemed sacrilegious, and it was inconceivable for any foreigner to ascend to the core hierarchy of the Moken tribe. The prince, aware of his mixed blood, still permitted him to witness the fire of divine punishment and intended to assign him the task of assembling a hunting team. This trust stirred a fervor within the Iron Axe. Having endured countless betrayals and traps in Iron Sand City, he fled to the southern borders of Grey Fortress, where his mixed heritage subjected him to discrimination. Ultimately, disheartened, he arrived at the frontier town, intending to rely on hunting to survive, only to unexpectedly find favor with the prince. He harbored no doubt that, with this new weapon, the one to claim the royal decree would undoubtedly be Roland Wimbledon's. The prospect of serving the future king filled his heart with excitement. Everyone, gather downstairs. Upon hearing the call, Iron Axe leaned out to see the chief knight of the 4th prince, Carter Lannis, approaching. He quickly adjusted his attire and hurried down the stairs, standing at attention before Carter. Having participated in the militia's training, he understood the prince's preference for disciplined and orderly troops. The other hunters lagged behind, with 6 of them taking about 15 minutes to form a line. To the usual place, "Follow me," Carter said casually, leading the group outside toward the city walls. Besides Roland, 4 other knights, Carter's subordinates, were present at the scene. Iron Axe noticed the prince was fiddling with a uniquely shaped metal rod while explaining something to the knights. Upon spotting Iron Axe and his companions, Roland approached. "How are you adjusting to the new accommodations?" "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness." The group bowed in salute, expressing their contentment with the new quarters. In truth, the new residence was far superior to their previous one, Iron Axe thought. At least it was free from drafts and leaks. The roof was composed of neatly arranged tiles rather than a makeshift thatch. "Thank you for your kindness, Your Highness," the hunters exclaimed with enthusiasm. This genuinely surprised Iron Axe. Setting aside the ironclad rules of the Sand People, even the military management of Grey Fortress should not be so lax. Could it be a reflection of the prince's personal leniency? He felt a twinge of concern, having seen too many ruthless ambitions in Iron Sand City. However, when the 4th prince announced the impending test of a new gunpowder-based weapon, Iron Axe promptly cast aside his worries. He stared intently as the prince presented 2 oddly shaped iron rods to the assembly. "This contraption is called a firearm," Roland proclaimed. "Next, I will instruct you on its use." In merely half an hour, Iron Axe had thoroughly mastered the operation of the new weapon. He poured the black powder, capable of conjuring the fire of divine retribution, into the barrel, inserted a lead ball, rammed it down with a rod, added more powder to the rear chamber, aimed at the target, and pulled the trigger. Though he believed he had a natural talent for slaughter, adept in wielding swords, knives, hammers, axes, and spears through years of training and combat. Mastering a weapon in half an hour was a feat perhaps only rivaled by the hand crossbow. The other firearm was handed to Carter, who similarly displayed an eagerness for this novel weapon, reluctant to set it down after a few practice rounds. Afterward, Roland had the two men ready for a live-fire demonstration. The targets were prepared, a half-suit of armor propped up by wooden sticks, set at a distance of about 30 feet, approximately 10 meters. Iron Axe and Carter followed the prince's shooting instructions, taking aim and squeezing the trigger. The thunderous explosion of their first shot startled everyone present, Iron Axe included. But soon their expressions transformed into sheer astonishment. A small hole appeared in the armor, the lead ball having cleanly penetrated the thickest part of the chest plate. Prior to firing, Iron Axe had scrutinized the armor. It was evidently not a poorly crafted piece from a workshop. The markings of a forge and anvil on the collar confirmed it was standard armor from the Grey Fortress Blacksmith Guild, with the front edge being approximately half an inch thick, sufficient to withstand a direct shot from a hand crossbow at close range. To combat such a formidable armored foe, heavy crossbows, or hammers, or polearms would be prudent choices. Comparatively, the firearm proved to be far more powerful, while its loading speed was on par with that of the crossbow. As for accuracy, the 30-foot target posed no significant challenge. Your Highness, what is the production capacity of this weapon? Carter inquired. Currently, just these two. By the time of the month of the evil, we can produce a maximum of 2 more. Iron Axe noted Carter's visible sigh of relief. He could surmise the knight's thoughts. If this weapon were easily manufactured, a simple training period could yield a vast army of hastily trained warriors wielding firearms. They would not be limited by age, profession, or even gender. Fragile women could pose a substantial threat to knights, though it did not quite rival the shock of divine retribution. Iron Axe mused that it was still an impressive weapon. Its tremendous power would allow him to easily slay robust, monstrous beasts from atop the city walls. Had he possessed a firearm during his encounters with mixed breeds in the past, the outcomes may have differed significantly. Yet only Roland comprehended the true significance of this weapon. He had personally ushered in the age of warfare by firearms. Chapter 39. Winners embraced the militia's thrusting maneuvers grew increasingly proficient under Carter's repeated drills. They could stabilize their rifles, awaiting the battle cry from the observing hunters before unleashing their long guns. Behind them stood the Hunters' Brigade, comprised of archers and crossbowmen who had remained in the border town. These seasoned hunters served as the vanguard against the malevolent beasts, shooting from the 12-foot-high city walls with near-perfect accuracy. Thus far, Roland had orchestrated 2 live drills, which included the use of explosive charges. Thanks to these exercises, the embarrassment of the militia dropping their weapons in fright at the thunderous explosions during a formal defense had been averted. Another benefit was the morale boost within the ranks upon realizing that the prince wielded such formidable weaponry. My lord, Bearov adjusted his collar. The revenue from the ore trade has dwindled significantly. If the month of evil truly stretches as the astrologers predict, I fear we won't survive until winter's end. Then let us empty my treasury, Roland replied without hesitation. Furthermore, we must not cease our transactions with Willow Leaf Town. The steam engine has been delivered to the mines, and the debris clearance is nearly complete. We can still secure some yield throughout the winter, particularly with the gemstones. Let's sell them swiftly without regard for price. It is prudent to stockpile provisions and dried meats. Bearov nodded. I shall attend to it, my lord. However, noticing the assistant's reticence, Roland understood his unspoken concerns. Rest assured, I have arranged a small vessel. Should the situation collapse entirely, I will leave the town. Then I am reassured. Bearov exhaled in relief. Roland smiled at him. Go about your duties. I shall remain here for a while. Once Bearov departed, the prince ascended the lookout tower. This central point of the wall provided a sweeping view of the expansive jungle and undulating mountains ahead. The biting wind whipped against him, yet he paid it no mind. It was only atop this lofty perch that the tension of impending battle began to dissipate. You are deceiving him, someone nearby remarked. You have no intention of leaving. Life is already fraught with difficulty. Some truths are best left unspoken. I cannot fathom your ramblings. If my status as prince is a burden, what does that make us? Nightingale materialized. Even if I cannot become queen, surviving the 5 years of the royal decree renders you a ruler in your own right. Rather than dwell on this, you should spend more time with Anna. I fear her time is limited. Roland fell silent for a moment. I do not believe she will succumb before the month of evil. Why? She insists she will not yield to the beast of corruption, he paused. I believe her. You actually trust a witch? Nightingale shook her head. We are cursed by the devil. Is that so? I trust you as well. Brian stood before the grave of the Greyhound, dressed in plain attire. He gently caressed the pristine headstone, its white surface etched with the words, "Unnamed yet forever in the hearts of men. A hero sacrificed for the border town, the Greyhound. I have realized my dream. When the month of evil concludes, His Highness the Fourth Prince will bestow upon me a coronation ceremony. However, I do not wish to languish in a sickbed waiting. My wounds have healed. The walls are where I belong. The month of evil approaches. The beasts may be fearsome. Yet they will crash against the defenses we have built together, unable to breach. I shall wield my sword to defend this town, alongside you. This is not the end. Those who conspired against you still live, but they will not endure indefinitely. This is the promise your highness made to me. When we meet again, I shall bring good news." Brian bent down and placed a bouquet before the headstone. "Farewell, my friend. Sister Anna, are you not afraid?" Nana inquired, perched on her bed and swinging her little legs. "Afraid of what?" "The beast of corruption," she replied. "Nightingale said it is winter. I became a witch in autumn. And this is my first time." "First time?" Anna pondered. "It will be painful. At times, you may wish for immediate death." "Ah," Nana gasped, quickly covering her mouth. "But you will survive, just as I have." "I don't know," Nana whispered. "I am not as strong as you." "I am not particularly strong," Anna closed her eyes. Memories of her first meeting with Roland flooding her mind. In that dim, cold dungeon, he had draped his coat over her shoulders, softly stating he would employ her. Even now, she found it hard to believe. "You will encounter things that make you want to live, even if it is a struggle to survive." "Such as?" "Such as a meat chop slathered in sauce," she sighed. "How would I know what you desire?" Looking at Nanawa, who was intently gazing at her, Anna wiped her face. "Is there something on my face?" "No," she shook her head. "I am simply surprised. You never used to talk so much." "Sister Anna, you looked so beautiful when you closed your eyes to think." Anna rolled her eyes, leaping from the bed to the window. Nanawa followed. "What are you looking at?" "The hide-and-seek forest?" "The forest is to the west," Anna retorted. "We can only see the Red River from here." "Sister Anna, look." The girl pointed skyward. Anna paused, then opened the window, a gust of cold wind mingling with snowflakes rushing into the room. She extended her hand, catching a crystalline snowflake, a chill coursing through her fingers. "It is snowing." After a long silence, Nightingale finally spoke. "You did not lie." "Of course not," Roland chuckled. "I seldom do." Nightingale fell silent, turning her head away, her eyes reflecting an inscrutable emotion. Suddenly, she felt a chill at her neck, instinctively drawing back. Upon looking up, she noticed snowflakes drifting down from an unseen origin, swirling through the gray sky like countless white sprites, dancing on the northern wind, mingling with the malicious training chants, fluttering about. The month of evil had begun. Chapter 40. Family letter. The bonfire blazed vigorously, yet Roland Wimbledon felt little warmth, despite the grand tent being stitched from thick leather. With the bottom tightly packed with earth to prevent drafts, he still felt a chill throughout his body, particularly in his toes, which were nearly numb from the cold. This wretched place could freeze even the simplest act of urination. He spat on the ground, rose to his feet, placed his hands firmly on either side of the table, and lifted with all his might, the veins on the back of his hands standing out prominently. He effortlessly raised the 6-foot solid wooden table off the ground. After positioning it closer to the fire pit, he felt considerably more comfortable. He removed his shoes and placed his bare feet upon the flames to warm them, while unrolling a sheet of parchment to continue his unfinished letter. "To my dear Livia, thanks to the public covenant. The army monitoring the church's every move has ironically become their ally. Speaking of the church, I must confess that their accomplishments are indeed remarkable. I recall my first visit here, 20 years ago, when Hermes was nothing but mountains and stones. The towns established by the church were nestled at the foot of the mountains. Yet now, they have not only carved out a path for carriages to ascend the mountains, but have also erected a grand fortress city atop them. If it were summer, you would truly wish to accompany me to witness the new holy city, which surpasses Grey Fortress in magnificence. Do you remember the theater in the capital of Grey Fortress? We attended a performance of The Prince's Revenge there, and you marveled at the theater's clever design and spacious interior. However, should you behold the training grounds of the new holy city, you would find the Grey Fortress Theater utterly insignificant. To describe it as merely a building would be an understatement. It resembles a breathtaking work of art. The space is as vast as 5 theaters combined, yet not a single stone pillar supports it. The outer walls extend with 8 colossal structures resembling monstrous bones, intertwined with numerous branches and ropes, suspending the entire roof in midair like a hanging beam. How did they conceive such an idea? And those bones, If they were indeed stripped from a vile beast, I wager that creature must exceed 100 feet in height. Such monsters could only be encountered in Hermes. But dear one, fret not. Even the mightiest of vile beasts are merely minions of hellish demons. Before the stone of divine punishment, all malevolence shall face divine retribution. Be it vile beasts, witches, or demons themselves, their fate is nothing but utter annihilation. At this point, Roland Wimbledon set down his pen and shook his somewhat sore hands. It is curious that he could wield a 15-pound sword all day yet felt fatigued after writing so little. He chuckled at himself, realizing that he was indeed better suited for rougher tasks. Speaking of vile beasts, I suddenly recall that my fourth brother has been assigned to a destitute border town. I fear he has scurried away to Longsong Fortress, even though the vile beasts there are no match for those along the Hermes front line. I cannot fault them. If I were in such a place, I would do nothing but seek refuge. This reveals the unfairness of my father, who decided to pass the throne to my second brother simply because he displayed exceptional intelligence from a young age. Father seems to have forgotten that it was not mere cleverness that won him the throne of Grey Fortress. Ever since mother passed away, I find it increasingly difficult to fathom his thoughts. The subsequent content made Roland hesitate. He was uncertain whether to reveal his true intentions to Livia. After a moment's pause, he resolved to continue writing. If all goes according to plan, by the time this letter is delivered, he should have arrived at the palace of Grey Fortress. My dear, Scholar Ong is correct. If I do not take action, the throne will ultimately not belong to me. He has observed through the stars that the apocalyptic star is distancing itself from the radiant sun, and within 4 months, it will completely depart from the sun's orbit. The scholar has informed me, and clearly, time is of the essence. I can no longer afford to wait idly. Yours lovingly, Roland. He carefully folded the letter and placed it into an envelope, sealing it with wax. After inspecting it several times, he rapped on the table. And soon a trusted guard entered the tent. Deliver this letter to Rose at Cold Wind Ridge. You need not rush day and night, nor do you have to ride. Disguise yourself as an ordinary traveler and take a trade caravan that travels between the 2 locations. However, remember this, the letter must be delivered by hand. Yes, Your Highness. Very well, you may go. After waving off the guard, Roland seated himself at the table, both feet suspended over the fire pit. In doing so, he had cut off any retreat. Roland shook his head, casting aside his tumultuous thoughts. He mused that such sentimentalities were unbefitting of him. He believed that all confusion would find resolution once he ascended the throne. At that moment, a deep horn sounded from outside the tent. Ooh! The horn blared, signaling the approach of vile beasts. Follow me. He mounted the warhorse led by his guard and jogged towards the top of the city wall. Only by standing atop the walls of the holy city could one truly appreciate its grandeur. It stood like an insurmountable chasm at the precipice of the abyssal mountains. The top was flat and wide enough for dozens to walk side by side. In front lay sheer cliffs formed of glaciers, while the back featured a flat plateau. This was precisely why the church was so desperate to establish the new holy city atop the mountains. Yet Roland Wimbledon sought to envision a greater future. To transport such vast quantities of stone and timber from the foot of the mountain to its summit, and to build a city in Hermes within a mere 20 years. The power exhibited by the church was indeed astonishing. However, no matter how much he despised these zealots, Roland had to concede one point: if they did not defend Hermes, all nations on the continent would face catastrophe. This was also the foundation for the signing of the Covenant of the Evil Month. When the month of evil descended upon the land, the 4 kingdoms bordering Hermes were compelled to dispatch armies to support the church, fighting alongside its judgment troops. For flags fluttered in the wind atop the walls, the dawn with its serpent staff, the wolf heart with its crossed swords and shields, the eternal winter adorned with ice roses, and the Grey Fortress brandishing tall spears. As he gazed at the darkening shapes appearing in the distant sky, Roland Wimbledon tightened his grip on the great sword. Chapter 41. The emergence of the malevolent beast. As Brian had foretold, once the snow began to fall in the border town, it would not relent. By morning, the town had been enveloped in a silken white shroud. The snowfall had lessened, and only a few scattered snowflakes drifted from the overcast sky, yet the atmosphere remained dreary. Roland pondered the prospect of not seeing the sun for several months, a notion that struck him as somewhat incredulous. It seemed utterly irrational, he mused. Though seeking rationality in a world imbued with the witch's magic was itself peculiar, how could the malevolent beasts influence the weather? Regrettably, he lacked the meteorological satellites to inform him of the current cloud patterns across the world. As they made their way towards the western city wall, Carter remarked upon the noticeable desolation in the town, noting that a band of individuals had followed the nobility's exodus. This is for the best. Roland exhaled a plume of vapor. I have already arranged for Berev to conduct a census this winter. What is that? Carter inquired. It entails visiting each household to record the number of residents, their names, and occupations, Roland elucidated. This way, whether for mobilizing human resources during wartime or distributing compensation afterward, we can implement measures swiftly and efficiently. Human resources? Carter blinked in surprise, then chuckled. Your Highness, you have truly changed. Oh? Roland replied, intrigued. In the past, while you would utter words I struggled to comprehend and engage in perplexing activities, they ultimately seemed unbefitting of a prince. Now, Carter paused, seemingly deliberating on his words. Whether it be the peculiar training regulations you have established or the novel experimental items brought from the alchemical workshop, the results have been remarkably effective. Perhaps this is what my grandfather meant when he said that extraordinary individuals possess the ability to perceive what ordinary people overlook. I have a feeling you might indeed become the next king. Is that so? A warm sensation surged within Roland. For what could be more fulfilling than earning the recognition of one's subordinates through diligent effort? In that moment, he felt invigorated. And the gloomy sky no longer seemed so bothersome. Upon reaching the city wall, the militia was diligently clearing the accumulated snow from the pathways. Upon seeing the prince, they all bowed in respect. They should be taught the military salute, Roland mused. How did things fare last night? Carter nodded in response. Let us maintain our vigilance. These protocols had been established one by Roland himself. He had inquired with Brian and learned that Longsong Fortress had no concrete strategies for repelling the malevolent beasts. The most unfortunate of recruits were assigned to monitor the beasts' movements, often spending entire days atop the walls. Consequently, instances of shirking duties or desertion were not uncommon. And by winter's end, as many as 20 or 30 individuals had been executed for dereliction or disobeying orders. As he patrolled the walls, everything appeared to be proceeding smoothly. However, Roland recognized a critical oversight, the guiding barriers. These obstacles currently directed the malevolent beasts towards the central section of the wall. Yet if Brian's assertions were accurate, the accumulation of snow over the next 2 to 3 months would likely obliterate these barriers. At that time, any point along the 600-meter defensive line could potentially become a route for the beasts, and his personnel would be unable to manage such an extensive area. Sending a team to clear the snow seemed impractical, as a few agile wolf-like beasts could inflict devastating losses on the squad. Perhaps they would ultimately have to rely on the witch's powers. At that moment, a lookout stationed on the left side of the wall called out, "Look ahead." Roland and Carter turned to follow his gaze, spotting a small dark figure emerging from the snow, slowly advancing towards the wall. According to our prior drills, you should determine whether to sound the horn, Roland instructed. In this regard, you possess more experience than I. After a brief hesitation, the lookout merely drew back the bowstring, remaining vigilant at the edge of the wall. Roland nodded in approval. Thus far, order on the wall had been well maintained. Yet he wondered whether they could swiftly organize their defenses according to their drills when faced with a large-scale assault by the malevolent beasts. As the dark figure drew nearer, approximately 50 meters from the wall, Roland discerned the beast's appearance. Is that a variant of a fox? Its fur was a mottled gray-black, its eyes a piercing red. As it panted and approached the wall, it appears to have been recently corrupted, posing little threat, Iron Axe commented, knocking an arrow. You claim they are all driven here by the infernal miasma? Not merely to the west, Carter interjected. When the Hellgate opened in the wilderness, any area unshielded by the abyssal mountains became susceptible to the beast's onslaught, particularly the great chasm to the north. The vast expanse of the abyssal mountains seemed severed, with the chasm stretching for over 10 miles, serving as a primary avenue for the beast attacks. The agitated creature lingered at the base of the wall for a moment, raising its head and issuing a low growl towards the individuals above. Just as it prepared to leap, Iron Axe released the bowstring, and an arrow struck true, penetrating its neck and pinning it to the ground. Roland noted the black hue of its blood. Why is it that, despite both being tainted by demonic forces, witches retain their sanity upon awakening, while beasts descend into frenzied madness and physical distortion? If the opportunity arises, I must venture beyond the abyssal mountains, he resolved. In the prince's memory, that realm was an uncharted territory forbidden to humanity, the very locale where the Hellgate had been unsealed. However, as no one had ever ventured there, much of the lore derived from ancient tomes remained unverified and dubious in credibility. Chapter 42, Occupational Injury. What happens if one is bitten by a vile beast? Roland inquired. Will they become like them? He hoped it wasn't a parallel to a biological crisis from another realm. After all, current technology could not extract viral antigens. Of course not, Iron Axe replied, wearing an expression that questioned how such a query could arise. If bitten, one would merely become a corpse. And the flesh of these beasts? Is it consumable? Carter exclaimed, Your Highness, how could one consume such foul creatures? They are tainted by the essence of hell. Roland turned to Iron Axe, who nodded in agreement. Your knight speaks the truth. I once severed the flesh of a vile beast to feed hunting dogs, and they perished shortly after consuming it. Is that so? What a pity, Roland sighed. In this era, sources of sustenance are exceedingly scarce. If those vile beasts were edible, winter would be a bountiful season. Imagine all the creatures of the forest rushing madly towards the border town, saving us the trouble of hunting. After surveying the city walls, he resolved to visit Nineveh. Presently, the nearest noble residence had been requisitioned by Roland for use as a field hospital, though it was publicly referred to as a medical facility. For precautionary measures, this place was now the most securely guarded location in the town aside from the city walls. Roland demolished all wooden partitions on the ground floor, creating a unified space aside from the hallway and foyer, and arranged 10 beds, thus forming a rudimentary hospital. There were no nurses, no doctors, and it was unlikely that all 10 beds would be occupied, as Nineveh's treatment did not require extended bed rest but rather immediate efficacy. By day, she remained on the second floor of the hospital, while Anna often accompanied her when free. Tegu, Parn, and Brian were tasked with guarding the first floor, and 2 personal guards were stationed outside, ensuring absolute security. However, Roland did not anticipate that the first casualty to be received by the field hospital would not come from the militia defending the walls, but rather from the workers of the Northern Slope mine. Nail felt his hands trembling. Hearing the hoarse cries of Iron Head from behind him, he quickened his pace, wishing he could fly away. This was all due to his own negligence, he lamented. He should have heeded the knight's warnings. If only he hadn't taken on the task of operating the contraption. Since the installation of this ominous machine at the mine entrance, the miners' work had become significantly easier. Previously, the most laborious task was hauling the mine stones out of the cave. When the baskets were full, it required 3 to 4 men to move them. Typically, 2 would push from behind while the others pulled from the front. The once uneven path had been smoothed over years of mining, and the iron sheets at the bottom of the baskets needed frequent replacement. A week prior, the chief knight had directed Iron Head and his men to transport a heap of uniquely shaped metal parts up the mountain, and after several days of assembly, they had constructed a furnace. Nail had never anticipated that this furnace would move on its own once lit, exhibiting immense power. The knight claimed it was a creation of the prince, referred to as a steam engine. By securing the basket with hemp rope and igniting the furnace, the machine would emit a whirring sound, operating the winch to swiftly pull the basket from the mine. It was nothing short of miraculous. After a few demonstrations by the knight, he instructed Iron Head to select someone to operate the steam engine. Nail was chosen, and he felt elated. Just think. He would no longer have to descend into the mine to extract stones or haul baskets. The previous collapse had terrified him. Thus, he dutifully memorized the knight's instructions. It was not difficult. When the machine was in operation, he merely had to lift the green lever and then press the red one. The knight explained that the green lever controlled the intake valve, while the red controlled the exhaust valve, allowing steam to flow into the cylinder. To halt the machine, one would reverse the process, lift the red lever and press the green one, causing the steam to escape from the side pipe of the boiler. Each cycle required replenishing the water in the boiler. Despite his lack of understanding regarding valves and cylinders, Nail assented to every instruction. However, the knight had emphasized 2 critical points. First, the sequence must not be mistaken. The green lever must be operated before the red to start, and the red before the green to shut down. A mistake could lead to machine destruction. Second, when venting steam, he must clear the area of miners and continuously shout warnings until the red lever was fully raised. Nail had memorized the first point thoroughly. He could perform it with his eyes closed. Yet, the second point proved detrimental. As was customary, when shutting down the machine today, there were no others around. Feeling foolish to shout warnings alone, he focused on pulling the red lever. It was somewhat jammed, and he gritted his teeth, expending considerable effort to move it. Unexpectedly, in that moment, Iron Head appeared before the furnace. Nail swore he hadn't seen him approach, the machine's roar masking his footsteps. White steam erupted from the exhaust, striking Iron Head's face directly. Nail froze in terror as Iron Head fell to the ground, clutching his face and rolling about, emitting a chilling scream that sent shivers down Nail's spine. Soon, other miners gathered, restraining the rolling iron head and forcing his hands away. His face was a blurred mess, blood seeping from festering wounds, his eyes transformed into white orbs. Those present understood that Iron Head was beyond saving. Returning to reality, tears streamed down Nail's face. Iron Head had always looked after him, assigning him lighter tasks due to his youth, yet he had never shortchanged him on wages. Now, through his negligence, this tragedy had unfolded. In his anguish and desperation, Nail suddenly recalled the knight's words. If someone in the mine were injured, they could be brought to the medical facility near the city walls, despite knowing that such severe injuries were unlikely to be healed. With the wound too extensive and herbs ineffective, leading to inevitable decay and fever, he still hoisted Iron Head onto his back, disregarding the astonished stares from those around him, gritting his teeth as he ran toward the foot of the mountain. If he did nothing and simply watched Iron Head die, he feared he would never forgive himself. Chapter 43. Resilience. Where is Sister Anna? Nana Va inquired, her ears catching the heavy footfalls ascending the staircase. She hurried to the door, peeking out only to be met with disappointment as she recognized it was His Highness, the Prince. She is still at work. She will probably come by later. Work? Nana Va pondered the word, which she had often heard from the prince lately. Are you referring to the process of burning that gray clay powder? Indeed, for the moment. What's the matter? Is Anna's absence making you feel bored? Roland chuckled, pulling out a chair to settle by the fireplace. Nana Va propped her chin on her hand, responding earnestly, it's not that I don't want to help those who are injured, it's too terrifying. She recalled her first experience tending to Brian, who had appeared as though drenched in blood, with clotted, reddish-brown masses solidified upon his chest, his mouth gasping for air like a parched fish, expelling a frothy mixture of red and white. Then, she had fainted. What an utter embarrassment. Lifting her gaze, she stole a glance at Roland, only to find him comfortably dozing in his chair. It seemed the prince was also weary, she mused. Considering the monumental tasks of constructing walls, training soldiers, and safeguarding the town from the encroaching dark beasts, these too were his responsibilities. Though she had hesitated profoundly when he requested her presence here, she ultimately did not refuse. You will encounter things that make you wish to live, even if it means struggling to survive. This statement from him puzzled Nana Va, yet whenever she closed her eyes, the image of Anna surfaced in her mind, her azure eyes reminiscent of tranquil lakes, gently enveloping her. This was the very reason she had agreed to Roland's request. She aspired to embody the strength of Sister Anna. Wait, it's not just one person. Nana Va thumped her chest in annoyance. You startled me, Nightingale. The door swung open, revealing Brian, who was stationed on the first floor. Miss Payne, please come downstairs. Someone has suffered burns. Ah, it's time to work, I suppose. Nana Va inhaled deeply. I understand. Descending the stairs, she found two guards struggling to lift a moaning individual onto a bed, while a small figure nearby wore an anxious expression. Brian approached, deftly securing the injured man's limbs to the bed. As the guards carried the small figure out of the room, effortlessly drawing the curtain that served as a partition. What happened? Roland inquired, rubbing his eyes as he descended. Your Highness, a severely injured person has been brought in from the northern slope mine. It appears he has suffered burns. The prince leaned in for a closer look. Steam burns, I presume? The first model hasn't malfunctioned, has it? Where are those who brought him? In the entrance hall, Brian gestured toward the door. I'll inquire about the situation. I leave this to you, Roland declared before striding toward the exit. Nana Va cautiously approached the injured man, stealing glances at him. His features were a grotesque blur, once rosy skin now a ghastly pallor, hanging in tattered strips across his face. His neck was covered in large blisters, some of which had burst, seeping a mixture of mucus and blood that saturated the pillow beneath. In the flickering light of the hearth, his appearance was more terrifying than any nightmare. She stepped back, closing her eyes, only to reopen them to find her father watching her with concern. Are you all right? Nana Va nodded, recalling Roland's words, treat the wounded as you would small animals. Resolutely, she returned to the bedside, extending her hands. An incredible sensation surged within her, coalescing in her palms. She beheld a stream of soft green luminescence flowing from her hands, cascading onto the injured man's face. Though this glow was unmistakably vivid, others seemed oblivious to it. As she concentrated, the wound began to transform. The burnt skin peeled away, yielding fresh tissue that grew at a visible pace. The man's pained moans gradually subsided, his breathing steadying as if he had slipped into a restful slumber. Nana Va exhaled, contemplating her progress compared to her previous attempt. Goodness, Is this what the prince refers to as healing power? It's my first time witnessing such a phenomenon. Dear daughter, you are truly remarkable, exclaimed Tigu. Such power resembles that of the divine. Brian echoed the sentiment. I was aided by Miss Nana Va when I was injured. I am immensely grateful. Oh, that foolish man. Nana Va thought, covering her face. Doesn't he realize it was Nightingale who smuggled me out that day? When was that? Tigu questioned, perplexed. I was unaware. Almost fully healed. Brian announced with excitement. It's as if he had never been injured at all. Your Highness, with Miss Nana Va's assistance. We all have a chance to survive the battle during the month of demons. As long as one does not perish on the spot, survival is quite feasible. The prince replied, gesturing for Brian to awaken the man. You are Ironhead, correct? The man known as Ironhead sat up, bewildered. Am I dreaming? Not at all, Roland stated. You are very much alive. You are. I have seen you in the square. The man exclaimed, suddenly enlightened, leaping from the bed to kneel before the prince. Fourth prince, did you save me? It was this young lady from the Payne family who rescued you. She is a witch endowed with healing abilities. Nana Va felt a pang of discomfort. Was it wise to reveal her identity so plainly? As anticipated, the gaze directed at her shifted. A witch? Your Highness, are they not demons? How dare you speak such nonsense? Tigu interjected, indignant. My daughter bears no connection to demons. She is the one who saved your life. Do you truly believe demons would extend a helping hand? And no, please forgive my rudeness. Ironhead quickly bowed his head. Thank you for saving my life, Miss Payne. Nana Va felt an inexplicable wave of distress wash over her. She yearned to flee the room immediately, yet a voice within her persisted, urging her to be strong. Once Ironhead was escorted away, Tigu voiced her concerns. Is this truly wise, Your Highness? If this continues, my daughter may never lead a normal life. Consider it from a positive perspective, Mr. Payne, the prince reassured. Only by breaking the deadlock during this period can Nana Va hope to attain true freedom in the future. Otherwise, with the passage of time, she will inevitably be exposed and may find herself leading a life of isolation. True freedom? Nana Va pondered, unsure. She felt quite free at present, yet if what the prince suggested could indeed come to pass, then perhaps Sister Anna could also emerge from the castle and return to Master Carl's academy, just like herself. Chapter 44. The Hidden Answer. He entered the bedroom. Shedding his coat and shaking off the snow that had accumulated at the collar, hanging it on the rack by the fireplace. Your Highness, do you not think this matter is being rushed? The Nightingale materialized before the prince. Nanawawa. Roland poured himself and his companion a glass of ale, which, though considerably more bitter than the beers of future generations, he had gradually grown accustomed to. There is no more opportune moment than now, he declared as he drained the glass and refilled it. To harness Nana Wawa's abilities during this sinister month, he could no longer conceal the identity of the witch. The capacity to instantaneously heal life-threatening injuries was not something ordinary herbs or bloodletting could achieve. This was evident to all. Was this your plan all along? The Nightingale inquired. Roland nodded. The heavy snow will obscure the path to Longsong Fortress, and the shipping at the docks is under my control. We have at least 3 months to alter the perception that witches are evil. Mere propaganda will have limited effect. We must rely on direct contact to swiftly dispel this misunderstanding. This was why he was determined to keep Nanawawa with him. He aspired to create a version of Florence Nightingale in this otherworldly realm. The legendary nurse had drastically reduced the mortality rate of the wounded from 42 to 2 through her dedicated care, earning her the title of the Lady with the Lamp, and elevating the entire nursing profession to a status of reverence. Moreover, her father, a fallen noble, had often interacted with hunters and farmers, maintaining a gentle demeanor towards commoners, even allowing Nanawawa to study at the academy run by Master Carl. Other nobles, even the lowest-ranking barons, would have been reluctant to permit their daughters to associate with such people whom they regarded as mere commoners. Is this truly achievable? Even the Nightingale appeared powerless in the face of such a colossal institution as the Church. Without taking this step, one can never know the answer. Roland did not expect the entire town to alter their views, but he intended to firmly establish the new team he was assembling, using these seeds from within the populace to disseminate his ideas. 3 months was ample time to instigate significant change. After a brief silence, the Nightingale softly asked, "Why are you willing to go this far for the witch?" He pondered his words carefully before replying. "Did I not already inform you? The border town does not concern itself with origins. I hope that one day, even witches may live as free individuals within my territory." When she spoke again, Roland felt as if time had resumed its flow. You need not go to such lengths. Her voice was distant and gentle. Forgive me for previously misleading you. The Sisters of the Mutual Aid Society have endured much hardship. They harbor few aspirations, merely seeking a place to call home, even within this castle. And how does that differ from a cage? Roland shook his head, suddenly realizing something, his eyes widening as he gazed at the nightingale. Wait, are you suggesting that you would bring them here? The nightingale sighed, avoiding the prince's gaze. In doing so, you will be at odds with the church. Their reach has extended too far, Roland replied nonchalantly. Once the doctrine of divine right is proclaimed, conflict between the church and the nations of the continent is inevitable. As for the border town, as long as we navigate these 3 months smoothly, there is little they can do. We are 1,000 miles from the church's stronghold. Would the bishop lead a battalion of inquisitors across Grey Fortress to hunt me down? My father would never allow such a thing to transpire. It would be a serious affront to royal dignity. Once the nightingale bowed and departed, Roland lay back on the bed, exhaling deeply. Thus, the greatest peril did not lie with the church, but with the witch herself, a realization that only Roland could grasp. Despite the current disadvantage of witches, this state of affairs would not persist indefinitely. Witches did not rely on hereditary lineage but awakened randomly without pattern, indicating that they could not be entirely eradicated. Their numbers would only increase. The church maintained a semblance of advantage through the use of the stone of divine punishment. Yet this advantage could only serve to counteract magical power. At present, the awakening of witches not only bestowed upon them diverse abilities but also enhanced their physical prowess, cognitive responses, and even appearances, placing them beyond the realm of ordinary humans. Essentially, they could be considered new humans. The more brutal the oppression, the more fervent the resistance. When a rebellion purely led by witches erupts, what devastation will it wreak upon Grey Fortress? The hatred cultivated by the church, if left unchecked, could easily morph into indiscriminate loathing for all subjects of the kingdom. Roland wished to avert such a scenario. Hence, he needed to begin in the border town, constructing a framework that could accommodate both entities and extend it throughout Grey Fortress and even the continental kingdom, a world in which witches and ordinary people could coexist harmoniously. Chapter 45, Conspiracy, Part 1. As the moon began its descent in the western sky, Roland Wimbledon discerned the faint outline of the city walls of the capital shrouded in the cloak of night. If the plan remained unchanged, Master Ong should have already replaced the guards with his loyal confidants, allowing the drawbridge to be lowered after his second-in-command signaled. He widened his eyes, vigilant for any flicker of light, for with this, the throne would be within his grasp. Roland rode through the side gate of the castle walls, flanked by his second-in-command. Following closely were over 20 cavalrymen, all silent, their reins taut as they proceeded with deliberate caution. The walls of the Grey Fortress, constructed from the stones of Dragafall Ridge, emanated a dark crimson glow under the torchlight, as if steeped in blood. This formidable wall, measuring 20 feet in width, had claimed the lives of over 1,000 laborers, slaves, and stonemasons during its construction. A barrier that could withstand the might of legions was now effortlessly traversed by Roland, who mused that any weakness must originate from within. For reasons unknown, he recalled the new holy city, with its seemingly more magnificent and impregnable walls. Would they too succumb to an internal breach? Your Highness, I have awaited your arrival for some time, said Master Ong, who was waiting by the gate with a small contingent. Upon seeing Roland, the scholar hastily dismounted and bowed. Roland pushed aside his distractions, attributing his restless thoughts to excitement. You have done well. Have the palace guards been replaced? Roland furrowed his brow. Realizing this meant he could not bring all 20 men into the palace. The guards would not obstruct him, but they would not permit so many armed individuals to enter the royal stronghold. Very well. As long as 2 from that detail follow me while the rest guard the entrance to prevent any unwelcome visitors, he decided after a moment of hesitation. Though the plan had shifted, the situation remained within his control. His father's personal guards usually remained in the outer chamber overnight. If he could delay them just long enough, he would have the opportunity to strike. After all, he was the firstborn son of the king of Grey Fortress, the rightful heir by law. The prince and Master Ong traversed the gardens and halls, advancing towards the castle where the third of the name resided. The scholar raised his torch, its flickering light revealing guards emerging from the shadows, who knelt before them. Your Highness, please follow me. Roland inhaled sharply, catching a whiff of iron, a scent of blood. Were not all the guards of the sleeping quarters replaced? He scrutinized the guard in the torchlight, recognizing a knight loyal to him, one of the Count's men who supported his claim to the throne. This brought him a modicum of reassurance. Has someone entered the castle? A maid? My father has not been with a woman since mother passed, Roland pondered, surprised, but now was not the time for such trivialities. He nodded, choosing silence as he followed the guard into the castle, with the others trailing behind. Roland knew this castle intimately. He could navigate it with his eyes closed. After 20 years of residence, he was keenly aware of every secret passage and hidden door. However, his purpose was not merely to stealthily enter the sleeping quarters. He needed to convince his father to bequeath the throne to him. Only by eliminating the guards outside could he ensure his father fully understood his precarious situation before initiating a serious discussion about succession. If he could not persuade him, Roland Wimbledon took a deep breath, gesturing for the others to halt as he unsheathed his broadsword. At the end of the corridor stood the bronze door, the sole entrance to the sleeping quarters, behind which lay the outer chamber, the last line of defense. Typically manned by 2 to 3 personal guards ready to rush in and protect the king at a moment's notice. Roland cracked the door open, then shoulder-barged it. Swiftly entering the chamber, sword raised in a defensive stance, only to find the outer room eerily silent, empty. A potent scent of blood assaulted his senses, and a foreboding feeling washed over him as he dashed toward the sleeping quarters. What he beheld next was beyond disbelief. The third of the name, clad in a nightgown, sat propped against the pillows at the head of the bed, the garment gaping open, a sword hilt protruding from his chest, blood oozing down his distended belly, soaking the sheets. Standing beside his father was none other than his brother, Typhcore Wimbledon. How could this be? Roland stood frozen in place. Just like you, brother, Typhcore sighed. I did not wish for it to come to this. He clapped his hands, and a cadre of armored soldiers surged in from behind the door, encircling the elder prince. This is a game of strategy. I intended to follow the rules. Brother, do you realize? Our sister has never intended to play this game, nor have you. Otherwise, how could you have traveled so far to the capital upon hearing Master Ong's astrological prophecy? Truthfully, if you had not arrived, I would have been at a loss. Scholar. Roland gritted his teeth, casting a backward glance at Ong, who stepped back, spreading his hands. I did not deceive you. The Harbinger star is retreating from the sun, signifying that the seeker has strayed from the correct path, yet it also implies a fall. Roland now comprehended entirely, from the very beginning. He had fallen into a meticulously crafted trap. The sin of blood at the castle's entrance was likely not left by any maid. Nor was the claim of the silver-handed knight's reassignment true. Yet what crushed him most was the realization that Ong, who had cared for him for over a decade and taught him to read and write since childhood, had ultimately chosen the path of the second prince. Just as his father had. Typhcore Wimbledon, though you are also a son, he alone bestowed upon you such care, granting you the finest lands. Yet you are the first to turn against him. You are a devil from the depths of hell. A flicker of anger flashed in Typhcore's eyes, but it quickly faded. Do you truly believe that, dear brother? If this endeavor fails to convince him to pass the throne to you, do you genuinely intend to abandon your claim? Do not deceive yourself. Chapter 46, Conspiracy, Part 2. Goran realized that he had no escape. His only option was to drag his own brother down to hell with him. At this moment, he felt an eerie calmness. Was your intention in deceiving me merely to eliminate me? Eliminate you? No, dear brother, that would serve no purpose for me, replied Typhek, his tone steadfast, as if stating a fact. If I patiently wait for 5 years, I will inevitably face the pirate army of our sister. Are you aware of her recent endeavors? Goran shook his head, calculating the distance between himself and the second prince. He remembered that his brother had always been clever, yet lacked skill in horsemanship and combat. She is assembling her own army, brother. To be honest, I admire her for taking such steps even before the royal decree of succession. Even I did not foresee this. Why have we come to this point where we must resort to killing each other? As he spoke, he took 2 steps back. For instance, I suspect you would like nothing more than to cleave me in 2 with your sword, wouldn't you? I am well aware, brother. When you wish to kill, your gaze becomes truly terrifying, Typhek sighed. Let me be frank. I wish to put an end to the royal decree. Otherwise, 5 years from now, I will be facing the fleet of Garcia. She has controlled the port of Bihue for several years, while Jinsui City is better suited to nurturing merchants than warriors. You. Goran shouted as he lunged at his brother, but the distance was too great. His sword was intercepted by 2 armored guards, and before he could recover, a dagger pierced his calf, causing him to lose his balance and fall to the ground. A crowd quickly descended upon him, pinning him down and binding him tightly. Judgment? You believe you have the right to judge me? I will expose you for the monster you are to your supporters. You certainly will not, brother, Typhek replied patiently. There is a potion in the alchemy workshop called Silence. It is concocted from the venom of lizards from the southern deserts mixed with mare's milk. Once consumed, you will be rendered mute. Fear not, it will not cause you pain, but rather, it has a rich and intoxicating flavor. If you must blame someone, direct your ire at our prodigious sister. Were it not for her, I would not have taken this course. He gestured to the captain of the guards, who nodded and led the elder prince out of the chamber. The remaining armored guards followed suit, leaving only the second prince and Scholar Ong. Your Highness, the throne is yours for the taking. I should address you as Majesty. Scholar Ong bowed. You have done well. Once I ascend the throne of Greycastle, I shall fulfill our agreement. However, witnessing my brother's tragic state today compels me to add a stipulation to our pact. The scholar's expression shifted immediately. Your Highness, what do you mean? Rest assured, I simply wish to avoid betrayal, Typhek said, producing a wax seal from his pocket. You are likely familiar with this. The wax dissolves completely in 7 days, which is approximately the time it will take for me to travel between the royal city and Jeansway City. I have enticed you to my side with the prestige of the kingdom's chief astrologer, but I do not wish for someone to offer you a higher price to lure you away. Your Highness, you jest? The scholar's complexion turned pale as he gritted his teeth, ultimately swallowing the wax seal. A wise choice, Typhek nodded in satisfaction. You may leave now. Once the chamber was devoid of presence, the second prince's countenance darkened. He seized a porcelain vase from the low table beside his bed and smashed it to the floor, the shards scattering with a sharp crack. Immediately, a guard rushed in. Your Highness? Leave, he bellowed. Yes, the guard quickly bowed and exited, closing the door behind him. Damn it, this should not have happened. His plan had never included the murder of their father. With the favoritism shown by Wimbledon III, he merely needed to redirect attention to Garcia's actions and suppress them, using his elder brother, Goran, as the pawn. Typhek believed his scheme was foolproof. He had lured Goran's mentor, Scholar Ong, who held little standing in the Astrologers Association, to write a letter to the elder prince. Goran had taken the bait, aligning perfectly with Typhek's assessment of his brother's strengths in combat over intellect, as well as his unwillingness to relinquish the throne. Then, their father would shift his focus to his other children, with Garcia, who was amassing military power, becoming the second thorn in his side. But why had it turned out this way? When their father heard the information Typhek had divulged, he had revealed an eerie smile before drawing his dagger and plunging it into his own chest. Everything transpired too swiftly for Typhek to intervene. He could only watch helplessly as his father met his demise. He sank slowly to the edge of the bed, for the first time feeling like a mere pawn in a greater game. His father's final smile haunted him like a nightmare, sending shivers down his spine. He replayed the entire incident repeatedly, including the examination of the body, yet he could find no clues as to why his father would act in such a manner. He had even entertained the notion that it was an impostor, but no matter how he scrutinized, he could find no flaw. Not even in the hidden wound on the back, which matched his memories precisely. With Goran nearing the royal city, he had no choice but to feign calmness, overhaul his plans, and pin the blame for Wimbledon III's death on the elder prince, seizing the throne ahead of schedule as the second in line. As long as he could successfully crown himself, he would no longer be constrained by his territories and could mobilize the forces of the Duke of the South to coerce Garcia into relinquishing the port of Bihue. Thus, the outcome did not appear so bleak. Yet, Typhek felt a deep unease, as if an invisible hand had already inserted itself into the upper echelons of the struggle for power in Greycastle, leaving him utterly unaware. At this moment, his only option was to firmly grasp the throne. Typhek Wimbledon vowed within his heart that if he discovered who orchestrated this scheme, they would learn the dire consequences of provoking a monarch. Chapter 47. Market and circulation. In the past week, the border town has remained relatively tranquil. According to Ty Axe and Brian, the strength and number of the malevolent beast will gradually increase with the persistence of the demon moon. Taking advantage of the current light defensive pressure, Roland dispatched a single-masted sailing ship laden with, or once again to Willow Leaf Town. Simultaneously, he initiated preliminary reforms in the mining production system, shifting from a fixed salary to a variable pay structure based on output. He instructed Barov to calculate the daily average production over the past few years to establish a standard. For each additional increment produced, workers would receive extra remuneration, with additional rewards for those who discovered gem veins. This initiative effectively boosted the workers' productivity, creating a vibrant atmosphere throughout the mining area. With surplus in hand, Roland naturally sought to embark on further endeavors. in addition to integrating the steam engine number 2 into the production plan. He also intended to manufacture a batch of hand-operated machine tools. Machine tools, with their long-standing historical significance, can be fundamentally described as workbenches for processing implements. Thus, an anvil can be considered the most primitive form of a machine tool, utilized in manual fixing and crafting. While manual crafting is manageable, manual fixing proves to be exceedingly inconvenient. Hence, individuals began to incorporate clasps or grooves on the workbench to secure the parts being processed. For instance, the barrels of early matchlock and flintlock guns were hand-forged on anvils equipped with grooves. As time progressed, the limitations of manual striking became apparent, leading to the diversification of machine tools, which adopted varying fixing methods and processing tools according to their specific uses. This interplay between manual and mechanical techniques effectively ameliorated the inconsistency of force applied in purely manual labor. Roland contemplated the creation of a hand-operated milling machine. Although milling machines possess a plethora of functionalities, his primary goal was to produce involute gears, allowing for a simplified structure requiring merely a pair of slots to secure the gear disc and a rotating steel grinding wheel. With Anna's assistance, the specialized grinding wheel for gear cutting could be easily fabricated by shaping the top of the grinding wheel into a trapezoidal form and heating it to a glowing state. One could impress marks using iron rods and subsequently immerse it in water for quenching, resulting in a custom grinding wheel with enhanced rigidity. Once this critical issue was resolved, Roland promptly summoned Carter, instructing him to hire 2 carpenters to construct the base of the milling machine, while Anna continued to fabricate other metallic components in the castle's backyard. It must be said that with Anna around, metalworking became as effortless as molding clay, especially after she had mastered the control of flames. Presently, she shaped the initial forms of small components with her own hands. Roland marveled at the sight of her melting iron ingots into a viscous liquid and skillfully kneading it, without the which these ideas in his mind might have been delayed for a decade or more. 2 days later, the first rudimentary milling machine appeared in the backyard. Roland also brought in 3 blacksmiths along with their apprentices to learn the operation of the milling machine. He could not personally operate these machines every day, thus necessitating the cultivation of a cadre of skilled workers. Following a respectful bow from all present, Roland commenced a demonstration of how to use the milling machine to process gears. The chief knight stood by, assisting him in pouring warm lard. In an era devoid of oil lubrication, substituting lard, albeit wasteful, was certainly better than having no lubricant at all. The lard, having coated the grinding wheel, dripped into a porcelain basin below for reuse. Roland first carved tooth marks into the gear disc at the predetermined angles, then stood the disc upright, securing it to the workbench. He then drew the grinding wheel above the geared disc, aligning it with the marked lines, and pressed down on the pedal. The pedal activated the wooden wheel, transferring power to the grinding wheel spindle via belt. He steadied the grinding wheel handle with his hand and gently pulled down. The rotating wheel slowly cut into the gear disc at a 90-degree angle. Given that the gear disc was made of pig iron while the grinding wheel was quenched steel, cutting the tooth marks required little effort. The air was filled with the aroma of lard, causing the blacksmiths and apprentices, who had long been deprived of meat flavors, to swallow in unison. After the demonstration, it was time to formalize the contract. The commercial landscape of the border town was still in its infancy, and industrial ventures were scarcely in view. Whether it was steam engines or machine tools, there would be no immediate rush from shops clamoring to purchase them upon their creation. In this era, most individuals failed to grasp the immense significance and potential commercial value these innovations represented. Thus, Roland had to take the initiative to promote the use of machinery. In the contract, he stipulated that the blacksmith shop utilizing the milling machine must process at least 1 set of gears each week, with all necessary materials provided by the castle, for a processing fee of 10 silver dragons. Additionally, a weekly machinery usage fee of 2 silver dragons was mandated, as this machine was not a gift but rather akin to a rental agreement. With the onset of the Demon Moon, business at the blacksmith shops had significantly declined. Thus, the opportunity to earn money through an order personally entrusted by the prince was met with no objections. Furthermore, Roland informed them that this was merely the first milling machine, with plans to produce several more in the future, inviting interested parties to submit applications to the town hall. Your Highness, why not simply state the processing fee as 8 silver dragons in the contract? Carter inquired, perplexed, after the blacksmiths had departed. Though the 2 figures were identical, their implications differed. Roland elucidated, this may very well be the first commercial lease contract in the border town. I need to establish an industry standard. The chief knight wiped his forehead, sensing that the fourth prince had once again begun to speak in riddles. However, he had grown accustomed to this and knew that as long as he feigned earnest attention, the prince would continue his discourse. Chapter 48. The call to arms. As Roland was enthusiastically preparing to expound on the establishment of a reasonable market, a distant horn began to sound. The alarm for a full assembly is only sounded when the patrols are unable to handle a situation. Roland exchanged a glance with Carter and swiftly exited the castle's rear courtyard. The guards had already prepared the horses. He mounted and, accompanied by Carter and his men, rode towards the city walls. Upon reaching the walls, the militia had already taken their positions, a line of rifles standing firm. This sight brought a modicum of comfort to Roland, as it signified that their efforts had not been in vain. He gazed northwest, where a cluster of dark figures was approaching the border town. Estimating their numbers, he reckoned there were about 20. Iron Axe, having jogged over from his defensive position, saluted and reported, "Your Highness, this group of aberrant beasts is behaving rather unusually." Unusual? Roland inquired. Do you mean they typically do not act in concert? Not exactly. Iron Axe clarified. If they were pack animals before their corruption, they might still retain that instinct, as with wolves. However, this assemblage comprises various species, and they should not be acting as a cohesive unit. Previously, hunters observed them engaged in mutual slaughter. Aberrant beasts are, by nature, deformed creatures, and their behaviors largely mirror those of wild animals, albeit with a heightened predatory instinct. In a sense, their intelligence is even inferior to that of regular beasts, for their frenzied nature has caused them to forget the principles of self-preservation. After a moment of careful observation, Roland noted the diversity within the group. Individuals varied in size, with discernible wolf and bison types present. Yet this did not serve as evidence of newfound intelligence or the understanding of the importance of unity. As they were still being directed by the obstacles and traps set by Iron Axe, gradually converging towards the city wall, Vanna felt his palms grow clammy, the grip on his spear slippery. Seizing a moment of solitude, he discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow. The observing hunter repeatedly urged, "Relax, take a deep breath." Despite following these instructions countless times, Vanna could not quell the rapid beating of his heart. Having lived in the Western Territories for over a decade, he had heard numerous accounts of the ferocity and brutality of aberrant beasts. Since the month of demons, the sight of scattered aberrant beasts being systematically hunted down by the hunters had somewhat alleviated his fear. He had fancied himself a seasoned warrior, yet facing such a multitude of monsters for the first time left his legs trembling. Remembering that he had been selected as the vice-captain of the spear squad, Vanna endeavored to maintain a facade of composure, assuming a ready stance with his weapon. The grotesque creatures drew ever closer, and he could discern their forms. At the forefront was a bison, its two dark, formidable horns as thick as his own arm, its back cloaked in a mantle of coarse hair. As it approached within 30 feet of the wall, Vanna felt the ground tremble beneath him. He licked his dry lips, awaiting the hunter's command to strike. Then a resounding crash echoed. The aberrant beast charged forward without hesitation, colliding with the wall, its skull shattering upon impact, black blood splattering across the stone. Before Vanna could exhale in relief, two wolves sprang onto the bison's back, leaping toward him. "Strike!" roared the hunter. Vanna instinctively extended his spear, even though the wolves were not directly targeting him. The effectiveness of this coordinated attack was evidently lacking compared to their training, as the line of spears thrust forward. Some had already struck out in anticipation of the wolf's leap, while others were slow to react. Only one wolf was forced back, while the other leapt through the gaps in their formation, landing atop the wall. "Maintain formation," the hunter bellowed. Though Vanna yearned to glance back and discern the beast's next move, Iron Axe's repeated warnings during training rang in his ears, when distracted by movements behind. The front becomes the most perilous zone. He fixed his gaze on the next wave of approaching aberrant beasts, gripping his spear with determination. The hunter's experience far surpassed that of the spear squad. Before the wolf even touched the ground, their curved blades were drawn. Iron Axe, agile and adept, swiftly closed the distance, raising the spears but to strike fiercely at the beast's midsection, sending it tumbling through the air. The aberrant beast, altered in both strength and durability, was not significantly harmed by such an assault. It landed, quickly regaining its footing, revealing its sharp fangs. Yet Iron Axe had already positioned his spear at its forehead. A gunshot rang out. The aberrant beast's head exploded, its body staggering back 2 steps before collapsing in a convulsion. "That creature is dead. Hold your positions." "Ah, my stomach," someone cried out in agony. Vanna glanced with his peripheral vision and saw a comrade slumped against the parapet, clutching his abdomen, hands soaked in blood. My intestines are spilling out. It was the wolf's claws. Help me. Damn it. Bring a cloth to bind it. Chaos erupted, but fortunately, the next wave of aberrant beasts were wild boars. Though tough and resilient, they were swiftly pierced by the hunters' crossbows at such close range. Everyone, stay calm, Roland called, having just arrived after being delayed by the nightingale. Do you not recall the procedures for when someone is injured during training? Execute the protocol. He named 2 teammates. You carry him to the infirmary, quickly. Once the injured were taken away, order was restored atop the walls. This wave of aberrant beasts, although numerous, posed a genuine threat to only a few. The hunters systematically eliminated the remaining creatures, allowing Vanna to breathe a sigh of relief. The skirmish had lasted scarcely half an hour, yet he felt utterly drained. Just then, the lookout on the wall shouted in alarm, "My heavens, what is that?" Vanna followed his gaze and spotted the source of concern. Only Iron Axe, with his wealth of experience, immediately recognized the approaching entity. He drew in a sharp breath. Without a doubt, that is a hybrid. We are in trouble. Chapter 49. The hybrid. Roland rubbed his eyes, bewildered by the sight before him. While the mutations of the malevolent beasts could still be comprehended within the realm of biology, the creature before him was absurd, reminiscent of a horror film. From a distance, it resembled a gigantic turtle with 2 heads. As he drew nearer, he realized that it was, in fact, 2 wolf heads. Was this a product of some mad scientist's experiments? Roland pondered. The colossal beast stood nearly as tall as the city walls, measuring approximately 6 meters in length. And it possessed 6 legs akin to those of a rhinoceros, short and stout. One leg alone was comparable in size to an adult's torso. The 2 wolf heads were not like the typical 2-headed monsters seen in films, which would alternate between roaring or viciously biting each other, displaying a fierce rivalry. Instead, they hung limply, their eyes vacant and devoid of life, advancing with a sluggish gait reminiscent of the shambling undead. The most striking feature was undoubtedly the creature's carapace, with a dull gray-brown surface encrusted with algae, suggesting remarkable hardness. It enveloped the creature from head to tail, and if it could retract into its shell, like a turtle, vanquishing it would prove exceedingly challenging. However, Roland was not overly concerned. A creature that moved so languidly was destined to become an easy target. Even if conventional firearms could not penetrate the carapace, striking the exposed wolf heads was certainly feasible. Should it retreat into its shell, they could resort to explosives to obliterate it entirely. "My prince, this is a hybrid," Iron Axe said, leaning in with a look of trepidation. "I believe I understand why various types of malevolent beasts are congregating. They are likely being driven here by this hybrid, much like lions driving a herd of sheep." Roland nodded, reflecting on how this creature diverged significantly from the one they had encountered previously. "This is my first encounter with such a hybrid, though it appears clumsy. Do not underestimate it. Hybrids are notoriously difficult to deal with." "It is nearing our range," Roland declared. "Let us test it with arrows." At that moment, light snowflakes drifted from the sky, accompanied by a capricious northwestern wind, certainly not an ideal climate for archery. Yet, the 2 hunters chosen by Iron Axe appeared brimming with confidence. Ascending the watchtower, they assessed the shifting wind direction and launched their arrows into the air, as if guided by an unseen force. The 2 arrows soared to their apex and, influenced by wind and gravity, descended nearly vertically onto the target's carapace. As anticipated, the arrows ricocheted off, and Roland even heard the sound of a ricochet echoing in his mind. Unperturbed, the 2 hunters continued to nock arrows and soon released another volley. The final round of fire proved effective. One arrow struck true upon the wolf head, while another embedded itself in the creature's neck. However, the beast did not respond with a furious roar or a rapid charge. It merely paused momentarily before retracting its head and limbs into its shell, continuing its slow advance. This transformation left the onlookers dumbfounded. The malevolent creature now resembled a tank with a lowered chassis, its carapace nearly grazing the ground. Thus, even the most skilled archer would find it impossible to pierce its body. "Load the firearms," Roland commanded, now with the target only 50 feet from the city wall. Even a smoothbore flintlock posed no risk of missing. Carter and Iron Axe swiftly approached the barricade, leveling their guns atop the wall, aiming and firing. A plume of white smoke billowed forth, and Roland could clearly see the bullets striking the carapace, sending fragments flying, with a small section of the shell shattering. The hybrid, however, remained unfazed, maintaining its original speed. It appeared that the strength of this armor remained within the realm of carbon-based life forms, he mused, regrettably. The lead projectiles were too soft, easily deforming, and ill-suited for penetrating thick armor. It seemed unrealistic to shatter the hybrid's carapace with just these four guns. Explosives were the only viable solution. Iron Axe shared the prince's assessment and immediately signaled the deputy of the long gun team, instructing him to fetch explosives, while the malevolent beast pressed itself against the city wall. Feeling it could advance no further, its carapace began to vibrate violently, repeatedly colliding with the wall like a jackhammer, sending shards of stone flying and causing cracks to rapidly spread along the cement joints. The rough stone wall boasted impressive compressive strength, yet its tensile and sheer resistance was abysmal. Essentially, it had little capacity to withstand vibrations. Those atop the wall felt a violent tremor, and soon an ear-piercing grinding noise filled their ears as the hybrid's carapace began to carve a gash into the wall. The impact did not cease. It resumed its movement, embedding its entire front end into the wall. "Quickly," Iron Axe shouted. "Ignite it and place it beneath the beast's feet." The salt-saturated fuse burned slowly, requiring approximately 10 seconds. Vanna watched as puffs of white smoke erupted from the box, and the surrounding world seemed to fall silent. He had witnessed the devastation this device could unleash. If it detonated in his grasp, he feared he would be left with naught but a scattered corpse. 9 seconds. Vanna listened to the rhythm of his own heartbeat, counting down the seconds as he approached the malevolent beast, placing the explosive charge in its path. 5 seconds. The creature pressed on, unstoppable in its advance. 3 seconds. Vanna turned and fled. 2 seconds. 1 second. A muffled explosion reverberated, and Vanna felt a violent tremor beneath his feet as the world erupted into chaos once more. He turned to see a white shockwave burst forth from beneath the carapace, snow displaced by the explosion, resembling a cloud of mist. The malevolent creature finally halted. As if overwhelmed by its own weight, its colossal armor crashing to the ground. Black blood gushed forth from beneath the carapace, saturating the ground around it. "Oh!" A cheer erupted among the crowd. Vanna collapsed onto the ground, realizing only then that his cold sweat had drenched his clothing. It is finally over. As everyone shared this sentiment, the blaring of a horn echoed once more across the border. Another wave of malevolent beasts emerged over the horizon, surging toward the border town. Chapter 50, The Wall of Flames. Are you feeling better? Anna gently patted Ninava's back. A tumultuous sensation churned within her stomach, yet she managed to suppress it. When the wounded were brought in, their consciousness remained intact, repeatedly pleading, "Help me, save me." Their eyes filled with despair and yearning, evoking a profound sense of sorrow. Upon seeing a portion of intestine hanging outside a body, Nineva immediately retched. The young girl appeared somewhat listless as she leaned against Anna, softly murmuring, "Today was the first time I heard the horn sound. Has something happened to the prince?" "I don't know," Anna replied, shaking her head. She yearned to gaze towards the city walls, but feared she might complicate Roland's situation. At that moment, she found herself envious of the nightingale, whose silent and stealthy abilities were undeniably convenient. Suddenly, a dull thud resonated from the direction of the walls, and everyone felt a slight tremor. Brian stood up, pacing restlessly around the room. "Calm down, young man," Baron Payne advised, polishing his longsword. "Losing your composure before even stepping onto the battlefield will only exacerbate the dire consequences. Besides, it is far from being a disastrous situation yet." "Perhaps," Payne shrugged, "but the task of guarding the town does not rest solely upon your shoulders. I have heard that after winter, the prince will knight you. Hence, you ought to comprehend that the foremost principle of knighthood is loyalty. Since he requires you to protect Anna, you must fulfill your duty." Before long, a second horn blast echoed, more urgent than the first, reverberating through the hearts of all present like rolling thunder. "Anna!" Nineva exclaimed. Turning his head, he saw the witch striding directly towards the entrance. Brian swiftly intercepted her. "Did you not express a desire to guard the city walls?" "Now is the time," Anna stated calmly. "As long as you accompany me. It will not contravene the prince's orders." Brian paused, lifting his gaze towards Payne. What a formidable girl, the Baron thought, realizing there was no fault in her statement. The prince had not mandated that she remain in the infirmary. Moreover, according to Nineva, she possessed the ability to summon flames. If the situation truly grew dire, the presence of a witch might indeed turn the tide. Nodding in agreement, he said, "Protect her." As the two departed, Nineva inquired, "Father, are you not coming?" "My battlefield is right here, my dear daughter," the Baron smiled. "Neither the wicked beasts nor demons shall harm you." Not far from the infirmary lay the city walls. Anna and Brian ran along the stone path beside the wall towards the east. Upon reaching the central watchtower, they discovered the situation had grown exceedingly grave. Hey, it's dangerous here. You should leave quickly. Someone warned upon spotting Anna's peculiar attire. Anna paid no heed and continued towards the breach. As the wicked beasts burst from the crowd, they veered toward Anna. Brian, acting as her protector, swiftly positioned himself to the side, lowering his body and swinging his sword. The frenzied creature showed no inclination to evade as its foreleg collided with the blade, causing the sword to be knocked away. While the force of its charge shattered its own leg bone, it shrieked and toppled to the ground, writhing like a fish out of water, and for a moment, no one dared to approach. Anna knelt beside the creature, placing her hands upon the ground, and flames erupted from beneath it, quickly charring it into a lump of coal. Roland noticed the sudden blaze, and upon realizing Anna had entered the fray, cold sweat broke out upon him. This was not part of his plan. He had intended for Naneva to win the militia's favor first, and only after most had accepted the witch would he reveal Anna's presence. But it was too late for any objections. He turned sharply, shouting, "Don't mind me. Go protect her. Anna must not be harmed." As a crucial figure in the development of key industrial processes, her injury would result in incalculable losses. "I understand," the Nightingale replied. "Please ensure your safety as well." Anna approached the breach in the wall, where most of Roland's guards had seen the oddly clad girl, and stepped aside. Standing among the shield wall, she extended her arms to either side. Flames surged forth like tendrils from her palms, climbing the jagged breach in the wall. All who witnessed this spectacle stood agape, incredulous as a wall of flames slowly rose, filling the gap in the fortifications. This was no illusion. The intense heat from the flames forced the guards back, and the surrounding snow rapidly melted, rising in swirling clouds of mist. The wicked beasts, too, felt the searing heat of the firewall and fled in all directions. Some, however, recklessly charged into the flames, only to meet their demise moments later. "Everyone to the walls." Roland seized the opportunity to shout, "Pike formation, regroup. Hunters, fire at will." With that, he snatched Carter's firearm and ascended the ramparts, personally aiming and shooting at the trapped beasts. His actions inspired all present. It must be said, in this era, noble or royal figures rarely led by example. The fact that Roland, the fourth prince of the kingdom, was willing to fight alongside the militia, chosen from among the common folk, significantly boosted their morale. The crowd rallied, shouting, "Defend the border town," for the prince, maintaining their formation as though the walls had yet to be breached. The battle raged on until darkness fell, and finally, no living wicked beasts remained before the walls. The flames gradually faded, and Anna wiped the beads of sweat from her brow as she emerged from the breach. Then, Roland beheld an astonishing sight. The guards clenched their fists to their chests, bowing their heads in reverence to her. Following suit, the militia seemed to be infected by this gesture. No one uttered words of demon or witch, but rather, they silently regarded her, and a brief tranquility settled over the battlefield. A power previously unseen was indeed formidable, yet, when this power stood alongside them in the fight against evil, fear gradually dissipated, replaced by trust and gratitude. Suppressing his inner excitement, Roland approached Anna, only to find her pallid face and unsteady gait, her body teetering as if about to collapse. "Are you all right?" he asked anxiously, gripping her shoulders. She managed a strained smile before collapsing into his embrace. Chapter 51. Her Majesty through the narrow high window of the terrace. The evening sun cast its golden hues upon the ground, projecting dark crimson stripes upon the walls. The remnants of daylight visible across the realm were dwindling, with the port of azure waters being one of the few places still graced by the sunset. It was said that the malevolent month of snow and cold had little impact here, aside from the black-sailed fleet being unable to set sail. The city remained as bustling as ever. The mistress of this harbor capital, Garcia Wimbledon, sat attentively at a square table beneath the window, engrossed in a letter. Her gray hair shimmered with a golden tint in the sunset, and the interplay of light and shadow accentuated her sharp features, imbuing her with a unique elegance and vigor. Farron had been standing beside her for quite some time. Despite the letter taking longer to read than usual, he chose to remain silent, unwilling to disturb this serene moment. At last, Garcia let out a soft sigh and set the letter down. Her father was dead. Farron froze momentarily. "What? My father, Ellen Wimbledon, King of Greykeep, is dead." She rarely repeated her words, he thought. Usually, if he were to ask, she would merely dismiss it with indifference. But was she truly not jesting? The king was dead? Farron opened his mouth, intending to offer her some comfort, but his words transformed into a question. How did he die? Fortunately, Garcia seemed unconcerned with her status as the third princess of the kingdom, the Lord of Azure Waters, and the supreme commander of the black-sailed fleet. She required no one's consolation. The letter stated that it was my brother, Goran, who had killed our father and was subsequently apprehended by the royal guards. He did not take his own life in fear of punishment, and thus was brought forth for trial by the king's hand and several ministers, where he was sentenced to execution by beheading. This is abnormal, Farron instinctively remarked. Of course, it is abnormal, Garcia replied impassively. My brother may be somewhat foolish, but he is not so reckless as to seek his own demise. If left to his own devices, he would not act in such a manner. Was he framed? Let me guess. The third princess closed her eyes. Perhaps someone meticulously orchestrated a plan, tempting him with promises of assistance in his rise to power. To bring someone into the royal inner sanctum, prior arrangements must have been made, including elimination, substitution, and bribery. But that is not Goran's forte, or rather, he is too lazy to engage in such trifles. The rest is simple. The one who devised the plan was someone he trusted deeply, only to betray him in the end. Farron refrained from expressing an opinion. These were ultimately mere speculations, and the process was of little consequence. What mattered was the outcome. He believed that Her Highness the Third Princess shared this sentiment. Are you suggesting that it was Tefiko Wimbledon who orchestrated this? Who else possesses such intimate knowledge of Goran? After this incident, who stands to gain the most? Garcia's fingers absently tapped on the table, as if even a blind man could see the truth. Yet, based solely on the king's favoritism towards him, he had no need to resort to such measures. Her Highness is angry, Farron realized. It was rare for the third princess to display such emotion. Although she had often complained about the favoritism shown by King Wimbledon III, she ultimately wished for her father to avoid such a fate. Farron could understand this feeling to some extent within a large family. The head of the family often looms like an insurmountable mountain, both revered and resented. If she were correct, and this was indeed the work of the second prince, then his actions were undeniably brutal. But why would he do such a thing? Because he fears me. Garcia inhaled deeply, seemingly striving to control her emotions. He fears the black sails. You mean, he desires an army? He desires the throne, Garcia asserted. After Goran's death, he will be the first in line to inherit. With our father deceased, he is likely on his way to the royal capital. Once he becomes Wimbledon IV, he can mobilize vassals and troops without territorial constraints. At this point, she shook her head. Yet, as I mentioned, being our father's most favored son, he should not have needed to resort to such actions. Farron immediately knelt on one knee and declared, I am at your service. Set sail? Your Highness, do you wish to Eagle City, being situated inland? Is virtually an unprotected city. Through the tributaries of the Three Bay River, one can reach Clear Spring Town, from which it only takes a day to reach Eagle City. Once Joy is taken, the entire southern territory will fall under my control. It is an intriguing time discrepancy when he ascends the throne and attempts to command Duke Joy. He will discover that the entire southern region has already become my domain. I wonder what expression he will wear. However, as you mentioned, Wimbledon III has only just passed. So what? Do I need to shed tears first? Garcia turned, the setting sun sinking below the horizon, draping her in a veil of purplish-red light. Her features faded into the shadows, with only her eyes radiating a faint glow. Those eyes, resolute as stone, Farron thought, even if they held anger or regret. There would be no trace of sorrow. Sorrow is unbefitting of a ruler. No, you need not, he replied earnestly. Garcia nodded in satisfaction. Go. Summon all the captains to me. Since Tefiko is unwilling to wait 5 years, I shall not disappoint him. Once Eagle City is secured, the entire southern territory will stand independent. Whether or not this was Tefiko's doing is of no consequence, he thought. She always manages to carve out a path for herself amidst the ever-shifting circumstances, and once she makes a decision, she forges ahead with unwavering resolve. This is the allure of her character and the reason for his unwavering loyalty. As you command, Your Highness. No, Farron replied in a low voice, Your Majesty. Chapter 52. The Fire of the Heart, Part 1. Roland rapped softly on the door, and upon hearing the nightingale's response, he gently pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room was draped in heavy curtains, only opened during the early morning and late evening for ventilation at all other times. They remained closed to retain warmth and block out light. The sole source of illumination came from 2 candlesticks at the foot of the bed, their flames flickering quietly, casting intertwining shadows across the furnishings. He approached the bedside, gazing at the woman nestled within the soft velvet pillows and blankets, still oblivious to the world. He sighed softly. How is the situation at the border? The nightingale stepped forward, offering him a cup of warm water. Everything seems to be going relatively well, Roland replied casually. taking a sip before handing the cup back to her. Since that day, we haven't encountered any large groups of the vile beasts. The injured militia members have returned to duty, and everyone's fighting spirit has noticeably risen. What of the damaged sections of the wall? Carl used logs to move the shell of that hybrid beast to the breach and hoisted it into place with a winch and wooden frame. Effectively incorporating it into the wall, Roland understood that the Nightingale's inquiries were meant to divert his attention, preventing him from overwhelming worry. Yet, as soon as he entered the room, all his thoughts irresistibly converged upon the slumbering woman on the bed. If the last encounter with the monstrous horde had yielded a victory worthy of pride, the greatest contributor was undoubtedly Anna. Had it not been for her sealing the breach in the wall with flames, the consequences would have been unimaginable. However, after she fainted in his arms, she had not awakened since. It's already been a week, Roland murmured. Theoretically, if a person remains in a comatose state without nourishment for a week and without direct external supply of nutrients, such as injections, bodily functions would inevitably deteriorate, and the brain would gradually succumb to shock. Yet, Anna showed no signs of weakness or impending crisis. At least, she appeared much better than when she first collapsed. Her cheeks were flushed, her breathing steady, and placing a hand on her forehead revealed a temperature akin to that of a healthy individual. All signs indicated that Anna was in a state of health, merely unable to awaken. "This is the first time I have encountered such a situation," the Nightingale said, shaking her head. Her magical energy had been entirely depleted during that battle, but now it had become saturated, even more potent than before. "If my calculations are correct, midnight marks her coming of age. Are you saying she will come of age while in this coma?" "No, she will perish in her slumber," the Nightingale stated plainly. "The pain endured on the day of coming of age must be overcome with willpower. Should one relinquish their resistance, the retaliatory magic will irreversibly ravage the witch's body." Roland pulled a chair closer to the bed and sat down. "But I remember you saying that when the demon devours the body, despite the agony, consciousness remains alert. One either endures the trial or chooses to end their life. Indeed, there have been those in the guild who attempted to use a coma to evade the demon's assault. However, that was not the day of coming of age, merely the annual torment one must bear." The Nightingale hesitated before continuing. She relied upon alchemical potions to induce her slumber, but it was futile. When the magic retaliated, she awoke instantly, stripped of her ability to resist. "Isn't that pain supposed to escalate gradually?" "Not at all. When that moment arrives, the pain descends like thunder, but its duration varies from person to person. My sister is not lacking in strength," her voice dwindled. Roland understood her implication. The uncertainty of this judgment, with an unknown duration, was a torment in itself. Not knowing how long one had persevered or how much longer one must endure felt akin to a solitary vessel adrift on a tempestuous sea, easily leading one to abandon the will to survive. In the silence, he felt a hand resting upon his shoulder. "In the years of wandering, I have witnessed too much death. Witches treated like livestock, hanged, burned, or tortured to death for the amusement of the nobility. Those fortunate enough to escape could only live in isolation, far from humanity. And the sacred mountain, wherever it may lie, remained an unattainable dream in their hearts." The Nightingale's voice was softer than ever. "But Anna is different. Apart from her sisters in the guild, I have never seen anyone care for a witch in such a manner. She is needed, valued, treated as a normal person, Your Highness. Even if Anna does not survive her coming of age, she has already found her sacred mountain." She stood barefoot, her clothes tattered, trapped in a cage. Yet her face bore no trace of fear. Her eyes were as clear and calm as an untainted lake. She was fire, yet not as erratic as flames. Images spun before him, like a revolving lantern. "I have satisfied your curiosity, my lord. May I be killed now? I have never used it to harm another. I only wish to remain by your side, that is all. The demon's assault cannot kill me. I will conquer it. Are you dreaming? I shall not leave." Roland suppressed the tumult of emotions surging within him, whispering, "I will stay with her until the very end." "So shall I, and thank you." After dinner, Nanawa also arrived. Upon hearing that Anna was approaching her coming of age, she insisted on staying. Roland had no choice but to arrange a room on the second floor for her companion, Tigu. Thus, Roland and the two witches gathered around the bedside, quietly awaiting the arrival of midnight. For the Nightingale and Nanawa, they too would endure the demon's assault this winter. Fortunately, their awakening days did not coincide, or else all three witches would have faced the unknown trial simultaneously. Roland estimated he could not maintain his composure in the room any longer. The small town lacked a clock tower, and within the dimly lit room, the passage of time became indistinct. The cold wind rattled against the windows, and the occasional shrill whistle of air escaping through the cracks could be heard. Just as Roland began to feel a wave of fatigue wash over him, the nightingale suddenly proclaimed, "It has begun." Only she could perceive the disturbance within Anna's magical essence. The green flame began to intensify, its course shifting from incandescent to dark, a tempestuous energy converging inward, as if being pulled by an unseen force. It writhed and rolled. Yet to no avail. Roland could not see these changes, but he sensed something amiss. The flames atop the candles flickered, though there was no breeze in the room. The light emitted from the flames dimmed, as if being consumed by the surrounding shadows. And then the color of the flames shifted. The orange-red glow transformed into a ghostly green flame. He looked toward the woman in bed. Anna remained asleep, her features unchanged, as if all of this were unrelated to her. At that moment, the candlelight was nearly extinguished, not because the flames had gone out, but because the green flame was steadily devouring the orange-red portions until all light vanished, plunging everyone into darkness. She slowly opened her eyes. Anna? Roland was taken aback. Had she awakened? The woman blinked, smiled at him, and then extended her right hand, palm open, toward the prince. A sphere of green fire leaped from her palm, burning quietly. For reasons unknown, Roland felt he understood her intention. After a moment's hesitation, he slowly inserted his fingers into the flame, expecting the anticipated searing heat, but instead found only a gentle warmth, as if enveloped in tepid water. Chapter 53. The Fire of the Heart, Part 2, the day after Anna's awakening. Nightingale bid farewell to Roland. Although the reason remained unclear, she was likely the first witch to pass through the day of awakening unscathed. Before departing, Nightingale expressed her excitement, saying, "Having accompanied you for so long, I have grown accustomed to using the term awakening to describe the transformation of witches. I will bring the sisters from the cooperative, and I hope you will accept them just as you have accepted Anna." Roland could not have wished for anything more. Anna alone had ushered the small town into the dawn of the industrial age, so what could a group of witches signify? Nevertheless, considering safety concerns, he urged her to postpone her journey to the Abyssal Mountains until after the month of evil. Yet Nightingale was evidently impatient. Many will face this trial this winter, and if I can inform them sooner, perhaps fewer will depart from us. Rest assured, common malevolent beasts cannot detect my movements, she reassured him. And when is your day of awakening? Roland inquired at last. Nightingale mounted her horse, gesturing with her hand as she answered, in late winter or early spring. She turned her back to the prince, adding, "Do not worry about me. The agony of those years has faded considerably." This response left Roland in contemplation. He had been pondering the reason for Anna's smooth passage through her awakening, after all, and had claimed to feel no pain at all, which completely contradicted Nightingale's belief that a witch's power comes from demons, the embodiment of evil. Such notions had arisen from the horrific images of death, where blood evaporated and flesh charred, serving as undeniable evidence of fallen power. However, Roland had not originally considered this angle. He had combed through the memories of the fourth prince, yet found no proof of the existence of true deities or demons in this world. If power was not a divine gift, it should not be regarded as a standard for distinguishing good from evil. In fact, even in worlds where gods frequently intervened, it was the followers who chose their factions first before being bestowed with divine power, rather than the reverse. According to Nightingale's descriptions, witches were vessels of magical energy. Could it be that the inability to release their magic led to the deterioration of the vessel itself? Roland found this possibility highly plausible. Witches, subjected to hostility and oppression from the majority, would naturally choose to conceal their abilities, masquerading as ordinary individuals, living in constant trepidation. This resulted in their infrequent opportunities to wield magic before adulthood. Of course, Roland did not believe his castle was a fortuitous sanctuary. He had inquired with Anna and learned that she too had endured unbearable suffering prior to her arrival. If there were any differences this year, it was that since coming to the castle, she had been utilizing this power almost daily. Roland began to expedite the production of the steam engine number 2, which would also serve as a means for Anna to become acquainted with her new abilities. A shelter was erected in the castle's backyard, this time to shield from the wind and snow. He felt it safer to establish the experimental base on his own territory. According to Nightingale, witches would stabilize their abilities upon reaching adulthood and might even develop new branches of power. Although he had yet to witness Anna exhibiting new abilities, her command over fire had dramatically transformed. No, whether it could still be called fire was a question Roland pondered. If the previous flames were within the realm of common understanding, the now emerald green flames transcended mere comprehension. He named it Heartfire. for it could exist independently of Anna while simultaneously being influenced by her will, much like the small flame currently flickering 2 meters away on an iron plate, swaying gently as if acknowledging her presence. Yet Roland understood that it was Anna who controlled it. In its usual state, it could maintain a temperature close to that of her body, but when Anna wished to raise the heat, it would instantly elevate to a higher temperature, its color shifting from emerald green to deep green. Likewise, it could transform from a single flame into a large blaze and could also move slowly at a measured pace. Regrettably, it could never stray too far from Anna. After repeated testing, it was found that if it exceeded 5 meters, the heart fire would vanish. Another characteristic of the heart fire was that Anna could summon multiple flames, though she could currently manage only 2 at a time with difficulty. Therefore, aside from his daily patrols, Roland had ample time to dedicate to construction. He had designated a plot of land to the south of the castle for the residence of the witches upon their arrival. As the project's investor, he appointed Carl as the overseer, tasking him with constructing a series of double-story brick houses. Considerations for aesthetic appeal, accessibility, and efficient drainage were paramount in his vision of creating a model community. He had contemplated whether to disperse the witches among the old and new districts, mixing them with the townsfolk, but ultimately abandoned this plan. Although such an arrangement might hasten the locals' understanding of the witches, any issues arising before all misunderstandings were resolved could lead to irreparable consequences. After all, witches currently held only a certain influence within the militia. Moreover, Roland could not guarantee that the witches Nightingale brought along would all be benign. Most had endured the harsh realities of life and suffering, rendering them far from innocent. Witches like Anna and Naneva were likely to be among the very few exceptions. Roland was acutely aware that this plan was fraught with flaws, but as a pioneer, if he did not take action, who would? Remaining tucked away in this remote town, it might take decades just to graze the threshold of industrialization. Yet he was no immortal sage, and how many decades could he afford? To lead the era forward and stand at the forefront of reform, one must possess a spirit of adventure. Just as he was documenting these thoughts on parchment, Bhairav pushed open the door and stepped inside. Shaking off the snowflakes from his shoulders, he bowed to the prince and announced, "Your Highness, the envoy from Longsong Fortress has arrived." Chapter 54. A dire news. Perro never anticipated that he would return to this place so soon. He had no desire to leave the warmth of his home during such a frigid winter, especially with the rampant evil beasts. However, Duke Ryan had specifically ordered him to deliver this sensitive document to the fourth prince. He was acutely aware of the document's contents, indeed. The upper echelons of Greycastle were abuzz with the shocking news. The king of Greycastle had fallen victim to an assassination, perpetrated by none other than his eldest son, Roland Wimbledon. Subsequently, the second son hastened to the royal capital to declare that a kingdom cannot exist without a monarch, announcing his intention to ascend the throne as the second heir. Yet, this act was met with skepticism by many. Some claimed that Goran's trial was shrouded in mystery, as he had only been seen a few times during the proceedings, unable to speak, his hands tightly bound. There were those who hoped to await a thorough investigation before determining the rightful heir to the throne. Whispers circulated that this was merely a theatrical performance orchestrated by the second son, Tefiko Wimbledon, with the true culprit masquerading in grief while eagerly anticipating his coronation. Perro could certainly discern the urgency within the order. However, from the perspective of the 6 families of the fortress, it was a timely command. Over 2 months prior, the Earl of Elk had plotted a scheme that displeased the Duke, particularly since it had ended in failure. The reaction from the prince's side was equally fierce, resulting in the immediate execution of Hillsmead. Thus, the 2 factions had openly severed ties. As for who ultimately claimed the crown, the Duke seemed indifferent. The journey was relatively smooth. Greycastle, being situated in the southern part of the continent, saw its rivers remain unfrozen even in winter. Perro occasionally peered out the window to survey the riverbanks, noting the absence of fallen corpses or fleeing people, indicating that the border town had not yet fallen. This surprised him somewhat, given that during his last inspection of the city walls, he had witnessed firsthand the construction of these mud-stacked stone fortifications, and he held little faith in their durability. What astonished him even more was the sight of a sailboat adorned with the banner of Willowleaf Town gliding slowly from the right side of the river. This scene felt familiar, yet it was the month of evil beasts. How could they still engage in trade while battling the malevolent creatures? How could they possibly fend off those brutal monsters without reallocating all mining workers to the defenses? 3 days later, the vessel docked at the port of the border town. The dilapidated wooden pier remained unchanged, though a makeshift wooden shelter had been added. Once the ship had anchored, two guards emerged from the shelter. Observing the actions of the sailors closely, Perrault immediately grasped Roland's intention in establishing a watch here. The fourth prince clearly did not wish for anyone to secretly depart the town by water. He disembarked and, after identifying himself to the guards, one of them brought forth a horse to escort him to the castle. As before, Prince Roland Wimbledon received him in the reception hall. To Perrault's surprise, despite it not being mealtime, the prince instructed the attendants to lay out an elaborate feast: charcoal-roasted ham, slices of dried fish, a bowl of unnamed cold vegetables, along with the ubiquitous buttered bread and vegetable soup found at any banquet. It seemed this prince preferred to dine before discussing serious matters. As he pondered this, Perrault did not hesitate to indulge, for opportunities for a hearty meal were scarce. Even the ginseng family primarily subsisted on potato bread with salted meat when not hosting guests. After finishing the main course and awaiting the arrival of dessert, Perrault respectfully presented the document. Roland took it, slicing through the wax seal with a dining knife, quickly scanning the contents before becoming momentarily stunned. The king is dead? Regarding this nominal father, Roland felt no emotional ties. He had arrived in the border town without ever having met him, and all he retained were memories of resentment and dissatisfaction towards his father. Thus, he found himself in an awkward predicament, uncertain whether to display sorrow or grief. Clearing his throat, Roland raised his gaze and met Perrault's apologetic expression. Ah, he realized. The Duke of the Fortress likely relished this turn of events. Regardless of whether he complied with the new king's command, he found himself in a dilemma. Without the promised contract, yet bearing the grim news akin to a death warrant, he feared that Perrault might feel a sense of guilt. Roland smiled inwardly, folding the document back neatly. I understand. Your Highness, what do you intend to do? Even if I wish to depart, I must wait until the month of evil beasts concludes. In this icy and desolate weather, what would become of the people of the border town if I were to leave? He had clearly expressed his stance, Perrault thought. Chapter 55. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Roland pushed open the door to the office, where Berev had been waiting for some time. He tossed the documents to the minister's assistant and reclined in the armchair, propping his feet on the desk. Were it not for the presence of others, he would have hummed a little tune. The circumstances surrounding Goran's death were too peculiar. I wish to observe the decisions of my third sister and fifth sister before making further plans, Roland remarked. Nevertheless, there are some matters we must preemptively guard against. Berev gazed at the prince, awaiting his continuation. The capital may very well become tumultuous due to this shift in royal power. The first step is to ensure the safety of your relatives and kin. More importantly, we must prevent the second prince from using these individuals to threaten his vassals. For the time being, it is vital to maintain the normal operation of the administration and finances in the border town, making the minister's assistant indispensable. Roland took a sip of tea and continued, You and Carter, along with your subordinates, should compose letters to your families. I will entrust a personal guard to deliver them to the capital, arranging for their temporary relocation to other towns. Not to the border town? Berev was no fool. Over 20 years of political experience made him instantly grasp the prince's deeper intentions. Not at all, Roland replied. He neither wished for others to wield their families as leverage against his subordinates, nor did he want his subordinates to feel he was utilizing their families as a threat. Thus, he opted for a compromise, first relocating them to other safer towns, and later, once the border town had stabilized, moving them back. I understand. Thank you for your concern. Your Highness, the minister's assistant nodded in agreement, which relieved Roland. Ultimately, he had too few capable individuals among his subordinates. Additionally, regarding the trade, the recent suspension of iron or exports, limited to the sale of gemstone raw materials to Lyoye town, needs addressing. I must retain some of this iron or for our own use, he instructed. This will inevitably lead to a decline in fiscal revenue, Your Highness. However, it will not plummet significantly. The miners have discovered a new gemstone deposit, which can offset some of the losses, Roland explained. Furthermore, winter is inherently a slow season. Merchants are reluctant to venture out during days when malevolent beasts might roam, resulting in perhaps only 2 or 3 rounds of trade over the long 4 months. For the nimble single-masted sailing ships, transporting raw gemstones is evidently the more lucrative option. I understand, Berev noted, taking down the information. After the minister's assistant departed, Roland summoned Carter. Lannis, I require an expansion of the militia. Once the recruitment is initiated, I need you to arrange it. Select a few quick-thinking, capable individuals to serve as captains in the new unit. Training should follow the methods implemented last time. That would be better than a rabble. Roland waved him off to proceed as he suggested. Although this newly trained unit could hardly be deemed an army, likely only at the level of university student military training. Sometimes combat effectiveness must be measured against the opponent. Apart from the mindless beasts, the most probable adversaries he would encounter would be a haphazard assembly of private armies, mercenaries, and serfs. As long as they were equipped with advanced weaponry, a troop of university-level soldiers would suffice. Once Carter departed, Roland could not help but chuckle. He had not anticipated such a fortuitous turn of events. It was akin to a timely gift in a moment of need. The Duke eagerly awaited the day when he could see this unfold, anxious for the dawn of that day. Should he choose to remain in the border town, it would be tantamount to defying the new king's edict. Once the month of malevolence passed, the Duke would likely raise the banner of Wimbledon, delivering a profound lesson. This was precisely what Roland required. If one were to inquire about the most pressing need for industrialization, the answer would undoubtedly be manpower. It requires a significant workforce to engage in this vast production, transforming individuals into cogs within a colossal machine. It is no exaggeration to assert that England's enclosures, which displaced numerous peasants and turned them into free laborers, laid a robust foundation for the ensuing Industrial Revolution. The conundrum that had long plagued Roland was, in fact, the population issue. With just over 2,000 residents in the border town, even with the advent of new machinery, production would merely resemble that of a workshop. Without a substantial labor force, many projects could not be undertaken. But where could he possibly procure so many individuals? Purchasing slaves? Setting aside the impracticality of acquiring thousands of slaves at once, adult slaves command a hefty price and hold little potential for cultivation. Underage slaves require extensive training. And even if he were to employ child labor unethically, it would be years before they could contribute. Recruiting talent? In such a remote area, how many individuals could he attract? Moreover, the costs would far surpass those of acquiring slaves. Encouraging population growth? Mandating marriages? Let us not entertain such notions. He had also considered Longsong Fortress, but given the kingdom's stable state, targeting the surrounding lords would be tantamount to jeopardizing his future. Similarly, Duke Ryan would not dare confront him openly, opting instead for subtle sabotage. This was the opportunity Roland had awaited for so long. As a vital stronghold on the kingdom's frontier, Longsong Fortress had been in operation for a century, housing nearly 10,000 residents. Beyond the fortress lay vast tracts of land and defenseless towns. By vanquishing the fortress duke and seizing the city, he could acquire a substantial number of free citizens while simultaneously achieving initial wealth accumulation. What could be easier than acquiring population through annexation? What could facilitate wealth accumulation more swiftly than plunder? This news shone like a lighthouse, dispelling the fog and illuminating Roland's path forward. He would not let such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip through his fingers. Chapter 56. Between the mountains, the Nightingale progressed slowly along the narrow mountain path. The trail beneath her feet was scarcely shoulder-width, flanked by towering stone walls, while steep cliffs loomed across from her, separated by a chasm so profound it seemed endless. She carefully adhered to the stone wall, mindful to avoid slipping into the abyss below. Raising her gaze, she observed that the sky had dwindled to a mere glimmering thread, reminiscent of a silver strand suspended in the night. Yet, she was acutely aware that it was just past noon. Even in daylight, she needed to raise her torch, as the meager light filtering through the rock walls was insufficient to illuminate her way ahead. After a prolonged journey, she even began to feel as if she were traversing the very heart of the mountains. The singular advantage of this desolate place was that, despite the howling winds and swirling snow in the surrounding mountains, the cliffs remained impervious to these elements. Occasionally, a few snowflakes would drift down from above, landing on the stone walls or the path, only to quickly dissolve into vapor. Here, the temperature stood in stark contrast to the harshness of the outside world, and at times she could perceive wisps of warmth rising from the depths of the chasm beneath her. Were it not for this warmth, she would never have dared to venture alone into the treacherous mountain range during the month of sinister omens. The mist could conceal her form, yet it could not shield her from the biting cold. Should she brave the frigid winds on foot, she would likely succumb to the frost within the hour. However, the Nightingale was reluctant to linger in this place, as an unsettling sensation gnawed at her, an ever-present feeling of being watched from the shadows, sending chills down her spine. If possible, she wished to traverse the entirety of the journey shrouded in mist, but alas, her stamina would not permit such a feat. Prolonged exertion would soon leave her utterly exhausted. With torch raised, the rocky terrain opposite her flickered in and out of view. In the dim light, she occasionally glimpsed varying shadows on the stone wall across from her. She recognized these as caves, too deep for light to penetrate, appearing as clusters of darkness. The stone wall she leaned against mirrored this, with corresponding depths. This evoked memories of rumors surrounding the northern slopes mine, once said to be a lair for subterranean monsters, filled with countless winding paths forged by these creatures. The northern slope was merely a fragment of the treacherous mountain range. Could it be that these caves held passages connecting to the mine? The thought sent a shiver down her spine. West of the perilous mountains lay an uncharted wilderness. And if one could indeed excavate countless tunnels within the sprawling peaks, it would likely require the craftsmanship of the monsters that roamed the wild. She dared not dwell on this notion further and resolved to focus on her forward journey. At last, the path before her diverged, splitting into two, one ascending gently, the other plunging downward into deeper darkness, its end swallowed by the void, an unknown destination awaiting. Standing at this crossroads, the sensation of being observed intensified, as if countless eyes in the shadows were fixed upon her, parching her throat and raising the hair on her neck, clenching her teeth. The nightingale activated the mist and hastened up the incline. Soon, the oppressive feeling dissipated. As she ascended, the temperature continued to drop, and the silver thread above widened. A quarter of an hour later, a vast cave appeared ahead on her right, the entrance slightly elevated above the path. She stepped inside. Faint glimmers of firelight flickering deep within the cavern. This was the refuge of the sisterhood. The voices within paused momentarily, and then she heard, it's Aining and Aishi. They couldn't survive the transition 5 days ago. She managed a weak smile. Such occurrences are not uncommon, are they? But enough of that. We must hurry to the camp. Wendy has been asking about you for ages. Aining and Aishi, twins from a prosperous family in the Dragonfall Ridge, had met their end in these deep mountains. Occasionally, the nightingale questioned the righteousness of her actions. Had she not taken them away, they could have enjoyed a life of comfort before death claimed them, rather than enduring the nomadic existence shared with others. Yet, the thought of Wendy filled her with warmth, had it not been for Wendy's outstretched hand. She might still be a mere puppet, a tool to be discarded at will. Indeed, she must relay this news to Wendy promptly to inform all her sisters that they need no longer scurry about like frightened mice, for there were those willing to accept them, with the possibility of safely navigating each awakening day. Wendy was an exceptionally kind woman, one of the earliest members of the sisterhood. Approaching her 30s, her face bore no signs of aging. Her chestnut hair flowed nearly to her waist, her features mature and captivating, embodying the essence of a nurturing elder sister. She cared for every member of the sisterhood, offering assistance in daily life and emotional support to the best of her ability. Without Wendy, the sisterhood could not have gathered so many witches so swiftly. It was only through her encounter with Wendy that the nightingale had resolutely severed ties with her family, embarking on a quest for the sacred mountain alongside her. Wendy was one of the few who knew the nightingale's true name. I have said it countless times. I am no longer the timid girl I once was, the nightingale declared with a smile, shaking her head. I am now a powerful witch. Veronica no longer exists. Indeed, the nightingale stepped forward and embraced her. Thank you. After a brief pause, Wendy inquired, what became of that girl? Could you not save her? At this, the nightingale's spirit soared. She grasped Wendy's arm and exclaimed excitedly, no, she did not need my rescue. On the contrary, she saved us all. She proceeded to recount her experiences in the border town in detail, mentioning Lord Roland Wimbledon, the fourth prince of the kingdom of Grey Fortress, who had offered to shelter them. Furthermore, he promised that one day, witches would live freely within his domain, just like the common folk. Chapter 57. The Serpent Sorceress Hakura. However, Wendy did not share the same excitement. Instead, she questioned with a tone of skepticism. Did he truly say that? Indeed, before I even arrived, he had already rescued Anna and Nanawa. The prince has never believed that a witch's power stems from the devil. He claims it belongs to us. The nightingale abruptly halted, realizing that her interlocutor did not fully believe her words. Well, she thought, it is not Wendy's fault. If I were in her position, I too would find it hard to yearn for something based solely on a witch's account. The witches had been oppressed for far too long, journeying from the eastern realms to the perilous mountain range, with countless examples before them of betrayal and abandonment. They had long since learned to distrust others. As she contemplated this, her initial excitement began to wane. Perhaps this endeavor would not unfold as smoothly as she had hoped. If he proceeds in this manner, he will become a thorn in the side of the church. Wendy furrowed her brow and remarked, even if the prince is unaware of what this entails, do you not understand? No lies. There are no lies, the nightingale affirmed. It sounded almost unbelievable, and Wendy's tone softened slightly. Regarding this friend of many years, she truly could not fathom a reason for deceit. Naturally, she did not dwell on that minor deception. It would be quite peculiar to divulge secrets to a stranger which she had known for only a short time. Most witches, after joining the alliance, led lives of seclusion, making it difficult to envision the outside world. Each one listened with rapt attention. When the Nightingale declared that Anna had suffered no pain and had passed her coming-of-age day unscathed, the crowd erupted with excitement. This was a matter that had troubled witches for a lifetime. They endured lives of hunger and cold, venturing into the perilous mountains in search of the fabled Holy Mountain. If, as the Nightingale claimed, there existed a lord of a territory willing to accept them, potentially sparing them from the torment of malevolent spirits, would that not be more perfect than the abode of the Holy Mountain? At that moment, a path parted in the crowd, and a witch with green hair and a partially serpentine face approached the Nightingale. "Esteemed Mentor, greetings," the Nightingale bowed. The newcomer was none other than Hakara, the serpent sorceress and founder of the Alliance. Within the community, the sisters referred to her as Mentor. "I have heard the tales you spoke." Her voice was hoarse and hollow. "Are you attempting to convey that what we are doing now is erroneous?" "No, Mentor, those are not just stories. What I mean is, enough," she interrupted, waving her hand impatiently. "I do not know what you encountered on your journey to the border town that led you to utter such words. A prince showing compassion for witches? It's as laughable as showing sympathy for frogs." She turned with a cold smile, her arms outstretched, addressing the sisters loudly. "Have you all forgotten how mortals have dealt with you?" Before the Nightingale could explain, she continued her indictment. "Indeed, mortals. Those incompetent beings who masquerade under the guise of divinity, directing blades and whips at us. Without the stone of divine judgment, what right have they to trample upon witches? Our power does not derive from demons, but is a gift from the divine. It is not the church that should act on behalf of the gods, but us, sisters of the Alliance. The Holy Mountain recorded in ancient texts is the abode of the divine." What the Nightingale heard was almost beyond belief. Although she had previously regarded the leader of the Alliance as somewhat eccentric, with an obsessive dedication to finding the Holy Mountain, she had not anticipated such madness. While Hakara may not have been as approachable as Wendy, she had at least shown genuine concern for her sisters. To discover such animosity towards ordinary people was shocking. Had she been suppressing her hatred and anger all these years? Was her alleged detachment from worldly affairs merely a ploy to amass strength for a thunderous revenge one day? The Nightingale pondered, wondering what had prompted her to drop the facade now. Had her heart completely cooled, viewing suffering as a test? Were those sisters who had perished during the awakening day mere insignificant casualties? Such sentiments echoed those of the church. To her astonishment, the surrounding witches displayed expressions of agreement. And Wendy did not step forward. The Nightingale suddenly felt a sense of disinterest. In the blink of an eye, the founder of the Alliance, the guiding light for witches, had transformed into a stranger. Shaking her head, she declared, "In that case, I shall take with me those sisters who are willing to leave. And I wish good fortune to those who choose to remain." Just as the Nightingale prepared to take her leave, a sharp pain suddenly radiated from her calf. Looking down, she discovered a black serpent, adorned with shimmering blue stripes, biting her leg. This was the serpent of magic, silent and capable of employing various toxins, Hakara's favorite ability. Paralysis swiftly spread throughout her body, and as the Nightingale opened her mouth to utter something, darkness enveloped her. Chapter 58, The Escape After an Indeterminate Span. Nightingale regained consciousness to find her hands bound behind her to a wooden stake, her waist and legs secured with multiple coils of rope. She attempted to struggle, but her body remained pressed firmly against the post, rendering her immobile. She sought to invoke her abilities, yet the familiar sensations eluded her. Her connection to magic seemed severed. Nightingale lowered her gaze, noticing a transparent, multifaceted stone pendant suspended around her neck. "You're awake," Hakala remarked, approaching her. "How does the petrification venom feel?" "In truth, I held high hopes for you, Nightingale. However, you have betrayed my expectations." Nightingale inhaled deeply. "You possess a god's punishment stone, Hakala? Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? A shackle originally intended by the church to suppress witches is now wielded by their mentor against her own kind." What incensed her further was the vacant expressions of the surrounding onlookers, who seemed to find no fault in the situation. "Damn it," Nightingale mentally cried out. "Haven't you realized that you are transforming into the very thing witches once despised?" "Merely a tool," Hakala responded flippantly. "Occasionally, there are wayward children who resist guidance and require discipline. And you, Nightingale, are the one in need of punishment. Or perhaps I should address you as Veronica. A woman born into a noble family, yet fallen into the ranks of witches, still harboring ambitions of ascending to a higher station? I fail to comprehend your meaning." You have profoundly disappointed me. When Wendy rescued you from the clutches of the nobility, I believed you would stand resolutely with the association. Observe what you have done now. Just as we are on the verge of discovering the holy mountain, you seek to undermine this auspicious opportunity. Hecala scoffed, shaking her head. Leading the sisters to seek refuge with a prince? Either you have been domesticated for too long, your servility ingrained, requiring a master to dictate your existence, or you intend to betray them all to the nobility in exchange for your former status. All my actions are for the benefit of the association sisters, Nightingale asserted, suppressing her anger. At this juncture, a tirade would serve no purpose. I desire that they no longer suffer the torment of the awakening day, that they may live lives free from what? I have no intention of obstructing your plans. The sisters should possess the freedom to choose their own way of life. The border town is undergoing a transformative evolution. The steam engine blueprints I brought are a testament to this. It can operate autonomously and possesses immense power. With such a machine, water can be drawn directly from the mountain streams, sparing people from the daily drudgery. Hecala chuckled derisively. Is this what you speak of? She turned and retrieved a stack of parchment scrolls from a witch behind her, brandishing them before Nightingale. Though I cannot decipher the contents of these drawings. Can a lifeless assemblage of cold iron parts truly function autonomously like a living being? Do you take us for naive children? She approached the brazier and cast the scrolls into the burning embers. No. Nightingale cried out in vain, watching helplessly as the designs turned to ashes in the fire. My patience has reached its limit. I shall grant you one final opportunity, Hecala declared, withdrawing a red-hot iron skewer from the brazier. If you confess to all the sisters of the association, admitting that you have been seduced by the nobility, I may spare your life. However, a flogging will be unavoidable. A lesson for your credulity. Should you remain obstinate, I shall impale your heart with this skewer and affix your corpse to the stake as a warning to others. She articulated each word deliberately. Do not squander my final act of mercy. State your decision. Nightingale gazed at the approaching skewer, feeling the searing heat emanating from its tip. Had she been the timid person of the past, she would have likely bowed her head and confessed. But she had shed that former self, no longer the fearful girl. She was Nightingale, a formidable witch, and death would not break her. She closed her eyes, awaiting the final moment. For some reason, Roland's image surfaced in Nightingale's mind. Stop! Someone shouted. She started slightly and opened her eyes. Wendy emerged from the crowd, addressing Hecala. Mentor, consider the white cloth wound around your arm. We have endured so many losses already. Do you wish to add another? What, have you been deceived by her as well? Awaken, Wendy. These are all lies. I do not know, Wendy replied, shaking her head. Nor do I intend to accompany her to the border town. However, I believe she speaks truthfully on one point. The sisters should have the freedom to choose their own way of life. No one in the crowd responded, and the scene fell silent. Therefore, allow her to depart alone, Wendy said. She has not committed any act that endangers the association. I cannot stand idly by and watch you kill her. Nightingale now fully comprehended Wendy's intentions. A wave of sorrow washed over her. Even Wendy did not fully trust her. That was why she had remained silent when Nightingale needed her to help persuade the others. Yet, she remained the kind-hearted witch, caring for everyone. Even if she disagreed with Nightingale's views, she would still extend a helping hand. After Wendy spoke these words, murmurs arose from the crowd, and then a few others stepped forward. The church and illness have already claimed too many of our sisters. Mentor, please reconsider. Silence. Hecala roared in fury. If we allow her to leave unpunished, what is to prevent the emergence of a second or third Nightingale? If she betrays our camp's location to the church, we will have nowhere to escape. Before the words had fully left her mouth, she thrust the iron skewer forward with force. But Wendy acted more swiftly, summoning a gust of wind that propelled Hecala backward. Then, she tossed a coin and, with a wave of her hand, directed a rapid current of air to envelop it, sending it hurtling towards Nightingale. The current dissipated as it neared Nightingale, but the coin retained its momentum, striking the god's punishment stone at her neck with precision. The crystalline, multifaceted stone shattered upon impact. Traitor! Hecala shrieked, scrambling to her feet. She extended her hands towards Wendy and Nightingale, and two shadowy serpents materialized. One opening its jaws to bite Wendy's hand, the other missing its target. The ropes fell to the ground, retaining the shape of their bindings, but Nightingale had vanished. Realizing the nature of her opponent's abilities, Hecala broke out in a cold sweat. She channeled all her magic, and iridescent serpentine forms erupted from her chest, creating a wall of snakes as she retreated rapidly. Yet, Nightingale was faster. With a single stride, she appeared behind Hecala. Reaching forward, She seized the iron skewer that was meant to pierce her heart and drove it straight through Hakala's body. Chapter 59. The Explorer Masterminder. Upon witnessing Hakala's collapse, the witches hurriedly surrounded her. Fool, she coughed, clutching her wound, feeling her lower body entirely numb. Quick, go and kill that traitor. At that moment, Nightingale had already slipped into the mist with Wendy. Upon returning to the crossroads, she noticed Wendy's forearm had turned black from the spreading venom, and she could no longer afford to hesitate. Gritting her teeth, she rolled up Wendy's sleeve, tightly binding the upper arm with a cloth strip. Then, drawing a hiltless dagger from her shoe sole, she plunged it down with force. Having spent 3 days alone to reach this point, carrying someone would only slow her down. If she hastened and accidentally slipped down the narrow path, she feared she might not be able to climb back up. Wendy's arm continued to seep blood, and at this rate, she would not survive 3 or 4 days. Yet Nightingale had no choice. She could not abandon Wendy, who had been injured for her sake. Do you need help? A sudden voice broke through the mist, prompting Nightingale to instinctively adopt a defensive stance. But before her stood no one. Don't be alarmed. I have no desire to fight you. Nightingale looked up to find the figure floating in the air. Who are you? My name is Lightning, she replied with a casual smile. I recently joined the cooperative and have been out running errands daily. It's understandable if you don't recognize me, but I know you. The illustrious Nightingale, the assassin of the shadows. Did Hakala send you? Nightingale inquired. No, don't misunderstand. Lightning slowly descended, lightly touching the ground on one foot. I wish to accompany you. Nightingale briefly doubted her hearing. What? You said it yourself. We should have the freedom to choose our way of life. She paused. I choose to follow you. It's as simple as that. Why? Nightingale was already thoroughly disillusioned with the cooperative, unable to fully trust even Wendy. The girl before her, merely a child of around 14 or 15, appeared similar to Nanawa. With her fresh, short golden hair and spirited demeanor, she spoke with a confidence that belied her age. Rather than wearing the long robes issued by the cooperative, she donned a fitted outfit suitable for movement, complemented by a weathered, pocket-laden leather jacket that had long lost its original color, and 2 coarse belts at her waist, giving her an appearance reminiscent of a young man. It's because of those machines puffing out white vapor, turning into stone-gray powder upon contact with water, and the snow flashes that erupt with thunderous roars. I want to see them, she declared, her head held high. I aspire to be an explorer, so of course, I must visit fascinating places. What a peculiar reason. Nightingale mused, momentarily taken aback. It seemed utterly nonsensical, yet an instinct within her insisted that the girl was not deceiving her. I don't understand. If you wish to be an adventurer, why join the cooperative? I am not an adventurer. I am an explorer, Lightning asserted. I am nothing like those mercenaries who work for money. They are merely wolves taking on any dirty job. An explorer acts solely out of passion. As for why I joined the cooperative, she declared with conviction, isn't the search for the sacred mountain a grand adventure? But Hakala utterly misunderstood the spirit of exploration. Becoming engrossed in that ancient tome, forcing connections between everything they encountered on their journey and the contents of the book. The stone gate rising from the ground was merely 2 weathered pillars. If she continued down that path, she would never discover the true sacred mountain. An explorer must honestly document all they witness. Following a map is not the duty of an explorer. This was a lesson her father had instilled in her repeatedly. Though Nightingale yearned to inquire about her father, who could raise such an odd daughter, she recognized that this was not the time for idle chatter. Winnie's life hung by a thread. Since the girl posed no threat, having an additional ally was a boon. Is your ability flight? Lightning nodded. Even if I have to carry both of you, I can move like the wind. Then I will trouble you, Nightingale said, swiftly binding Wendy to her back before climbing onto Lightning's shoulders, wrapping her arms around her chest. This is rather heavy, Lightning grunted as she slowly ascended. I think, perhaps, I can't move as swiftly as the wind anymore. Thus, they alternated their journey. When Lightning grew fatigued, Nightingale would take the lead through the mist. Once Lightning regained her strength, Nightingale would cling to her back, allowing her to soar forward. Only when both were utterly exhausted and forced to pause for rest did Nightingale cautiously ask her basic questions, such as about her father and her family. Subsequently, she traveled westward, crossing the strait to the southern territory of Greycastle. After several twists and turns, she eventually joined the cooperative. She believed that as long as she persisted in her explorations, one day she would reunite with her father in some wondrous place, assuming he was still alive. Nightingale gleaned little useful information from their conversations. Her ability could only discern whether someone was lying, not the truthfulness of the content. In other words, If someone insisted the sun was square and believed it wholeheartedly, her ability would deem it true. However, some deductions could be made, such as her likely origin from a wealthy family, as those struggling to meet basic needs would hardly have the luxury to explore. Furthermore, possessing a fleet of ocean-going vessels corroborated this notion. Thus, a wealthy merchant from overseas might indeed be Lightning's true identity. Additionally, her golden hair did not resemble that of the kingdom's populace, but rather that of the folk from across the sea. During their journey, Wendy regained consciousness several times, and Nightingale labored to give her a few sips of water, only for her to quickly slip back into unconsciousness. Feeling Wendy's body temperature drop, Nightingale grew increasingly anxious. Under their alternating pace, the usually 3-day journey along the narrow path was completed in just a day and a half. At the entrance, the horses obtained from the prince remained tethered, having consumed most of the hay piled before them. Nightingale mounted her horse with Wendy on her back, leading Lightning as they pressed onward toward the border town without pause. Chapter 60. Layout. The number of individuals meeting the requirements far exceeded Roland's expectations, prompting the expansion of the second militia to 200 members, who would be trained under Carter's guidance. When the horn sounded, they would proceed to the city walls, ready to serve as auxiliary forces. The chief knight and the ministerial assistant had both raised objections, as it appeared that the first militia was already capable of repelling the monstrous beasts. The recruitment of a second unit, particularly one exceeding the first in numbers, seemed utterly unnecessary. The provision of food and wages above the general populace's allocation would exacerbate the financial burden, and the expenditure of these additional gold dragons would yield negligible returns. Nevertheless, Roland remained steadfast in his decision, for these individuals were not prepared to combat the beasts. He dared not disclose the plan brewing in his mind to his subordinates just yet. Before the Duke made a move, he harbored intentions of assaulting the fortress, a notion that Carter and Barov would likely find utterly unacceptable. Unlike the border town, Longsong Fortress stood as the official boundary of the Greycastle Kingdom, its walls towering 10 meters high and constructed from solid stone. The Duke and the 6 prominent families of the West were stationed within the inner city, commanding a force of approximately 1,000 troops. Theoretically, it was inconceivable for his militia, numbering fewer than 300, to seize the fortress in a siege, even with the revolutionary firearms at their disposal. Moreover, due to the existence of the punishment stone, witches could not serve as decapitating weapons. This was a point Roland had confirmed with Nightingale repeatedly. Nobles of significant stature like Duke Ryan and the 6 esteemed families would undoubtedly spare no effort in acquiring the punishment stones, which were publicly referred to as donations. These stones, obtainable only through the donation of several to dozens of gold dragons, could suppress a witch's abilities within a certain range and were touted by the church as the most potent weapon against demons, constituting their largest annual revenue. Roland's only opportunity lay in field battles. By the nature of this era, wars among lords were predominantly conducted through conscription. To prevent his subjects from fleeing mid-battle, lords typically led their troops into combat, thus affording Roland the chance to execute a decisive strike. Yet, he remained at a loss as to how to seize this opportunity. After all, his knowledge of luring enemies into a trap stemmed solely from films and historical tales, with no practical experience to draw upon. Since clarity eluded him, he resolved to return to what he excelled at. Stretching languidly, Roland exited his office and made his way alone to the wooden shed in the backyard. The assembled steam number 2 stood silently in the center of the yard. At first glance, its exterior was far more polished than that of steam number 1, with the seams of its major components no longer appearing uneven. This was the result of Anna's newfound abilities. Her green fire could penetrate tiny crevices for welding, resulting in superior integrity of the assembled parts. In keeping with the spirit of progressive improvement, subsequent models surpassing the original and modified versions exceeding their successors, Steam No. 2 had been equipped with a centrifugal governor. As the first automatic control and feedback system in human history, its emergence was nothing short of monumental. The governor's structure was remarkably simple, comprising 2 articulated rods with iron balls at their ends and a rotating main shaft, resembling the bamboo dragonflies of childhood. By swiftly twirling the rod, the 2 rotating blades would rise due to centrifugal force. For the governor, the 2 iron balls functioned similarly to the blades. When the steam engine operated at high output, the balls would accelerate, rising under centrifugal influence, which in turn would close the valve. Conversely, when the output decreased, the balls would slow, lowering their position under gravitational pull, thereby widening the valve. This mechanism ensured the steam engine consistently operated at a relatively fixed power output. With the governor in place, steam number 2 could now undertake more intricate processing tasks. Meanwhile, the gears previously assigned to various blacksmith shops had been completed and were neatly arranged in a corner of the shed. In addition to the gear assemblies, the carpenters had prepared the bases and supports, along with other components. He instructed the guard outside to summon Anna, so they could begin assembling the first steam-powered boring machine. In Roland's plans, this would be the swiftest route to mass-producing firearms. Relying on blacksmiths to manually forge gun barrels was an exceedingly time-consuming endeavor with the boring machine. He could simply cast iron rods and directly drill holes with a boring tool, producing a dozen barrels in a single day. Furthermore, by changing the heads, the boring machine could also carve rifling, significantly enhancing the accuracy of flintlock firearms. Thus, he was confident that before winter's end, he could arm both militia units, totaling nearly 300 individuals. However, Roland remained uncertain whether his subjects could maintain their composure to load, aim, and fire when faced with a night's charge, rather than discarding their weapons and fleeing. After all, these two units had been formed too recently and lacked any combat experience. Therefore, he must elevate their firepower to the stage, utterly vanquishing the enemy before they could launch a charge. That firepower would come from artillery. As the harbinger of destruction throughout human warfare, artillery's lethality and intimidation were unmatched by firearms. A 6-pound field cannon possessed the range to strike during enemy assembly. In this era, a mixed army could not maintain discipline under bombardment. Equipping 3 to 4 field cannons would deny the enemy even the chance to charge. He had meticulously devised a plan. With a manual milling machine, he could produce usable gears, with gears in the controllable steam number 2. He could acquire a steam-powered boring machine. Armed with the steam boring machine, he could fabricate various gun and cannon barrels. With at least 2 months remaining until the end of the month of demons, if all proceeded smoothly, the militia of Bordertown would possess the strength to contend with the Duke's army. Chapter 61. Return. As Roland knelt on the ground to install the base, 3 figures suddenly materialized from the void, stumbling as they landed and collapsing to the ground. Anna was startled, and a burst of green flames erupted, forming a wall of fire before the two. Roland looked up to see that one of the women was Nightingale, whom he had not seen for many days. She appeared quite disheveled, with an unnatural flush on her cheeks. Despite the cold wind blowing outside, her forehead was slick with beads of sweat. "Your Highness, please summon Nanawa." "Quickly," she exclaimed, her urgency palpable. Roland noticed that the woman bound to her back was pale, her eyes tightly shut. One of her arms was completely missing, and the bandage at the stump was soaked with dark red blood. "Cadden, go to the infirmary and bring Nanawa," he commanded, feeling a tightness in his chest as he shouted towards the door. "Yes, Your Highness." In addition to the 2 women, there was a little girl tucked under Nightingale's arm, who appeared to be unscathed and was curiously surveying her surroundings. "Are you injured?" Roland asked as he moved forward to untie the bandage from Nightingale's back, gently lowering the woman with the severed arm. But how could things have turned out like this? He pondered. Could it be that the cooperative camp had been attacked by the abyssal beasts, leaving only these 3 to escape? If that were true, it would be an immense loss. Restlessly, he paced outside for about half an hour when the door swung open, revealing the little girl who had returned with Nightingale, looking completely unharmed. She nodded at Roland. "You truly are as Nightingale described, a prince who cares for witches." She gently closed the door behind her, though the revelation was so shocking that most of the cooperative members did not believe her. "To be honest, I didn't quite believe it either, but as my father says, the world is vast, and all kinds of people exist. My name is Lightning, Your Highness. It is a pleasure to meet you." She lowered her head, placing her right hand in a cutting gesture on her left shoulder, perhaps a form of greeting. However, Roland's mind was not on formalities. He keenly noted her words. Most people did not believe her. Was the cooperative camp not attacked by abyssal beasts? Attack? No, why would you ask that? She tapped her forehead with her finger, then her expression shifted to one of realization. "Ah, I understand now. That older sister with the broken arm is named Wendy. She was injured by the cooperative's mentor, Hakura." Lightning proceeded to recount the events. After listening, Roland fell silent. So it was thus, he thought. He had underestimated the brutal oppression that witches faced in this world. Over the years, the distrust that witches felt towards the church and the upper nobility had reached its zenith. Hakura was, indeed, one of the more radical figures among them. From Lightning's description, it seemed that once the leader of the cooperative gained sufficient power, her first act would likely be to eliminate those like himself. "Are you also a member of the cooperative?" How could she survive being pierced by Nightingale? Roland inquired, furrowing his brow. Perhaps. There's a witch named Leaf in the camp who can amplify the effects of herbs several times over, Lightning mused. Using more hemostatic herbs and blood purifiers. Saving Hakura shouldn't be too difficult, but the efficacy pales in comparison to your witch. What a troublesome matter, he thought. It was ironic to worry about being targeted by the church, only to find himself pursued by witches. Fortunately, their main objective was likely to seek the sacred mountain. So they should not have time to trouble Nightingale. You mentioned earlier that you did not entirely believe Nightingale. Why then did you choose to escape the cooperative with her? Because of the black machine that puffs out white steam, the gray powder that turns to stone when wet, and the snow rays that explode with thunderous roars. Lightning reiterated Nightingale's words. There may not be a prince who treats witches kindly, but she wouldn't deceive me about these. It would be impossible to fabricate such vivid descriptions without having seen them. That is the intuition of an adventurer. By the way, the large contraption I saw in the courtyard is the one that spews white steam, right? Nightingale seemed to call it a steam engine. Adventurer? Roland dismissed the last question. Indeed, adventurer, she emphasized. That is the reason I chose to follow Nightingale here. Adventurers are filled with curiosity for the unknown. Roland silently sighed. Was this what they called a midlife crisis? To seek something beyond mere survival in this era, one must hail from a privileged background. Looking at her tomboyish attire and her golden short hair, he mused, Are you sure you are not called Ezreal? Who is that? I am Lightning, the little girl declared proudly. Just then, Anna and Nanawa also emerged from the door. How did it go? Roland asked. Was the treatment successful? The little girl appeared somewhat fatigued, as if the treatment had drained her considerable energy. Roland offered her words of encouragement. You've worked hard after dinner tonight. You should rest with Anna. Of course, he thought, they must also bring Tegu. Chapter 62. The Oath Today's events left Roland devoid of the motivation to assemble the steam borer. For dinner, he instructed the chef to prepare an extravagant feast, featuring unlimited black pepper steaks and fried eggs, leaving both Anna and Lightning with full bellies. Nanawa made a valiant effort to uphold her decorum. Yet her small mouth remained glistening with oil. In addition to the meal served in the dining hall, he had the maid prepare warm porcelain dishes filled with tender shredded meat and wheat porridge to be sent to Nightingale's room. As soon as they awoke, they would be greeted with warm sustenance. After dining, the next order of business was to arrange the accommodations. Fortunately, the previous lord of the border town had a penchant for grandeur, and despite being a settlement born from mining and early warning systems, its castle was constructed to the standards of a medium-sized town. In Roland's familiar terms, it boasted a living area of 900 square meters, spanning 3 stories, featuring a standalone villa with a loft, complete with watchtowers and arrow towers at each corner, along with a front courtyard and a rear garden. Roland assigned Lightning's room directly across from Anna's, intending to reserve the adjacent room for the recovering Wendy. He couldn't help but chuckle as he observed Nanawa clinging to Anna like a piece of taffy as they entered the room. Upon returning to his office, Roland poured himself a glass of barley wine. Plans often succumb to the whims of change. He had anticipated that through Nightingale, he would garner a significant number of witches, illuminating all branches of the technological tree, including chemical engineering, agriculture, and biology. However, he was taken aback by the hostility the leaders of the alliance displayed towards the nobility. Neutral factions like Nightingale and Lightning were, surprisingly, the minority. Wendy, as per Lightning's account, did not wish to leave the alliance. Her relocation was a necessity to save Nightingale after being attacked by the serpent demon Hakura. 2 witches would suffice. He downed his drink in one gulp, for it was better than having none at all. During dinner, he casually inquired about Lightning and Wendy's abilities, learning that the young girl could soar through the skies like a bird, while Wendy wielded the power of the wind. Though these abilities held limited utility for advancing technology, they could be strategically advantageous in the impending conflict. He also discreetly probed into the capabilities of other witches within the camp, discovering a diverse array of powers, devoid of any discernible pattern. Some abilities could be tenuously explained through scientific theory, while others defied comprehension. For instance, the Alliance's founder, the serpent demon Hakura, could condense magical energy into tangible serpentine forms, which were not mere illusions but could engage in combat. Different patterns on the serpents represented various toxins. From what Lightning had observed, at least paralysis and lethality were among their effects. Nevertheless, Roland noted that both Anna and Hakura, like most witches, exhibited powers predominantly effective at close range. For example, Anna's green flame extinguished abruptly beyond 5 meters, and Hakura-S serpents could not stray too far from her body. Nightingale and Lightning-S abilities had even shorter ranges, necessitating physical contact to exert influence. Thus, when faced with the Church's forces armed with crossbows and the stones of divine punishment, their only recourse was to flee. As he pushed open the bedroom door, a sense of déjà vu washed over him. A woman sat at the head of his bed, her figure partly shrouded in darkness, the firelight casting her silhouette against the wall like a mural. Yet, there were many differences. She was not clad in her usual unchanging robe, but rather in ordinary attire. Her appearance was no longer that of a stranger, but rather one he could instantly recognize. Nightingale. Roland felt a flutter of nervousness. Could it be that his good fortune was finally arriving? Nightingale also noticed the prince and approached him slowly. After merely half a day of rest, her complexion had improved significantly. The pallor of her cheeks had been replaced by a healthy flush, and her hair shone with vitality once more. One could not help but admire the astonishing self-recovery abilities of witches. You have worked hard. Roland coughed lightly, breaking the silence. Why not rest a while longer? Lightning has already informed me of everything. Nightingale shook her head. Roland sensed something amiss. Her expression was solemn, her eyes filled with an indescribable fervor. She had made a decision, and Roland realized that such a resolute demeanor was seldom seen, even among men, prompting him to suppress his other emotions and focus intently on her forthcoming words. Roland, Prince Wimbledon, she declared succinctly, in the name of Nightingale and Veronica. I vow to you that as long as you treat the witches with kindness, I am willing to serve you. Be it as a steadfast shield against evil or a blade to pierce the darkness, unflinching and unrepentant, until the last moment of my life. So it was, Roland mused. The actions of the alliance had left her profoundly disillusioned, transferring her hopes for the witch's advancement onto him. As a time traveler, he ought to refuse. He was more accustomed to collaboration and partnership rather than servitude. To take it further, those who shared common ideals and aspirations would be comrades. Yet he understood that sometimes an unwavering emphasis on equality and freedom proved futile. Without a suitable environment for growth, even sowing seeds would lead to decay. As a prince, he could not stray from his class until he had unified the entire kingdom. After a moment of silence, he followed the courtly etiquette, accepting the short sword she offered, gently tapping its back against her shoulder 3 times. I accept your fealty. Nightingale's shoulders trembled slightly, as if a weight had been lifted from her. He then extended his right hand towards her. Nightingale took his fingers and pressed a soft kiss upon the back of his hand. With that, the formalities were concluded. Though having a witch perform the oath of fealty seemed rather incongruous, the completion of the ritual indicated that Nightingale was not of common birth. Furthermore, her previous mention of Veronica, was that your true name, without a surname? Roland inquired, pulling her up. Yes, your highness. I have no intention of concealing this from you. 5 years ago, I severed ties with the Grands, and that surname no longer pertains to me. Nightingale replied candidly, her defenses lowered as she recounted her past to Roland. Chapter 63. Tales of It was during that winter when the Nightingale awakened as a witch. She meticulously concealed her abilities, yet was discovered by the old Gran, who seized her brother and wielded his life as leverage to compel the Nightingale into servitude. Reluctantly, she complied, undergoing rigorous training with members of the Thieves' Guild summoned by Gran, and was forced to engage in morally dubious tasks. These included infiltrating the homes of commercial rivals to steal contracts and documents, eavesdropping on municipal meetings, and even poisoning the water or wine of potential competitors. As Gran's business flourished, his demeanor towards the Nightingale soured. Any minor inconvenience would provoke his wrath, resulting in physical abuse. Beyond serving his interests, he confined her to her room, reinforcing the door with iron bars. What troubled the Nightingale most was her brother Hyde's near-total absence. She began to suspect that Gran might have harmed him. After repeated pleas, Gran disdainfully brought Hyde to her, who expressed his disdain, wishing she were not his sister, declaring that witches deserved to be consigned to hell alongside devils. The Nightingale was shattered, yet the nightmare continued. Gran delivered the final blow by revealing that it was Hyde who had divulged her secret of becoming a witch, all to distance himself from her. After dismissing Hyde, Gran coldly warned her that once her brother came of age, he would inherit their father's title. However, should she refuse to obey him, he could dispose of Hyde without a trace. Thus, the Nightingale languished in despair and profound sorrow, like a marionette manipulated by the Grant family. On the eve of her coming of age, while returning from a completed task, she encountered Wendy, or rather, Wendy sought her out. Upon learning of the existence of the Coven of Witches and discovering that many others shared her plight yet refused to surrender, a flicker of hope ignited within her broken heart. Transitioning from confusion to resolute determination, she wasted little time. On the day of her majority, she endured her torment and experienced a profound transformation in her powers. The mist no longer merely concealed her form. She realized that the iron bars could no longer restrain her. Once her symptoms subsided on her coming-of-age day, she stealthily entered Gran's bedroom one night and slit his throat with a dagger. Witnessing the blood spurt several feet high and hearing his gasps, she was unexpectedly calm, more so than she had anticipated. Subsequently, she departed from the Gran household, indifferent to her brother Hyde's fate. Thus began her journey with Wendy in search of the Coven. Being transported to this world and having the potential to become a prince was a stroke of extraordinary fortune. The following morning, Roland visited the Nightingale's chamber to check on Wendy. After a night of rest, Wendy appeared considerably improved, her arm regaining its color. Although still somewhat frail, she managed to rise and bow to the prince. "Your Highness," the Nightingale blinked, hesitating to speak. "I wish we could delay discussing this matter, but some issues become increasingly perilous with each day's delay." Roland paused, and Wendy remained silent, patiently awaiting his continuation. "I believe I may have discerned how witches can survive the awakening day unscathed." "What?" Both witches' expressions shifted, and they asked in unison. "This is merely conjecture, lacking solid evidence." Roland gestured dismissively. "The harm inflicted upon witches in the camp is less severe than during exile. The only distinction lies in the fact that in exile you disguise your identity, fearful of being discovered, while in the camp, you must continually utilize your abilities to sustain daily operations." Wendy nodded, acknowledging his point. "You are correct." Additionally, Anna trained her powers daily at the castle, exhausting her magic before her coming-of-age day and falling unconscious. Upon awakening, she had navigated through the most challenging ordeal of a witch's awakening unscathed. Thus, I propose this may be the key to mitigating the harm of the malevolent forces. A witch is a vessel of magical energy. As one matures, this energy accumulates, and when it surpasses the body's limits, it inflicts damage upon the self. The month of malevolence represents the apex of a witch's power. If one can continuously release this energy to maintain it within a safe threshold, the torment of the awakening day might be significantly alleviated or perhaps even eradicated. Roland paused before continuing. "As the lord of the border town, I can provide a sanctuary for witches to freely unleash their powers, without fear of arrest, judgment, or execution. Should my hypothesis prove accurate, then undoubtedly the border town is the sacred haven you have long sought." From birth, witches have been indoctrinated to believe that this perilous power is a curse bestowed by demons. And even the most enlightened among them see the self-destructive nature of their abilities as a vicious cycle. The more one seeks to suppress it, the stronger the backlash becomes. In stark contrast, Roland, as a traveler from another realm, perceives this power differently. After sifting through the memories of the fourth prince and dismissing the existence of true gods, he views magical energy merely as a force, an extraordinary ability that can be wielded at will. Wendy remained silent for a considerable time before asking, "If I were to sign a contract and pledge my service to you, what would be my first course of action?" Over the centuries, some witches have been secretly imprisoned by ambitious individuals due to their unique abilities, treated as expendable resources. Although the Church imposes severe penalties for such actions, it remains difficult to eradicate. Those who exploit witches do so ruthlessly. Once they lose their usefulness, their fate is often grim. Chapter 64, Curiosity 3 days later. In the castle garden, Sister Anna felt a gentle tug at her sleeve. She turned her head to see her sister, Nana Vera. "Don't you find Nightingale a bit peculiar?" "Peculiar?" Anna paused. "Are you referring to her attire?" Nightingale stood beside Roland, adorned not in her usual, rarely washed, bizarrely patterned robe, but rather in the eccentric attire invented by His Royal Highness. Although Anna was reluctant to admit it, the tall figure of Nightingale showcased the outfit's merits: her proportionate legs, slender waist, and cascading curls. With a cloak and a pointed hat, she inevitably drew the gaze of anyone present. "It's not the clothing," Nana Vera murmured. "Don't you think her tone when speaking to His Highness and the way she looks at him have changed?" "Has it?" Nana Vera pouted. "Well, Sister Anna, don't say I didn't warn you." Perplexed, Anna shook her head, dismissing her sister's remarks as she redirected her focus to the other two new witches. One, named Lightning, appeared to be of similar stature to Nana Vera but was dressed quite distinctively. Anna counted at least 12 pockets stitched onto her ragged coat. The other witch, Wendy, was no longer clad in the same patterned robe she wore upon their first meeting, opting instead for ordinary women's clothing. However, Anna couldn't help but notice the impressive stature of Wendy's bosom. "Since you all have agreed to sign the contract, we shall commence our first training session," Roland declared. Now adept from training the first two witches. "Lightning, you go first." "Oh." Lightning raised her hand and stepped out from under the canopy. Snowflakes drifted softly from the sky. And with no wind, the young girl effortlessly floated into the air, awaiting Roland's next command. "First, let us test your maximum flying speed," Roland called out, tilting his head back. "Heh, watch me," she replied, giving a thumbs up before assuming a starting position and swiftly circling the castle. What does it mean to take off with a load of 100 kilograms? Roland envisioned a piston aircraft suspended with 100 kilograms of ordnance. However, the subsequent experiment shattered his pleasant fantasy. When the weight exceeded 50 kilograms, approximately 110 pounds, Lightning's altitude plummeted dramatically from over 100 meters to around 10 meters. And with nearly 100 kilograms of load, she could barely fly 2 meters above the ground. This implied that if Lightning were to be transformed into a bomber, even a few kilograms of explosives would place her within the lethal range of an adversary's crossbow due to her low altitude. Yet, Roland quickly conceived of new applications for the young girl. Whether for reconnaissance or artillery calibration, she was undoubtedly an exceptional candidate. The encirclement plan that had long troubled him now seemed to glimmer with a hint of hope. As the prince tested Lightning's capabilities, Wendy quietly observed him from the side. Having departed from the convent, she had wandered for 15 years, encountering a myriad of individuals, commoners, farmers, craftsmen, soldiers, and nobles. They all seemed to emerge from the same mold, revealing desire and admiration before they knew of their witch identity, only for those feelings to swiftly transform into fear and revulsion upon discovery, accompanied by a vile yearning that nearly made Wendy retch. She had assumed her life would be forever intertwined with witches, never to approach any man again. This was her reason for intending to refuse Nightingale, not out of distrust, but from an innate trepidation. However, Roland Wimbledon's presence altered her perspective. His gaze struck her as remarkably ordinary, just as she had witnessed countless times before, upon first encountering Roland in Nightingale's chamber. She initially believed him to be exceptionally adept at concealment, especially with Nightingale present. Yet, in the following days, his demeanor remained unchanged. Could it be that His Highness's perceptions were significantly superior to those of ordinary nobles? Then there was the contract. Wendy had presumed it merely a formality. However, upon unfolding it for review, she discovered it was densely packed with clauses, stipulating responsibilities while also delineating her rights. This was utterly astonishing. To incorporate witches into his service without stripping them of their freedom was already remarkably generous, but to explicitly articulate her rights within the contract? For instance, Clause 2. 1. The first time Wendy had encountered such a writing style, stated that she could enjoy paid leave, implying she could receive payment without performing labor. The next clause mandated that witches must complete the tasks assigned by their employer, yet if any project was deemed too challenging or caused discomfort, they could request modifications or decline. The subsequent clause required the employer to provide and ensure the safety, accommodation, food, and salary of the witches. Should these conditions fail to be met, the witches had the right to unilaterally terminate the contract. These terms were somewhat convoluted, yet their meaning was crystal clear. The witches who signed the contract were not the prince's mere possessions. They possessed rights commensurate with their responsibilities. In this agreement, she sensed the sincerity of the prince. If it were merely a formality, there would be no need to detail the clauses so meticulously. Contemplating this, Wendy instinctively glanced at Nightingale, fully aware of her experiences and her inherent disdain for the nobility. At that moment, as Nightingale conversed with Roland, there was a subtle yet unmistakable shift in her tone and demeanor, an emotional nuance that perhaps even she herself was oblivious to. It had only been 2 months since departing from the main group to venture to the border town, and in that brief span, Nightingale had completely placed her trust in this man. Wendy, she offered an apologetic smile as she stepped outside. Having made up her mind, she resolved not to be outdone by her younger counterpart, correct? Chapter 65. Ominous signs. There had been several instances of the horn being sounded previously, mostly signaling the approach of dozens of malevolent beasts attacking the borders, and the militia had become adept at responding. However, Lightning voiced his discontent. As an adventurer who had spent considerable time in the western realm of the continent, he had yet to witness a large-scale assault by these wicked creatures, a fact that left him feeling unworthy of his title. "I demand to accompany you." Roland, however, promptly dismissed his protest and instructed Windy to keep a close watch on Lightning, forbidding her from wandering about during the time of the beast's rampage. He then turned to Nightingale, who nodded, grasped Roland's hand, and together they stepped into the mist, advancing in a straight line towards the city walls. Ever since discovering that Nightingale could transport objects she touched into the mist, Roland had become enamored with this mode of travel, effortlessly traversing obstacles and disregarding terrain, reveling in the sensation of freedom within confined spaces. Upon reaching the foot of the city walls, Roland found a secluded corner to emerge from the mist. Ascending the defensive line alone, the distant fields lay blanketed in white, and he did not witness the anticipated onslaught of the malevolent beasts. Was this a false alarm? He was not the only one pondering this. Murmurs arose among the assembled militia. The prince approached Iron Axe, who was gazing solemnly into the distance, still clutching the horn tightly. "Did you sound the alarm?" "Indeed, your highness." You can hear that his voice is drier than usual. "That creature has returned." "That creature?" Roland squinted into the distance and discerned a faint dark spot at the edge of his vision, barely visible even against the stark white backdrop. According to protocol, the horn should only be sounded when the patrols are deemed incapable of handling the situation. Yet, as a seasoned hunter, Iron Axe surely had his reasons. "It's a hybrid," he swallowed hard. "It's the same one I encountered 6 years ago." "Is that so?" Roland furrowed his brow. "Theoretically, malevolent beasts perished during an assault on the fortress, for they possessed no intelligence and lacked the concept of retreat. The fortress had never been breached. Yet this creature had survived, enduring for 6 long years? A sense of foreboding crept into his mind. However, at such a distance, he could only vaguely perceive the dark spot, while Iron Axe could clearly identify the type of beast. Such remarkable eyesight was astonishing. Perhaps he was mistaken, Roland mused. The malevolent beast did not keep Roland waiting long. It began to approach the city walls, swiftly capturing the attention of all present with its uniquely shaped form. Unlike the previous hybrid, which was massive, this one resembled an oversized feline at first glance, yet it possessed a pair of fleshy wings on its back, concealed along the sides of its torso when not unfurled. Its head bore similarities to that of a lion, yet it sported 2 pairs of eyes. If the extra pair was not merely ornamental, it could detect movements in a significant portion of its rear without turning its head. Carter and several hunters had already loaded their weapons, standing ready. However, the lion-like hybrid did not charge directly. It halted outside the range of crossbows, scanning its surroundings. At this distance, it was within the effective range of flintlock firearms, yet the probability of a successful first shot was nearly non-existent. A pang of unease struck Roland. His ominous premonition was confirmed. The ability to assess an opponent's strength and choose a point of vulnerability to strike was a testament to intelligence, something that beasts inherently lacked. While they occasionally attacked prey's weaknesses, that was merely an instinct passed down through generations, and they were incapable of judging unknown adversaries, let alone performing a comprehensive analysis of multiple targets. What does possessing intelligence signify? Humanity, with its exceptional brain power and outstanding endurance, had ascended from the primal savagery of the grasslands to the pinnacle of the food chain. Roland dared not dwell on this further. He gestured for the chief knight to follow him while instructing the other hunters to join Iron Axe in targeting the malevolent beast. Upon entering the old district, visibility was obstructed by rows of low buildings, and the narrow, snow-covered paths greatly hindered their movement. Roland hesitated to disperse the group in search, instead opting to navigate through the labyrinthine alleys, hoping to catch sight of the beast. He regretted not bringing Lightning along, with a witch scouting from the air. They would not be scurrying about like headless flies. After approximately 15 minutes of searching, a blood-curdling scream erupted from the depths of an alley. The group swiftly adjusted their course, racing towards the source of the sound. Fortunately, most of the militia were residents of the old district, with a clear objective. They adeptly maneuvered through narrow paths, even traversing through the backyards of others. Upon reaching the scene, Roland beheld a man torn asunder, entrails strewn about, a clear indication of death. Good heavens, it's Iron Fork. I know him. Damn it, did it escape? Watch out. To the right. Someone suddenly shouted, before the warning could fully register. A shadow erupted from the wooden house to the right, crashing through the wall amid splintering wood, and lunged into the unsuspecting group, pinning a militiaman down with its forepaw. Ready to bite. Iron Axe was the first to react. He attempted to raise his weapon to fire, but found that the scattered militia had blocked the alleyway, leaving him with no suitable opportunity to shoot. He had to push through the throng, inching closer to the target. The other hunters encountered the same issue, wedging their guns under their arms to leap and grasp the eaves. climbing onto the rooftops with agility. The hybrid showed no concern for the long guns aimed at it. It spread its wings, deflecting the frenzied thrusts of the hunters, and, clutching the bloodied militiamen in its jaws, prepared to leap away when a gunshot rang out. Dark splatters of blood erupted from the creature's body. Enraged by the lead pellet striking it, the hybrid roared in fury, dropping its prey and unfurling its wings to launch itself towards the hunters atop the roof. At that moment, Iron Axe squeezed through the crowd, quickly raising his gun before the beast, pulling the trigger. A near point-blank shot left no room for error. The powder smoke even wafted into the creature's nostrils. The bullet, unimpeded, pierced its eye, entering the skull. The hybrid beast stiffened, collapsing to the ground. Chapter 66, The Battle of Hermes, Part 1, as icy rain cascaded down. It diluted the sanguine stench that permeated the holy city. Elisha, wielding her greatsword, gasped for breath. This was not her first engagement at the Hermes front line. Yet she had never contemplated that the new holy city could one day fall. The walls were utterly compromised. Elisha had never beheld such a monstrous sight. A colossal insectoid hybrid beast surged from the depths, its body pressed against the glacial cliffs. Bone-like talons embedded into the wall like barbed hooks as it climbed step by step toward the parapet, even before its entirety emerged from the earth. Had it merely been its size, it might have been manageable. However, none anticipated that the creature would open its gaping maw, spewing forth a deluge of hybrid abominations, causing chaos to erupt on the walls. The once orderly ranks were shattered as the vile beasts surged through, and Elisha's vanguard unit of the Judgment Army was torn asunder. Helplessly, she watched as her comrades were devoured by the fiends, unable to intervene. The warm blood of the fallen mixed with the dark ichor of the beasts, streaming across the stone floor along the cracks. As the retreat horn sounded, the trebuchets positioned within the holy city were activated, hurling half-man-sized granite blocks from above. Heedless of the many defenders still atop the walls, Elisha only recalled a massive boulder striking Captain Ducato, who had stood guard beside her. When she finally regained her footing, she found him, along with his armor, embedded in the cracked stone, his body resembling a wrinkled parchment, entrails spilling from the gash in his abdomen, steaming blood pooling beneath him. Had she not leapt just before the stone struck, she mused, her fate would surely mirror his. As for how she ultimately fought her way through the turmoil to reach beneath the walls, Elisha could hardly recall. All around her, the air was thick with screams and curses. Everyone swung their weapons, frantically slashing, uncertain if they battled the beasts or their own kin. Among the 100-strong Judgment Army, only 12, herself included, remained alive. What shall we do next, Captain? Elisha. She bit her lip until the metallic taste filled her mouth. We head for the northern gate of the holy city. The beasts must breach there to invade the new holy city. This command meant relinquishing the residential areas between the outer and inner walls, yet she had no alternative. Nothing was more crucial than the Cathedral of Hermes, the heart of the church. Moreover, a thought lingered unspoken in her mind. If even the glacial cliffs could not halt this horde, what could she and the remaining 11 hope to achieve? Perhaps today was destined to be her day of sacrifice for the kingdom. May you be merciful, she prayed silently. Then cried out, the Judgment Army shall never surrender. Let us march forth. The Judgment Army shall never surrender. The others echoed in unison. The 12 formed a line, sprinting toward the northern gate as the cacophony of battle gradually faded, swallowed by the wind and rain. Upon reaching the northern gate, Elisha observed a considerable number of Judgment Army troops gathered by the drawbridge, suggesting they shared a common resolve, which offered her a slight comfort. Yet, at this critical juncture, the drawbridge remained lowered. Elisha furrowed her brow and approached a striking warrior clad in the crimson robe of the Chief Justice. My Lord Chief Justice, I am Elisha, captain of the 4th Squad of the Vanguard. I am Tuktor, responsible for the Northern Gate's defense. The man nodded. Thank you for your efforts. We have established a medical station behind the Northern Gate. Should your squad have any wounded, they may be sent there. My lord, I do not understand why the drawbridge is not raised at this time. The vile beasts may swarm the walls at any moment. We must ensure the inner city remains secure. Come yourself, Captain, he replied. I understand your willingness to sacrifice, but needless loss is devoid of purpose. The church is far from its final hour. He wiped the rain from his brow. Please proceed to the assembly point. If your supply of warming pills runs low, remember to request more from the quartermaster. It was only then that Elisha realized how harshly the cold had gripped her. Having exited the battlefield, the sweat and icy rain had melded together, nearly freezing her in place. The biting wind whipped against her, making her shiver involuntarily. She retrieved her leather pouch from her inner pocket, shaking it into her palm, only to find a viscous liquid trickle forth. It appeared she had inadvertently crushed the pills in the heat of battle. With a sigh, she looked up, only to find a reddish-brown warming pill extended toward her. "Take mine first," Tuktor smiled. "You can return it to me later." Alicia accepted the pill without hesitation, biting it and swallowing it whole. "Perhaps we may not have another chance to consume this." "Indeed, that would be quite agreeable," Tuck nodded in agreement, "as this concoction is truly repugnant. But not today." The Chief Justice gestured dismissively. "The Divine Punishment Army is en route from the cathedral. The vile beast shall not pass the northern gate. Gather your men and proceed to the assembly point and ensure their provisions are checked. Do not wait until the moment of need to discover their absence." The Divine Punishment Army, the Church's most elite force. Alicia had long heard of their prowess, but had never witnessed it firsthand. Yet even if the Divine Punishment Army was as formidable as the tale suggested, they were still but human. No amount of training could guarantee victory against a horde of hybrid monsters. Nevertheless, with the Chief Justice's decree, she had no choice but to lead her 11 remaining comrades away from the northern gate, directing them toward the assembly point to the west. There, hundreds of retreating Judgment Army personnel had congregated, standing in the rain, allowing the water to stream down their faces. Some even sat dejectedly on the ground, appearing utterly dispirited. Only a small contingent remained in neat formation, bracing for the potential arrival of the enemy. Had this been days prior, Alicia would have reprimanded them. But now she too felt lost. In the effort to establish the new holy city, countless compatriots had perished, and it could be said that the blood of both believers and Judgment Army warriors was woven into every brick and tile. The bishop often proclaimed that to seize Hermes was to possess the earthly kingdom of God. Yet today, it seemed that this kingdom was on the verge of falling into the clutches of the devil. "The vile beasts are coming," someone shouted. "Prepare for battle." Alicia steeled herself, raising her great sword as she gazed at the encroaching shadows in the sky, calling out loudly, "For Hermes! For the new holy city!" Chapter 67, The Battle of Hermes, Part 2. However, the anticipated final confrontation did not occur. A figure approached the female warrior, pressing down on the hilt of her sword. "Everyone, step back," he commanded, his voice low yet resonant. Alicia recognized him as a member of the orderly ranks, adorned with the insignia of a captain. The punishment army had arrived. She turned her head to see a line of towering warriors emerging from the northern gate, clad in gleaming full armor that reflected a silvery sheen under the rain, their scarlet cloaks billowing behind them, wielding an array of weapons, some with sword and shield, others with glaives or iron axes. Upon crossing the suspension bridge, they did not regroup but dispersed, charging directly into the oncoming tide of aberrant beasts. What kind of strategy is this? It's sheer madness. Faced with hybrid beasts whose strength and speed far surpassed that of humans, maintaining formation and coordinating their efforts was the only way to prevail. Were they truly intending to engage in solitary combat? Moreover, were they going to let the punishment army fight alone while they merely observed? "We must support them," Alicia exclaimed. No, the man shook his head, his expression darkening. "We shall merely observe. To rush in recklessly would only hinder their efforts." Hinder? Alicia glared at him in indignation. Could she have misjudged him? Was he merely a coward? Gripping the hilt of her sword, she prepared to bypass him and join the fray, though she felt lost regarding the future of the new holy city. When faced with the enemy, the only thing she could do was fight to the death on the battlefield. Yet before she could take 2 steps, the female warrior witnessed an unbelievable sight. A flying aberration swooped down from the sky, its terrifying form reminiscent of a harbinger of doom. With enormous wings draped in gray feathers, spanning 12 feet when fully extended. Its head resembled that of a bird, yet it bore a pair of ram's horns, and its talons were sharp enough to pierce through a warrior's breastplate. Dropping from the sky was its favored method of attack, stealthy and exceedingly difficult to defend against. Even a heavily shielded warrior would be knocked off their feet by its powerful descent, which could shatter bones and crush ribs, rendering them nearly certain to. The only means of evasion was to roll away just before the aberration struck the ground, a precarious escape from such a lethal blow. However, the punishment army did not flinch. A silver-armored warrior assumed a stance to confront the foe, extending his hands to meet the creature's claws as it lunged towards him. The force of the impact was so great that it produced a sound akin to thunder. A mist of water erupted from the collision, and the armor creaked under the strain. His right leg bent, left leg straightened, his body forming a taut line directed toward the heavens, and astonishingly, the aberration could not overcome him. Meanwhile, another warrior seized the opportunity to hurl a short spear at the struggling aberration. The speed so swift that Alicia barely caught a glimmer of silver. The spear pierced the monster's head, obliterating it. The silver-armored warrior cast the twitching corpse of the aberration aside, his arm bending at an unnatural angle, clearly indicating that he had sustained injuries from the earlier confrontation. His arm S-bone was broken. Nevertheless, he unfazedly drew an axe from his belt and charged towards other aberrant beasts. To witness mere mortals combating such monstrosities left Alicia in disbelief. Hundreds of Punishment Army warriors surged into the throng of aberrations, their crimson cloaks resembling a torrent of blood that staunchly halted the advance of the enemy. She now comprehended the captain's meaning behind hindrance. These warriors possessed the capability to take on 10 foes each. Their strength, agility, and reflexes rivaled those of the hybrid beasts. No, they were even stronger. Ordinary aberrations stood little chance against them. How formidable! A genuine joy surged within Alicia. With these courageous and powerful warriors, the Cathedral of Hermes could never fall. Ah, by the way, may I inquire your name? I am Alicia, Quinn, captain of the Punishment Army. He glanced at her, his gaze as frigid as ice, and did not offer his name but simply remarked, "My brother is a member of the Punishment Army." It seemed victory was within grasp. At the apex of the cathedral, Bishop Maine held a spyglass, surveying the battlefield from the highest point of the new holy city, using the merchant's tool to oversee a significant portion of the conflict. Cease the trebuchets. The Punishment Army is about to storm the battlements. Wasn't victory to be expected? Another voice interjected. This individual wore the same golden bishop's robes as Maine, but spoke with a notably older tone. The forces of the 4 kingdoms have been decimated. Indeed, with that, their border defenses are rendered futile, the last speaker added, the youngest of the trio, appearing to be just over 30 and the only woman among the 3 bishops. 5,000 well-equipped, trained soldiers, and nearly 1,000 knights. Should they be immediately supplemented, it would still take 4 to 5 years. Ah, she sighed, clicking her tongue. What a splendid last resort. Yet to achieve this end, we have sacrificed many of the Punishment Army, the backbone of the church, Maine lamented. If not for this plan yielding rapid results, I would not wish to cast them into this inferno. The elder stroked his beard, stating, "We have no other choice. The beasts of the wasteland have emerged, just as prophesied in the holy text, and time is running short. If we cannot unify the continent and consolidate our strength, only destruction awaits us." Destruction isn't necessarily a bad thing, the woman replied with a flippant laugh. Humanity is greedy, cruel, and profit-driven, committing acts more horrifying than the aberrations while cloaked in the banner of righteousness. Perhaps the demons of hell are far more benevolent than we. Heather. The elder's beard trembled in indignation. Such blasphemy. Do you wish to defy the will of the divine? You needn't concern yourself with that, Lord Typhon, Heather shrugged, a look of indifference on her face. I am the one who presides over the tribunal, not you. Besides, does God demand that we survive? How do you know that he doesn't care more for the demons? You. Enough. Typhon, Heather. Maine interjected sternly. That will do for today. I will report the situation to the Pope later. You both go attend to your respective duties. Once the two departed, Maine stood by the large window, gazing towards the frozen wasteland beyond the broken peaks, where the eternal winter lay, and further westward, the untamed lands began. That was where it all began. He understood that what Bishop Typhon said was accurate. The punishment warriors were exceedingly rare, requiring unwavering loyalty to the church coupled with indomitable willpower for transformation. The church had spent nearly a century to amass this scant force of fewer than 1,000. To contend against the aberrations, their numbers remained woefully insufficient. However, the entire northern region could only yield so many punishment warriors. To acquire more, unification of the continent was the sole option. Of course, what Bishop Heather said was equally valid. As the church's arbiter, she faced thousands of vile criminals and witches. The most heinous among them could not compare to the tragic victories staged today. The higher one rose within the church. The clearer one perceived that the divine knows neither good nor evil, neither right nor wrong. How do you know he doesn't care more for the demons? Maine chuckled at the memory of Heather's words, realizing that perhaps only she could render Lord Typhon speechless with fury. Yet he mused that the divine neither sheltered mortals nor cared for demons. He was only enamored with the victor. Chapter 68. The funeral. A funeral is being held in a desolate area southwest of the border town. Though described as wasteland, it is not entirely accurate. At some unknown time, this neglected land had been encircled by a low wall of rough stones, topped with a thick layer of snow, giving it an appearance reminiscent of silver trim from afar. although one could easily leap over it. The sight of it inevitably prompted Vanna to associate it with the border fortifications, as they shared the same hue and design. He had only heard of such rituals from traveling merchants. When a noble or royal family member passes away, the bereaved gather at the gravesite, playing mournful melodies and receiving condolences, ultimately interring the coffin in the earth. The higher the status of the deceased, the grander the spectacle. He had envied this display, pondering the fate of those who died in the border town. Would they simply dig a hole at the edge of the mysterious forest and bury them? He wondered if the beasts of the evil moon would unearth the bodies to feast upon. Death was no stranger to the residents of the border town, especially during the winter months when they sought refuge at the Long Song fortress. Huddling in the slums, succumbing to hunger and cold, to disease and pain, such occurrences were commonplace. No one had the luxury of grief. It was more prudent to await dawn to beg for a morsel of bread in the town center. Yet today, a funeral was being held for a soldier. It was said he had been tragically overpowered while pursuing a hybrid beast, suffering a gruesome fate of having half his skull bitten off. Vanna recognized this unfortunate soul. He was a familiar face from the old district, known only as Aji. He had a wife and 2 children, the elder seemingly 6 years old and the younger just learning to walk. Under normal circumstances, this family would have been doomed. The woman could seek another man to provide for her, but who would accept 2 burdens? She might abandon the children to fend for themselves, or raise them while resorting to unsavory means, ultimately perishing from various strange ailments. However, the prince appeared genuinely intent on fulfilling his promise made during the militia recruitment. The fallen would receive not only their full wages, but also a substantial compensation. What was it called? Ah, yes, a pension. Furthermore, this sum amounted to 5 gold dragons. In addition, each month, provisions of food and charcoal would be dispensed, ensuring that Aji's wife could sustain their 2 children even without seeking employment. While such assurances might merely be comforting words, the gold dragons were palpable. Vanna had witnessed the prince personally handing the pension to the chief knight, who subsequently passed it on to Aji's wife. Goodness, why did he suddenly feel a twinge of envy towards Aji? No, Vanna shook his head repeatedly, banishing such foolish thoughts. He did not wish to die only to benefit his wife, who would likely become another man's spouse. After the funds were distributed, the prince delivered a brief address, but Vanna absorbed every word. Particularly resonant was the phrase, in memory of the sacrifice made to protect loved ones and the innocent. We shall forever remember, which stirred a warm current within him. So that was it. No wonder he had recently felt an increasing yearning for something beyond mere bread and silver wolves. At least this winter, they would survive through their own efforts rather than relying on the charity of the Long Song fortress. As he stepped aside, his gaze passed on this feeling to the next grave digger. Aji's tombstone was a pure white rectangular stone, inscribed with characters that Vanna could not decipher. And he was not the first occupant of this desolate land. Beside Aji, there stood another identical stone, the top blanketed in snow. As the crowd began to disperse, Vanna noticed the new captain of the 2nd Militia, Brian, gently pouring a jug of ale over that gravestone. If this were to be his final resting place, it did not appear so bad, he mused. No, he reconsidered, shaking his head. He could not articulate it. But it felt as though no one had ever treated the conscripted residents with such dignity. They held no titles, no lineage, not even surnames or given names. But you still feel good about it, don't you? Roland smiled knowingly, fully aware of the profound impact this approach would have on Carter, who was equally dedicated to the ideals of combat and protection. When individuals begin to contemplate whom they fight for and why, the dynamics of the group undergoes unimaginable transformations. For Carter, this meant that when honor was no longer merely an aristocratic privilege, the destitute commoners, through his training and guidance, could also attain honor by defending their homeland. A sense of accomplishment that was beyond description. No spirit arises from nothing. Only through the daily commitment to these principles and the constant infusion of ideals can gradual progress be achieved. To ensure the reliability of the follow-up system, he even arranged a post-funeral committee comprising members from himself, the town hall, and the militia to oversee the distribution of food and charcoal. As he descended further, Roland felt an increasing weight upon his shoulders. The border town was sorely lacking in so many aspects, while it seemed that both mining and livelihood had found their footing. With ample food supplies and no reported deaths from starvation or frostbite so far, this was a miracle compared to other towns, where many vagrants and orphans perished each winter. Yet he desired far more than this. The burden on the town hall had reached its limits. With only the assistance of ministers aid thereof and a handful of apprentices, They managed the entire financial and administrative operations of the border town. To expand the departments further, it was imperative to recruit additional management personnel. He had inquired with Berev about any promising students or colleagues still in the royal capital, but the response had been disheartening, even if there were. They would be unwilling to come. Your Highness, do you truly understand how poor your reputation is in the capital? Well, it certainly sounded plausible, he thought gloomily. Returning to the castle courtyard, the nightingale emerged from the mist, embracing Wendy warmly as she stood outside the wooden shed. Lightning buzzed excitedly around and upon seeing Roland, she immediately clamored for him to help assemble the rumored self-operating machine. Observing this scene, he suddenly felt that all his efforts had been worthwhile. Chapter 69, The Art of Cannon Making. 4 days later, in the rear courtyard of the North Slope Mine's firing chamber, a 12-pound iron ball, measured with a crude iron ruler, had a diameter of approximately 12 centimeters. The thinnest part of the wall was determined to be 4 centimeters, while the rear chamber's thickness was increased to 7 centimeters to prevent bursting. Thus, the internal diameter of the mold was established. Although Roland was aware of the concept of caliber-to-length ratios, his recollections were limited to the main guns of battleships and main battle tanks. He was less informed about the antiquated front-loading cannons. Considering that a shorter barrel would be lighter and more material efficient, he decided on a length of 1.5 meters, with the understanding that adjustments could be made after test firings if necessary. The initial invention of cannons involved a wooden core encircled with iron strips and reinforced with iron powder, secured by iron hoops, and finally, the core was burned away. Much like the construction of wooden barrels, Roland recognized the risks of gas leakage and bursting associated with such cannons. Hence, he opted for solid casting and boring techniques. For a steam boring machine, drilling a 6-pound cannon or a 12-pound cannon posed no significant difference in difficulty, adhering to the principle that a larger caliber signifies greater authority. He naturally chose the 12-pound cannon with a larger bore and thicker barrel. Beyond this caliber, it would become impractical for field artillery. Regarding the weight of the projectiles, whether calculated by lead or iron was inconsequential. What mattered was their ability to be fired. After all, he was drawing inspiration from history rather than merely replicating models. "Let us begin," Roland declared, taking a deep breath as he turned to Anna. She nodded in response, grasping a steel ingot and suspending it above the opening. A green flame ignited, rapidly turning the steel ingot red, which then melted, forming a slender cascade of molten steel pouring into the cavity. The surface of the molten steel glowed a vivid red-orange, its core incandescent, emanating a brightness that was almost blinding. To protect the witch's sight, Roland had constructed a support at the opening. She merely needed to position herself and rest her arms on the support without having to gaze directly at the molten steel. These steel ingots had been gradually accumulated over time, and alone could not usher in a great steel-making era, but small-scale production was well within her capabilities. After overcoming the most challenging temperature thresholds, quality steel could be achieved through the steel-making method. This was also why Roland felt confident in determining the dimensions of the cannon barrel. Compared to cast iron and bronze barrels, steel cast barrels obviously possess superior strength. Even if the dimensions were not precise, the cannon would not easily burst. As the two molds were filled, Anna's cheeks flushed a bright red. Roland took out a handkerchief and gently wiped the sweat from her brow. Initially, Anna had shown some resistance, but now she remained still, eyes closed, allowing Roland to attend to her. The strands of her bangs reflected a crimson hue in the glow of the molten steel, and her delicate neck inspired an urge to kiss. From his elevated position, he could see the slender curve of her collarbone peeking through her clothing. As he drew nearer, the faint fragrance emanating from her became palpable. Not now, he thought. Such actions could easily be misconstrued as taking advantage. He decided to wait until she truly felt free. When Anna opened her eyes again, her sweat had been wiped away, yet her face appeared even redder than before. She nodded slightly at Roland and softly murmured in agreement. In the days that followed, Roland traveled back and forth between the castle and the North Slope mine. In addition to the cannon barrels, he needed to fabricate a sufficient number of boring tools. Unlike the high-precision drill bits of modern boring machines, Roland only required an iron rod capable of making holes. Given the higher wear rate, he and Anna produced 5 simple boring tools within a week. Prior to this, the steam boring machine had already demonstrated its capabilities, with the output of cast iron gun barrels escalating from 2 per month to 10 per day. Once everything was prepared, the cannon blanks were excavated from the earth by miners, cleaned of surface debris, and transported to the blacksmith's forge. These 2 cannon blanks nearly exhausted Roland's accumulated steel. and it was not an exaggeration to deem them priceless treasures. During transport, the prince ordered Carter and 2 knights to oversee the entire journey, a decision that the chief knight deemed somewhat redundant. Who would steal such heavy objects? The blacksmiths complied with the prince's request to smooth and polish the surfaces of the cannon blanks. After grinding with whetstones, the blanks were swiftly sent to the castle courtyard. By this time, the 2 round solid steel rods had taken on a deep gray hue, radiating a substantial metallic luster. Roland eagerly equipped the boring tool and, alongside Carter, secured the cannon blanks in place, ensuring the tip of the tool aligned precisely at the center of the steel rods. Faced with this historic moment, Roland turned the valve of the steam engine. The boring tool began to rotate slowly, soon reaching a stable speed. "Engage the tool," the prince commanded. The chief knight adjusted the sliding base to control the depth of contact between the cannon blank and the boring tool. As the tool made contact with the cannon barrel, the resulting screech drowned out the roar of the steam engine. The pig lard serving as lubricant was forced into the bore, producing black foam and curled metal shavings. The watching witches retreated from the wooden shed, leaving only Lightning, who remained steadfastly in place. For her, it seemed these dark, mechanical wonders were more beautiful than any landscape. Chapter 70, The Spy Part 1. The groundhog Cole gazed anxiously out the window. Despite the incessant snowfall that enveloped this cursed place, the sky resembling his grandmother's years unwashed bedsheet. Both filthy and dreary, he had other means of discerning the passage of time. He feared that in another fortnight, he would become a sacrificial offering to the demons alongside the local inhabitants. This was no mere hyperbole. Since the onset of winter, bizarre occurrences had been rampant. Perhaps others had yet to notice, but the townsfolk, mostly ignorant yokels, cared little beyond their sustenance, even dismissing the divine. Yet he was different. He was Cole the groundhog. Gathering intelligence and pilfering secrets were his forte, which is precisely why His Highness Prince Tefiko had summoned him for this task. The walls that had erupted overnight, the eerie sounds emanating from them, and the iron clubs that felled the vile beast paled in comparison to his most astonishing revelation. The 4th prince of the kingdom was openly harboring a witch. Could there be anything more outrageous? If the prince were not under the demon's control, he could fathom no other explanation. Even if the prince wished to indulge in the witch's company, confining her within the castle for his amusement. Cole had heard tales of nobles clandestinely keeping witches. These enchanting yet perilous creatures were often suited to the peculiar tastes of certain aristocrats. But making it public was an entirely different matter. This was no figment of his imagination, but a truth he had witnessed with his own eyes. He had seen the walls shattered by a colossal beast, the demon striking it down with a thunderous roar, and the ensuing horde of vile creatures engulfed by hellfire summoned by a witch, who ultimately collapsed into the prince's embrace, with not a single member of the militia raising a doubt. Subsequently, he had heard whispers from neighbors of another witch possessing healing abilities, tales of sons healed from injuries, and an elderly woman with a broken foot miraculously restored. Such blasphemous utterances. To accept healing from a witch, was that not akin to succumbing to the corruption of the demon? Undoubtedly, the demon had transformed the Lord's castle into a den of wickedness, and the residents were gradually falling under its sway. He knew he must escape this wretched place post-haste. After all, he held the secret to rapidly constructing border walls. If he presented the alchemical powder stolen from the walls to the 2nd prince, he was certain not only would he escape punishment, but he would also be handsomely rewarded. Now, leaving by land was out of the question, as the relentless winter storms had obscured all paths. His singular opportunity lay in boarding the merchant ships of Willow Leaf Town, departing via waterways. Cole had observed that on the first day of each month, ships from Willow Leaf Town arrived bearing provisions, spending 2 to 3 hours unloading and reloading before setting sail again. He had to seize this moment to stow away on one of the vessels, or else he would have to wait another month. Today happened to be the first day of the month. 1, 2, 3, 4. At that moment, he heard a familiar rallying cry. Outside, a group of young men clad in brown leather armor jogged past, brimming with vitality. Had he not already discerned the demon's plot? He might have been deceived by their spirited display. It was time to depart, he thought, donning his fur coat and tightening his belt. Cole stepped out of the wooden cabin. His neighbor was outside drying fish, greeting him with a cheerful, "Out early today?" It must be noted that although the lord of the border town was under the demon's control, the lives of these simple folk had improved significantly. They dared to hang dried fish outside. One should know that when hunger gnaws at a person, they would consume even the hardest, stone-like dried fish. As he approached the dock, Cole finally spotted the long-awaited ship from Willow Leaf Town. Bags of grain were being unloaded from the hold, while guards stood watch. He felt in his pocket, where 2 gold dragons and 16 silver wolves resided, his entire fortune. With 6 guards present, they would likely overlook the silver wolves, and the gold dragons would be insufficient to entice them. So he turned his focus to the dock workers. The piled cargo provided a blind spot, and incapacitating one of the laborers was his specialty. If he could successfully blend in aboard the ship, he was confident the captain, tempted by the gold dragon, would likely conceal him and take him away. Just as Cole prepared to act, shouts rang out behind him. Realizing escape was futile, he immediately raised his hands and fell to his knees. In his line of work, one must never resist stubbornly. As long as he divulged all he knew about his employer, he could generally expect to emerge unscathed, or they might even hire him again at a higher price. The principle of doing as much work as the payment received was also Cole the Groundhog's creed. Yet, he could not comprehend how he had been discovered. Chapter 71. The Spy Part 2. Apart from the flickering glow of the fireplace, a mahogany lamp stood on Berev's desk, its top elegantly branching into 4 arms. The central branch reaching the highest point, with the other 3 forming a triangular arrangement around it. Each arm bore a candle, their tranquil flame shimmering like a constellation of resplendent peaks. The room was permeated with the scent of pine resin, reminiscent of sweet, damp decay, inducing a sense of drowsiness. Yet, in this remote town, he could not demand more. Refinement and elegance were foreign to this impoverished land. A roof over his head that could shield him from the elements was already a considerable blessing, and now he possessed an entire cluster of such shelters. His office was located in a spacious courtyard not far from the castle, housing the former lord's town hall. Of course, upon departure, the lord had taken all his staff, leaving this place entirely under the dominion of the minister's assistant. The sound of scratching quills and the howling wind outside created 2 distinct worlds. Before a wooden table overflowing with books and ancient scrolls, Berev was fervently writing. Low wooden benches flanked either side of him, typically unoccupied and solely reserved for manuscripts. When necessary, he would summon his disciples to kneel at the low tables, assisting him in organizing materials or drafting documents. The candles on the lamp had been replaced 3 times, but Berev had not paused in his relentless writing, for time was an immensely precious commodity to him. A stack of documents awaited his attention, and the financial expenditures proposed by His Highness required meticulous scrutiny. Currently, Berev worked an average of 5 hours each day. Yet he felt no fatigue. Rather, he felt invigorated, as if he possessed an inexhaustible well of energy. This was the essence of power. He mused, no longer trailing in the shadows of his mentor. All apprentices now obeyed his command, and no one dared to impede or undermine him. As long as he fulfilled the prince's orders, he could dictate the implementation of policies at his discretion. As for the first point, he could comprehend it. The town hall was bustling with activity, and Berev had brought over a dozen officials tasked with overseeing commerce, compiling statistics, and managing accounts. It was evidently unreasonable for him to single-handedly handle administrative and legal affairs. If His Highness wished to separate these departments, he would have to expand the town hall's staffing. A perfectly reasonable rationale, yet the minister's assistant was reluctant to relinquish control so soon. The satisfaction derived from consolidating all power in his hands was profoundly fulfilling. He believed that even his mentor, the kingdom's finance minister, merely managed the treasury of Grey Fortress, while he held the king's authority. Well, this was only effective in the border town, he reminded himself. Although Prince Roland had once promised as much, the road to the throne was still long. Berev found himself, unbeknownst to him, reintegrating the 4th prince into the ranks of royal contenders. In the past, he would never have imagined that this ill-tempered, unlearned scion could ascend to the throne. Since his arrival in the border town, surprises had been ceaseless. To this day, the town remained steadfast under the protection of the militia, enduring in the Western territories, and it appeared capable of persisting for quite some time, an accomplishment worthy of high praise. Moreover, aside from the peculiar inventions he had devised, his understanding of human nature was no longer reminiscent of the 4th prince from Grey Fortress. Instead, he appeared to be a devil with profound insight. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed from the door, and Berev reluctantly halted his writing, calling out, "Enter." The door swung open to reveal one of his promising disciples, the scribe Yarrow. "Master, yet another mouse has been caught." "Oh, what did he divulge?" "He claims to have been sent by the 2nd prince. We found a package of cement powder on him, along with some coins and a letter." Yarrow stepped forward, presenting Berev with an envelope wrapped in leather, adding that further inquiries were still underway. "Handle him as before," Berev replied nonchalantly. "Once you finish questioning, compile all the information into a report, then pronounce him guilty and execute him by hanging." "Understood," Yarrow bowed respectfully. Then I shall take my leave. The fourth one, he thought. Long before the arrival of the month of evil, Roland Wimbledon had summoned him to discuss this matter. His Highness believed that as cement, new snow powder, and witches were progressively exposed, the spies embedded by their siblings would inevitably reveal themselves, making it the perfect opportunity to eliminate the mice. Berev concurred with the prince's first assertion but disagreed with the latter. In his estimation, with over 2,000 inhabitants in the border town, it was implausible for everyone to keep vigilant watch. They lacked the manpower and the leisure to guard against these petty thieves. The prince, however, dismissed his concerns, asserting, "How could there be no one? Every subject in the border town is our eye." At that time, Berev had deemed the prince's thoughts to be utterly fanciful. How could these ignorant and dull commoners possibly monitor potential spies? It was an impossible task. Yet, as it turned out, he was mistaken. Following the first census after winter's arrival, Roland had specifically instructed that all indigenous residents who had lived there for over 5 years be informed. Although the conspiracy to burn the grain at Longsong Fortress had failed, it had not been abandoned. Enemies had been dispatched to lurk among them. Most disguised themselves as relatives of the townsfolk or merchants who had been unable to evacuate, seeking opportunities to harm the community. Anyone who spotted any suspicious individuals was to report immediately to the town hall. Upon verification, they would be rewarded with 25 silver wolves. Remarkably, this tactic proved unexpectedly effective. Although some false reports initially emerged, it wasn't long before the first mouse was captured. Berev distinctly recalled Roland triumphantly uttering an awkward phrase at that time. "Let the enemy drown in the ocean of people's warfare." Such peculiar phrasing and syntax made the minister's assistant shake his head, spreading the letter before him. The individual referred to as the groundhog had emphasized in his letter that various phenomena indicated that the fourth Prince Roland Wimbledon had been replaced by a devil. Berev could even sense the fear lurking between the lines. Reflecting on the prince's manipulation of public sentiment, the minister's assistant found himself experiencing a twinge of agreement. Taking a deep breath, he held the letter over the candlelight, and soon the parchment was consumed by flames, reduced to ashes. Even so, that was the devil unafraid of divine retribution, capable of bestowing upon him power, was it not? Chapter 72. The Royal Council. Tyfek Wimbledon sat upon the throne, his palm resting upon the ruby-encrusted scepter, surveying the gathered ministers within the grand hall. "This is the sensation I have longed for," he mused. Rather than squatting in Goldspike City, entangled with those merchants over trivial matters, he struck the scepter against the polished marble floor, the sound ringing crisply. And as the gazes of the assembly fixed upon him, he nodded slightly, signaling the commencement of proceedings. "Your Majesty, I have urgent matters to report." The first to speak was Sir Weymouth, known as the Steelheart Knight, entrusted with the defense of the royal city. "Might we temporarily cease the witch hunt?" "Your Majesty, this pursuit has spiraled out of control. Yesterday, I learned that several women from common folk were arrested and subjected to indignities in the dungeons, with one tragically perishing therein. Subsequent investigations revealed they were not witches. Now, the populace in the outer districts is gripped by fear. If this continues, we may face a mass exodus." Tyfek furrowed his brow. The witch hunt was an initiative he had ordered. The truth behind the death of his father, King Wimbledon III, remained elusive. Yet he could not accept the notion of suicide, particularly in light of the eerie smile that lingered on his father's visage before his demise, sending chills down his spine. The king had worn the finest quality of the goddess punishment stone, and the church had confirmed that it had neither been swapped nor rendered ineffective. However, this did not preclude the involvement of witches in the matter. If one were to speak of the bizarre, none could rival those enchantresses in their craft. He shifted his gaze to Ranley, the executor of the witch hunt and a trusted minion of his. The latter immediately stood and addressed, "Esteemed Majesty, that was merely an unfortunate incident. I have dealt harshly with those responsible." He counted on his fingers, the warden, the jailer, the guards, all sentenced to 10 lashes and a fine of 25 silver wolves. "One has died, and 3 have endured brutal torment, and the scoundrels receive merely a few lashes and a monetary penalty?" Sir Weymouth replied coldly. "Moreover, who bestowed upon you the authority to pass such judgments? Was it Lord Prime Minister Wick or His Excellency the Minister of Justice?" "Your Majesty, in these extraordinary times, I am compelled to act decisively." Ranley knelt, pleading his case. "Disregarding minor setbacks, the witch hunt has yielded significant success. We have apprehended at least 15 witches lurking within the royal city, and they are currently undergoing intense interrogation. Soon we shall ascertain whether they were involved in any conspiracies against your father, or rather, whether they were plotting something nefarious." Typhek shot him a glare. This fool nearly revealed his true intentions, although most ministers present could surmise the genuine aim of his actions. The narrative to the outside world must remain that the Crown Prince Golan had slain the king, a notion that must not be overturned. 15 witches? Steelheart Knight scoffed in disdain. How splendid! It appears the royal city has become a haven for witches. A few years ago, the church captured merely 6 accomplices in the eastern forests of the kingdom. It seems your lackeys surpass even the church's inquisition. You. Typhek's frustration surged. Ranley was a fool, and his subordinates equally dim-witted. If not for the lack of capable individuals at the onset of his reign, he would never have elevated such an imbecile, even if he sought to claim credit. It should not be with such fabrications. He feared that most of these 15 individuals were akin to those unfortunate common women. He had initially hoped to keep the church out of this matter, but now there was no other recourse. Go to the cathedral and summon Priest Faley. Have him verify the identities of these 15. Cease all forms of torture. From now on, every individual you apprehend must be validated by the priest. Should I hear that you cannot manage your men, I shall have you thrown into the moat to feed the fish. Yes, your majesty. I shall attend to it immediately. After dismissing Ranley from the hall, Typhek turned to the Minister of Finance. If any among them are wrongfully accused, alongside the previous 3, grant them compensation of 2 gold dragons. For the one who perished in the dungeon, provide a sum to her family. He paused, and add another gold dragon. As you wish, the Minister of Finance nodded. Your Majesty is merciful. Sir Wamos also bowed in acknowledgement. However, what of this? He noted that the envelope addressed him as Your Highness, rather than Your Majesty or King. Let it be. Typhek waved his hand dismissively. What of my 5th sister? Your Majesty, she is missing. What do you mean, missing? She initially consented to my envoy's summons. Yet a week later, she disappeared from the palace, along with her steward and 2 handmaidens. I have dispatched personnel to search, but to no avail. What is the meaning of this? Are you all so unwilling to trust me? Typhek felt as though a weight had settled upon his chest. He had held great expectations for his sister, hoping she would assist him. After all, Tilly had always exhibited remarkable intelligence, at times even outshining him, with the sole disadvantage being her gender. Typhek had trusted her implicitly. According to their father's arrangements, he had no intention of embroiling Tilly in this turmoil. The territory granted to her was Silverlight City, conveniently located near the royal capital. The trade was modest, and there was no fertile ground for amassing an army. To his astonishment, she had fled? Was this the choice of a wise individual? Since she has fled, let the former lord continue to govern Silverlight City. The search must continue. I cannot allow a royal bloodline to wander among the common folk. He clenched his teeth, suppressing his vexation. Then, only my 3rd sister remains in defiance? Indeed, Your Majesty, Marquis Wick confirmed. This matter should not be delayed. I implore you to issue a declaration of war at your earliest convenience, with the Minister of Foreign Affairs entrusted to convey it. Typhek nodded in satisfaction, intending to summon the scribe to draft the document when suddenly, the sound of urgent hoofbeats echoed from outside the hall. Following a commotion, a knight clad in a blue-striped cloak burst through the doors and strode boldly into the chamber. Typhek recognized him, the renowned Frostwind Knight, Naaman Moore. He approached the center of the hall, kneeling on one knee. Your Majesty, I have just received news from the south, he gasped, his voice laced with urgency. Your sister, Garcia Wimbledon, has defeated Duke Joy Cole of the Southern Territories 5 days ago and has seized control of Eagle's Nest. Furthermore, she has proclaimed herself the Queen of the Azure Waters, and lords across the realm have rallied to her side. The entire southern region is now independent. Chapter 73. The artillery test fire on the western border of the frontier town, by the banks of the Chishui River. The accumulated snow rendered the passage of horse-drawn carts exceedingly difficult. It took a group of individuals half a day to transport the first field cannon, meticulously crafted, to the outskirts of the town. What marvels awaited this time? Carter had grown somewhat accustomed to the prince's continuous array of new inventions. Was this merely an enlarged firearm? Quite so. Roland directed his subordinates to unfasten the hooks, personally adjusting the angle of the gun carriage to ensure the cannon was level, its supports firmly embedded into the snow. The principles governing both cannon and firearm were fundamentally identical, making it quite apt to refer to the cannon as a larger version of a firearm. This cannon was designed to fire 12-pound solid iron balls, with the projectile and gunpowder loaded from the front, ignited by a fuse. Drawing inspiration from historically proven designs, Roland instructed the carpenter to construct a wooden carriage for the cannon. To enhance durability, areas subjected to significant friction with the ground and those bearing heavy loads during firing were reinforced with iron sheathing. Thus, in Roland's eyes, this handcrafted, limited edition 12-pound field cannon radiated a brilliant allure. The test fire was accompanied by an imposing entourage. Chief Knight Carter and the militia commander Iron Axe were present, alongside the full complement of the Royal Guard and Knight apprentices. Additionally, 20 militia members were tasked with clearing the area and maintaining vigilance. For the first time, he also included Nightingale and Lightning. Thanks to Tananawa's influence, the militia's prejudice against the witches had significantly diminished, with Tananawa herself gaining a reputation second only to that of the prince within the group. With great enthusiasm, Lightning extracted a mop-like cleaning rod from beneath the carriage, inserting it into the cannon's muzzle. Unlike other witches bound by contracts, Lightning had stipulated that as long as she could operate various novel inventions herself, she would willingly serve Roland without the expectation of remuneration. Faced with such a cost-effective proposition, Roland readily acquiesced. After all, when it came to confidential projects, clandestine experimentation would suffice. He had a plethora of ideas and inventions awaiting realization, and even a few would suffice to keep her occupied for quite some time. After a brief endeavor, the mop had not extracted any debris, yet protocol dictated that a second cleaning was necessary, replacing it with another mop. She performed the cleaning once more, thus completing the cannon's interior cleansing. Is everyone clear on the procedure? Roland inquired of the observing knights and militia. This test fire also served as a drill. With the substantial increase in firearm production, the militia would inevitably evolve into a formal infantry, and wooden rifles would be supplanted by firearms and artillery. This transition necessitated extensive shooting practice to ensure proficiency in handling these two forms of modern weaponry on the battlefield. Upon receiving nods of understanding from all, he permitted Lightning to proceed with the next step. The young girl retrieved a bag containing paper-wrapped gunpowder, inserting it into the cannon's bore and compacting it with a wooden rod. Next, she placed the projectile inside and secured it firmly again. Extracting a drilling rod, she inserted it into the fuse hole at the rear of the cannon, puncturing the powder bag before inserting the fuse, thus completing the preparations for firing. To avert any mishaps, everyone retreated 30 paces and took cover behind barriers. Lightning brought a torch close to the fuse, a spark ignited, and, in the blink of an eye, it had vanished into the cannon's bore. A resounding boom followed. As the smoke cleared, Carter and Iron Axe hastened to the target. They beheld the armor, its front completely concaved, the front plate pressed against the rear, with a palm-sized hole located at its center. Clearly, the projectile had penetrated the target and continued onward for nearly 100 meters. Even as it rolled upon the ground, it retained astonishing force. What terrifying penetrating power! Carter exclaimed, envisioning the grim fate that awaited enemies clustered together, pierced by multiple projectiles. By the gods, Iron Axe began to believe that Roland might indeed be a messenger of Mother Earth, who but a divine envoy could wield the might of flames to such an extent. Those grains of gunpowder, which he had studied repeatedly, were nothing more than a common combustible when crushed to powder and ignited. The flames represented the furious wrath of Mother Earth, her most potent weapon. Recalling the unending orange fire that erupted from the depths of the earth in the southernmost regions, he felt a deep reverence for the prince stir within him. Roland was not surprised by the outcome. The 12-pound field cannon was indeed a classic, especially exemplified by the Napoleon cannon that had shone brightly during the American Civil War, proving the truth that larger calibers are indeed more beautiful. Next, he planned to test the strength of the cannon's barrel using varying amounts of powder, although aware that this might lead to potential damage to the cannon. Such testing was imperative. After increasing the charge to 3 times the standard amount, the cannon exhibited an upward tilt at the muzzle and displacement of the carriage upon firing. Yet the barrel showed no significant deformation. It seemed that the steel-cast barrel exhibited exceptional strength. Roland ultimately determined the standard charge to be 1.2 times that of the test load, leaving only the selection of gunners and repeated practice. My prince, this weapon is indeed formidable, yet it is excessively heavy. Encountering a single mud puddle could render it immobile. Carter promptly identified the new weapon's drawback. Furthermore, each firing necessitated cleaning the barrel and reloading, with both gunpowder and projectiles weighing significantly more than those for firearms. It was likely that a single cannon would require the operation of 5 to 6 individuals. Indeed. Yet all is worthwhile. With 2 or 3 cannons equipped, the the vile beast, the giant tortoise, would stand no chance of breaching the city walls. Roland coughed, relieved. As for the 12-pound cannon's weight, he intended to resolve it through transportation, transforming a steam engine into a steamship. even the most rudimentary side-wheeler, constituted a complex and massive mechanical undertaking. Rather than undertake the modifications himself, it would be more prudent to purchase a two-masted sailing vessel, relying on Wendy's wind-controlling abilities to swiftly transport the militia and cannons behind the Duke's forces, thereby executing a pincer maneuver to encircle and annihilate the Duke's living strength. Chapter 74. The Grand Shipbuilding Endeavor. What? Cannot afford it? Roland sat in his office. The document requesting the expansion of administrative personnel and the purchase of a sailing vessel laid before him on his desk. Barov cleared his throat. Indeed, Your Highness. The price of a two-masted sailing ship ranges from 80 to 120 gold dragons, but that merely covers the cost of construction, including the crew. The total estimate exceeds 200 gold dragons. I have mentioned before that I do not require sailors or a helmsman, nor even a captain. I only need the ship. Roland insisted, tapping his fingers on the desk. With Wendy present, he would not need such a large crew to operate the vessel. Riverboats were primarily square-rigged, making them as easy to operate as hoisting a flag. Oarsmen and sailors were superfluous, and anyone could be pulled in to try their hand at steering. After all, with vector wind power, could he not propel the ship forward? Your Highness, such a transaction does not exist, at least not in Willow Leaf Town, Barov explained carefully. You may not be well versed in this industry. Generally, the owner of a vessel is also its captain. They could be merchants or nobles. The former recruit their own crew and transport goods between various towns and docks, while the latter usually hire an agent captain to navigate on their behalf. Employees are not paid monthly, but rather receive compensation every 1 to 3 years. Most of the time, the ship and its crew are inseparable. If you intend to purchase a ship from a captain without his hired hands, it would mean a loss of crew wages for him. The sum of 80 gold dragons is not a figure that even the wealthiest nobility can easily dismiss. At the beginning of the month, including the gemstone transactions with Willow Leaf Town, the town hall currently has 315 gold dragons in surplus. Should a significant portion be allocated for the ship, your militia may not receive their wages next month. The assistant minister took a breath and sipped his ale. You mentioned that most of the time. He nodded. There are 2 circumstances under which a vacant ship may be for sale. One is when a merchant urgently needs cash and liquidates their assets. In such cases, they would dismiss all crew members and sell the ship as quickly as possible. The second is when a new ship replaces an old one, which is quite straightforward to understand. However, I must say, both scenarios are exceedingly rare. Wait, Roland furrowed his brow. Where do these new ships come from? From Beachaway Port, Seabreeze County, and North Cape. Only port cities have shipyards, and only they can construct vessels. Once the assistant minister took his leave, the prince fell into contemplation. In the strategic plans he was devising, shipping was an irreplaceable component. Without swift and convenient maritime transport, he could not maneuver artillery effectively. The forces of the Duke of Fortresses typically conscripted farmers, knights, and mercenaries, and their marching speed could not be particularly swift. They would merely be slower than his own. As Carter had stated, relying solely on land routes, a single mud pit could render artillery immobile. The land transportation of this era was not paved with asphalt, nor even cobbled. It was merely a path trodden down by many feet. On clear days, it was manageable, but once it rained, it would become a quagmire. In the end, would he have to construct it himself? Roland spread out a piece of paper and meticulously recorded the specifications he required. First, it should be a vessel capable of transporting 1 to 2 pieces of artillery, along with approximately 30 individuals, requiring no propulsion other than sail. Second, it must navigate inland waters, ensuring stability and reliability, with a shallow draft to prevent capsizing. Third, it should be easy to operate, allowing the militia to quickly master its use after a brief training period. Considering these points, the only viable answer was a flat-bottomed barge. Before Roland's transmigration, such shallow draft vessels with low centers of gravity were ubiquitous, traversing rivers and waterways. The boats, often laden with river sand or gravel, would have their sides nearly level with the water's surface. With a tugboat, multiple barges could be towed along as if they were trains, with the ship's type determined. The next critical factor was the choice of materials for construction. Roland noted 3 options on the paper: wood, iron, and cement. Building wooden ships represents humanity's earliest advancements in maritime technology. From rafts to sailing battleships, and from rivers to oceans, wooden vessels have proven timeless. Regrettably, Roland lacked the expertise to assemble a flat-bottomed vessel from logs, and his subordinates possessed no relevant craftsmen. Relying on a few carpenters would likely yield nothing more than a large raft, one that could collapse at any moment. As for an iron ship, its construction would be akin to erecting a building, with interwoven beams forming a keel covered in iron sheets. If Anna were to handle the welding, the overall rigidity would be assured. However, this approach would deplete their already limited iron ore reserves, unless absolutely necessary. It would be far more sensible to allocate these ores for the production of steam engines and gun barrels. Thus, a cement vessel became the final option. With the city walls completed, there was a surplus of raw materials. Anna could easily obtain sufficient cement powder with just 1 or 2 firings. The construction process would be significantly simpler than that of an iron ship. One only needed to use wooden templates to shape the exterior, arrange iron rods to serve as reinforcement, and then pour in the cement. Even in his rural hometown, one could construct several small cement boats for fishing. Compared to iron ships, which required regular rust removal and repainting, this cement vessel would need no maintenance after completion, boasting a low cost and remarkable durability. Even if he had not learned to build ocean-going ships, crafting a simple flat-bottomed cement barge for inland waters should not pose much of a challenge. With a spirit of experimentation, Roland picked up a quill and swiftly sketched a blueprint for the barge. A walled structure was erected along the banks of the Chishui River. To facilitate the launching process, Roland positioned the shipbuilding site as close to the riverbank as possible. The shelter would shield against the elements, while 2 braziers burned within to prevent the temperature from dropping too low, which could affect the cement's curing process. The wooden templates crafted by the carpenters formed the basic outline of the hull. The bow was rounded to reduce resistance while the stern was squared to increase cargo capacity. The vessel measured approximately 24 feet, 8 meters, in width, with a length-to-width ratio of 3:1, making it quite stout compared to conventional vessels, which typically have an 8:1 slender shape. A double mast was positioned in the middle, with the masts inserted into the bottom of the boat and connected to an iron beam running along the center line of the ship. A wooden post was erected at the stern, serving as a rudder's mounting point. Iron rods crisscrossed throughout the rest of the structure. There was no iron wire for binding, but that was of little concern. All intersections of the iron rods were securely welded by Anna, forming a net of iron across the bottom of the vessel. Once the template and reinforcement were prepared, Roland commanded the workers to commence the pouring process. The mixed cement was ladled into the templates, creating a flat bottom with side walls rising approximately 1.5 meters, resembling a uniquely shaped large bathtub at first glance. None of those involved in the construction, including Anna, could have anticipated that this peculiar contraption, made from the same materials used for the city walls, would ultimately become a ship. Chapter 75, The Sacred Mountain, Part 1. Hakala felt the person beneath her breathing rapidly. "Let us switch," she said in a low voice. "Yezi, you carry me." "Yes." My esteemed mentor, a witch squatted before her, summoning a magical serpent to coil around her arm and pull her closer. At the same time, she sensed the slight tremor of her companion, involuntary yet palpable. Damn that nightingale, Hakala thought bitterly. If she hadn't repeatedly spurned my kindness, I wouldn't have had to resolve to act against my sister. At this critical juncture, just before discovering the key to the sacred mountain, Hakala could not permit any misfortunes. And what happened? The traitor, once freed from her bonds, showed no hesitation in attempting to stab her. This was the fate of mercy. A tempest of rage surged within Hakala as the blade grazed her spine. Though the herbs modified by Yezi swiftly healed the wound, her lower body had succumbed to paralysis, her feet entirely devoid of sensation. "Esteemed mentor, a malevolent beast approaches," reported Chi Tong, the scout. Her eyes could pierce through barriers and concealments, rendering any traps transparent before her. With an exceptional ability to track moving objects, she had once personally shot down a crossbow bolt during a confrontation with the church. "Set me down, Yezi. Go assist them." The witch carrying her nodded, crouching to gently place her upon a stone. Her hands sank into the snow, the cold seeping through her palms, and Hakala thought with displeasure. Couldn't you at least brush the snow away first? Yet, she kept her thoughts to herself. Yezi was an irreplaceable member of their team. If the Mutual Aid Society was held together by Wendy's amiable disposition, Yezi was the assurance that spurred everyone to bravely continue onward. Without her prowess, a significant number of witches might perish in the wake of the church's pursuit. Reflecting on Wendy, Hakala felt a pang of sorrow. She could never have anticipated that the very person who co-founded the Mutual Aid Society with her would betray her at the hands of Nightingale. Even when Wendy had blown her away, Hakala had never contemplated killing her. The venom secreted by the Serpent of Agony acted slowly, causing excruciating pain but not immediately claiming a life. After being bitten by the void, the toxin could be swiftly purged. She merely intended to teach Wendy a lesson. However, if left unattended, the toxin would reach the brain, becoming untreatable. Was it destined that she, once a nun of the church, could never walk the final path alongside her sisters? As for the other defector, Lightning, Hakala paid little mind. Her tenure in the Mutual Aid Society had been brief. Her abilities seemed to involve flight, and she often proposed divergent opinions while searching for clues to the sacred mountain, even publicly questioning the scriptures. If it weren't against the ideals of the Mutual Aid Society, Hakala would have dearly liked to petrify this loquacious girl and leave her in the snow. Suddenly, two wolf-like creatures emerged from behind the hillside. The witches of the Mutual Aid Society were well-versed in handling such situations. The sisters without combat capabilities gathered towards the rear. Yezi was the first to channel her magic, causing the weeds beneath the malevolent beasts to grow wildly, green leaves bursting forth from the snow and ensnaring the enemy's feet. Another witch, chasing wind, drained the air around the beasts, and soon the two creatures were gasping for breath, frothing at the mouth and convulsing to the ground. This is the power of witches, Hakala mused. Mere mortals armed with swords would find themselves at the mercy of the two wicked wolves, their lives easily extinguished by a moment's inattention. Only those endowed with the extraordinary magic of witches could be deemed favored by the divine. If it weren't for the cursed stone of divine punishment, no, better referred to as the stone of hell, she spat on the ground. If it weren't for this wretched stone, how could the church dare to trample upon them? My esteemed mentor, please come up, Yezi said as she approached Hakala. Bowing slightly, let us switch, Hakala sighed. You've also exhausted yourself. The group resumed their journey, and by noon, the snowfall had diminished. The stone woman, responsible for setting up camp, discovered a sheltered area. The group decided to take a brief respite here and replenish their strength with a meal. The stone woman swiftly transformed the land. The snow was buried beneath the soil and stones that surged forth, the ground seemingly coming to life, intertwining and shifting until it was level and firm. Each person attended to their tasks, setting up their cookware and lighting a fire to prepare porridge. Snow water was heated in cups, infused with some herbs modified by Yezi, instantly releasing a rich aroma. What appeared to be a trivial ability proved immensely beneficial to the Mutual Aid Society, especially while traversing the treacherous mountain range where lacking even a single warming item could lead to hypothermia and unconsciousness amidst the biting wind and snow. After finishing their wheat porridge, the group packed their belongings, ready to continue their journey. Hakala surmised that the so-called Gate of Hell was, in fact, the key to the sacred mountain. The church had deliberately shrouded it in malevolence, hoping to deter the witches from reaching the sacred mountain. According to ancient texts, they needed to traverse 3 stone gates, the last of which lay in the wild lands, typically hidden underground. The gates would only rise to the surface when the sky bore a blood-red moon. They had been journeying through the treacherous mountain range for about half a month and were soon to depart its confines and enter the wild lands. In recent days, encounters with malevolent beasts had become increasingly frequent. Quick, look at that. Someone suddenly shouted in terror. Hakala looked up, her jaw dropping in astonishment. A city loomed on the horizon. Snowflakes continued to fall from the gray sky, the clouds hanging low, and the outlines of the city emerged hazily within the mist. The architecture was unlike anything she had ever seen, resembling towering spires standing side by side. If the countless black dots on top were windows, then these spires must reach heights of at least 100 feet. This was beyond the capabilities of mere mortals. Even the church's pride, the Hermes Cathedral, deemed the pinnacle of the Tower of Heaven, barely reached 15 feet. Since it was beyond human endeavor, only one answer remained. It was a city built by the divine. Hakala felt a surge of excitement, a voice within her continually exclaiming that she had found the sacred mountain. Chapter 76, The Holy Mountain, Part 2, Sisters. Behold the holy mountain. We have discovered it. Hakara exclaimed, her joy erupting like a fervent flame. Many of the witches stood frozen, captivated by the awe-inspiring spectacle before them, while others regained their composure and wept in the embrace of their companions. Yet, Akihito furrowed her brows. Is this truly the holy mountain? What is it? Is something amiss? Yezi inquired softly, drawing closer. She shared the same concern. The celestial city above appeared utterly unlike the opulent descriptions found in ancient tomes, which spoke of resplendent gold and grandeur. The spires, though magnificent, were cloaked in a somber gray-black hue, lacking any brilliance even in daylight. Not to mention the crimson mist that enveloped the city, thick and heavy like congealed blood. Something is wedged within those hollows. Akihito's voice was hoarse. I cannot see clearly. But those forms do not resemble deities. A shiver coursed through Yezi. Akihito was known for her keen sight, and her words stirred a sense of unease within her. Alas, lightning had departed with Nightingale. Otherwise, she could have soared closer for a better view. Sisters, the holy mountain is before us. The mentor raised her hands triumphantly, urging, "Let us muster our strength. We shall soon attain eternity." Glancing back, the towering mountains loomed behind them, an insurmountable barrier. This led Yezi to ponder whether the treacherous mountain range was the reason the vile beasts could not directly invade the heart of the continent, necessitating a detour through the far north. Regardless, if they truly could locate the holy mountain, she would no longer have to wander aimlessly. That alone would bring her satisfaction. She sighed gently. Truth be told, when Nightingale recounted her tales of the border town around the campfire, Yezi had felt a stirring within her. When Winnie asked who wished to leave with Nightingale, she nearly stepped forward to declare her name aloud. Yet, in the end, she could not surmount the barrier erected by her past, which loomed over her like a shadow. Shaking her head, Yezi resolved to cast aside these bygone reflections and keep pace with the group as they traversed the sunlit fields. However, strange occurrences soon unfolded. No matter how swiftly they moved, the city seemed to recede at the same pace. After an hour of travel, the sight of the holy mountain remained suspended in the clouds, neither growing larger nor smaller, as if they had not moved at all. Mentor, perhaps we should rest? The stone witch suggested, fatigue evident among the sisters. Several had already taken turns carrying the mentor, and she had held out the longest. No, we cannot pause now. Hakura vehemently rejected her suggestion. This is a trial set forth by the deities. Sisters, without unwavering resolve, we shall never reach the holy mountain. We must not stop. We must continue until the gates of the holy mountain appear before us. Seeing that persuasion bore no fruit, the group pressed onward. Yet the situation did not change. While journeying, they encountered two waves of vile beasts, the second wave comprising two grotesque hybrids. Yezi's binding spell faltered too soon, and one sister was caught off guard. Her neck slashed open by razor-sharp claws, blood spilling profusely. After a hard-fought battle against these creatures, the group noted that dusk was encroaching, the city still looming ahead, albeit its outline growing increasingly indistinct, as if on the verge of vanishing entirely. Based on past experiences, they needed to find a suitable spot to camp. But the terrain bore no resemblance to the treacherous mountains. It stretched flat as far as the eye could see, rendering it impossible to spend the night here with lurking beasts. What about Sherry? Someone pointed to the lifeless witch on the ground. We lack the time to bury her. The mentor shook her head. Leaving her here, the earth shall embrace her. Yezi closed her eyes in sorrow. Another sister had departed. And if only her strength had been greater, she would not have perished in this desolate place, leaving no grave marker behind. As the group hesitated between advancing or retreating, the stone witch suddenly exclaimed, "Look, the city has vanished from the sky." Yezi opened her eyes and looked up, only to find the heavens cloaked in a grim darkness. The clouds hidden beneath the cover of night, the city gone without a trace, as if it had never existed. All stood still, the surrounding silence palpable and eerie. The city, eternally out of reach, an illusion suspended in the air, vanished into nothingness as the sun set. Yezi recalled the adventurous tales recounted by lightning, those strange mirages witnessed upon the sea. A shiver ran down her spine, and she murmured, "We have been deceived." Quickly, she raised her voice. "We have been fooled. That was never the holy mountain. What we witnessed was merely a mirage." Lightning had mentioned that such phenomena were often encountered during long voyages across the sea, yet were rarely seen on land. What we beheld was but an illusion. The true city could lie far from us, perhaps even entirely in a different direction. Does that at least imply it truly exists, and has not vanished? Yezi faltered, "I do not know." At that moment, Akihito suddenly warned, "Be cautious. Something approaches." She fixed her gaze to the left, her expression darkening. Another vile beast? Chasing wind assumed a defensive stance. How many are there? No, Akihito took 2 steps back. I do not know what that is. As she spoke, a shadow surged closer with alarming speed, darting toward Akihito. Although she noticed the impending threat, it was too swift for her to evade. In the blink of an eye, the shadow pierced through Akihito's chest, propelling her through the air and impaling her against a tree trunk. It was a spear. Chapter 77, The Holy Mountain, Part 2. Yezi felt her blood run cold. In the shadowy expanse to her left, 2 massive and peculiar forms gradually emerged, not resembling any familiar malevolent beasts. As they drew nearer, Yezi discerned that they were 2 humanoid creatures mounted upon the back of a hybrid beast. Their towering physique stood double the height of an ordinary human, devoid of armor. clad in what could scarcely be described as garments. Rather, they resembled the swollen hides of some grotesque animal, enveloping them tightly from head to toe, with numerous areas distended. Most striking were the headpieces they wore, evidently crafted from the skulls of sinister beasts, grotesque and terrifying. The eye sockets had been hollowed out, sutured with a patch of reddish-brown crystal. A tattered leather tube extended from the lower edge of their headgear, leading to a massive shell-like pouch on their backs. One rider had several long spears thrust into his mount, while the other donned uniquely shaped iron gloves, revealing only 3 fingers. A singular word flickered through Yezi's mind. Devil. Prepare for battle. Yet, the adversaries did not act in accordance with the witch's expectations. They urged their mounts forward, plunging into the swamp, and then, utilizing their momentum, leaped off the backs of the beasts, soaring several yards to land behind the stone women, where the non-combatant sisters had gathered. Scatter. Before Yezi could finish her command, the devil adorned with the 3-fingered iron glove began his ruthless slaughter amidst the crowd. His agility belied his size. A nearby witch had no time to react before her skull was shattered by a single punch. 2 more sisters met a similar fate as their necks were crushed in his powerful grip, prompting the others to awaken to the horror and flee in panic. Only Cinna remained rooted to the spot, despite her abilities not being suited for combat. She did not turn to escape, but instead retrieved her crossbow from behind and aimed it towards the enemy. The iron-handed devil sidestepped and kicked her away with such force that it echoed like thunder. The young girl was sent sprawling, rolling a considerable distance before crashing to the ground, blood oozing from her mouth. Yezi channeled all her magical energy into the earth, causing various plants to burst forth wildly, intertwining into a spiked vine that crawled towards the iron-handed devil. The pain magic snake summoned by Hakura latched onto his arm with unyielding tenacity. As he swatted away the bothersome serpents, the vine stealthily approached from behind, ensnaring his feet, and with a swift tug, the massive adversary was sent crashing to the ground. Run, sisters, run, Yezi cried out, her voice trembling with fear. Flee from these terrifying monsters. They are the very embodiment of evil chronicled in ancient tomes. Demons that have crawled forth from the gates of hell. The tormenting venom of the magic snake seemed ineffective against them. The iron-handed devil rose, attempting to grasp the vine that was dragging him about. Noticing his comrade in distress, the spear-wielding devil quickly turned his attention to Yezi, who was controlling the vine. He raised his spear, adopting a throwing stance, and his arm swelled rapidly. The once bulging skin stretched to a thin layer, through which dark red veins and bones could be discerned. Yezi, be careful. The stone woman transformed the ground beneath the devil's feet into a quagmire, causing him to sink suddenly. The hurled spear veered off course, embedding itself into the ground mere inches in front of Yezi. Nearly a full person's height buried into the earth, sending cold sweat cascading down her back. The swollen arm rapidly shrank after the throw, becoming as dry as kindling. The spear-wielding devil could not throw continuously. She immediately recognized that this was the perfect moment to escape. The other witches also realized this. The stone woman, along with Hong Jiao and Chasing Wind, dashed past the still-struggling iron-handed devil towards the unguarded Hakura, intent on rescuing their mentor. Only Yezi noticed the devil, entangled by the vine, extending his hands towards the 3. What did he intend to do? Wait. Yet. She had no time to warn them as a blinding blue light erupted from the devil's iron hand, striking the 3 sisters like a bolt of lightning. The blue light leapt between them, crackling with explosive sounds. They were enveloped in white smoke, convulsing as they fell, their robes igniting in flames. This assault appeared to have drained the devil of considerable strength. He gasped heavily, motionless. Meanwhile, Yezi's magical energy reached its limit, the vine disintegrating into lifeless weeds. It was all over, she thought. The desperate cries of her mentor seemed distant, her strength ebbing away like a receding tide as she slumped to the ground. After merely a moment's respite, the iron-handed devil slowly rose from the snow, approaching the terrified Hakura, now with no one left to impede him. The demon grasped the mentor's throat, and she desperately attempted to pry his fingers apart, but it was futile against the overwhelming disparity in strength. Amidst her struggles, the magic snake surged forth, biting at the enemy's arms and neck, yet he remained unfazed, tightening his iron grip. Then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. One of the magic snakes, in a frenzy, severed the leather tube beneath the devil's headgear. A crimson mist erupted from the rupture, quickly enveloping both Hakura and the devil. The former emitted a horrifying scream as her skin rapidly rotted beneath the red fog, exposing tendons and bones. The devil, released from his grip, frantically attempted to seal the tube, but as the mist dissipated, His body began to tremble uncontrollably, and soon he collapsed, never to rise again. Witnessing this, the spear-wielding devil, half buried in the swamp, let out a harrowing scream, a sound unlike anything Yezi had ever heard, a piercing shriek mixed with a deep roar that assaulted her ears. Yet the enemy's furious wail did not compel Yezi to flee. Instead, it illuminated a glimmer of hope. For my lost sisters, Yezi thought, aiming her crossbow at the tube. The bolt accurately pierced the leather, and the red mist hissed violently from the rupture. Once the fog cleared, the enemy's head drooped lifelessly. She had slain the devil. Chapter 78, Companionship. It is neither the frigid stone ceiling nor the cramped tent, she mused, recalling that she had been away from the cooperative for over half a month. I wonder if my mentor has successfully guided the sisters to the holy mountain? Taking a deep breath, she found the warm, stagnant air of the room quite comfortable, even if it did not possess the refreshing chill of the cave. Wrapped snugly in a soft velvet duvet, with several layers of cotton blankets beneath her, she sank slightly into the bed. Even when she straightened her body completely, her toes remained hidden beneath the covers. The temptation to linger in bed filled her with a twinge of guilt. Despite having only been here for a fortnight, she felt an unexpected sense of peace. In the castle, no matter how late she rose, she was never disturbed. For instance, now, Wendy turned her gaze to the window, where the gray-white sky was almost blinding. It was probably past the hour of the fox 10 o'clock. During her years of wandering, there had been few moments when she could sleep soundly. A mere rustle would rouse her from slumber, and long before dawn, she would have to prepare the day's meals. When venturing outside, she always feared being discovered by the church, with no guarantee of surviving the next encounter with the malevolent forces, even hidden in the treacherous mountain range. She should have been busy with various tasks, whether drying food and herbs, or helping to dry the sisters' clothes soaked by snow, or tidying the camp. Wendy did not resent these duties. Witnessing the smiles of others brought her immense joy. Yet, she realized that she could not resist this lazy life, instead becoming somewhat immersed in it. No, I must not continue in this idleness. She slapped her cheeks lightly and mustered the resolve to rise from bed. After all, during her time at the convent, the abbess frequently warned that the slothful would not receive the favor of the divine. Perhaps she should practice wind control in the back garden and clear the accumulated snow. The thought of His Highness's demands for practice always made Wendy want to laugh. What peculiar requests he had, such as after witnessing her demonstration of abilities, he hoped she could blow the wind 10 paces above her head. However, no witch had ever managed to extend her magic that far. When she informed him of this impossibility, he did not become angry. Instead, he devised a strange idea, to stand on a stool and create a gust of wind both above and below. When he tried it, and found it indeed feasible, the results pleased the prince immensely, and besides encouraging her to practice more, he inquired whether she had a fear of heights. As the Nightingale had said, Roland Wimbledon was an elusive character, yet he was also a prince who cared deeply for witches. With that thought, Wendy let out a gentle sigh. A prince who does not harbor aversion towards witches truly exists. Dear mentor, you were mistaken. Dressed in a new outfit, Wendy felt a slight constriction in her chest, something she had grown accustomed to. Just as she contemplated finding a needle and thread to alter it, a knock sounded from outside. Come in, she called. The Nightingale entered, and Wendy paused briefly before smiling. Has His Highness not arisen yet? How fortunate you are to visit me. What are you talking about? I don't have time to follow him around daily, the Nightingale replied, raising the basket in her hand. I brought you breakfast. Typically, breakfast was delivered by a maid. And apart from the times the prince would come to chat after his sleep, it was rare to see anyone else. Wendy chuckled inwardly. She knew the Nightingale must have snuck in to check on her a few times. So what brings you here? She asked, accepting the basket and taking a piece of cheese-stuffed bread to her mouth. Today is the day for Naneva, the Nightingale said, sitting at the edge of the bed. Wendy fell silent. Although it was the first backlash of magic and would not be as violent or prolonged as the day of adulthood, it was still not without risks. The younger one was, the less they could endure pain. She set the basket on the bedside table, approached the Nightingale, and patted her shoulder. Did His Highness not say that as long as she maintains her magic release daily, the torment can be minimized? That is merely conjecture, the Nightingale replied. At least it sounds plausible, Wendy reassured her. Did not Anna endure just like this? Even during the most excruciating day of adulthood, she suffered no harm. You witnessed this yourself. She paused before asking, what of Naneva? She is in the infirmary now, the Nightingale said, unable to suppress a smile. I heard her father, Baron Un, acquired a large number of wild rabbits from the hunters, which are now being delivered to the infirmary. They say she must practice until tomorrow. How fortunate to have such a father, Wendy sighed. I can scarcely recall my childhood. It's peculiar, as if there is a blank space in my memory, no father, no mother. From the moment I became aware, I resided in the convent. Seems I am a bit luckier than you, the nightingale replied. Indeed, quite fortunate, Wendy said, leaning closer. Are you nervous? The nightingale remained silent for a moment before nodding gently. Wendy understood the source of her anxiety. Today was not only pivotal for Nineveh, but also a crucial turning point for the fate of witches. If Nineveh could safely endure this backlash, it would mean that witches could finally emerge from the shadow of the devil's minions, and the border town would become a true holy mountain. One day, all witches would gather here, living lives indistinguishable from ordinary people, no longer wandering and evading the church's hunt. Worrying would not help. We might as well take a day off and accompany Nineveh. Take a day off? The nightingale's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at Wendy. Yes, you informed me of the news so early that it made me anxious. Since I am not in the mood to practice, let us visit Nineveh instead. Did the contract not state that this is a paid leave? After dinner, Nineveh's room was filled with people. Anna, Lightning, the nightingale, Wendy, Tigu, and Roland. Seeing such a crowd, the little girl looked conflicted. Am I going to die? Of course not. Everyone shook their heads in unison. It's only the first time. The backlash will not be strong, Wendy assured, holding Nineveh's right hand. Stay focused. You can endure this. If it hurts, just squeeze Daddy's hand, Tigu said, shaking his daughter's left hand. You have grown strong in the infirmary. I am proud of you. The little girl nodded, her gaze drifting over the crowd until it settled on Anna. Anna stepped forward, kissing her forehead. Survive? Okay? Chapter 79. The answer. All the curtains had been drawn, and the fireplace blazed warmly, maintaining a comfortable temperature within the room. Unlike the celebration of Anna's coming of age, Nanawa was fully awake. To ensure that she could gather her spirits swiftly before the impending pain, everyone accompanied her with stories or engaged in simple games to keep her from succumbing to drowsiness. Roland performed a few coin tricks, leaving everyone astounded, particularly Nanawa, whose eyes were fixed intently on his hands. Under normal circumstances, she would have already clamored to learn those tricks. When Lightning finished recounting her adventure story, Roland could not suppress a yawn. He glanced at Nightingale, who shook her head, indicating that the magical energy had yet to change. The lack of precise timing instruments rendered their wait rather inconvenient, making it impossible to ascertain how long they had been waiting. Pouring himself a cup of warm water, Roland settled down to continue his vigil. As he lifted the cup, he realized it was empty. He approached the fireplace to retrieve the kettle and refill his cup, and as he passed by the window, he could not resist lifting the curtain slightly to glimpse outside, hoping to see any change in the snowfall. To his delight, he noticed a faint glimmer of dawn breaking through the previously darkened sky. Nanawa had safely traversed the day of magical backlash. Nightingale and Wendy appeared completely devoid of fatigue, their faces radiating excitement. Are you certain that Nanawa's day is today, or rather, last night? Roland inquired. Indeed, the change was exceedingly subtle at that time. I thought we had not yet reached the critical moment of backlash, Nightingale affirmed. Your assessment is correct, Your Highness. As long as the magical energy is continuously released, its total amount will expand, while the physical agony endured will diminish. If a consistent training regimen is maintained daily, all witches have a significant chance of surviving their coming of age. In the entire kingdom of Greycastle, only your domain allows witches to exercise their powers without restraint. In a sense, this place serves as a sacred mountain for witches, Wendy continued. I implore you to ensure that as many witches as possible are informed of this news, so that our sisters may arrive at the sanctuary sooner. I am certain they would be willing to serve you. That has always been my intention, Roland nodded. Once the month of the evil spirits concludes, the populace will gain a certain understanding and familiarity with witches. At that time, I will arrange for the message to spread through whispers. You should be aware that I cannot publicly recruit witches. Such actions would incite considerable turmoil within the realm. He paused for a moment. Unless the church falls or I ascend the throne. After rising, Wendy smiled at Nightingale. How did I do? The latter shrugged. Mediocre, at best. Roland shook his head helplessly. In that case, you should retire early. You have not closed your eyes all night. Your Highness, I have one more request, Wendy, who had just stood, knelt once more. What is it? Roland asked, his smile fading as he regarded her seriously. This posture indicated a request that would be difficult to grant. Wendy, Nightingale exclaimed, looking at her in astonishment, but the latter's gaze was resolute. This situation is perilous. Roland frowned. Your esteemed mentor has attacked you without regard for your bond. He fell into silence, For the sake of caution, he should refuse Wendy's request. Yet he understood that this request held profound significance for her. If it meant saving more witches, she would willingly embrace the risk. If he were to decline, she might comply with his wishes but would bear the eternal scar of lost sisters in her heart. I will grant your request, Roland finally nodded. But it must wait until 2 months after the month of the evil spirits, and you must go with lightning. I will provide you with firearms for self-defense and the stone of divine punishment. Lightning will serve as support from a distance, while you carry the stone of divine punishment to negotiate with them. This way, Hakara or any other witches will be unable to harm you with their abilities. Your Highness, please let me accompany her, Nightingale urged. No, Veronica. The safety of His Highness is far more important than my own. He is the hope for all witches. Wendy replied with a smile, take good care of him. Chapter 80. Artillery team after resting in the maintenance room for a week. The concrete vessel was finally ready for its launch and outfitting. The summoned workers were taken aback when the prince ordered the carefully crafted bathtub to be pushed into the water. Disbelief coursed through the crowd as they questioned whether they had misheard. Yet, Roland's command was unequivocal. He instructed the temporary disassembly of the shelter, and a sloped ramp was excavated at the bottom of the concrete ship, leading directly to the river. This task required utmost caution, for concrete is notoriously fragile under tension and shock. Even minor cracks could spell disaster if the vessel were to shatter upon impact with the ground. Timber was rolled, and ropes were secured to control the descent speed. Once all was prepared, the workers wrapped thick hemp ropes around the newly driven wooden stakes, forming a taut line. At the sound of commands, they slowly released the ropes, allowing the vessel to glide down the timber with a grating friction that pierced the air. Fortunately, the operation proceeded smoothly, and Roland watched as the concrete ship gradually settled into the river, its hull submerged about half a meter, while approximately 1 meter protruded above the water's surface. The workers gaped in astonishment as this seemingly immovable object floated gracefully, defying their expectations. Wrap the rope around the stakes a few more times and secure it tightly, Roland directed. The hemp ropes tied to the vessel could not be untied, lest the concrete ship drift southward with the current. Though the Nightingale did not reveal herself, her incredulous tone betrayed her astonishment. How can it float? The silence that followed suggested she was deep in contemplation, and even Anna may not have grasped the situation immediately. Roland smiled and continued to guide the workers in their subsequent tasks. The so-called upper section was merely a wooden shelter erected between 2 masts, intended for the storage of artillery and ammunition, providing the crew with refuge during inclement weather. The top of the shelter was equipped with a platform for one to stand, evidently intended for Wendy. As long as she stood atop the shelter, her abilities would encompass the entire sail area. The rudder at the vessel's stern was cast from pig iron, presenting some challenges during installation. It required threading the rudder shaft through an underwater aperture, exposing it above the deck, where it was then fitted with an iron ring and welded with a clasp. The clasp was a right-angled triangular iron plate, with the longer side welded to the rudder shaft, allowing the shorter side to rotate freely in a groove of the iron ring. Naturally, the welding task fell to Anna, who, after expressing her astonishment and confusion at the floating concrete bathtub, posed the same question as the Nightingale. Roland repeated the answer, observing Anna crouching in thoughtful silence. The path to widespread education is indeed a long and arduous one. Meanwhile, Vanna found himself in a quandary over whether to join the artillery team or the musket team. This dilemma stemmed from a command issued 3 days prior. His Highness the Prince had decided to extract exemplary individuals from the 1st and 2nd militia squads to form a special unit, and Vanna was elated to find his name among them. However, when Iron Axe inquired whether he would join the artillery or musket team, he was left perplexed. He understood the musket's efficacy, particularly in fending off the vile beasts from the city walls, boasting a penetrating power far superior to that of a hand crossbow. Currently, only Iron Axe, the chief knight, and several hunters wielded such formidable weapons. Vanna should have joined the musket team without hesitation, yet he unwisely inquired, "What is artillery?" Upon learning that artillery was a magnified version of the musket, possessing a strength 100 times greater, he found himself in a dilemma. Clearly, the ability to wield such powerful weaponry indicated the prince's esteem for him. Thus, joining the artillery team seemed the more distinguished choice. However, the vision of striding through the streets of his small town, proudly carrying a straight musket that drew the gaze of onlookers, was a long-held dream. Artillery, while powerful, surely could not be carried about so easily once enlarged tenfold. On the final day before the deadline, he gritted his teeth and chose artillery. The final straw that tipped the balance was the artillery team's monthly salary, which exceeded that of the musket team by 5 silver wolves. Thus began the rigorous training. A single cannon required 5 individuals to operate it. Vanna was assigned to a group with Grapefruit, Cat's Paw, Nelson, and Rodney. Due to his previous role as the vice-captain of the spear team, he was appointed as the gun captain. Compared to the musket, managing the cannon was an order of magnitude more complex. Over the past month, he had secretly observed Iron Axe's musket operation, believing himself to have mastered the procedure. Yet transitioning the cannon from a moving state to a firing-ready position entailed a series of intricate steps. Halt the horses, remove the pins, raise the latch, reposition the carriage, push it to the firing point, and lower the supports. These procedures necessitated seamless coordination among 5 individuals. For instance, when raising the latch, others had to immediately move the cannon, allowing the latch to disengage from the carriage, transforming 4 wheels into 2, thus enabling the supports to drop. During this transition, flawless cooperation was imperative. Otherwise, the heavy cannon carriage would be arduous to detach from the tow vehicle. Once positioned, the next step was loading the ammunition and preparing to fire. This part bore a striking resemblance to the musket process, except that cleaning the cannon's bore required alternating between 2 brushes. The gunpowder was prepackaged, ready to be inserted directly into the cannon's tube. Ignition was achieved via fuse, which would render it challenging to utilize effectively in the rain. Vanna mused. Fortunately, as the gun captain, he mostly needed to direct the others on their tasks, sparing himself from excessive exertion. Chapter 81. Artillery training. However, he also perceived something amiss. The villagers who had joined the musketeer regiment had only been training for a few days, yet were already honing their shooting skills in battles against the vile beasts. And what of the artillery team? They had yet to fire a single cannonball. Moreover, such heavy artillery could hardly be transported up to the city walls. Observing the top of the wall, he noted that 2 individuals standing side by side nearly blocked the entire walkway. Typically, everyone was accustomed to running along the inner slope of the wall. Even if it was somewhat steep, it was preferable to obstructing a comrade's thrusting action. As for the cannon, its 2 wheels were wider than the top of the wall, and given the need to fire downward, it appeared impractical. Could it be that this apparatus was not intended for combating the vile beasts? The subsequent practice confirmed Vanna's suspicions. 4 artillery teams were led by Iron Axe to the riverbank. He discovered that, at some point, a colossal ship had appeared in the Redwater River. Yet, he could not ascertain if it was indeed a ship. Its exterior resembled the stones used to construct the city walls, broad and short, devoid of any semblance of a vessel save for 2 bare masts. Consequently, Vanna's group engaged in a dispute over its true nature. "This is clearly a floating bridge," declared Pomelo, who had once sailed on a freighter to Longsong Fortress and often boasted of his worldly experience. "The deck is several zhang wide, clearly designed for stability. I've traveled far and wide. If it were a ship, how would it move without wind?" In the past, this river experienced severe flooding that demolished the wooden bridge in the fortress that had stood for over a decade. The townsfolk replaced it with a floating bridge, using wide planks nailed to flatboats, then tethered together with iron chains to ensure stability. "The farthest place I've been is Longsong Fortress, and I've traveled extensively," Rodney scoffed. "A floating bridge would require 2 masts, lest it be swept away by the wind. And look at the stern, isn't that a rudder? A floating bridge wouldn't need that." Nelson chimed in, as the 2 brothers always shared a unified opinion. Furthermore, the wooden framework in the center appeared to be the incomplete structure of a canopy. "It is undoubtedly a ship." Vanna's interest in whether it was a vessel was minimal. He was solely focused on the upcoming training content. The answer was soon revealed as Iron Axe instructed them to usher the horses dragging the cannon carts onto the little town, the name of the ship, personally designated by His Highness the Prince. Upon hearing Iron Axe's introduction, Pomelo's face stiffened, while the 2 brothers smugly secured the cannon wheels to the designated restraining bars. There were 2 sets of restraining bars, each consisting of 4, positioned along the center line of the deck, arranged in a front and back configuration. Clearly, they could accommodate 2 cannons at once. Vanna thought to himself, this confirmed that they were not preparing to confront the vile beasts. The Redwater River flowed from north to south, and there was no river of such breadth within the hide-and-seek forest. As Vanna stepped onto the deck for the first time, he immediately felt its remarkable stability. The river flowed alongside the vessel, yet the stone ship remained utterly motionless, as if he were standing on solid ground. Only when the horses were driven aboard did he perceive a slight sway. On the 7th day, Vanna finally awaited the eagerly anticipated live-fire training. On this day, His Highness the Prince was also present to observe the artillery practice. Each member of the 4 teams stood tall with pride, exuding energy as they walked. Having become quite familiar with the ammunition loading procedure, Vanna's team was the first to fire the initial cannon. This was also his first encounter with the cannon's formidable power. Amidst the deafening roar, a cannonball, twice the size of a fist, landed a mile away in the snow, launching a considerable spray of snow and mud before bouncing forward. Vanna was both exhilarated and vaguely apprehensive. How had His Highness managed to create such a terrifying weapon? If he were to face a cannon attack, even encased in full armor, it would likely avail him nothing. After every team completed a round of firing, the prince ordered a flag to be planted at the first impact site of the cannonball, simultaneously taking a length of hemp rope from the flag to the cannon's muzzle. After 4 rounds, when it was once again Vanna's team's turn, he received instructions to adjust the angle of the cannon's muzzle. The connection point between the cannon's ends and the carriage featured a marked dial, indicating scales of 0, 5, 10, 25, and 30. Although he was unsure of its significance, he followed the directives. Iron Axe shouted, "Angle 5. The strongest among them, Pomelo, immediately planted the rammer rod into the cannon's powder chamber, prying the cannon upward from the rear. Vanna twisted the screw on the carriage until the first white mark aligned with the opening, at which point Pomelo released the rammer. Then came another 4 rounds of firing, planting flags, cutting ropes, and adjusting angles. Vanna gradually grasped what His Highness was endeavoring to achieve. He was collecting data on the distance each cannonball traveled. The higher the angle of the muzzle, the farther the cannonball landed. Vanna understood this well from his experience with a bow. An upward shot allowed the arrow to travel far, while a horizontal shot would quickly descend to the ground. To his astonishment, the cannon operated similarly, only at a much greater speed, resulting in a far longer flight distance. He couldn't help but wonder, if the cannonball's velocity reached a certain threshold, would it not fall to the ground at all? At the riverbank, the trial run of the little town was progressing with great urgency. Considering the need to utilize Windy as power, the crew aboard the ship had to be utterly reliable. Thus, Roland selected a cadre of politically steadfast individuals as the initial crew for the little town. The captain, who also served as the commander, was the chief knight, Carter. The helmsman was Brian. The raising and lowering of sails were managed by Carter's attendants, and the messenger was Tegu Payne. These individuals frequently interacted with the witches, and through subtle ideological transformation, they harbored no prejudice against the witches. Tegu, in particular, extended his affection for his daughter to encompass the entire witch community. Chapter 82. The maiden voyage of the township. As the sole individual with seafaring experience, Lightning dutifully assumed the role of navigator. In truth, she was captivated by the peculiar design and unique materials of the barge. Despite its seemingly crude appearance, the vessel possessed all the requisite components of a ship, though whether it could actually set sail remained uncertain. After all, during her time at sea, she had primarily been an observer, as her father consistently denied her requests to take the helm or raise the sails, in accordance with the tradition of launching a new ship. Lightning shattered a canister of ale across the bow and subsequently commanded the sails to be raised. Carter, as the commander, was reluctant to allow the young girl to usurp his position, so he dutifully echoed her command after she called out. The sails of the town ship were crafted from animal hides, predominantly cow and sheep leather, interspersed with rare pelts from the border towns, such as wolf and bear skins. Consequently, the sails displayed a patchwork of varying shades, a medley of browns, whites, and grays, resembling tattered rags. The sails were trapezoidal, with 4 wooden beams serving as crossbars in the center, and the rigging passed through iron rings at the mast peak, cascading down to the deck. By pulling on the rigging, one could hoist the entire sail. To simplify operations, both masts of the township were equipped with single sails, arranged parallel to each other and perpendicular to the center line. In a typical dual-mast sailing vessel, such a configuration would lead to one sail receiving minimal wind, effectively rendering it useless. However, with Windy's wind-controlling abilities, this design would allow for an even distribution of power on either side of the center line, facilitating the helmsman's directional control. Upon witnessing the sails fully raised, Lightning instructed the workers on land to untie the hemp ropes. The weather was relatively pleasant, with occasional snowflakes drifting from the sky. Propelled by the gentle breeze and flowing waters, the ship gradually drifted away from the shore. The young girl descended beside Brian, calling out, "Hard to starboard." Carter echoed, "Hard to starboard? What does hard to starboard mean?" Brian scratched his head. "Do I turn to the right a few times?" "No, turn left all the way," Lightning exclaimed, placing her hand on her forehead. "Forget it, I'll handle it." She realized that this group was unfamiliar with sailing commands and didn't comprehend the basic meanings of the instructions. If it were a standard dual-mast ship, it was likely that the sails would still be furled at this moment, with fewer than 10 individuals. The fact that they managed to set the township afloat speaks volumes about its unique design. Windy, summon the wind. Windy, standing atop the canopy, was taken aback. It turned out that the prince's inquiry about her fear of heights was for this reason: to propel the ship herself. Recalling her usual tasks, such as drying meat and blowing dry robes, she felt a peculiar contrast. She spread her arms wide, slipping into a practice stance, allowing the wind to flow evenly from beneath her feet and above her head, seeking to equalize the wind pressure on both sails. To be honest, Windy had not anticipated that this seemingly simple request would prove so challenging. Despite having awakened as a witch 15 years prior, she had never endeavored to deeply understand or control her powers. Whether summoning swift gusts to envelop stones for attacking foes or conjuring a tempest to sweep enemies away, she had always released a significant amount of magic in a single burst. While managing chores at the camp, the wind varied in intensity, as long as it accomplished its purpose. Now, reflecting on Anna's earnest demeanor during her training, Windy suddenly felt a twinge of embarrassment. What you must do first is practice your abilities repeatedly until you master them, just like Anna. It turned out this was not merely a platitude. So, let us begin now. She inhaled deeply, focusing all her attention on sensing the wind. Although the wind was not entirely balanced, the sails still billowed, and the persistent thrust sent creaking sounds through the mast, causing the bow to begin swaying to the right. It really moved, Carter exclaimed in astonishment. The prince turned stone into a ship and made it float on water, Tigu remarked with a grin, stroking his stubble. What is it that he cannot accomplish? The township drifted further from the riverbank, gradually navigating toward the center of the river. When he could only summon wind from thin air, unable to dissipate the existing northern breeze. Under the influence of two opposing wind forces, the vessel's forward trajectory was not a straight line, necessitating adjustments via the helm, something Lightning could not adequately explain, so she allowed Brian to experience it firsthand. To help him quickly grasp this sensation, the young girl first directed him to perform several large helm adjustments, allowing him to feel the correlation between the wheel's rotation and the bow's movement before making further subtle adjustments. After sailing along the Redwater River for over half an hour, Windy was the first to falter. It was not due to a depletion of magic, but rather a physical limitation. Even when wrapped snugly like a dumpling, she could not completely shield herself from the biting cold. A thin layer of snow had accumulated on her woolen hat, and her hands and feet had grown numb, leaving her precariously swaying atop the canopy. Had Lightning not spotted her distress while soaring through the air, she might have persevered until she fainted. Lightning swiftly flew to Windy's side, securing her in her grasp, while shouting for Brian to steer toward the shore. Brian steered the wheel hard to the right, and the bow gradually pivoted left. Lightning also descended with Windy, and although she could only influence one sail from the deck, it provided at least a temporary reprieve from the cold, preventing rapid heat loss. Moreover, such a delicate task as guiding the ship to shore was not something Lightning dared to entrust to a novice still learning to steer, despite her own limited experience. After a tumultuous effort, the township finally approached the shore, and as it made contact with the bank, a collective tension gripped everyone aboard. The vessel emitted a dull thud upon impact, but fortunately, it appeared to have sustained no significant damage. The crew quickly furled the sails and set up the gangplank to disembark. Chapter 83. The Northern Carriage Driver for the majority of the inhabitants of the North. Winter is a season devoid of harvest, particularly for the towns near the Hermes Highlands. The month of malevolence brings not only continuous rain and snow but also bitter cold, hunger, and death. However, for Legless White, winter is different. Each year, the emissary of the church seeks him out, requesting him to drive to the border of the Wolfheart Kingdom to fetch the suffering orphans and transport them to the old holy city. This is indeed a lucrative arrangement, earning him nearly 20 silver wolves per trip, while also performing a noble act of charity. As this month of malevolence nears its conclusion, this journey should be the last of the season. My lord, perhaps you should stay in the carriage. The snow is expected to continue for a while. Unlike us, who are accustomed to the elements, you wouldn't want to catch a chill, White suggested. It is of no consequence, the emissary replied, taking a swig from his flask. The new holy city is far colder than here. On the plateau, neither leather nor armor can shield one from the frigid grasp of winter. They penetrate every crevice of your being like insidious demons. Without warming pills, it is certainly not a place for the ordinary person. Indeed, White nodded earnestly. though he had never visited the new holy city and had no desire to. What allure could a land of solid ice and malevolent beasts hold? Yet, as an experienced carriage driver, he could always find new topics to discuss, and this emissary was far more amiable than his predecessor. Those gloves of yours are made from the renowned wolf skin of the western border of Greycastle, are they not? Oh, you are quite knowledgeable. Indeed, my lord. I have been in this profession for nearly 30 years, White boasted. I first drove for the Baron, then for the Countess, and even had the honor of driving for the little Princess of Woolheart. Had it not been for an unfortunate accident that left me with a broken leg, I might still be in the Countess' service. They have no shortage of gold dragons, and they never tire of boasting about the furs and silverware of Greycastle, the jewels of Everwinter, and the crafts of the fjords. It becomes quite tiresome after a while. I see, the emissary nodded. So that is the origin of your nickname? What sort of accident did you encounter? Ah, it was a peasant uprising. Those ruffians would do anything for a morsel of food, White spat. They surrounded the carriage, and in my attempt to protect the Countess, I had to spur the horses into a gallop. The horses were startled, and I was thrown off, leading to the carriage overturning. And thus you broke your leg? The emissary inquired, curiosity evident. What of the Countess? Truly a lamentable affair, the emissary remarked after a pause. Yet the divine did not forsake you. You now drive for the church. Heaven is benevolent. Indeed, my lord, heaven is benevolent. Yet, if the heavens were truly kind, I would not have faced such misfortune, White thought, reflecting on how he had not been saved in his hour of need. At that moment, the sound of a girl weeping emanated from the carriage. Hold on, White commanded, tightening the reins as the horses gradually came to a halt. The emissary leapt down and circled to the back of the carriage. Soon, the crack of a whip echoed from within the carriage. Poor child, he sighed. Bear with it. This is your savior. Without the emissary, you would not survive this winter, but rather become lifeless corpses on the streets. Are you settled? White called. Giddy up. He shook the reins, and the carriage resumed its journey. Are they all from various parts of the Wolfheart Kingdom? Pretty much. Every town as church takes in some orphans, especially during the winter when food and clothing are scarce. The number we take in increases several-fold. The church's monks cannot manage alone, so they also hire reputable drivers to assist with transportation. You are performing admirably, White. My predecessor spoke highly of you. It is my honor to partake in such benevolent acts, White smiled broadly. My lord, will they all be sent to the convent? Forgive my curiosity. But although they are all orphans, their characters differ. Some, though young, have seen much. Might such individuals taint the sanctity of the holy place? The divine shall render judgment. Even those with sins may find redemption, the emissary assured. Is that so? That is indeed a comforting thought. White gazed up at the sky, noting the lateness of the hour. My lord, shall we seek lodging in the next town? If the weather holds, we should reach the old holy city by noon tomorrow. The emissary exhaled. Find an inn with a courtyard where we can stable the carriage. Prepare some food for them. Very well, White replied. In the evening, he heard some commotion in the courtyard. Rising to lift the curtain, White beheld the inebriated emissary unlocking the carriage door and climbing inside. Shortly thereafter, he emerged, dragging 2 orphans behind him, while 2 others, dressed in noble attire, stood behind him. This was not the first time White had witnessed such occurrences. His predecessor had often engaged in similar actions. To be alive is the greatest fortune, he mused, and compared to temporary suffering, it is better to endure. Once they reach the holy city, they will embark on a new life. At least within the convent, they need not fear hunger or cold. White yawned and succumbed to slumber. This is your payment. The emissary tossed a cloth bag toward him. White caught it and counted its contents twice in his palm. Indeed, it was a total of 20 silver wolves. He nodded and bowed. I hope to see you again next year. The emissary offered no reply, merely gesturing for him to depart. White noted that, apart from himself, several other carriages were engaged in similar activities. Perhaps they were sent from other kingdoms? He pondered. However, one peculiar detail caught his attention. It seemed all those disembarking from the carriages were young girls. Did the church exclusively adopt female orphans? Shaking his head, he cast these questions aside and drove onward, embarking on his return journey. Chapter 84. The Hermes mechanism Bishop Maine descended the spiral staircase, step by step, into the depths of the earth. This was a naturally formed sinkhole, deep enough to engulf 4 towering spires, with a diameter of over 20 zhang, ample enough to accommodate a lord's castle. Initially, the cavern was not shrouded in darkness. The lofty dome retained openings through which beams of light streamed, casting serpentine patterns upon the frost-forged stone walls. However, as he descended further, The light dimmed, soon merging with the stone. Yet, at the center of the pit, a faint blue radiance reflected, growing more pronounced with each step, ensuring that even without a torch, one would not succumb to utter darkness. The staircase resembled a small serpent, coiling around the cavern walls. Constructed from granite, each rectangular step was 3 fingers thick, wide enough for 2 to walk side by side. One end was embedded in the rock, while the other hovered in the air, secured by wooden railings connected with ropes to prevent accidental falls. Maine had never counted the stairs, yet he understood the arduous labor involved in laying each stone. The church's masons, suspended by ropes, meticulously chiseled deep grooves into the hard rock, carefully inserting stone slabs into place. Every movement required utmost caution, for the loss of a rope could mean a fall into the abyss below, claiming the lives of over 300 souls. If the Grand Hermes Cathedral above symbolized the indomitable spirit of the church, then the hidden Hermes mechanism at the bottom of the sinkhole represented its true core. Embedded in the stone walls alongside the staircase were stones of divine retribution, with a sentinel from the Judgment Army stationed every 100 steps. Within the mechanism, a squad of divine enforcers remained ever vigilant against intruders. Between the dome and the cathedral floor lay an array of sandbags and rubble. Should the sacred city's defenses falter and retreat became necessary, the Pope would activate the traps, burying the place beneath a cascade of sand and stone. Although this was not Maine's first venture to the Hermes mechanism, the sensation of walking in midair still left him dizzy, especially when he glanced around. He often felt the illusion of plummeting. It was only when his feet met solid ground that he breathed a sigh of relief. At the pit's bottom lay a massive, circular white grindstone, its surface as smooth as a mirror, allowing a clear reflection of oneself. Through the artisan's ingenious design, the light filtering in from the dome's openings refracted multiple times within the pit, converging perfectly upon this grindstone. Even without a torch, the bottom of the sinkhole was not engulfed in darkness. Only those present at the pit's base could discern that sunlight was not colorless. The grindstone, illuminated, emitted a soft blue glow, casting a chilly hue throughout the cavern. Upon closer inspection, one could observe countless specks of dust dancing in the brighter areas, reminiscent of the microscopic beings described in ancient tomes. Utilizing the naturally occurring holes in the mountain walls, the church had interconnected and expanded them to construct the Hermes mechanism. Thanks to these myriad openings, the air circulated freely, devoid of the oppressive stillness typically associated with such depths. In truth, only he and the Pope could traverse the mechanism. Even the esteemed Archbishops Heather and Tefren were barred from entry. After passing through 3 checkpoints, Maine halted his steps. Beyond lay the secretive core of the mechanism, the birthplace of all the church's research and inventions, access to which required the Pope's express permission. In his 3+ years as Archbishop, he had entered only once. Maine turned left, veering into a short corridor. Shortly, he reached the end, where the appearance of the bishop prompted the sentinel to salute with a fist to his chest. "My lord." Maine nodded and opened the door. Inside was a corridor illuminated by burning pine resin torches, resembling countless flickering points of light dancing in the darkness, extending endlessly along the passageway. Thick wooden doors lined both sides, each adorned with a numbered plaque. Maine remained undeterred. He commanded the warriors to stand guard at the entrance before stepping into the room, closing the wooden door behind him to isolate the chaotic sounds from the outside. Beyond the iron bars, the bishop beheld an elderly man propped against the headboard. Though perhaps not truly old, his hair was now streaked with gray, his forehead etched with deep lines. His beard, long untrimmed, nearly reached his neck. Having been deprived of sunlight for too long, his skin had taken on a ghastly pallor, and his limbs appeared as frail as twigs. Maine glanced at the food tray by the iron bars, noting it had scarcely been touched. He sighed. "You ought to take better care of yourself. The church lacks for nothing in provisions. Your meals are prepared to the standards of a king, save for the absence of wine. Even the fish is of the finest cod from Crystal Harbor. You must be well acquainted with its flavor, King Wimbledon, no?" Chapter 85. The Thorny Path. After a moment, the old man reacted. He slowly lifted the covers and moved to the edge of the bed, gazing intently at the archbishop. "If you are confined in this wretched place, can you still consume food?" He spoke, his voice muffled and unclear, as though something lodged in his throat. "It has been half a year, trapped here for 6 months, without any news. How is my son? What of my daughter?" Maine noticed numerous scratches on the walls, seemingly made with fingernails. "Is this how one counts the days?" He pulled a stool and sat facing the king. "Must you inquire about such distressing matters?" After a long silence, the old man responded, "I am of no further use. You are here to send me on my way, are you not?" "Indeed." "Then what does it matter to a dying man whether he feels joy or sorrow? Before I depart, I merely wish to know their fates. By the end of his statement, Wimbledon's voice had nearly escalated to a roar. He could no longer contain himself, Maine thought. Regardless of the circumstances, as a king, his dignity and composure had been commendable. While being replaced by the devout and en route to Hermes, he had made numerous attempts to escape. Despite his imprisonment, he had not succumbed to madness. Instead, he sought to negotiate for his freedom. No curses, no hysterical shouting. Such restraint was rare in a dungeon. Were it not for the impossibility of altering plans, he would not wish to squander such a man on internal conspiracies. Perhaps he had come in person with the intention of informing him of recent events, the archbishop mused. Otherwise, a mere command could summon the executioners to end his life. Your eldest son, Roland Wimbledon, is dead, Maine began slowly, executed by your second son, Roland Wimbledon, for the crime of treason and regicide. Your third daughter, Roland Wimbledon, has declared independence in the Southern Territories, proclaiming herself the Queen of Clearwater. War with Roland is now inevitable. As for your fourth son and fifth daughter, we have not received much news. They likely still live. What are you saying? Treason? Independence? What have you done? The Edict of Kingship, he articulated. Dispatching your children to various regions, declaring that whoever governs their territory best shall be the next king. Wimbledon closed his eyes in anguish, and after a long pause, he whispered, Why? You seized me during the day of prayer, stripped me of my garments in the stone of divine punishment. You replaced me with a witch. When you could have gradually taken possession of this realm, allowing the church to stand in every town. Why issue such an edict of kingship? I could never, as he grew agitated, Wimbledon hunched forward, coughing violently. I could never issue a decree that would incite my children to slaughter one another. Maine silently completed for the king. Perhaps you would not, but your children may not adhere to your wishes. They have matured and formed their own ideals. For instance, your third daughter, Garcia, claimed Clearwater Port 5 years ago. Even without the edict, would she remain indifferent to Goran ascending the throne once you have passed? Most critically, we do not have the luxury of time. You must have noticed that the witch's powers are not eternal. Damn it. What benefit would it be for them to fight one another? The church would be engulfed in flames, the faithful would perish in war, and the kingdom would descend into chaos. At this, Wimbledon suddenly froze, disbelief washing over him as he raised his head. Do you intend to? A violent bout of coughing interrupted the king's words, and once he managed to recover, his voice became faint, as if that fit had drained all his strength. You wish to obliterate the royal family? Indeed, though a more precise description would be the eradication of royal authority. Maine found himself admiring the king's keen insight. To have endured nearly half a year in this lightless dungeon without losing his wits was a testament to his fortitude. Those capable of rational thought in such dire circumstances could be counted on one hand. The monarchy would hinder the church's expansion, no matter how weak it appeared. It would gradually grow like a seedling. Only by uprooting it entirely could the church truly claim this kingdom. Wimbledon's countenance aged significantly in that moment. Perhaps he had merely appeared old before. Now, even his spirit seemed to wither, the light in his eyes dimming. Grey Fortress is the largest territory on the continent. With abundant military resources, open warfare would be detrimental to the church. We have been planning this for quite some time. Your kingdom will inevitably suffer great losses of soldiers and mercenaries in the Civil War. In merely 2 to 3 years, our executioners will easily seize the entirety of Grey Fortress. Do not mourn excessively. You are not the only fallen monarch. The other 3 kingdoms will meet the same fate. In the future, there will no longer be 4 great kingdoms. Dawn, Woolheart, Everwinter, and Grey Fortress will vanish. On this fertile land, there shall exist only one power, the church. Wimbledon fell silent. The man who had seized the throne through force now appeared devoid of vitality. Even Maine felt a pang of compassion, yet his heart bore no regret. The church had also sacrificed greatly, with countless devoted followers willingly becoming pawns, selflessly engaging in this grand scheme. The individual impersonating Wimbledon III was, in fact, a devout judge among the executioners, unwavering in faith and absolute loyalty to the church. He was to undergo the transformation ritual of the divine punishment army, yet for the sake of the mission, he was replaced by a witch to assume the guise of the king, dying ignobly in the royal palace of Grey Fortress. He could have had his name inscribed on the monument of the Hermes Cathedral. Instead, the church could only bury his name forever. Maine had thought Wimbledon would remain silent. But as he reached into his pocket for a small porcelain vial to administer to him, the king suddenly spoke. A curse. Excuse me? I curse you. I will await you in the depths of hell. His voice grew fainter, requiring Main's utmost concentration to discern his words. How unfortunate. This world possesses no hell. Even if it did, it would not belong to us. Everything we do is for the sake of continuity. Only by unifying the four kingdoms can the church amass the greatest power to vanquish the true enemy. The archbishop paused, realizing Wimbledon's hand had slipped lifelessly. His head tilting aside, the rise and fall of his chest ceasing entirely. This was the end of a monarch, yet it marked our new beginning, he thought. Chapter 86. The Witch's Dilemma. Yezi was at a loss as to how she had endured these past few days. The method of traveling while constantly evading danger had drained her magical energy significantly, allowing her to traverse only a few dozen miles each day, especially since she needed to conserve enough power for her nightly rest. Once her provisions ran out, she resorted to transforming wild fruits into sustenance to stave off hunger and thirst. The emblem of the alliance had long since lost its warmth, compelling her to wrap herself tighter in tree bark for insulation. The thought of Sinu, who had perished at such a tender age, made her tears flow uncontrollably. To make matters worse, on the fourth night, she was besieged by the torment of the malevolent entity, which rendered her nearly oblivious to everything else. A sudden, excruciating pain erupted from her chest, swiftly radiating throughout her body, nearly causing her to lose consciousness. She bit her tongue until it bled, summoning the strength to combat the agony. Under the relentless torture of the entity, Yezi had contemplated surrendering, yet the image of her 20 or so sisters, some possibly still alive, waiting for her return, others severely injured and in need of her healing, propelled her to persist through the suffering. Fortunately, the onslaught from the malevolent entity did not last long. When she finally broke free from the torment, her body was riddled with wounds, and blood soaked the interior of the tree. To prevent the scent of blood from attracting the beasts, she bore the pain and removed her clothing, seeking another tree. There, she coaxed the bare branches to sprout green leaves, which she fashioned into garments for warmth. Guided by her magic, the branches became her needle, and the veins of the leaves served as her thread. Upon seeing the familiar silhouettes of her sisters, Yezi collapsed to the ground. When she regained consciousness 2 days later, prolonged exposure to the cold had severely injured her feet, and no amount of herbs could halt the spreading gangrene. Reluctantly, her sisters amputated 2 damaged toes from each of her feet. From the original 42 sisters, only 6 remained. After comforting Yezi, the eldest among them recounted the group's experiences. During a struggle with the demon, a witch with non-combat abilities seized the opportunity to flee towards the camp. That night, they encountered a horde of wild boars. Unable to offer resistance, they scattered in terror. Those captured by the beasts were likely doomed, yet survival took precedence over such thoughts. By the following morning, they were targeted by a wolf hybrid. Only 8 managed to escape. Thankfully, once they entered the abysmal mountains, the beasts ceased their pursuit. But what of the others? Hongjiao, Chasing Wind, and Minner, what had become of them? Yezi shook her head, realizing she was the sole survivor. Is that so? The elder replied softly, her tone revealing she had anticipated this outcome. Then you must rest well. After a moment's hesitation, she added, Yezi. What? Yezi responded, momentarily taken aback, then closed her eyes. Yes, after such a grievous blow, if the alliance did not appoint a new leader, it would surely collapse. Yet the purpose of the alliance was to seek the Holy Mountain, to attain freedom and a sanctuary. Now that the quest for the Holy Mountain had turned into an illusion, no, the Holy Mountain itself was a ruse. Non-existent in the abysmal mountains or the wilderness, was there still a reason for the alliance to exist? Her mind was in turmoil. Even without looking at her sisters, she could feel their expectant gazes. They needed someone to step forward and guide the lost souls onward. Let us seek the nightingale, Yezi finally declared after a prolonged silence. What? Find her? You mean to go to the border town? What if she deceives us? What then? Wendy interjected. She might already be dead, her sisters chimed in, voicing their concerns. The elder raised her hands, calming the group. What if the nightingale's words are also a deception? She asked Yezi. You can wait in safety outside the town, Yezi replied, opening her eyes. Let me ascertain the truth first. If she speaks falsehoods, I shall assume the role of mentor. If I perish in the town, then, Book Scroll, you shall lead the sisters onward. But Yezi forced a smile. I understand that your abilities are not suited for combat and provide little aid to the camp's daily operations. Yet I now comprehend that strength does not dictate one's suitability for mentorship. A mentor is a guide, not necessarily the strongest. Alas, I have realized this too late. Had the mentor been patient and meticulous like Wendy, would the outcome have been drastically different? You, like Wendy, joined the alliance early on and are among the elder sisters. Your experience, having journeyed with us from the Eastern Kingdom to the Abysmal Mountains, makes you the most suitable person to lead our sisters. After a moment of silence, the elder pondered, what if the nightingale's words are true? Then the alliance need not persist, Yezi replied slowly. The border town shall be our new holy mountain. Chapter 87, Winter Dusk, Part 1, Ready. Thrust. Vanna exerted all his strength to pierce forward with the spear in his grasp, his hands trembling violently as the shaft emitted a splintering creak. A wolf beast crashed against the spear's tip, its fur bristling, blood-red eyes wide open like copper bells, and its gaping maw revealed 2 rows of sharp teeth, the largest akin to his own thumb. It was his first encounter with such a malevolent creature at such close range. The beast flailed its claws in the air, snowflakes splattering onto his face. Vanna's mind momentarily blanked, and instinctively he tightened his grip on the spear, pushing forward with relentless force. The briefest moment felt interminable as he observed the shaft bending to its limit, the spearhead deeply embedded in the beast's abdomen. He feared that in the next instant, those razor-sharp claws would shred his cheek. With a crack, the spear could no longer withstand the creature's force and shattered into 2 pieces. It was this sharp sound that restored the flow of time, as the beast plummeted downward, its claws scraping against the battlements, sending a flurry of debris flying, along with the broken spear shaft crashing heavily to the ground. The fire gun squad is loaded, free to fire. Immediately, 2 barrels extended from Vanna's side. He quickly stepped back half a pace, tilting his head to avoid the debris and smoke from the gunpowder entering his eyes. As for his ears, he could no longer afford to be concerned. The fire guns discharged swiftly, and Vanna moved closer to the battlements, discovering a pile of various fallen beasts at the base of the wall. Someone nudged him, and he turned to see his roommate grinning at him with delight. "Gunner, your spear." "Next," said Catclaw, handing him a new wooden spear. "Have these beasts gone mad? It's been 2 or 3 hours already. They are inherently mad." Vanna thought as he readied his spear, bracing for the next wave of assault. What time was it? Close to noon. Catclaw exhaled, glancing around furtively when the hunter was distracted. "Where's Yuzu? Where's Brother Rodney?" "I'm just a substitute," he chuckled. "Wherever I'm needed, I shall appear. A gentleman just got injured, and it's my turn now." "Ready." The observer's voice rang out, interrupting Catclaw's chatter. Vanna noticed a dozen beasts swiftly approaching. He could now quickly discern the types of creatures, recognizing that this wave consisted of only 2 wolf beasts, while the rest were wild boars, foxes, and a solitary bear, posing minimal threat to the wall. This repetitive cycle of fixed movements had persisted from dawn until now. When the initial horn was sounded, most had still been lost in slumber. Vanna stifled a yawn. This latest assault was more intense than ever before. Typically, there would only be 1 or 2 waves of attacks, but now they continued unabated, the corpses of the beasts piling up at the wall's base. Midway through, they had been replaced by the 2nd militia team. He hastily consumed some rations, took a brief rest, and returned to the wall. Surprisingly, Vanna found himself calmer than he anticipated. Upon hearing the command to thrust and retract, leaving the rest to the fire gun squad, it felt as if they were merely practicing as they usually did. Initially perplexing rules and actions now proved invaluable and astonishingly effective. Others appeared to share his sentiments. Though their hands tightly gripped the spear shafts and their expressions were serious, some substitutes looked quite anxious, yet all stood resolutely upright, no one taking a step back. From the moment the horn sounded, the prince had arrived at the wall, standing on the same defensive line as everyone else, without pausing for rest. Even when he had been rotated out for food, the prince remained atop the watchtower, with breakfast personally delivered by the chief knight. Reflecting on the previous lord, during the month of the demon's retreat, he would hastily depart by ship. Next were the nobles, and only then the commoners. Those with spare coins could pay a few silver wools for passage, while the less fortunate had no choice but to rely on their own feet to reach Longsong Fortress. Merely contemplating this filled Vanna with a surge of strength. Indeed, they belonged to the prince's force, entirely distinct from the previous patrols at the border town. Those ruffians, shielded by armor and weapons, often terrorized the old and new districts alike, extorting the merchants. To Vanna, besides the 2 leaders of the patrol, the rest resembled little more than thugs. In contrast, the militia was a formidable force, capable of keeping the dreaded beast at bay, preventing them from advancing into the town under the prince's leadership. Previously, only Longsong Fortress had been able to achieve such a feat. Take Fishball, renowned in the old district for his timidity, often a subject of ridicule. After joining the 2nd militia, he now wielded a spear with commendable poise. And then there was Femi, towering yet perpetually a step behind, often a target for mockery. Now his thrusting technique was swift and fierce, more adept than most. Vanna knew that while others concluded their training, he practiced an additional 100 thrusts, motivated by the prince's words, the less agile the bird, the earlier it must rise to catch up, ultimately surpassing others. Why, starting out from merely 2 eggs, did he now feel a sense of gratitude for joining the militia? Each day brought subtle changes, each day progressed further than the last. Vanna believed that not only he, but everyone sensed this truth. He struggled to articulate his feelings. Perhaps encapsulated in the prince's frequent assertion, they were a team unlike any other in this era. A brief, sharp sound from the horn jolted Vanna back to attention. It was a warning of the appearance of hybrid beasts. He peered into the distance, recognizing the familiar form of a lion-headed hybrid, strikingly similar to the one that had invaded the city previously. This was the second one encountered today, he mused. However, this time would be different. In addition to the firegun squad, they had other allies. Vanna slightly tilted his head, catching a glimpse of a small girl with golden hair levitating beside the prince.